Lexin awakened on the colonial planet known as Guansuo IV. Guns, artillery, tanks, fighter jets, mechs, and starships. These elements weave together a future rife with blood and fire. Thousands of interstellar warships and countless void mechs stand ready for action. The concentrated beams of battleships intertwine in the void, creating a grand tapestry of destruction. This marks the era of humanity. In a chaotic rendition, at an indeterminate point in time, the universe became bifurcated. Beneath the brilliance of the stars lies an ineffable shadow of subspace. The grotesque and colossal shadows of four malevolent deities loom within this realm. Morning, death is but a precursor to rebirth. Corona, wherever the fierce sun shines, there lies my domain. Savoring order. Order is a delectable sustenance. Right. Chaos is the ladder to progress. This is humanity's cosmic expanse, as well as that of the malevolent deities. This is the age of chaos. In the ultimate version, that the starry sea is vast. Yet, each star, each fragment of energy possesses its own master. Giant conglomerates, feudal empires, racial federations, non-human alien species, chaotic deities, subspace demons. Lexin commands a colossal mech, leading countless mechs and interstellar warships. Wherever the power sword points, there lies his conquest, shattering the united fleet of the enemy, obliterating the chaotic invasion plans. Indeed, this is an era that belongs to him. Chapter 1. Lexin. Unknown signal captured. Summons being issued. Mortal, your moment of glory has arrived. From this moment forth, you shall join the illustrious Silver Heart Empire. Morning. Lexin opened his eyes and rose from a single bed. He glanced toward the rather narrow window on one side of the room, where the sky outside remained dim. The radiance of the star had yet to illuminate this planet, known as Guansuo IV. Though it was still early, Lexin found himself devoid of sleepiness, perhaps a consequence of his biological clock. Lexin had recently graduated as a military trainee, having undergone 8 years of rigorous training and study, during which he acquired fundamental military knowledge as well as rudimentary commanding skills. Now that he had graduated, the habits cultivated over the years were not easily cast aside. The room was quite cramped. In addition to Li Zin's single bed, it was cluttered with various mechanical odds and ends, an assortment of tools, oil-stained bearings, and basic mecha. Nickel repair instruments. Even beneath the steel-framed bed lay an assortment of mechanical components. Stepping out of his room, Lexin found himself in a repair shop, flanked by shelves overflowing with a chaotic array of parts. In the center stood a workbench. Lexin gazed at the enormous mechanical arm on the workbench, his brow furrowing in contemplation. There is no denying that this robotic arm is exceedingly antiquated, its coarse mechanical components encrusted with a black grime, a dismal amalgamation of dust and oil. Lexin could no longer recall its model, for it was at least 3 to 5 decades old. Although this robotic arm may seem dated to large corporations, in the context of a modest civilian repair shop, it is merely in the early stages of its operational life. Practically as good as new, a rarity indeed. Lexin patted the robotic arm, conducting a brief inspection to ascertain its condition. Fortunately, despite its somewhat soiled and aged appearance, it has been maintained reasonably well. Li Zin's gaze shifted to the workbench before him, upon which rested a rifle. As a military trainee, he was exceedingly familiar with this weapon. X-49. This is a firearm boasting a caliber of 7.8 millimeters, utilizing a magazine for ammunition, with the standard magazine holding 30 rounds. In special operational circumstances, an extended magazine may be employed. This weapon is remarkably durable, and on the planet Guansu IV, it remains in substantial circulation. Now, in the age of interstellar travel, an array of advanced technological weapons has emerged, with even individual armaments experiencing significant advancements. Laser rifles, electromagnetic rifles, Gauss rifles, plasma rifles, and others have all been developed and even widely deployed. Yet, the deployment of the X-49 powder rifle remains substantial, and the rationale is rather straightforward. Although firearms in this era are fraught with various issues, their most significant advantages lie in their affordability, ease of maintenance, and commendable lethality. For an unarmored target, whether struck by a laser bullet, an electromagnetic projectile, or a traditional gunpowder round, the impact remains indistinguishable. Much like in the ancient Blue Star era, even when superpowers employed aircraft carriers and fighter jets, primitive tribes continued to hunt with spears. In most instances, the mere ability of a weapon to terminate an adversary suffices, whether through the bombardment of heavy aircraft or the thrust of spear. The distinction may be trivial for the deceased. The rifle resting on the workbench is evidently intended for repairs, and it is not the sole weapon requiring attention. Beneath the workbench lies an entire box filled with arms, all awaiting maintenance. Li Xin picked up the rifle, skillfully chambering a round to inspect it. The issue with this rifle is rather straightforward. It seems to have endured a significant impact, resulting in a malfunction within the feeding system. For such minor complications, if conditions permit, one can readily replace the faulty components. The X-49 is exceedingly common in this locale, and its prevalence ensures that spare parts are easily obtainable. Li Xin first disassembled the rifle entirely, then examined the damaged components. The extent of the rifle's damage proved to be more severe than initially anticipated. He turned and walked toward the shelf overflowing with various components, the clattering of metal resonating around him. Soon, he extracted his desired item from the disarray of parts. After reassembling the almost pristine components, the rifle was meticulously restored by Li Xin. Click! As he listened to the sound of the rifle's bolt action, Li Xin conducted a final inspection, confirming that the firearm was indeed repaired. He placed the rifle into a clean box on the side, and then retrieved another weapon from the pile, awaiting repair. Observing the dried black stains on this weapon, Li Xin's expression remained unchanged. He recognized what it was. This was congealed blood, and it was evident that as these weapons were damaged, so too were their original owners. Yet, Li Xin was accustomed to such grim realities. On this planet, where bloodshed and death were all too commonplace, peril was simply a part of existence. Bright and early. Clang and crash. What's the matter? Want me to meet an early demise? A raspy voice echoed behind Li Xin, followed closely by the heavy footsteps approaching. Before the figure even drew near, Li Xin could already detect the pungent mix of sweat and machine oil emanating from him. Li Xin paid no heed and continued his silent repair of the weapons on the workbench. A thick arm, covered in coarse black hair, reached for one of the weapons Li Xin had just fixed. His booming voice erupted once more. Fool! Are the new parts free, and you just use them like that? He pointed at the replaced components on the workbench and exclaimed, "Can't this be repaired and still serve its purpose? Why must we replace it with a new one?" Li Xin turned to glance at the man beside him, a middle-aged individual whose physical decline had led to a noticeable accumulation of fat around his abdomen. His legs had long since vanished, replaced by relatively antiquated mechanical prosthetics. This man was Li Zhuang, Li Xin's uncle, his guardian, and the first person he encountered upon being transported to this era as an infant. At this moment, Li Zhuang furrowed his brow tightly, casting a disdainful look at Li Xin as if he had committed an unconscionable act. Li Xin held the discarded part in his hand and replied, "It's fine after all. You'll just repair these parts until they are as good as new. Waste. With your skills, I can't fathom how you graduated. You should quit the company while you still can otherwise. They'll surely berate you. I have to clean up this mess. You should practice with me for a few more years." Li Zhuang's expression darkened considerably as he shoved Li Xin aside and busied himself at the workbench. Seeing this, Li Xin chose not to say anything further. He had grown accustomed to such treatment. He cleaned the grease from his hands, picked up a tube of energy paste, deftly opened it, and proceeded to squeeze the paste into his mouth. Energy paste, a staple consumed by the inhabitants of Guanxuo IV, is typically devoid of flavor, possessing only a pronounced industrial aroma. Yet, the populace has little choice despite its blandness. It contains all the necessary sustenance required for survival. Frequent consumption can lead to adverse effects, as evidenced by Li Zhuang's declining bodily functions and even the accumulation of fat. A single tube can sustain an adult's energy needs for an entire day, highlighting the immense energy it encapsulates. Li Xin finished the plastic-wrapped energy paste, squeezing it thoroughly before he would relent. Clatter! The shutter of the repair shop was struck. "Is anyone there? Open the door. I'm coming. What the hell are you banging on for so early in the morning?" Li Zhuang's voice, raspy and filled with irritation, echoed. Nevertheless, he obediently opened the shutter, squinting against the dim light to scrutinize the two figures outside. Outside, a middle-aged man in uniform squinted slightly, adjusting his glasses as he spoke. I am looking for Liexin. He resides here, does he not? Chapter 2. Contracts and Elixirs. Looking for Liexin. Who are you? What do you want? Li Zhuang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the stranger, the shutter still only partially raised. His gaze was laced with suspicion, for in the realm of Guanxuo IV, a neat and tidy uniform signifies that one is affiliated with a corporation, and their rank is likely not low. Such individuals clearly have no business being here. Before the middle-aged man outside could utter a word, Li Xin's voice resonated from behind. I am the one you seek with that. He placed a hand upon the rolling shutter and, with a gentle yet firm push, effortlessly raised it. Please come in. Liexin extended an invitation to the two individuals at the door. Li Zhuang regarded Liexin and the strangers with a look of skepticism. The two outside appeared to be a father and son, sharing a striking resemblance. The younger man nodded first, then followed Liexin into the relatively cramped repair shop. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, clearly unimpressed by the disarray of the workshop. Yet, contemplating his son's inquiries, he suppressed his discomfort and stepped inside. Leading the way, Liexin kicked aside a mechanical part that obstructed their path, guiding both men into his room. Li Zhuang trailed behind, eager to enter as well, but was halted by Liexin. Li Zhuang, half a head shorter than Liexin, lifted his gaze, frowning at him. Liexin looked down, replying, It's too cramped inside, you need not enter. If I shan't enter, I shall see what tricks you are up to. Li Zhuang scoffed, turning on his heel to leave. Bang! Liexin closed the door, casting his eyes upon the two men in the room. At that moment, both sat upon Li Xin's bed, the younger man appearing somewhat ill at ease, not solely due to the room's limited space. The middle-aged man, however, seemed markedly more composed. Liexin, The young man clearly recognized Liexin, and his words came out in a hesitant manner. Bai Mu, it has been a long time, Liexin greeted with a smile. Bai Mu hurriedly replied, yes. It has been quite some time. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Mu appeared less anxious and awkward. Hello, Uncle Bai. Liexin also greeted the middle-aged man beside him. He was Bai Chuan, Bai Mu's father. Bai Chuan nodded, showing no inclination for further small talk. He stated, You should know why we are here to see you. Seeing this, Liexin sat down on a nearby pile of parts, his gaze calm as he nodded. I am aware. I have brought the contract along with the items you desire. If you have no objections, please sign the contract, and these will be yours. Bai Chuan retrieved the contract and a boxed item from his briefcase. Liexin first glanced at the box in Bai Chuan's hand, then shifted his attention to the contract. He calmly asked, May I see them first? Upon hearing this, Bai Chuan said nothing further and handed both items to Liexin. Though one of the items held considerable value, Bai Chuan felt no apprehension. His status far surpassed that of Liexin, and as long as Liexin was a reasonable person, he would not dare to play tricks. Yet, as Liexin held the two items in his hands, his heart was far from the calm demeanor he projected. Among these documents, one is an employment contract, while the other is a medication. Both will profoundly alter Li Xin's destiny in the times to come. Liexin first placed the box medication on his lap and began to scrutinize the contract beside him. The title immediately caught his eye. Employment Contract of Blueprint Biotech Group. His gaze continued downward, landing on his personal information, which had already been filled out on the form. Liexin did not linger on this portion of the document for long. The confidentiality level of his information was not particularly high, and it was no significant issue if someone else obtained it and filled in the form he flipped through the contract. He encountered numerous clauses that meticulously detailed the salary and benefits the company would provide, as well as the obligations Li Xin as expected to fulfill. In the end, he came across a line stating, This employee has voluntarily signed the dispatch agreement and will be assigned to Hengan Defense Company within 7 working days of employment. Here, only the name was left blank, awaiting Li Xin's signature. After reviewing the contract, Liexin let out a faint sigh. Although he had long prepared himself mentally and had actively sought this opportunity, the reality of having the contract before him made him feel that he had perhaps overestimated himself in the past. Blueprint Biotech Group stands as the ruler of many cities in this land, and becoming an employee of this conglomerate is the aspiration of many who reside here. Among them, of course, is Lee Xian himself. Without the attached clauses, this contract would be one that could never be obtained no matter how many times it was attempted. However, the issue lies within these very clauses. Hingon Defense Company is a subsidiary under the Security Department of Blueprint Biotechnology Group. It is not a wholly owned subsidiary, but holds a stake in the company. Currently, Hingon Defense finds itself in a combat zone. The adversary is the Milda Knights, another faction of human colonizers. Each side belongs to different powers, occupying considerable territories and settlements on this planet. Signing this contract would mean that upon employment, Lee Xian would be dispatched to the combat zone by Blueprint Biotechnology, specifically to a company that is relatively unsafe. This is certainly not favorable news. Nevertheless, Lee Xian understands that it is precisely because of this situation that the contract has come into his possession. Originally, this contract was meant to be signed by Bai Mu, a privilege obtained by Bai Chuan at a great cost, allowing Bai Mu to bypass numerous clauses to join the Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Yet, who could have anticipated that this originally promising opportunity would turn into a poisoned chalice wrapped in honey? Thus, Bai Chuan needed to find a substitute for his son, and Lee Xian sought a future, leading to a perfect alignment of interests. At this moment, Lee Xian gazed at another condition in his hands, slowly opening the box. What lay before him was a vial of pale blue liquid. As he extracted it, he beheld countless tiny points of light within, shimmering like distant stars. Lee Xian gazed at the vial of potion with a hint of obsession. It was an elixir potent enough to alter his fate, the very condition under which he was willing to sign that contract. Within the box lay an instruction manual for the potion, a silver syringe, and its name, Compound No. 7, a spiritual energy stimulant. Chapter 3. Signing psychic energy is the key to humanity's strength and the foundation upon which our dominion over the stars rests. However, mastering this energy is no simple feat. Unless one is born into a family with an inherent gift for psychic abilities, others must resort to potions to stimulate their bodies and unlock this potential. The No. 7 psychic energy stimulation compound is such a potion. Lee Xian gazed at the vial in his hand, observing the glistening syringe within the box. All it required was to assemble the syringe, align it with his neck, and administer a swift injection. The outcome now hinged on whether his body could endure the process and successfully activate his psychic energy. Bai Chuan seemed to perceive Lee Xian's thoughts and calmly remarked, "I believe you wouldn't want to inject it here. Even if you succeed, you would be classified as an illegal psychic, and if caught, the consequence is death." Lee Xian responded, "Of course not. I understand the rules." Despite his words, his gaze remained fixated on the number 7 psychic energy stimulation compound. Subsequently, he picked up the contract and glanced at Bai Mu, who astutely offered him a pen and a seal. It was surprising that even in the interstellar era, signing documents remained so straightforward. Naturally, Lee Xian understood that this simplicity was due to his low status. Had he held a higher rank, or if the contract were of greater significance, the process might have been more complex. As the signing approached, the requirements became more extensive, involving blood extraction, iris scanning, and even chip authorization, among a series of verification procedures. However, in the present moment, merely affixing one's signature and pressing a thumbprint sufficed. After finalizing the contract of servitude, Lee Xian exhaled a long, heavy breath and handed it over to Shirakawa. Observing Lee Xian's demeanor, Shirakawa gently shook his head and remarked, "Do not appear so reluctant. The opportunity one am offering you is extended solely out of consideration for your friendship with Bai Mu. To join the Blueprint as a formal employee is a coveted prospect, even if it entails residing in the war zone for a lifetime. Many would eagerly vie for it." Lee Xian, having composed himself, nodded in agreement, stating, "Uncle Bai is correct. This truly is a stroke of luck for me." There was no fault in Shirakawa's words. Finding a substitute for Bai Mu was not a daunting task. Even the stipulation of requiring a candidate with 8 years of fundamental military training and multiple accolades as an outstanding student for this specialized position did not pose a significant barrier. The 4-star sphere was not lacking in personnel. Thus, providing such an opportunity to Lee Xian was indeed an act of kindness from Shirakawa and Bai Mu. For Bai Mu, the prospect of securing a safer and more stable job before joining the Blueprint was a viable option, thus diminishing the allure of this position within the war zone. However, For others, including Li Xian, it represented a profoundly valuable contract for one's life. Shirakawa meticulously placed the contract into a briefcase. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Considering your recent demeanor, I believe it is imperative for you to deliberate carefully before proceeding with the injection. After all, administering the serum may not necessarily yield positive outcomes. Once the psychic stimulant is injected, it becomes something beyond your control. Personally, I would advise you to sell it. At the very least, this could enhance your living conditions. Observing the state of the room, Bai Chuan continued, it would certainly improve your household environment. Li Xian nodded and replied, Thank you, Uncle Bai. I will give it serious thought. Bai Chuan immediately discerned Li Xian's insincerity, but chose not to press further, instead rising with his son. Noticing this, Li Xian promptly opened the door. Outside stood a burly man, Li Zhuang, who appeared to be eavesdropping. It was no wonder that there had been no sounds of maintenance during their conversation. Upon seeing the door open, Li Zhuang hastily turned, feigning busyness. Li Xian regarded him briefly but said nothing further, instead escorting Bai Chuan and Bai Mu to the entrance. Bai Chuan remarked, Well, this is where we part ways. Certainly. Uncle Bai, Li Xian nodded in agreement. Bai Mu added, Goodbye, Li Xian. I hope to hear good news from you. Li Xian smiled faintly and replied, You shall only receive good news from me. Bai Mu's face brightened with a smile, and soon after, the father and son boarded their nearby vehicle. As the engine emitted a gentle hum, they departed. Li Xian watched the vehicle disappear into the distance, only turning away once the taillights were no longer visible. Upon turning, he discovered Li Zhuang standing a short distance behind him, gazing intently. Li Xian said little, instead making his way to his room, where he retrieved a carefully prepared box of medication and placed it into a black backpack. Observing Li Xian's intention to leave, Li Zhuang could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Do you truly intend to go to Hang in Defense? I've heard it's a combat zone. And with that medication of yours, can't you forego the injection? The success rate of spiritual energy injections is notoriously low, and the risks of failure are considerable. I still have your father's compensation in my card. Why not reconsider? It could suffice to help you find a wife. At that moment, Li Zhuang's demeanor had shifted from his usual intimidating presence to one of genuine concern, particularly as he clutched the card. The contract had already been signed. It was inconceivable that Li Xian would back out now. His father had passed away over a decade ago. Even if there were compensation, it should have long since been spent. You ought to keep the money for your own retirement. If it comes to that, find yourself a woman, Li Xian reassured him. Do not worry. I shall not be a failure. I will only succeed. Li Zhuang's complexion paled slightly, and though he mumbled in response, no words emerged. Given his temperament, expressing so much without losing his temper was a considerable feat. Li Xian gently patted Li Zhuang's shoulder and calmly remarked, Old man, you devoted your life to raising me, enduring the confines of this cramped repair shop, scrimping and saving to put me through school. I understand it has not been easy for you. Now that I have reached adulthood and graduated, while the repair shop is not without its merits, a lifetime spent here is not the life I desire. Since you have the means and no longer need to support me, why not seize the opportunity while that fellow is still capable and find yourself a woman? Perhaps you might even be blessed with a younger brother for me. Upon hearing this, Li Zhuang sighed and remarked, Your temperament is quite similar to your father's. However, you speak wisely. It is indeed time for me to cease spending on you. Tomorrow, I shall seek a woman. Chapter 4. The Psychic Center content with this exchange. Li Xian turned with a smile, slinging his black bag across his chest as he exited the repair shop. He strode forward confidently, while behind him, the heavily mechanical-limbed Li Zhuang approached the door. It was reminiscent of when Li Xian had watched the Bai Chuan father and son depart from this very spot. This man stood at the threshold, observing Li Xian's silhouette gradually fade into the distance, just as he had once watched another's figure recede. That man was Li Xian's father, and Li Zhuang's brother. Their departing forms bore an uncanny resemblance. With moisture gathering at the corners of his eyes, Li Zhuang gazed upon the two similar silhouettes, illuminated by the radiant starlight as they slowly vanished. It was only when Li Xian's figure turned the corner and disappeared entirely that Li Zhuang let out a deep, melancholic sigh. He turned to survey the repair shop that had been his home for so many years, tightened his grip on the card in his hand, and pulled down the shutter. Once the door was securely closed, he muttered to himself, Li Xian is right. It is indeed time for me to find a woman. Li Xian stepped out of the alley, letting out a soft sigh, and hailed a taxi to the Psychic Energy Center. Certainly, replied the driver, as the vehicle swiftly set off. Through the rearview mirror, the driver observed Li Xian and the bag resting against his chest. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Are you going to stimulate psychic energy?" Li Xian casually drew a handgun from his waist and placed it on his thigh, stating, "Ask what you must. Do not inquire further." The driver offered a somewhat awkward smile, casting a glance at the loaded firearm in Li Xian's hand, opting not to press the matter any further. Although this city was not particularly stringent regarding gun control, those who wielded firearms were still a rarity. The driver had no desire to ascertain whether Li Xian's weapon was genuine, nor did he wish to gamble on the possibility of it being loaded. As the journey continued, the car glided smoothly, the buildings and crowds outside rapidly receding. Li Xian directed his gaze out the window, passing a bustling construction site. The workers there were not solely human. The indigenous species known as the Kairu also toiled alongside them. This avian race, bipedal and flightless, possessed intelligence akin to that of humans. Following humanity's conquest of the planet, they had been relegated to the status of slaves and laborers, tasked with mining, construction, and perilous chemical work. Humans had even developed specialized tools tailored for their use, solely to enhance their work efficiency. The distance to his destination was no longer considerable. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt, and Li Xian retrieved a handful of coins to settle the fare before alighting. Standing before the imposing edifice, he tilted his head to gaze upon the towering structure. He turned his gaze around, letting out a faint sigh. This was the true essence of a city. In contrast, the area where he resided was merely a civilian district, bordering on the impoverished. Li Xian did not linger at the entrance for long, as the bustling crowd surged past him in a dense throng. The awakening of psychic abilities proved to be a formidable challenge for someone hailing from the lower strata. Yet for the city as a whole, it was far from insurmountable. Upon entering the building, even in his modest attire, Li Xian encountered no peculiar stares. Such diversity was commonplace here, with the affluent donned in opulent garments and the less fortunate clad in tattered clothing, all coexisting in this space. For the wealthy, the expense of acquiring stimulants for their psychic energies was but a trifling sum, while for the destitute, such an endeavor could represent the culmination of generations of savings. After passing through security, Li Xian was left with only a box of potions, as everything else was temporarily stored away. Above, a fleet of small flying robots guided all who entered, directing them to their respective destinations. Soon, a hovering robot approached Li Xian, and he raised his gaze to scrutinize it. It was a spherical device, devoid of any visible propulsion system, relying solely on the structure of the building for its flight. "Welcome, citizen," it proclaimed. "The assistant numbered 9527 is at your service. Please articulate your needs succinctly." Li Xian stated, "I require the use of psychic stimulation serum to activate my psychic abilities." The central red signal light of the circular robot flickered briefly and responded, "Your instructions are understood. Please follow me, and be mindful of the green dotted line on the floor." Subsequently, the robot turned and guided Li Xian towards a nearby elevator. Upon entering the elevator, the floor numbers illuminated rapidly. Li Xian gazed silently at the ascending number, 36, awaiting his arrival. Ding! With a crisp chime, Li Xian reached his destination floor, following robot 9527 as they proceeded forward. He was not alone on this floor. The entire row of elevators periodically opened, each time revealing an individual stepping out. Additionally, there were those emerging from the corridor, their strides unsteady. After navigating a lengthy corridor, the robot led Li Xian into a room after several twists and turns. As Li Xian entered, the door closed behind him. The room was strikingly minimalistic, approximately 15 square meters, furnished solely with an integrated alloy table and chair at its center. Nothing else adorned the space. Li Xian seated himself, and the 9527 robot lowered itself correspondingly. As the signal light below activated, a projection materialized upon the table, a contract. The civilian is advised to carefully read the risk disclosure contract and confirm its accuracy before signing. Li Xian gazed at the projected contract, which meticulously outlined all precautions following the stimulation of psychic energy, including the protocols for subsequent actions in the event of unsuccessful activation or failure. After thoroughly reviewing the document, Li Xian nodded and inquired, "Everything seems in order, but how am I to sign this? Please observe my signal light. Once the green light illuminates, kindly proceed to confirm the signing of the agreement." With that, the robot's green signal light flickered to life. "Confirm the signing of the agreement." Li Xian's calm voice resonated. Beep. Please retrieve the psychic energy stimulation agent and place it on the table for inspection. Li Xian promptly fetched the agent, assembling the syringe and related components before positioning them on the alloy-crafted table before him. As a light of shifting colors illuminated the space, the robot appeared to be scanning the vial of medication. When the light dimmed, the robot spoke again. Inspection complete. The target is the number 7 psychic energy stimulation compound. Purity at 35, classified as D1 level. Civilian, this agent is not recommended for use. The success rate for psychic stimulation is between 10 and 15. With a failure rate of 20 to 35 and a distortion probability ranging from 50 to 70. If you wish to proceed, please confirm again. Li Xian exhaled deeply. From the information he had gathered, D1 level represented the lowest grade of this agent, with anything inferior deemed as waste. Yet, he found himself devoid of options. This was the only agent available to him. Li Xian's gaze was serene as he declared, "Commence the injection." Chapter 5, Injection. Record the directive. The procedure for administering the number 7 psychic stimulation compound is now initiated. Please remove your upper garments. Upon hearing this, Li Xian disrobed his upper body. The mechanical entity 9527 descended slowly, extending 2 slender mechanical arms from its side, which then grasped the vial of serum. It hovered beside Li Xian, and with the aid of one arm's built-in nozzle, it sprayed alcohol for disinfection upon his neck. With a sharp hiss, the needle pierced Li Xian's skin, and the mechanical arm propelled the serum into his body. The moment the substance was injected, an indescribable sensation enveloped Li Xian, akin to a searing force surging within him. Citizen, the number 7 psychic stimulation compound will take effect within 1 to 3 minutes post-injection. Please prepare yourself mentally. Wishing you success in activating your psychic abilities. Li Xian gazed at the robot before him and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. I shall succeed. He refrained from uttering further words, instead sitting upright in the chair, closing his eyes and awaiting the arrival of his uncertain fate. For many, the quest to activate psychic abilities represents a perilous gamble. Even with the injection of the stimulating serum, not everyone can successfully awaken their latent powers. As per the documentation Li Xian had perused, even with superior compounds, the likelihood of failure remained significantly high. Once, he perused a statistical chart regarding the 7th psychic stimulation compound, which detailed the usage of the B2 level. The success rate was a mere 28, while the failure rate soared to 46, and the distortion rate reached an alarming 26. This was already considered a relatively effective agent. The BCD compounds were classified into 5 tiers, with level 1 being the lowest and level 5 the highest. The disparity between Li Xian's D1 level and the statistical B2 level was akin to comparing heaven and earth. They were separated by a staggering 12 levels. Not to mention the additional differences in other aspects. The probability of success for Li Xian was exceedingly low, the likelihood of failure was high, and the chances of distortion were even greater. Yet, he had no alternative. He was a transmigrator, having lived in the Blue Star in his previous life. The circumstances of his death remained a mystery, but during his life, he was merely a cog in the societal machine, working tirelessly only to return home to sleep. Having experienced the hardships of life at the bottom of society, Li Xian was determined not to remain in such a position in this lifetime. Furthermore, this world was unlike Blue Star. Even the lowest echelons of society there could indulge in some junk food, despite the abundance of technology and harsh realities. At least it had flavor. In contrast, the lower strata of society in this realm not only lacked safety in life but also suffered from tasteless sustenance. Li Xian had subsisted on industrially produced energy paste for over a decade. He had grown accustomed to it, yet that did not imply he relished it. He yearned to ascend to the pinnacle of life, to savor delectable food rather than subsisting on energy paste day in and day out. It was a choice between rising to prominence or succumbing to oblivion. Success was the only path available to Li Xian. However, as he pondered this, he began to sense something amiss. Why did those 3 minutes feel so interminable? In that moment, he realized with dismay that his body had become utterly immobile. As if ensnared in a rigid embrace, Li Xian was engulfed in confusion, cursing vehemently within his mind. Gradually, an unsettling warmth enveloped him, akin to a furnace igniting within his chest. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow, rising like wisps of white smoke, while droplets of perspiration coalesced upon his skin. This was his body's instinctive response, striving to cool him down. Otherwise, in such extreme heat, even interstellar humans could not endure for long. Should this state persist, his internal organs would surely succumb to the searing temperatures, and his mind would inevitably be compromised. Yet, none of this was within the conscious control of Li Xian. He could only rage impotently in his thoughts, even with all his might. He could merely induce a slight tremor in his fingers, while the rest of his body lay completely unresponsive. Within him, it felt as though a volcano was on the verge of eruption. Soon, he noticed small bulges forming on his arms, as if a multitude of tiny creatures were scurrying just beneath the surface. No, not one, but seemingly a dozen diminutive rodents were racing across his skin. This was merely what he could perceive, constrained by his inability to turn his head. Beyond his limited vision, there could lie even more horrors, far more terrifying. He even felt an itch upon his face, as a twisted appendage began to sprout from his visage. A tender, fleshy tentacle, its pinkish hue glistening, emerged vividly before his gaze. Li Xian's unyielding eyes were fixated on the undulating tentacle that writhed subtly before him. He roared within. Moreover, it is said that it will grow tentacles. In the room, the mechanical voice of Robot 9527 echoed. Alert! Alert! Civilian distortion detected. Preparation for distortion clearance. As 9527's voice resounded, the ceiling abruptly opened, revealing a massive electromagnetic rifle that emerged from above. At that moment, Li Xian seemed to regain a semblance of control over his body. He heard 9527's voice and anxiously lifted his gaze. However, this action consumed considerable time, and by the time he raised his eyes, he could already see the muzzle of the gun before him. It was an electromagnetic rifle with a caliber of at least 20 millimeters, although the caliber was somewhat excessive. It indeed resembled a rifle. As a military trainee, Li Xian also noted the equipment suspended beneath the rifle, a flamethrower. This was disastrous. A sudden thought flashed through Li Xian's mind. If he were to be shot in the head by such a caliber of electromagnetic rifle and then incinerated by the flamethrower, cleaning up this room would be a trivial task. No wonder this room was devoid of anything. Perhaps it was designed for ease of cleaning. Holding on to this thought, Li Xian widened his eyes in fury. He could not die, at least not in this confined space. He had yet to savor the delicacies of the Chuansua 4-star planet, nor had he ever experienced the taste of interstellar human women in his lifetime. I must succeed. Finally, Li Xian found his voice. It was intermittent, yet each word seemed to be a roar extracted from the depths of his being. Boom! A surge of electric arcs erupted from Li Xian's body, illuminating the room with a soft blue glow. The crackling sound resonated through the air, and in an instant, the unmistakable scent of ozone filled the space, a testament to the electricity that had scorched the atmosphere. Chapter 6. Level. Li Xian felt faint. However, the robot 9527 remained unaffected. As the sentinel of the psychic energy center, everything within this room possessed a degree of protection against psychic assaults, albeit modest. For someone like Li Xian, who had just activated his psychic powers, this level of defense was adequate against such minor attacks. The robot descended gracefully from the ceiling, hovering above the alloy table. Distortion alert. Deactivated. The robot remained still, patiently awaiting Li Xian's revival. At long last, after an indeterminate passage of time, the dazed Li Xian finally regained consciousness. Struggling to rise, he felt as though his very essence had been drained. This sensation was even more profound than the emptiness he had experienced in his past life after enduring successive blows. Gradually, he managed to sit upright in a chair. The robot utilized a scanner position below to examine Li Xian's condition. Congratulations, civilian. Your psychic energy has been successfully activated. Please follow me to the 21st floor to register your psychic information. Li Xian, still struggling to find his strength, replied, I lack the energy at the moment. Could we perhaps wait a little longer? The signal light of 9527 flickered momentarily, proclaiming, Commoner, upon examination, it is determined that your physical condition is merely an illusion caused by the depletion of spiritual energy. Your bodily functions are not in a state of fatigue. Please endeavor to commence movement. This will aid in mastering your spiritual energy and preventing distortion. However, despite this encouragement, 9527 lingered at the entrance, awaiting Li Xian. After absorbing the robot's words, Li Xian gained some understanding. Yet, comprehension alone did not render the resolution of his condition any simpler. After considerable mental fortification, Li Xian finally managed to rise unsteadily to his feet. Upon standing, he discovered, as the robot had indicated, that his physical capabilities had not diminished. In fact, he sensed a certain enhancement of his strength. Could this indeed be the corporeal transformation bestowed by the activation of spiritual energy? Li Xian pondered this as he donned his attire and followed the robot at a measured pace. Along the way, he encountered others ascending in a similar manner. Those who understood the situation regarded Li Xian with envious glances as he trailed behind the robot towards the elevator. For they were aware that such a state typically indicated a successful activation of spiritual energy. Those who had failed were likely lying in their rooms, awaiting the aid of the staff, while those who had succumbed to distortion had already been reduced to mere cinders. Li Xian paid little heed to the gazes of others. He stumbled into the elevator, watching as it gradually came to rest on the 21st floor. As 9527 escorted Li Xian out of the elevator, he noticed that this corridor was markedly less crowded than that of the 36th floor. Along the way, he encountered just two individuals, both of whom, like him, exhibited a stiff demeanor and unsteady gait. Following 9527, he entered a room that bore a striking resemblance to the previous one, characterized by its stark simplicity. The alloy walls, pristine floor, and the bare, integrated furniture created an austere atmosphere. He complied with 9527's direction and took a seat, awaiting further instructions. Please hold on. The current queue is extensive, with an estimated wait time of 23 to 27 minutes. With no alternative, Li Xian resigned himself to the wait, languishing in the chair with a sense of ennui. The room offered nothing to engage his attention. Even the prospect of finding something to occupy himself was futile. In the absence of any distractions, time seemed to crawl at an excruciatingly slow pace. He could only gently stretch and move his body, yearning to regain full control of his physical form. At long last, after an interminable 26 minutes, a section of the alloy wall slid open, revealing a woman clad in a silver uniform, accompanied by a wheeled robot of diminutive stature. Li Xian's gaze was instantly captivated by this woman, his eyes almost unwilling to break away. For someone like him, who had spent years in the impoverished districts of the city and endured 8 years of military training, it had been many years since he had encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. Are there women in the slums? Certainly. But they spend their days consuming nutritional paste and laboring tirelessly, leaving no time for self-care or adornment, making it improbable for any of them to possess an appealing appearance. Yet, the woman before me is a striking exception. Her complexion is fair, her features exquisite, and her figure is remarkably alluring. Even Li Xian, who has encountered numerous women enhanced by beauty filters in his previous life, cannot help but acknowledge that this is indeed a truly exceptional woman. The nameplate reads, M2D10 Assistant Supervisor, Gao Bingyan. The rulers of this city are the Blueprint Biotechnology Group, and all official institutions within the city are essentially subsidiaries of the group. The Psychic Energy Center, of course, also falls under the purview of the Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Within the group, there exists a rigorous hierarchy, beginning with the classification of job positions from M1. The contract Li Xian signed today signifies his entry into this group, with his designation being M1 in turn. Although it appears to be just one level below, the disparity in status within Blueprint is vast. Beneath the working levels in Blueprint Biotechnology Group, there exists a distinct employee ranking system. M1 is divided into 5 tiers, and M2 similarly comprises 5 tiers. As Li Xian joins the Blueprint Biotechnology Group as an intern, his full designation should be M1D1, or possibly M1E1. This is because the designation beginning with D signifies a psychic, while non-psychics commence their sequence from E. However, it is noteworthy that non-psychics can also hold high-ranking positions. It is said that there are M5 level non-psychics within the Blueprint group. However, relatively speaking, it is exceedingly difficult for a non-psychic individual to ascend to such a position. Thus, while it may appear that Li Xian and this woman named Gao Bingyan are merely separated by the M1 to M2 levels, in reality, there exists a disparity of 10 levels between them. In the rigorously stratified Blueprint Biotech Group, although rank does not equate to everything, such a significant gap in levels necessitates that he remains humble and cautious. Otherwise, if Li Xian's gaze were to irritate this woman, it may not immediately lead to trouble. However, should she perceive herself as slighted, then Li Xian could find himself in dire straits. Li Xian detests trouble above all else. Chapter 7. The active psychic energy across from him. Assistant Director Gao Bingyan had taken her seat directly opposite Li Xian. She was accustomed to the nature of Li Xian's recent gaze. She was well aware of her own beauty. Observing Li Xian now fixated on the tabletop, she regarded him as a perceptive young man. As Gao Bingyan settled in, an adjacent wheeled robot also moved closer. She casually retrieved a document from above and began to peruse it, glancing up at Li Xian once she finished. "Commoner, Li Xian," she stated. Only then did Li Xian raise his head and respond, "That's me." Gao Bingyan locked eyes with Li Xian for a brief moment before continuing. "I have reviewed your dossier. First and foremost, congratulations on activating your psychic energy. Thank you very much." Li Xian replied sincerely. He obediently followed this woman's instructions. As he placed his hand into the apparatus, he felt a surge of electricity coursing through his body. After a few moments of anticipation, the instrument emitted a sharp beep. After the instrument emitted a sound, Gao Bingyan activated the projection and meticulously studied the inspection report. After a short while, she looked at Li Xian with a smile and said, "Congratulations, Li Xian. You are fortunate. Your spiritual energy attributes are healthy and have reached level D2. With an overall active state of spiritual energy." "What does an active state of spiritual energy mean?" Li Xian inquired softly. Gao Bingyan explained. "An active state indicates that your capacity for enhancement will be relatively swift, suggesting that you will be able to adapt to a wider array of tasks. And your future prospects are promising." Upon hearing her words, Li Xian felt a surge of joy within. After organizing the instrument, Gao Bingyan turned to Li Xian with a serious expression and continued, "From this moment forward, you will no longer be an ordinary civilian. Your status will automatically change to that of a civilian spiritual energy user." Beside Gao Bingyan, a wheeled robot presented a hefty volume of materials. Li Xian glanced at it and immediately felt a tingle of apprehension. If this book contained the guidelines for spiritual energy users, reading it would undoubtedly be a daunting task. "I reviewed the process of your spiritual energy stimulation. You were able to utilize the most basic compound for spiritual energy stimulation, successfully activating your spiritual energy. This is your good fortune, but you must also bear the side effects that accompany this compound," Gao Bingyan stated slowly. "What issues might arise?" Li Xian pressed. "You nearly experienced distortion during the stimulation, correct? Although the distortion has now subsided, this does not imply it will remain absent throughout your life. You will need to contend with the specter of distortion. This is the fate of a spiritual energy user. Should you encounter the onslaught of chaos in your future endeavors or during your pursuit of spiritual cultivation, the specter of distortion shall inevitably resurface." Gao Bingyan succinctly elucidated this. "Is there truly no definitive method to eradicate distortion?" Li Xian inquired, his voice tinged with reluctance. Gao Bingyan shook her head in response. Li Xian pressed further. "If I were to utilize a superior, or even the utmost advanced spiritual energy stimulant compound, would that not preclude the emergence of distortion henceforth?" Upon hearing this, Gao Bingyan could not suppress a laugh. "What an amusing notion you possess," she remarked. "The incursion of chaos is not contingent upon the nature of the compound employed. All practitioners of spiritual energy shall confront such dilemmas. Distortion remains an ever-present latent peril accompanying every practitioner throughout their existence. However, we are equipped with biological intelligence chips, capable of continuously monitoring the degree of contamination within our bodies, allowing for prompt intervention when issues arise." After hearing this, Li Xian nodded silently, musing inwardly. Biological intelligence chip. This was not a term foreign to him. He had encountered it long ago, having learned of it from Bai Mu. Bai Mu had once conveyed that his brother, upon activating his spiritual energy, had implanted a biological intelligence chip, which significantly enhanced both his learning and professional endeavors. "I reviewed your records. It seems your family is unable to provide the necessary funds for the implantation of a biological intelligence chip?" Gao Bingyan inquired. Any ordinary young man, faced with such a question from a woman of divine caliber, might have felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, for Li Xian, who has lived 2 lives, these are merely trifles. He responded nonchalantly, "Indeed, I am without funds. Recently, the Psychic Energy Center has introduced a low-interest loan specifically for budding psychics to acquire biointelligent chips. What do you think? Are you interested?" Upon witnessing Li Xian's composure, Gao Bingyan regarded him with increased admiration. A loan? Li Xian felt somewhat bewildered. This concept was familiar to him. In his previous life, he had heard of opportunities to secure loans, but that chance had already slipped away. He had friends who managed to acquire numerous loans, and their subsequent lack of issues evoked a deep sense of envy within him. Indeed, it is a loan intended for the purchase of biointelligent chips, Gao Bingyan affirmed with a smile. You may not grasp the immense power of these chips. So let me simplify. Even the most basic biointelligent chip surpasses the performance of the military-grade computers you utilized during your training. Gasp. Li Xian inhaled sharply. Are military-grade computers powerful? Certainly. They are formidable, not merely in performance, but also in their durability and resilience. Most crucially, on the colonial planet of Guansuo IV, such computers are only available within official institutions. Non-official entities, regardless of wealth, are barred from accessing these machines. So would you like one? Gao Bingyan smiled. Akin to an enchanting siren, Li Xian had indeed signed a labor contract to serve in the war zone, and it remained uncertain whether he would survive. Thus, the issue of loan seemed trivial. Yet, he still posed a pivotal question. Should this loan become unmanageable, would a guardian be required to assume repayment responsibilities? Gao Bingyan shook her head and remarked, "This is a specialized loan for biological intelligence chips. You have no other purpose for it, and thus it cannot be transferred to another for repayment." Upon hearing this, Li Xian immediately responded without a hint of hesitation, "Bring it on. Which loan offers a greater sum? That is the one I desire. It seems you are indeed a person of remarkable decisiveness." Gao Bingyan chuckled softly and then gestured for the device, 9527, to project the information. Before Li Xian appeared two projections, presenting the details of two biological intelligence chips. D2 biological intelligence chip, military. D2 biological intelligence chip, research. Li Xian diligently perused the information regarding these chips and the respective loan amounts required. He initially assumed that the military chip would be the pricier option. However, to his surprise, the research chip commanded a higher price. The cost for the military chip was 540 energy coins, while the research chip was priced at 650 energy coins. The energy coin was a currency Li Xian had only heard of but had never actually utilized. It was only accessible upon joining the company. One energy coin represented a unit of tangible energy, holding considerable value. Wait, hold on. You actually signed the employment contract with the company? While Li Xian was engrossed in his reading, Gao Bingyan's exclamation startled him. At the mention of her words, an inexplicable sense of panic surged within Li Xian. If the labor contract for the war zone was uncovered, would this loan still proceed? Surely, no one would be willing to lend money to someone who could perish at any moment, right? Anxiously, Li Xian gazed at Gao Bingyan. Gao Bingyan smiled gently as she spoke. Having this employment contract with the consortium signifies an elevation in your credit rating, which in turn implies an increase in your loan limit. So what do you think? Are you interested in upgrading to a superior biological intelligent chip? At that moment, her voice resonated sweetly in Li Xian's ears. I must upgrade. Chapter 8. Biological Intelligent Chips, a Wise Choice. Gao Bingyan continued with a delightful smile. D4 Biological Intelligent Chip, Military. D4 Biological Intelligent Chip, Research. The tier of the chip remained unchanged, yet its classification ascended by 2 levels. Li Xian examined the attributes of the chip. This elevation in classification resulted in an approximate 18 enhancement in overall performance compared to the D2. Naturally, the improvement was not limited to performance alone. The price escalated as well. A mere 18 increase in performance brought the cost of the military chip to 940 energy coins, while the research chip was priced at 1,050 energy coins. The specifications of these two biological intelligent chips lay before Li Xian, and he almost instantaneously made his decision. Nevertheless, he took the time to peruse the details of both chips. Although he comprehended most of the terminology, he lacked a thorough understanding. As he was about to venture into the war zone to join a defense company, his options were limited to military chips. The military and research paths diverged significantly. Otherwise, Li Xian would have opted for the more expensive option. After all, the adage holds true. Inexpensive does not always equate to quality, but quality invariably comes at a higher price. Li Xian glanced at the repayment rate for the loan, which stood at an annual interest rate of 24. What a commendably compliant rate. The interest rate appeared rather grim to Li Xian, yet he found himself with no alternative. Pointing at the military-grade chip, he inquired, "Which one should I choose, and how should I proceed?" Gao Bingyan maintained her sweet demeanor as she responded, "Your choice is astute, given your destination. Opting for the military chip is indeed your wisest decision. Now, please peruse the loan agreement carefully. Once you sign, we can proceed with the implantation of the biometric intelligence chip." Upon hearing Gao Bingyan's words, Li Xian felt a jolt of trepidation, but he quickly composed himself. He meticulously examined the loan agreement, though it seemed futile, for the document contained thousands of clauses, many of which bore striking similarities. As he read, he felt as if he were succumbing to the fog of old age. After a cursory glance, he found no discrepancies and turned to 9527, saying, "Let us proceed with the signing." At that moment, he no longer needed to write. Instead, he simply aligned his pupils with the new signal light of 9527. Once the loan agreement was signed, Gao Bingyin's voice rang out, "Congratulations, Li Xian. Your loan has been approved. You are now eligible to purchase a military-grade intelligence chip." Despite her words, Li Xian could not quell his curiosity and asked, "Are you aware of my deployment to the combat zone, specifically to Heng'an security?" Gao Bingyin nodded. "Yes, I am aware. Your profile is relatively low in rank. I have access to nearly all your information." Li Xian pressed further. "Then why are you willing to grant me a loan? Are you not concerned I might perish there? Or do you believe I am relatively safe?" Li Xian inquired. Gao Bingyin, appearing nonchalant, replied, "Based on data analysis, you have a 25 chance of dying within the first 2 weeks of entering the combat zone, and a 44 chance of succumbing within the first month. Of course, this is merely data analysis," Gao Bingyin added gently. Before Li Xian could exhale in relief, she continued, "You might even perish sooner." Li Xian stared at her, dumbfounded, and then asked, "Then why would they still grant me a loan? Why not?" Gao Bingyin tilted her head slightly, gazing at Li Xian with curiosity. "If I die, won't the debt become worthless?" Li Xian furrowed his brow and questioned. "Indeed, it would be worthless. But what does that matter?" Gao Bingyin nodded. "Although I applied for the loan, the money isn't mine. It belongs to the corporation. If it becomes bad debt, it is the corporation's loss." Upon finishing her statement, her eyes crinkled with a smile. Li Xian was left speechless, unable to contain his admiration. "Well, truly remarkable." Gao Bingyin waved her hand dismissively and said, "All right, let us not waste any more time. My work here is done. Next, you shall accompany 9527 for the chip implantation." Having spoken, without waiting for Li Xian to respond, Gao Bingyin stood up and gracefully exited through the side's metallic door. Inside the room, the signal light of 9527 blinked. "Civilian, please follow me." Li Xian gazed longingly in the direction Gao Bingyin had departed, then at the hovering 9527. "Who wants to follow this robot? I want the beautiful lady." Though he harbored such thoughts, Li Xian nonetheless obediently followed the robot as they set off. Upon re-entering the elevator, their destination was the 65th floor. Exiting the elevator behind 9527, Li Xian was immediately struck by the potent scent of disinfectant permeating the air. It was evident that this floor was likely designated for surgical procedures. Guided by the virtual pathway provided by 9527, Li Xian ultimately arrived at an operating room. However, he had not yet truly entered the surgical chamber. Instead, he found himself in a sterilization area. A large glass barrier separated him from the actual operating room, which was filled with numerous instruments that were unfamiliar to him. "Please wait here, civilian. Medical personnel will arrive in 5 minutes. Wishing you a successful surgery." After delivering this message, 9527 ascended to the ceiling, where it awaited further instructions. Li Xian now had no choice but to patiently stand before the surgical bed. Fortunate that his wait was not prolonged. Before long, the alloy door to his side slid open automatically, and a team of medical staff clad in blue sterilization garments entered the operating room. Li Xian observed this group of 3 men, presumably doctors, and 2 women, who appeared to be nurses. One of the nurses approached him and said, "Civilian, please cooperate with my procedures." Subsequently, like a marionette on strings, Li Xian was thoroughly disinfected and changed under the nurse's direction. Once he lay on the bed and was completely anesthetized by the nurse, the surgery commenced. However, this was a scene Li Xian would not witness. The doctor skillfully made an incision on Li Xian's forehead, implanting a biologically intelligent chip the size of a fingernail into his brain. The procedure was lengthy, lasting approximately an hour. Upon completion, the doctor retrieved an instrument from the side to commence suturing Li Xian's forehead. Ultimately, with the aid of a spray and a flash of laser, Li Xian's forehead returned to its original state, rendering the surgical intervention nearly imperceptible. Chapter 9. The psychic chip. Li Xian awoke from a deep slumber, stretching languidly, feeling as though this was the most restful sleep he had experienced in years. As he fully regained consciousness and surveyed his surroundings, a wave of astonishment washed over him as he remembered his current location. He realized that he had bid farewell to his mundane past. Having signed the employment contract with Blueprint, activated his psychic abilities, implanted the biologically intelligent chip, and taken on a substantial loan, he now faced the burden of debt upon waking each day. The tranquil life he once knew had irrevocably faded away. He climbed out of bed, and the robotic assistant 9527 flew into view. Citizen, congratulations. Your D4 biologically intelligent chip has been successfully implanted. Please silently recite, activate chip. Embrace your intelligent life. Li Xian nodded at 9527, despite his uncertainty about why he was acknowledging a robot. Closing his eyes, he followed the robot's guidance, beginning to silently chant, activate chip. Ding. The military version of the D4 biological intelligence chip has been successfully activated. We express our gratitude for your support of Blueprint Biotechnology. Henceforth, I shall guide you into the realm of intelligence. Accompanied by the voice within, this chip is officially engaged. The chip requires your authorization on 13 matters. Yes or no? A familiar sensation washes over him. Li Xian feels as though he is downloading a new application from a past life. He opens the required authorization options, reads them carefully, and grants all permissions. Please assign an appropriate name for your chip. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xian silently decides, 0. Excellent. 0 is at your service. Shall we commence the introductory tutorial? Yes. With the step-by-step guidance of the chip, Li Xian gains a preliminary understanding of its functionalities. Further comprehension will likely unfold through his daily life and work. His insights regarding 0 can be summarized as follows. 1. Linguistic and translational abilities. Capable of instantaneously translating all languages documented within its linguistic database. 2. Enhanced memory and learning capabilities. The chip can download foundational and advanced knowledge from the database, facilitating the host's mastery of such information in a shorter time frame. 3. Cognitive assistance and decision support. It provides real-time information analysis, logical reasoning, and strategic advice in the face of complex tasks. 4. Security and privacy protection. It detects chaos erosion levels instantaneously, preventing unauthorized access and malicious tampering of data. 5. Instant communication and information sharing. Achieving seamless communication between soldiers and command centers, ensuring real-time transmission and sharing of battlefield information. 6. Skill enhancement and training. Providing soldiers with skill training, knowledge updates, and tactical drills based on combat demands. 7. Interconnectivity with multi-platform weaponry, facilitating connections with smart firearms and various combat vehicles, offering swifter operations. This is merely a glimpse of the information that Li Xian has gathered after briefly perusing the beginner's tutorial. In comparison to the entirety of the chip's capabilities, his understanding may still be somewhat superficial. Yet, even this limited knowledge has left Li Xian feeling profoundly impressed. As Li Xian opened his eyes, he realized that most functionalities would require gradual exploration in the time to come. The robot 9527 flew to Li Xian's side and said, "Civilian, congratulations. Your biological intelligence chip has been activated. Would you like to authorize a connection to the Psychic Center data network?" As the saying goes, a pillow arrives with sleep. Although the chip is remarkable, it currently exists in a freshly activated state. It has introduced its features, yet specific functions remain inaccessible due to a lack of network connectivity, preventing the download of necessary software and programs. Authorize. Please, grant the authorization. Li Xian eagerly awaited the opportunity to join the network, reflecting on how he had managed without a phone for so many years. Network connection successful. Accompanied by the chip's notification, various programs began to download. Please follow me to the rest area, 9527 guided ahead. Soon, Li Xian arrived at the lounge located on the 5th floor, where he observed several individuals adorned similarly to himself. It seemed that these two were contestants who had recently awakened their psychic abilities. Li Xian closed his eyes, summoning his psychic energy to perceive the chip nestled within his mind. In no time, as his psychic energy scanned the chip, he gained a deeper understanding of it. Unlike the chips used in computers, this biological intelligence chip relied on the body's inherent bioelectricity and psychic energy. Moreover, the chip had a considerable demand for psychic energy. 0. Calculate how long my internal psychic energy can sustain the chip's operation, he commanded. With a slight sigh, Li Xian reflected on the chip's merits, noting that its operational duration was regrettably brief. At that moment, he began to examine his body using the psychic energy he had recently mastered. The sensation the chip imparted was exceptionally intimate, as if it were woven from his very own psychic energy. Under Li Xian's attentive gaze, the chip began to take shape. Psychic energy chip implantation successful. Chip is self-replicating. D4 psychic energy chip activation successful. A series of notifications flashed through Li Xian's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. 0. What is a psychic energy chip? Li Xian could not help but inquire. Querying database. No retrieval target found. A sense of foreboding washed over Li Xian. If even 0 could not locate a target, it could only imply two possibilities. Either the database truly lacks this psychic chip, or 0's permissions are insufficient. However, neither of these scenarios bodes well. Is it not merely a single chip that was purchased? How is it that there appears to be a buy one get one free situation? Such an occurrence was never anticipated. Following a brief interlude of static, the two chips were temporarily separated. The D4 biointelligent chip has been successfully analyzed. 0 is at your service. Chapter 10. Contamination level 0 remains 0, yet it is no longer the 0 of your. From this moment forth, Li Xian's mind houses two chips. One, the biointelligent chip from Blueprint Corporation, and the other, his psychic chip. It appears that the biointelligent chip has yet to surpass the capabilities of the psychic chip. 0 has been infiltrated and assimilated by the psychic 0. The situation is rather intricate, yet the reality has irrevocably altered. Li Xian's expression is a tapestry of complexity. This could very well be a positive development, at least for the time being. The biointelligent chip, regardless of circumstances, is a creation of Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Upon its implantation, Li Xian's mind has become a shared domain, belonging not solely to him, but also to Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Now, with the chip born from Li Xian's own psychic energy having gained control over the biointelligent chip, a potential threat has been mitigated. Moreover, there is more to this. Li Xian's mind now harbors two chips. Is this not a double portion of joy? The original network authorization of 0 has been directly acquired by the psychic chip. Now, both chips are harnessing the network of the psychic energy center, rapidly downloading a plethora of knowledge to enhance their capabilities. How exhilarating. For Li Xian, the potential issues of this psychic chip in the future are of little concern. What truly matters is its efficacy in the present. The only drawback is that this psychic chip can merely replicate. It lacks the ability to innovate independently. Why replicate a D4 level chip? If only it could automatically upgrade to higher levels, such as C, B, or even a grade chips. Now that would be remarkable. However, from another perspective, having two chips is certainly superior to having just one. Whether it be download speed, operational threads, or the computational power they could provide in the future, it is indeed doubled. Li Xian feels elated. Could this be the long-awaited golden finger he has been yearning for over a decade? What a splendid boon. Yet, amidst his joy, Li Xian begins to earnestly utilize the chips to acquire more knowledge. His first focus is on pollution levels, which is one of the chip's vital functions, as it has been specifically categorized as a significant aspect. Both his performance during the activation of psychic energy and the previous remarks made by Gao Bingyan underscore the importance of distortion and pollution levels. At this moment, Li Xian is engrossed in studying the materials regarding pollution levels. Chaos and Pollution Level Report. This is the only document he can access that aligns with his permissions. Through this material, he enters a realm previously unknown to him, gaining a deeper understanding of the world he has inhabited for over a decade. Psychics. The favored children of human civilization, particularly during the era of interstellar expansion, now find themselves confronted with the most terrifying of phenomena following the advent of hyperspace. The universe has thus been bifurcated. One realm is the tangible universe inhabited by Li Xian, where stars shimmer brilliantly. The other is the shadowy dimension of hyperspace, a realm steeped in chaos. Within hyperspace dwell countless chaotic entities, among which the most formidable are the four malevolent chaos deities. However, due to insufficient clearance, Li Xian is unable to access information regarding these chaos deities, leading to a bypass of this segment and a transition to the subsequent section of the records. In the wake of hyperspace's emergence, all psychics became susceptible to the insidious encroachment of chaos. This vulnerability manifested dramatically during the era of interstellar exploration, when multitudes of psychics fell victim to chaos, ultimately degenerating into chaotic psychics or even chaos demons. Consequently, the vast cosmic expanse was plunged into a dark age, where slaughter and annihilation reigned supreme. As time progressed, humanity gradually discovered methods to combat the encroachment of hyperspace, thereby ensuring the survival of civilization. Among these innovations was the biological intelligence chip, a product of this tumultuous era. These chips, when implanted into the brain, establish a connection with psychic energy. Should the host's pollution levels exceed a critical threshold, indicating a potential descent into chaos, the chip alerts the host to take preemptive measures. Observing this, Li Xian employed the freshly downloaded program to assess his own level of chaotic pollution. Chaos pollution level, 32. This figure denotes a relatively high level of pollution. Once it reaches 50, the body will begin to exhibit deformities. At 75, the degree of distortion will intensify, culminating in a state of complete chaos at 100. After glancing at the pollution level, Li Xian endeavored to calm his turbulent emotions and inquired, 0, I have just activated my psychic energy. How could the pollution level be so elevated? The voice of 0 echoed within Li Xian's mind. Self-diagnosis in progress. Detection results indicate that the high pollution level is due to the host utilizing D1 grade psychic energy to stimulate compound 7, wherein the impurities of the psychic energy are excessively high. Recommended course of action: maintain a positive mindset, engage in the reading of uplifting literature, as the impurities within the body will commence excretion after 72 hours, ultimately being entirely eliminated within 712 hours. Upon hearing 0's analysis, Li Xian felt a measure of reassurance. The fact that the impurities could be expelled from his body was indeed comforting. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, how will they be expelled? 0 replied, through excretion. Li Xian slightly shook his head. Having anticipated a more dramatic process akin to what he had read in novels of his previous life, some form of purging or detoxification involving the expulsion of dark sludge from his entire being. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he recognized that the human body's most potent detoxification methods are indeed vomiting, urination, and defecation. At this point, Li Xian's capacity for acceptance had significantly heightened. Excretion seemed tolerable, far preferable to expulsion through the mouth. Finally, after sitting in silence for what felt like an eternity, Li Xian completed the download of all the necessary knowledge and programs. Fortunately, this was downloaded at the psionic center, eliminating the need to expend additional energy for the required network. Otherwise, with such a meager reserve, Li Xian would likely exhaust his energy within an hour. Moreover, the quantity of data that could be downloaded remained uncertain. Once the download was completely finished, Li Xian found no reason to linger any longer. He followed 9,527 downstairs and ultimately departed from the psionic center building. Standing outside, he gazed at the radiant stars on the horizon as dusk gradually enveloped the sky. Shielding his eyes with his hand, he observed the celestial bodies. The rotation period of Guanxua IV was 25 hours, and nightfall was approaching. The activation of his psionic energy had consumed nearly 3 days, primarily spent in unconsciousness following the activation and during the surgical process. Regardless of what fate awaited him, he felt a sense of joy. He had become a psionic practitioner, and the future might hold different possibilities. Chapter 11. Departure. The shop remained illuminated, casting light upon 2 figures. Li Zhuang and a woman stood within. From a distance, the woman exhibited distinct characteristics of the impoverished districts: dark skin, a cropped hairstyle, and an unremarkable physique. She appeared to be in her 30s, an ordinary woman. A smile adorned her face, mirrored by Li Zhuang, as if they were both filled with hope for the future. Li Zhuang, in his 40s, had lost his legs and relied on mechanical prosthetics. In a previous life, finding a partner would have presented considerable challenges. Yet, this was Guanxua IV. In this colonized world, amidst a destitute neighborhood, there exists a shop where a vital skill is practiced, signifying a stable future. Li Zhuang's quest for a bride appeared to have reached a gratifying conclusion. Li Xian, shrouded in darkness, observed this scene with a smile before turning away. The destination Li Xian was headed for was far from safe. It lay within a war zone. According to Gao Bingyin's data analysis, Li Xian faced at least a 50% chance of meeting her demise within the first month. As for the second month, she refrained from sharing, though it could be surmised that the data would not be favorable. Despite having become an adept of psychic energy, the loss of a psychic on this planet was hardly a momentous event. After Li Xian's departure, Li Zhuang seemed to sense a shift. He trudged heavily to the shuttered entrance, squinting at the spot where Li Xian had just stood. Yet, it was now devoid of any presence. Li Xian had long since vanished. "What are you looking at?" A woman's voice called from behind. Li Zhuang squinted but saw nothing, gradually extending his hand to pull down the shutter. Amidst the clattering sound, Li Zhuang's voice emerged. "Nothing. Closing early today?" He had no significant possessions at home, nor did he carry much money. However, he was about to join the Blueprint Biotechnology Group, and soon enough, he would possess everything he needed. After temporarily residing in a hotel, Li Xian lay on the bed, contemplating her psychic energy. Psychic energy is a peculiar phenomenon. Mastering it is not necessarily advantageous in most circumstances. At the very least, mastering psychic abilities significantly increases the likelihood of succumbing to chaos corruption. A slender arc of electricity flickered into existence at Li Xian's fingertips, a manifestation of his psychic prowess. Unlike the overwhelming discharge that had erupted during his awakening, nearly engulfing the entire room, this arc bore relatively modest destructive potential. Should it strike an ordinary individual, it would likely feel akin to a jolt from a stun baton. Moreover, the maximum distance this arc could traverse was merely a few meters, a limitation likely attributable to Li Xian's still nascent psychic capabilities. After engaging in experimentation with his abilities for a while, Li Xian ceased further attempts and opted to await the gradual restoration of his psychic energy. For a newly activated psychic, conducting experiments in an unoccupied room proved exceedingly perilous. Psychic energy is not akin to other forms of power once it manifests in the subspace. It is fraught with danger. When a psychic harnesses their abilities, they are not merely drawing upon their internal reservoir. It is as though they have opened a faucet in the subspace, channeling its energy. In this process, the psychic's essence becomes conspicuous, akin to a torch burning brightly in the night. Lighting a torch in darkness inevitably attracts moths to the flame. Similarly, the psychic soul, illuminated in the subspace like a beacon, draws the attention of other moths. Those terrifying chaotic demons, once they fixate on a psychic, leave only two possible outcomes. Either the demon is repelled, or the psychic meets their demise, their soul consumed, and their body usurped. Even though psychics possess immense power, enabling them to perform various feats such as casting psychic spells, manipulating life energy, altering cellular structures, healing allies, and vanquishing foes, they deliberately refrain from excessive use of their abilities. Each application of their psychic powers is akin to wagering their very souls. Engaging in such a gamble inevitably leads to loss over time. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to observe others partake in the gamble while abstaining from involvement. Concerning the methodologies for psychic training, the chip within Li Xian has also stored this information. However, all training techniques share a common prerequisite. They must be conducted within officially sanctioned training chambers. This ensures the utmost protection of the psychic soul. Should one attempt to train outside these designated areas and be apprehended, the penalties incurred are exorbitantly severe. As a newly initiated psychic, Li Xian is entirely disinclined to discover the true magnitude of these costs. With no means to train, Li Xian can only restore his psychic energy through sleep. At this moment, he yearns nostalgically for the time when he was under anesthesia, relishing the sensation of profound slumber. Nevertheless, with the advent of the chip, he finds solace in its capabilities. He commands the chip, activate sleep assistance function. 0. Receiving command. Sleep assistance function initiated. In a mere 2 minutes, Li Xian, who typically requires at least 10 minutes to drift into slumber, effortlessly succumbs to sleep. The biological intelligence chip is indeed a remarkable boon. Time swiftly passes, and the day arrives for Li Xian to register. Within the realm of biological intelligence chips, all pertinent information regarding Li Xian's employment had already been downloaded. Guided by the 0, he traversed the city and its streets, arriving at his destination, a similarly towering urban edifice. It was only within the inner circle of the city, at its very heart, that Li Xian could truly perceive the advancements of technological civilization. In the impoverished districts, his experience of technology felt disjointed. He could witness cutting-edge innovations while simultaneously observing individuals struggling for survival, reminiscent of a past existence. However, Li Xian had no time for reflection. As he gazed upon the signage adorning the building, he recognized it as the Defense Department of Blueprint Biotechnology Group, his designated reporting location for the day. The area was bustling with activity, with most individuals donned in the standard attire of company personnel, the uniforms of Blueprint Biotechnology. Some even wore powered exoskeletons, a detail particularly evident in the security personnel stationed at either side. Conventional firearms and even electromagnetic rifles would likely prove ineffective against such formidable armor. Chapter 12. Onboarding. Upon entering the building and registering at the front desk, Li Xian followed a similarly intelligent robot to the upper floors. As the elevator ascended, he soon arrived on the 28th floor. After entering a room, he took a seat to await further instructions. He was not kept waiting long. Nearly a few minutes passed before a man and a woman entered from outside. With the awakening of his psychic abilities, Li Xian's vision had sharpened significantly. A mere turn of his head allowed him to discern the name tags of the two newcomers. M1E5 Personnel Officer. Chang Jigua M2E2 Assistant Personnel Supervisor. Su Shanfang. It appears that both individuals are administrative staff within the Defense Department, neither of whom possess psychic abilities. Li Xian involuntarily straightened his posture. After Su Shanfang and Chang Jigua took their seats, each held a slender, lightweight device resembling a soft page of a book rather than a conventional computer. Su Shanfang spoke first, her face adorned with a professionally crafted smile. You must be Li Xian? Indeed, I am Li Xian. Now, let us formally commence the onboarding process. Li Xian eagerly nodded. Of course, where shall we begin? First, please complete these documents. Su Shanfang and Chang Jigua each handed Li Xian a set of forms to fill out. Half of the forms were on paper, while the other half required input on the slender device. The volume of information to be filled out and signed was quite substantial, encompassing numerous clauses. Li Xian discreetly issued a command to Zero. Please review these contracts for compliance. Command received. Thus, with the collaborative efforts of Li Xian and Zero, the terms of the contracts were swiftly analyzed. Only after confirming their validity did he commence the formal completion of the documents. Once Li Xian had filled out all the required paperwork, Chang Jigua retrieved a large box. He stated, "Please accept this onboarding gift package, which includes 2 company uniforms and a smart wristband." Thank you. Li Xian promptly extended his hand to receive it. Li Xian followed the instructions and donned a black wristband, subsequently authorizing the chip to connect with the smart device. Once everything was in place, he noticed Su Shanfang and Chang Jigua sitting upright. Su Shanfang spoke, "Commoner Li Xian. First and foremost, congratulations on your official induction into the esteemed family of Blueprint Biotechnology Group." With that, both Su Shanfang and Chang Jigua extended their hands and lightly applauded. Thank you. Joining Blueprint Biotechnology Group has been a long-held aspiration of mine, Li Xian expressed with genuine delight. We have reviewed the employment contract you signed. Upon joining the group, you will initially serve a 6-month internship, and your designation is M1E1 Intern Specialist. However, according to our records, you have now activated your psychic abilities, thus elevating your position to M1D3 Intern Specialist. Your remuneration will be 40 energy units per month. According to the employment contract, M1D3 Intern Specialist Li Xian, you will be assigned to Heng'an Defense Company within 7 working days of your onboarding. Su Shanfang concluded the briefing with a renewed smile directed at Li Xian. After absorbing all the information, Li Xian pondered, am I allowed to request a transfer? In truth, he was not particularly concerned about employee level or salary. The only point that troubled Li Xian was the dispatch to Heng'an Defense. Regardless of its feasibility, it seemed harmless to inquire. After hearing Li Xian's question, Su Shanfang maintained her smile and even nodded in agreement, saying, if possible, I would suggest you consider a transfer. After all, you are new to the job, and being sent to a war zone is indeed perilous. Shall I assist you in applying for a transfer? Li Xian, incredulous, asked, is it truly possible? Su Shanfang smiled and affirmed, absolutely. However, I must caution you that the application and approval process, as well as the subsequent operations, will require time. How much time? A flicker of unease crossed Li Xian's mind. The procedure for employees to transfer positions necessitates approval from a senior HR manager at the M4 level. I will submit your transfer application report within 14 working days, and my supervisor at the M3 level will review this application report within 7 to 30 working days before forwarding it. Ultimately, the M4 senior HR manager will approve the document within 14 to 60 working days upon receipt of the report. If the approval for your transfer is granted, you will soon be able to join a new department. Upon hearing this lengthy process, Li Xian felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The planet Guansuo IV has a rotation period of 25 hours, and the concept of a working day is derived from the orbital period of the cradle of human civilization. Blue Star. Every 25 hours constitutes a working day, comprising 8 hours designated for labor and 17 hours allocated for rest, according to Su Shanfang's calculations. Even if the approval process were completed, it might take an additional 2 to 3 months. If Li Xian were to encounter misfortune, he might find himself, months later, in a position where his bones could be used as a percussion instrument. Although Li Xian inwardly cursed the lethargic demeanor of these bureaucrats, his expression remained unchanged. With a smile, he remarked, Upon reflection, my assignment to Hung in defense is indeed a commendable opportunity. I am like a brick. Wherever the group requires me, I shall be moved. I have decided against transferring. I will proceed to Hung in defense. What a pity, Su Shanfang sighed, gazing at Li Xian with a hint of regret. I had already begun drafting your transfer application. You have truly gone above and beyond, but I have resolved not to transfer. And I do not wish to trouble you with the subsequent procedural steps for my transfer, Li Xian sincerely stated. Choosing not to transfer is indeed a wise decision. Su Shanfang nodded in agreement. Your work location is at Hung in defense, and I personally recommend that you head there at your earliest convenience. What are your thoughts? Li Xian tightened his fist beneath the table, but, considering the necessity of humility in such circumstances, he replied, Your suggestion is profoundly reasonable. I am eager to contribute to the group. Su Shanfang's smile broadened, and she responded, I believe you will make an excellent employee. Chapter 13. The Big Belly Bird on the Day of Employment. Li Xian had seamlessly transitioned from a commoner to a corporate employee, remarkably achieving the status of an M1D3 level intern, a commendable leap of 2 ranks upon his entry. In the comfort of a stable position, he would have been elated to the point of sleeplessness that very night. Alas, fate had other plans, as he was destined to report to Hang in defense. An unfortunate turn of events. At this moment, Li Xian found himself within a military base. Guided by the chip, he arrived at the boarding entrance of a transport vessel. His appearance had transformed. He now donned the uniform of the Defense Department, a sleek black ensemble. The uniform was impeccably tailored, accented with white piping that highlighted his already striking physique, rendering him even more formidable. Wearing his personal employee badge, Li Xian stepped aboard the transport vessel. Upon the chip's verification, he learned that this vessel was a Pelican-class transport ship, officially named the Big-Bellied Bird Pelican-class transport ship. The name prompted even Li Xian to marvel at the brilliance of its nomenclature. Upon entering the transport vessel, Li Xian followed the directions of the staff and took his designated seat. This was not a solitary chair. Rather, it was relatively spacious, surrounded by rows of similar seating. Before long, more individuals boarded the vessel, resembling Li Xian yet distinctly different. These were soldiers, likely seasoned veterans, clad in standard urban camouflage uniforms. Their backs burdened with oversized military backpacks, clearly laden with their equipment. These soldiers also belong to Blueprint Biotech. Yet they are under the auspices of the Defense Department within the organization. Their formal designation among the staff is M1F0. Strictly speaking, they cannot be considered official employees of Blueprint, as even the most ordinary intern at Blueprint holds the rank of M1E1. These individuals are soldiers, mere expendables, and irrevocably relegated to the status of non-promotable resources. Their ranks may only ascend within the F classification, and they cannot attain officer status unless they undergo extensive training at a military academy. If we follow the conventional pathway, should Li Xian aspire to join Blueprint, the most probable avenue would be through the Defense Department. However, that position is fiercely competitive, and he may have to endure many years bearing the F designation before he could truly become a member of the organization. Even with 8 years of foundational military training commencing from his youth, his initial entry would still place him at the F level, which at best equates to a non-commissioned officer, far from being an officer. Aboard this Pelican transport vessel, approximately 200 soldiers gradually boarded, and the influx finally began to subside. Nonetheless, the transport had yet to embark and was still bustling with activity. Beneath their seats lay a cargo space currently laden with various supplies, including weapons, ammunition, and even vehicles. The Pelican transport boasts considerable capacity, capable of accommodating a battalion of over 300 soldiers along with their requisite gear. Based on Li Xian's conjecture, it is likely that the cargo below consists of weaponry and equipment designated for these soldiers, with possibly a portion allocated for supplies to Hung in defense. However, these matters are of little concern to Li Xian at present. He possesses nothing but his own skin. The soldiers nearby are equipped with standard-issue rifles and handguns, armed to the teeth, while he remains utterly unarmed. Although his rank surpasses that of the soldiers beside him, as a newly promoted and somewhat inexperienced psionic, he would likely be easily overpowered in a confrontation. The rifles in the soldiers' hands are standard electromagnetic rifles, specifically the V12 model. These weapons utilize metallic projectiles that are accelerated through electromagnetic rails within the firearm, yielding a firepower several times greater than that of conventional firearms. During his time as a military trainee, Li Xian had also wielded such weaponry and possesses a commendable understanding of its capabilities. The soldiers are additionally outfitted with basic armor, which, based on the Xion's discerning eye and chip recognition, appears to be the Red Seal Individual 2 armor. This is a type of semi-protective armor, despite its designation. It offers substantial protection to the body's vital areas. Crafted from E-class military composite alloy, the torso is completely shielded, and the thighs are similarly protected by greaves made from the same material. This set of armor is impervious to conventional firearms, though it does not account for the onslaught of heavier artillery. Given its strength and comfort, even the V-12 electromagnetic rifle would require multiple consecutive hits to penetrate the armor. Certainly, being struck by an electromagnetic gun, even without penetration, is far from pleasant for soldiers. The immense kinetic energy is sufficient to send them flying. Even with the cushioning of armor, the fracture of bones is a commonplace occurrence. Observing these soldiers, clad in formidable gear, Li Xian felt a tightening in his chest. The cost of their equipment is not trivial. It is undoubtedly far more expensive than the soldiers themselves. Judging by their appearance, they are likely in the same predicament as Li Xian, part of the expendable forces sent to support Hung in defense. Indeed, they are but cannon fodder. On the colonial planet Guansuo IV, even when donned in individual combat armor, these infantrymen remain mere pawns in the grand chessboard of war. Despite the frontline battles currently being shielded from orbital assaults due to the cosmic subspace storm, heavy vehicles from both sides abound, including various heavy artillery, multifunctional armored vehicles, tanks, aircraft, and even mechs. In the presence of such mechanical constructs, the role of infantry is significantly diminished, yet the toll of life exacted is exponentially increased. War, when observed from a distance, seems effortless. However, to truly immerse oneself in its chaos is undeniably far from a glorious affair. Of course, for those in high positions commanding from the rear, such considerations are moot. They only reap the benefits. If the front line emerges victorious, they bask in the accolades. Conversely, should they suffer defeat, even if all infantry perish, the commanders at the back remain unscathed, free to summon more soldiers to the fray. Buzzing, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the Pelican-class transport vessel's engines, this colossal mechanical marvel ascended, forging ahead into the distance. After a brief period of tension, the transport vessel entered a state of smooth flight. Attention, all units. I am the captain of this transport vessel. The giant bird has taken off. We shall spend a delightful 13 hours and 25 minutes aloft together. Now, let us get excited, shall we? Chapter 14. I shall pilot the mecha. Accompanied by the thunderous sounds of heavy metal music reverberating within the transport vessel, after nearly 13.5 hours of flight, Li Xian and his companions finally arrived at their destination. Time indeed flies. Unbeknownst to them, they had already enjoyed a splendid 13.5 hours together. The destination, Military Base Number 3 of Hung in Defense, has been reached. Everyone, please disembark from the giant bird in an orderly manner. If possible, I hope to have the pleasure of welcoming you aboard my giant bird again next time. As the captain of the giant bird continued his lengthy announcements, Li Xian descended from the side staircase. The soldiers within the transport vessel had already begun to line up below. While on board, they had engaged in boisterous banter and even criticized the captain for the unappealing music. However, upon arriving at the military base, they fell into a profound silence. Behaving quite obediently, each soldier was laden with various bags, waiting in line. Not knowing where to go, Li Xian stood alone beside the soldiers. Boom. Accompanied by the roar of engines, two multifunctional off-road vehicles arrived before the gathered crowd. With a shrill screech of brakes and a plume of thick black smoke, the vehicles came to a halt. Li Xian looked up and noticed that a total of 5 individuals occupied the two vehicles. The 2 drivers were clad in the attire of ordinary soldiers, while the other 3 appeared more akin to officers. Once the trio disembarked, 2 of the officers approached the soldiers to commence the process of receiving personnel and replenishing equipment. The remaining officer made his way to Li Xian. Li Xian promptly assumed a standard military stance, awaiting the arrival of what could potentially be his commanding officer. The officer approached, a man seemingly in his 30s, from whom Li Xian could distinctly sense the aura of psychic energy. M1D3 in turn, Li Xian? The officer inquired, though phrased as a question, his tone bore certainty. Sir, I am Li Xian. I'm aware you are part of the organization, but this is a combat zone. Ensure you conceal your identification badge properly. The officer admonished with a furrowed brow. I am the M2 staff officer from the base, Gao Yang. From today onward, you will join the Blueprint Dispatch Army. Yes, sir. Follow me. Gao Yang turned and led Li Xian to the vehicle. After exchanging pleasantries with the two accompanying officers, he departed with Li Xian. After several minutes of travel, the vehicle halted before a 5-story building. Gao Liang strode into the edifice with purpose, while Li Xian observed that his demeanor seemed rather unfavorable, leaving him hesitant to initiate conversation. Along the way, they encountered numerous uniformed personnel who saluted Gao Liang, while several others paid their respects to Li Xinhong, who followed closely behind him. The journey was silent as Li Xinhong accompanied Gao Liang into an office. The decor of this office was relatively austere, with alloy walls and a matte finish, devoid of any peculiar embellishments. Gao Liang saluted a man in military uniform, who appeared to be in his 30s, and addressed him, "Supervisor, the individual has been brought in." The officer nodded and replied, "All right, you may leave now." "Yes, sir." With that, the office was left with only Li Xinhong and the officer seated behind the desk. After a brief pause, the officer lifted his gaze and spoke. "Li Xinhong? I am the M3 Defense Supervisor of the Dispatch Army, Lu Quan." "Greetings, Commander." Li Xinhong promptly saluted and exclaimed. Lu Quan, seated behind the desk, retrieved a document. With a mere glance, Li Xinhong surmised that it was indeed his file. After perusing it for a moment, Lu Quan set the document down and looked at Li Xinhong, saying, "I have reviewed your file. You are quite the fortunate replacement. How do you feel about being dispatched to a perilous war zone so soon after joining the group?" "Report, Commander. I feel no particular sentiment. Joining the group is my fortune, and even though this is a combat zone, I shall dedicate myself to my duties." Lu Quan nodded and remarked, "It is best that you think this way. I reviewed your credentials. You have spent 8 years as a military trainee, primarily focusing on the fundamentals of infantry and armored unit command. Am I correct?" Li Xian. "Indeed." Lu Quan gazed at Li Xian for several moments, then pondered before responding, 8 years of military training, yet you have never formally entered the ranks. Now, as part of the dispatch troops at the Hungan Defense Base, you find yourself among seasoned soldiers. As a newcomer, it may be challenging for you to gain their respect. You are fortunate, as I am currently in need of personnel. Thus, I present you with 2 options. Li Xian remained silent, patiently awaiting Lu Quan's continuation. Lu Quan stated, "The first option, based on your expertise, is to assign you to the 2nd Infantry Battalion, where you would temporarily serve as a company commander or alternatively, within the armored units as a platoon commander. The second option, given your status as a psychic, allows you to join the Mecha Support Division, operating a D-Class mecha, thereby becoming a D-Class Mecha Support Specialist." Upon hearing Lu Quan's words, Li Xian's heart raced uncontrollably, nearly doubling its pace in an instant. Having trained for 8 years, he had acquired knowledge of infantry tactics as well as armored strategies, thus possessing a profound understanding of both branches. Without that dispatch contract, he would have only been able to serve as a non-commissioned officer, perhaps merely as an infantry squad leader. Now, armed with a formal contract and having become a psychic through the aid of medication, Li Xian finally found himself fortunate enough to ascend to the rank of officer. The commander of an infantry platoon is typically capable of leading approximately 3 combat squads, totaling around 30 individuals. However, in the midst of battle, regardless of Li Xian's marksmanship, agility, or command prowess, he remains but a mere pawn in the greater scheme of warfare. Conversely, the commander of an armored platoon can oversee about 4 armored vehicles, which may include tanks or armored personnel carriers. In combat, this role is slightly more advantageous, classifying them as resilient pawns. In the age of interstellar conflict, both offensive weapons, the spear, and defensive tools, the shield, have undergone significant advancements. Infantry can be swiftly obliterated by a single tank shell, reduced to a fresh pulp, while tanks and armored vehicles themselves may face devastating penetrations from individual weaponry, incinerating their crews like tender roast pigs. The mecha, formerly known as the mobile battle armor, represents a truly esteemed profession. With high defense, formidable weaponry, and an undeniable aesthetic appeal, mecha pilots stand apart. Although the so-called D-class mechs, as described by the ground forces, still qualify as advanced fodder on the front lines, their survival rates are markedly superior compared to those of infantry and armored commanders. Had Li Xian enlisted as an infantryman or an armored soldier, his chances of survival in the war zone would indeed align with Gao Bingyan's grim predictions. Yet, should he become a mecha pilot, his survival rate would likely increase by a significant margin of 20 to 30%. Coach, no. Commander, I wish to pilot a mecha. Chapter 15. Allocation. Lu Quan nodded, stating, a wise choice. As a novice, Even if you were truly placed in the position of a commander, even leading a mere platoon of infantry, I would harbor concerns regarding your capability to lead effectively. Consider yourself fortunate. Recently, the mechanized division has suffered considerable losses. Otherwise, you would not have been afforded this opportunity to join. Seize this chance. However, I have not yet learned the method of piloting a mech. It shouldn't be too significant, right? Lexian stammered. It is indeed significant. Yet, the past few days have been relatively stable. The ability to master mech piloting is not as daunting as one might imagine. I will grant you time to swiftly acquire the necessary skills. Lu Quan spoke with an air of seriousness. Of course, I too hope you master piloting quickly. For war will not pause to accommodate your gradual learning. Once the flames of conflict ignite, even if you have not yet learned, you must still participate in battle alongside the troops. Yes, Commander, I will certainly learn to pilot a mech as swiftly as possible. Lexian felt an overwhelming urge to assure, for he must not be reassigned to another position. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Quan declared, I shall find you an instructor to expedite your learning. Thank you, Commander. Lu Quan activated his smart wristband and called out, Summon Li. No. Bring Jiang Lu to me. Shortly thereafter, a robust man entered, appearing to be around 30 years of age. Supervisor, you called for me? The man named Jiang Lu approached the desk and saluted. I have summoned you to share some good news, Lu Quan remarked with a smile. What good news? Jiang Lu inquired, his face reflecting the same cheerful demeanor. Your combat team has suffered significant casualties. Allow me to supplement it today, Lu Quan remarked with a smile. That's splendid. Is it him? Jiang Lu exclaimed with delight, turning to inquire of Lexian. Noticing the attention, Lexian quickly donned a congenial smile and nodded emphatically. If all goes as anticipated, this Jiang Lu is indeed the mentor Lu Quan has procured for him. Setting aside other considerations, it is undoubtedly wise to curry favor promptly. Lu Quan cleared his throat and confirmed, indeed, it is he. However, he is a novice and currently lacks the ability to operate a mech. You will need to exert yourself to teach him. A novice? What skills does he possess? Jiang Lu frowned, scrutinizing Lexian. Boss, I understand I may have displeased you, but you cannot expect me to train a complete rookie. Jiang Lu erupted in frustration, his hands pressed against Lu Quan's desk, nearly showering Lu Quan with spittle. With a sigh, Lu Quan replied, It is an unavoidable circumstance. The losses have been considerable. Apart from your team, none are at full strength. We are uncertain when reinforcements will arrive. A rookie is still a soldier. At the very least, he contributes to our numbers. Which is preferable to having no one at all, is it not? Boss, if you could provide me with a rookie who can operate a mech or an experienced infantryman, that would be more manageable. But this one is a novice who cannot pilot a mech, and you're expecting me to train him and take him into battle? Are you trying to send me to my demise? Jiang Lu lamented bitterly. Lu Quan's expression turned stern as he declared, This soldier, whether you want him or not, you must accept. I am assigning this new recruit to you out of respect for our long-standing friendship. The next opportunity for reinforcement remains uncertain. And your team of 4 is now reduced to 2. Will you two be heading into the next mission unprotected? Jiang Lu was rendered speechless by Lu Quan's words. Lu Quan continued, If you truly refuse, I shall allocate him to Old Li instead. But let me be clear. The timing of the next new recruit's arrival is entirely unpredictable. Sighing deeply, Jiang Lu, with a look of resignation, finally conceded, Very well, I will accept this soldier. Good. He is now yours, so take good care of him. Lu Quan instructed. Yes, boss. Jiang Lu saluted. Lu Quan then turned to Lexian, saying, From today onwards, you shall join Jiang Lu's operational team and learn diligently from him. Yes, sir. Lexian quickly saluted as well. As they exited Lu Quan's office, Lexian followed Jiang Lu closely. Throughout their journey, Jiang Lu maintained a grim silence, leaving Lexian hesitant to speak, fearing any misstep might provoke his ire. Eventually, their footsteps halted before a large building. Jiang Lu turned to Lexian, his stern countenance beginning to soften, yet still retaining an air of seriousness. What is your name? Soldier? Lexian promptly saluted and exclaimed loudly, Master, I am Lexian. Jiang Lu furrowed his brow and replied, Do not call me master. Very well, master. Lexian obediently responded. Jiang Lu's frown deepened to the point where it seemed he could crush a fly with it. He waved his hand dismissively and said, Call me what you wish, but I am not your master. Indeed, master, Lexian continued to shout. Having lived 2 lives, Lexian understood that he must not be timid at this moment. When it is time to address someone as master, one must do so. If he encounters a benevolent person, he would consider himself fortunate. Conversely, if he were to face a tyrannical leader, such address might evoke a semblance of compassion, potentially softening the blows, should it come to that. You have officially joined our team today, Zhang Lu continued as he opened the alloy gate. We are the special forces dispatched by Blueprint Biotechnology Group to Hungan Defense, specifically the Mobile Armor Support Unit. From this moment forth, you will be my team member, belonging to the 5th Squad of the Special Forces Mobile Armor Support. Yes, Master. The 5th Squad is typically composed of 4 mechs, each operated by a pilot, with a supporting team of auxiliary soldiers assigned to each pilot, along with a mechanics repair team. However, at present, apart from myself, there is only one veteran pilot named Feng Dai. The other 2 pilots of the 5th Squad have perished in prior battles, and your arrival serves to fill the void left by one of them. Upon hearing this, Li Xian quietly inquired, Master, was it not stated that the survival rate of mecha pilots is exceedingly high? How then can there be such significant battle losses? A high survival rate, indeed, must be contextualized. When compared to the plight of infantry, the mecha pilots undoubtedly enjoy greater odds. Yet, no matter how elevated, a D-class mecha is not infallible. When fate decrees, one must inevitably meet their end. As they spoke, Zhang Lu had already led Li Xian out of the dim corridor and into the grand hall. In the distance loomed 4 colossal war machines, causing Li Xian's breath to slow in awe. This was the Mecha Combat Unit. Chapter 16. The short sword attendant. It became evident that this immense structure housed the mecha storage. Under the illumination, the 4 formidable battle mechas stood steadfast. At this moment, Li Xian's identity had been updated to M1D3 trainee mecha pilot, Li Xian. Consequently, his permissions had been automatically adjusted. As his gaze fell upon the foremost mecha, the chip instinctively began to retrieve information, unveiling the details of this particular unit. It was a D-class mecha, designated as the short sword attendant. Standing at a height of 13 meters, this anthropomorphic mecha featured the pilot's cockpit situated within its chest, a region fortified with the mecha's most robust armor. The standard operational speed of the mecha was 80 kilometers per hour, while its combat maneuvering speed reached up to 65 kilometers per hour. The weaponry system of the short sword attendant was exceptionally formidable. Designed modularly, its left arm could be equipped with a 6-barrel 20mm caliber machine gun, alongside options for a 120mm electromagnetic cannon, an 85mm plasma cannon, or a 55mm laser cannon. Each type of weapon corresponds to a distinct combat scenario, allowing for timely modifications based on the tasks at hand and the adversaries anticipated before a battle. The right arm of the short sword squire is equipped to wield close combat weapons such as a power hammer, power sword, power polearm, or even a chainsaw sword. Additionally, 2 missile pods or rocket launchers can be affixed to the shoulder of the short sword squire, enabling aerial strikes or unleashing formidable ground firepower. Not only is the short sword squire formidable in offense, but its defense is equally robust. Its body armor is constructed entirely from D-class military-grade composite alloy, capable of withstanding attacks from various calibers of weaponry. For instance, even its own 120mm electromagnetic cannon requires at least 3 rounds to breach this alloy armor. This is merely the foundational protection of the short sword squire. Thanks to its modular design, the pilot can attach composite armor before combat, trading reduced mobility for enhanced defensive capabilities. Beneath the pilot's feet lies a unique device within the chest cavity, the void shield generator. This apparatus can synergize with psionic energy to manifest a void shield, augmenting the short sword squire's defensive prowess. The void shield envelopes the entire frame, and through the activation of psionic energy and the internal energy supply of the mech, it can divert enemy ranged attacks into subspace, thereby achieving an enhancement of the short sword squire's defensive capabilities. However, the void shield is not omnipotent. It possesses a maximum threshold of resistance. Should the intensity of the enemy's assault exceed this limit, or should attacks be delivered in a concentrated manner, the shield may become overloaded. Once the void shield is overloaded, it temporarily loses its defensive capabilities. Furthermore, the void shield is ineffective against melee attacks or any projectiles that penetrate its interior. In essence, while the void shield can defend against the vast majority of ranged assaults, it is primarily effective against energy weapons or high-velocity ammunition. It offers little resistance to slower projectiles or close-quarters combat. Nevertheless, The advent of the Void Shield significantly enhances the battlefield survival rate of the Shortblade Guardians. These Guardians lack a head, as they are not true humans. Being mechanized entities, they do not require a distinct head as a vulnerable target. The pilot resides within the torso of the mech, where the primary systems are also housed. The mech's energy is derived from a subatomic microfusion reactor located at its rear. By supplementing the mech with solid energy units, one can extend its combat endurance. This is particularly crucial when utilizing plasma cannons, laser guns, or electromagnetic artillery, as these weapons consume energy at a considerable rate. Energy is the linchpin of the mech's operation. Without it, the mech loses its mobility and merely becomes a humanoid-shaped sarcophagus. Generally speaking, mechs do not typically face concerns regarding energy shortages. A single infusion of energy suffices to ensure their operational endurance for over half a month. As Li Xian gazed upon this mech, accompanied by the information provided by the chip, his horizons broadened. Under ordinary circumstances, the existence of mechs appears unnecessary. To conceive a genuine instrument of warfare, one must acknowledge that bipedal stability is lacking, while multi-legged designs are overly complex. To adapt to all-terrain combat, the optimal solution remains the tracked vehicle. Human-like forms present a larger target area, and their elevated center of gravity renders them prone to tipping. Thus, it is preferable to keep their stature as low as possible. If weapons are wielded in a manner reminiscent of Gundam, it seems rather excessive. It is far more prudent to integrate weaponry into the vehicle itself. Consequently, when these elements are amalgamated, one ultimately realizes that the design culminates in a tank. However, the relentless progression of the era perpetually puzzles weapon designers. By a stroke of serendipity, the Void Shield was developed, a defensive apparatus mounted on large vehicles, which transformed the nature of warfare. As a more formidable shield emerged on the battlefield, a corresponding spear of equal might had yet to materialize. Astute designers swiftly capitalized on the limitations of the Void Shield, employing melee weapons that could circumvent its defenses. Thus, humanoid mechs were born, piloted by psychics, capable of wielding an array of powerful ranged weaponry, equipped with void shields, and employing various energy-based melee weapons. The advent of psychics and the void shield shifted the title of the king of land warfare from tanks to the agile battle armor. No, it is not merely the king of land warfare. It would be more accurate to declare it the sovereign of war. Within the void, mechs can indeed wield formidable power. Of course, tanks have not been rendered obsolete, just as infantry has not been supplanted. The adaptable tanks remain a commendable force in armored warfare. The Void Shield necessitates the activation and control by a psion, which renders conventional tanks unqualified to bear such a shield. Although tanks continue to represent a robust armored force, they cannot compete with mechs. Li Xian gazed at the mechs before him, his eyes ablaze with fervor. What man could resist the allure of such magnificent machines? However, there was a slight disappointment. Among the 4 mechs housed in this arsenal, only the first 3 were in commendable condition, while the last one appeared severely damaged. This particular mech not only had its right arm completely severed, but its chest and abdomen were also exposed. The cockpit was entirely laid bare, with the cockpit cover and outer armor resting off to one side. Observing the torn openings and contorted armor on the cockpit cover and exterior, Li Xian felt a sudden stagnation in his fervor. Chapter 17, The Lesson. What is this? Li Xian inquired tentatively. Jiang Lu responded gravely. You can see it, can't you? This mech is destroyed. Its frontal armor has been shredded by enemy forces, and the mech pilot perished within the cockpit. Jiang Lu led Li Xian to stand before the shattered armor. Nearby, a few individuals were occupied with various tasks around the severely damaged mech. Their attire bore distinct logistical insignia, clearly identifying them as the maintenance engineers of the mechas. Team leader Jiang. Some onlookers cast curious glances at Li Xian, who was accompanying Jiang Lu, yet refrained from approaching to greet him due to their work obligations. Jiang Lu pointed to another mecha before them, stating, not only this mecha, but also this one, has sustained damage on the battlefield. However, this one has suffered less and is now fully repaired. As Li Xian drew closer, he noticed that this mecha was also marked by numerous battle scars. The surface of its armor was riddled with scratches, though subtle. Any marks on D-class composite military alloy suggested the impact of large-caliber weaponry. Li Xian then turned his attention to the torn cockpit cover on the ground, alongside the external composite armor. The armor displayed several significant impact craters, yet these were not fatal wounds. The true critical damage was a gaping tear, as if it had been violently ripped apart. Jiang Lu approached Li Xian and asked, do you know what caused this? Li Xian shook his head. With a sigh, Jiang Lu continued, this was inflicted by a power claw, which bypassed the void shield's defenses and tore through the cockpit cover. Subsequently, an electromagnetic cannon struck through the breach into the mecha's cockpit, turning my comrade into a mere pulp. Although we often clashed, witnessing him in such a state. Jiang Lu's voice trailed off, and Li Xian sensed the sorrow resonating in the deep timbre of the man's voice, nearly choking on his own emotions. Jiang Lu gazed at the shattered cockpit for a prolonged moment before turning to Li Xian, stating, do you see? Even a mech, revered as the king of warfare, can be so easily felled when piloted by a seasoned veteran. And what of you, a mere military trainee with only rudimentary infantry command training? Do you truly believe yourself to be superior? Jiang Lu's voice was laden with emotion as he posed this question. With a dark expression, he continued, some truths cannot be mastered through earnest study alone. When a novice pilots a mech onto the battlefield, it is a blatant proclamation to all, I am an amateur. Do you think that merely operating a mech will ensure your survival? I must inform you that due to the mech's critical role in combat, scrutiny will be magnified upon you, should they discover your inexperience. The consequences on the battlefield are dire. Li Xian understood this, of course. Though he had never fought in a real war, he had played the games. Aware that in the theater of war, one must always target the weak. I will strive to conceal my novice status, he proclaimed, grappling with uncertainty regarding what else to say. First impressions are notoriously difficult to alter, and the truth remained. Li Xian was indeed a rookie, and Jiang Lu's assessment was not misguided. His biases, or perhaps his candid observations, were entirely natural. I told you not to call me master, Jiang Lu nearly roared, his eyes bloodshot with intensity. Li Xian sensed that within those two mechs, his mentor's essence was unmistakably present. As for the fate of the previous apprentice, one glance at these two mechs reveals that it is undoubtedly grim. Thus, Li Xian promptly conceded, exclaiming, yes. Jiang Lu turned, and Li Xian hastily followed suit. Now that you have joined the fifth group, I shall impart my knowledge to you earnestly. However, you currently possess no understanding of the fundamentals. So your next task is to download some materials. Fundamental mech operation, understanding psionics, D-class mech, short sword attendant, advanced mech piloting techniques, psionics and mechs, the use of the void shield and rebooting post-overload. In total, there were 12 courses recited from Jiang Lu's lips. Thanks to the presence of Chip 0, Li Xian had no trouble recording the titles of these courses. Yet, genuinely mastering the knowledge contained within them would demand his relentless dedication and study. A chip is merely a chip, and Li Xian is Li Xian. As the difficulty of acquiring and recording knowledge diminishes, the ability to pose questions becomes paramount. The knowledge downloaded through the chip operates in this manner. Li Xian can utilize his privileges to access this information, but true mastery requires his own investment of time. Of course, the advantage of possessing a biological intelligence chip lies in the accelerated learning it affords. With 2D4 level chips at his disposal, he is blessed with double the learning speed, a source of confidence that enables him to grasp knowledge more swiftly. Jiang Lu continued to speak ahead. The war zone is not safe. You have surely heard the supervisor's words. When the next battle commences, you too must engage in combat. When the time comes, even if you are dragged along, you must join the battlefield, even if it means becoming a stationary turret or a decoy to draw fire. Therefore, you must quickly master all theoretical knowledge. Jiang Lu paused his voice, yet this time he could scarcely be bothered to regard Li Xian. He continued, in this military base, there are no mecha simulators, so each day during daylight hours, I will allocate 5 hours for you to enter the mecha and practice in real time. I believe that the combination of practical experience and theory will accelerate your learning speed. Outside of these 5 hours, you are free to arrange your own time. You may rest, wander around the base, or dedicate yourself to studying theoretical knowledge diligently to prolong your life. Thank you, Master. During this period, aside from eating and sleeping, I will utilize all my time to expedite my learning progress. Li Xian nearly thumped his chest in assurance. As you wish, Jiang Lu waved his hand dismissively. He led Li Xian to a room on the upper floor, saying, from today onwards, this will be your dormitory. Although this is your private space, I must remind you to maintain proper hygiene. Yes, Master. Within the base, meals are provided every 6 hours, and mecha technicians are entitled to a grade D ration. I have already sent you the location of the dining hall. Yes, Master. Chapter 18. With flavor, Jiang Lu departed. Li Xian remained in his dormitory, inhaling deeply with a sense of satisfaction. It had not been an easy journey, After spending several years on the planet Guansuo IV, this was the first time he had a room of such spaciousness. The repair shop's cramped quarters were not worth mentioning, filled as they were with various discarded metallic components, making even the slightest movement cumbersome. During his school days as a military trainee at Blueprint Biotechnology, he shared a dormitory with 8 others, each of them in a basic profession. Now, through his diligent efforts, Li Xian finally possessed a residence exceeding 30 square meters, a remarkable achievement indeed. Outside his door, a logistics staff member delivered his combat uniform and essential supplies. The 2 sets of uniforms allocated by the Defense Division of Blueprint Biotechnology resembled formal attire more than anything suitable for combat. Once he had changed into his clothes, he set about immersing himself in study. Having suffered from neglecting his education in his previous life, Li Xian was determined to learn earnestly this time around. However, fate had not placed him in an ideal circumstance. On Guansuo IV, excelling in studies alone was insufficient. Moreover, much of the knowledge he yearned to acquire was beyond his reach, as he lacked the necessary permissions to access it. Settling into his chair, Li Xian began to study the courses downloaded into his chip. Soon, faint waves of spiritual energy began to emanate within the room. Through the course on understanding spiritual energy, he gained deeper insights into his own abilities. Additionally, he discovered various methods for utilizing spiritual energy, one of which involved harnessing it to expedite his learning process. This method of application does not extract subspace energy like in combat, thus it is relatively safe. During this process, Li Xian discovered that his energy chip significantly outperformed the D4 intelligent chip from Blueprint Biotech in terms of learning efficacy. Apologies to the D4 intelligent chip. Consequently, Li Xian began to focus more on acquiring knowledge through the energy chip, channeling more of his energy into it to accelerate his learning pace. Basic Mech Operation 31 utilization of Void Shield and Restart Post-Overload 23 with the assistance of the chip, Li Xian's learning could be quantified, and under the chip's influence, his learning speed increased considerably. However, studying can be tedious and overwhelming. After diligently studying for 7 or 8 hours, he found himself utterly exhausted, to the point where he felt as if steam was rising from his forehead during intense learning sessions. Since his last meal in the morning, the passage of time, combined with the intensive studying, had drained his energy reserves. Now, he felt as though his stomach was ablaze, and he could easily consume an entire cow. He opened a box beside the table that contained his energy paste rations, a flavored energy paste. Just as he retrieved a tube, something struck him. Glancing at the time, he realized there were only 20 minutes remaining until the next meal would be served in the cafeteria. Recalling what Jiang Lu had said, mech engineers enjoy a D-grade food ration. The mere thought made Li Xian's mouth water uncontrollably. Forgive me, military energy paste. It is not that the food is unappetizing, but rather that Li Xian, the esteemed Lord Li, wishes to experience the flavor of D-class food rations for himself. Following the guidance of the chip's map, Li Xian, clad in the combat uniform of a mech warrior, soon arrived at the cafeteria. It was the night on the planet Guansuo IV, and the cafeteria was sparsely populated, mostly occupied by soldiers who had just completed their shifts. Following the dining instructions, Li Xian approached a window that served the D-class food rations. Upon gazing at the offerings within, he could hardly contain himself, as saliva began to accumulate in his mouth. The food was quite simple. The D-class level was not particularly high, yet it did include meat. Li Xian casually selected a few meat dishes, deciding to forego the vegetables for another time. After all, consuming meat would suffice to satiate his hunger. He devoured the food voraciously. The taste was, in his previous life, scarcely worthy of being called fast food. If the proprietor possessed such culinary skills, they would face bankruptcy within a fortnight. However, this was Guansuo IV, a planet grappling with severe food shortages, where most inhabitants subsisted solely on energy paste. The opportunity to consume food beyond mere energy paste, to savor meat, brought tears of joy to Li Xian's eyes. Delicious, flavorful. Although he possessed spiritual energy to alleviate his fatigue, it had been fully expended, necessitating a period of rest for recovery. After a brief slumber of 4 to 5 hours, Li Xian awoke automatically, resuming his studies. As dawn approached, he made his way to the hangar. With a snap, Li Xian activated the lights, illuminating the 4 sword servants, which loomed like colossal beasts in the space. He approached one of the mechs, gently caressing its exterior armor. Striking. Truly magnificent. Li Xian had not yet savored the moment when Jiang Lu arrived. You have come quite early, he remarked. I wish to learn more swiftly, Li Xian replied earnestly. Have you reviewed the materials from yesterday? Jiang Lu inquired. Reporting to the master, I have looked at them, but there remains a great deal yet to be explored. Yesterday, Jiang Lu had assigned 12 subjects in total. It was perfectly normal not to complete them all. Come, step up. I shall demonstrate the operation for you. Jiang Lu's tone was decidedly grave. The mecha before them opened its external armor and cockpit, revealing the pilot's seat within. This short sword attendant had once been damaged, but had since been repaired. It appeared that this mecha was designated for Li Xian. Jiang Lu swiftly ascended and settled into the cockpit. Witnessing this scene, Li Xian could only feel a pang of envy. This pertained to the application of spiritual energy, and at present, his own reserves were far too meager to achieve such a feat. Li Xian dutifully pushed over a ladder and then climbed into the cockpit. The cockpit of the short sword attendant was modestly sized, with the pilot's seat at the center and several thrust levers positioned ahead. To either side were a few buttons, though their number was limited. Given the mecha's compact dimensions, accommodating additional equipment, energy, and ammunition inevitably compressed the pilot's space. Take your seat in the pilot's position, Jiang Lu calmly instructed. Li Xian obediently sat down, while Jiang Lu rested one foot on the edge of the cockpit, standing poised with the hatch open. It seemed that this time, Jiang Lu had no intention of closing the cockpit cover. Li Xian surveyed the cockpit environment. If the canopy were to close, Jiang Lu would indeed have nowhere to stay. Chapter 19, Practical Training. Li Xian examined the interior of the mech cockpit. Although relatively confined, the seat was ergonomically designed. His gaze traversed the various buttons, as the chip automatically provided explanations of their names and functions through its permissions. Contrary to Li Xian's expectations, he had anticipated hundreds, if not more, buttons within the mech. After all, his memories from a previous life indicated that even fighter jets boasted densely packed instrument panels and controls. To his surprise, the buttons and switches on either side of the mech cockpit amounted to no more than 20. The mech was distinct from other combat vehicles. Each mech required a psychic to operate, whereas tanks and aircraft did not necessarily need one. Operating a mech relied more on one's psychic energy than on these buttons. Jiang Lu seemed to perceive Li Xian's confusion and began to elucidate. Now, activate the mech by pressing the switch on your left, Jiang Lu instructed. Li Xian promptly complied, pressing the switch to activate the mech. He had noticed the switch earlier, but without a command from his superior, he dared not act. As the switch was engaged, a faint buzzing sound emanated from the mech, signaling its activation. Even within the cockpit, a soft glow illuminated the space. Short sword attendant, activate. An electronic voice intoned. Jiang Lu added, authorize the connection to the mech using your intelligent chip. Li Xian hastily authorized the connection via the chip. As Zero and the mech intertwined, Li Xian immediately sensed the comprehensive essence of the mech. Jiang Lu urged, release your spiritual energy and connect with the mech. Perceive the entirety of its existence. Following Jiang Lu's guidance, Li Xian employed his spiritual energy to attune to the mech. Indeed, upon the connection between the intelligent chip and the mech, and subsequently releasing his spiritual energy, he experienced a profound distinction. At that moment, Li Xian felt as if an additional metallic form enveloped his own body, an added layer of the mech. This sensation was extraordinarily wondrous and intoxicating. Observing Li Xian's flushed face, a testament to his excitement, Jiang Lu maintained a serene demeanor. Accustomed to such scenes, every new mech pilot experiences this same exhilaration during their initial binding with the mech. Now disconnect. Jiang Lu's stern voice pierced through the air. Today's first hour's task is to practice connecting and disconnecting with the mech. Repeat this 100 times. Yes, master. Upon severing the connection, Li Xian felt a pang of loss. In comparison to the formidable stature of the mech, his own flesh seemed exceedingly fragile. Subsequently, Li Xian began to follow Jiang Lu's commands, repeatedly establishing and breaking the link with the mech. After completing 100 iterations, his emotions gradually shifted from elation to numbness. Although the initial disconnection provoked a sense of despondency, the repetitive nature of the task dulled this sensation. Next, Jiang Lu began to guide Li Xian through more intricate maneuvers. You can control your mech's movement and execute basic shooting and combat actions. When operating a mech, it is imperative to conserve your psychic energy at all possible times. Otherwise, should your energy be depleted, you will become nothing more than a living target on the battlefield. Outside the hangar, mech stripped of their weaponry sluggishly maneuver about. Jiang Lu stands atop the shoulder of a mech, vociferously instructing Li Xian, who is seated in the closed cockpit. This marks the second day of mech piloting practice, and Li Xian has already familiarized himself with the controls, officially embarking on his journey as a mech pilot. In truth, piloting a mech is not as daunting as one might envision. Most individuals find themselves quickly adept after practical experience. However, while initial mastery may be simple, achieving true proficiency is considerably more challenging. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian's heart swells with exhilaration as he manipulates the buttons and throttle, guiding the mech's movements. Initially, the mech's motion is quite rigid, clearly unsuitable for combat in such a state. After a period of practice, during which he becomes accustomed to the controls, he begins to pilot using psychic energy. Yes, master. In the next moment, the mech exhibits a remarkable increase in agility, taking small, measured steps, executing long strides, and even leaping forwards, backwards, and sideways. At this juncture, the mech resembles a giant, albeit one that lacks the fluidity of a true human. Nevertheless, achieving such movements is no small feat, especially considering this is merely a D-class mech. The resounding noise generated by the massive mech during training in the arena is truly thunderous, particularly when it runs or leaps. However, within the cockpit, Li Xian exuded an extraordinary exhilaration. It is unlikely that any man piloting a mech would remain indifferent or unenthusiastic after executing such maneuvers. Left jab, left hook, right hook, side kick, knee strike, powerful flying kick, defensive block. Accompanied by Jiang Lu's commands from the mech's shoulder, Li Xian continually executed various actions, manipulating the mech with the joystick and buttons. Before he could savor the joy of his psionic operations, Jiang Lu issued the latest command. With no choice, Li Xian had to suspend his delight in psionic maneuvering and re-enter the realm of mechanical operation. In the corner of Li Xian's eye, a projection indicated the learning progress of his chip. D1 level mech, close combat progress 5-6, 2 chips, double the delight, and the learning curve was soaring. Feel your weapon. Do not make your movements lackluster. Aim at the target. Fire. Boom. The 6-barreled cannon on the mech's left arm roared to life, unleashing a torrent of ammunition forward. In the shooting range, under the barrage of the cannon, a target hundreds of meters away was utterly obliterated by the relentless firepower. Woohoo! What a thrill! Within the mech, Li Xian howled in ecstasy. The sensation of firing was simply exhilarating. Currently, the 6-barreled cannon Li Xian wielded utilized an electromagnetic system, a weapon commonly employed by the short sword retainers. One merely needs to supply energy and ensure a continuous flow of ammunition to maintain the intensity of firepower. However, one cannot sustain an unceasing barrage, lest the ammunition be exhausted rapidly. Boom. At the heart of the 6-barrel cannon lies a 120mm electromagnetic gun, a formidable weapon that employs solid projectiles. These projectiles strike their targets with astonishing speed, propelled by electromagnetic forces, rendering even tanks unable to withstand such an assault. D1. Class Mecha Tactical Progress 3642. This marks the 19th day of Li Xian's training with the mecha. Fortune has favored him, as he arrived during the unit's rest period, affording him ample time to train and preventing him from stepping onto the battlefield in utter ignorance. Chapter 20. Beishimo Steelworks. However, Li Xian's fortunate days have come to an end. On the 20th day, the training concluded. Alarms reverberated throughout the base, summoning all soldiers and officers to prepare with utmost urgency. Combat was imminent. Within the hangar of the 5th Squad, Li Xian stood alongside Jiang Lu. 3 individuals clad in mecha suits formed a line, proceeding towards the command center under Jiang Lu's leadership. Jiang Lu, Feng Dai, and Li Xian. As they made their way to the command center, Li Xian's palms began to sweat. Yet, as the specter of war loomed closer, unease gripped him. Sensing Li Xian's tension, Feng Dai patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Don't be anxious. It's nothing to worry about. We'll be in our matches, and combat is simply about firing away. Just enjoy it." Li Xian nodded vigorously, responding, "All right, brother Feng." Jiang Lu cast a glance at Li Xian, ultimately opting for silence. The furrowed brow betrayed his thoughts. Upon entering the command building, they found themselves in a conference room. A few individuals were already seated, and the number was gradually increasing. Eventually, under Li Xian's gaze, the count reached 23, including himself. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and the M3D-15 defense supervisor, Lu Quan, entered the room. "Supervisor." Nearly everyone rose simultaneously, saluting in unison. "This time, we have a new mission." Lu Quan's eyes swept over the gathered assembly, lingering momentarily on Li Xian. A projection appeared on the screen behind Lu Quan, revealing a map. This is our objective. Henceforth, I shall grant you access to the information regarding this target. Simultaneously, Li Xian's chip received the authorization for this data. As he downloaded the information, he listened intently as Lu Quan continued to elaborate on the objective. Like Simigang Steel Plant. Our task this time is to retake the stronghold once more. As Lu Quan's words settled in the air, a quiet murmur arose. Why is it this place again? How did Hangan Defense lose the stronghold? How Hangan Defense lost this stronghold is of no concern to us. Our current mission is to reclaim this position. This time, Hangan Defense will collaborate with us to initiate an offensive. On the front lines, they will deploy a mechanized combined arms brigade as the main force of the assault, while we shall provide our support on both flanks of the Beishimo steel plant. Hangan Defense will also manage an infantry regiment and a battalion of armored units to restrain and impede enemy reinforcements. Our mission is to completely seize this stronghold before the reinforcements from the Mildanites in the retinue army breach Hangan Defense's defensive line. Are we confident? Lu Chuanhu gazed at everyone below. Excellent. Let us now allocate the tasks. Group leaders, step forward. Lu Quan took out a lightweight computer and began to delineate responsibilities on its screen. Jiang Lu and several other leaders gathered around him. There were a total of 8 leaders, representing 8 mechanized support teams, yet this room contained only 23 individuals. Indeed, not only was Jiang Lu's 5th group understaffed, but others were similarly lacking. Li Xian discreetly sighed, realizing there was no time for further contemplation, and began to review the downloaded materials. This dossier contained the topographical map of the Beishimo steel plant, along with its historical background. This steel plant, constructed several decades ago, was swiftly abandoned once the war commenced. Nevertheless, even in the absence of personnel, the vast steel and concrete structures, coupled with the intricate underground layout, render it an exceptional combat stronghold. The battle at the Beishimo steel factory is not a novel occurrence. With this latest skirmish, it marks the 3rd instance of intense confrontations in this location. In the previous 2 encounters, the area was thoroughly cleansed of enemy forces by the forces of Hangan Defense and the Blueprint Expeditionary Army, who subsequently took control. The Mirdar Knights, a substantial faction on this planet, while not as formidable as the Blueprint, remain a significant adversary. However, neither side currently exhibits an inclination towards full-scale warfare. Instead, they engage in minor probing and skirmishes. The previous battles have already established that the Beishimo steel factory serves as a veritable meat grinder for soldiers. It is not merely the infantry that suffers heavy casualties here. Armored units and even mechs face a substantial risk of attrition if encircled. The structural integrity of the factory, bolstered by an array of metallic apparatus, offers defensive capabilities that rival those of some fortifications. Li Xian gazed at the current state of the Beishimo steel factory as detailed in the reports, unable to suppress a sigh of disbelief. Numerous edifices have collapsed into ruins during the preceding clashes, yet even in their desolation, these remnants remain resilient. Entering this territory would likely entail engaging in arduous urban combat. It is impossible to discern where within the debris an enemy ambush might lie in wait. The Beishimo steel factory is poised to once again become a slaughterhouse for the Hangan Defense and the Blueprint Expeditionary Army. Li Xian furrowed his brow, then gradually relaxed, fortunately. He is not an infantryman but a mech pilot. The mechs offer a slight advantage. Had he been an infantry soldier entering this battleground, the situation would be dire indeed. In the previous 2 battles for the Beishimo steel plant, the casualty rates among infantry and armored troops have been alarmingly high. Had Li Xian been an infantryman, it is likely that, as Gao Bingyan had previously estimated, he would have faced a significant chance of falling in battle within the first 2 weeks or even a month of conflict. Historical records indicate that the first successful capture of the Beishimo steel plant took approximately 1.5 months, while the second attempt extended even longer, lasting 2.5 months. Both sides have recognized the strategic significance of this stronghold. Each time it is seized, it undergoes further renovations and fortifications, establishing increasingly intricate defensive lines. The casualties in the second assault on the Beishimo steel plant were a staggering 26% higher than those in the first. Now, the third struggle for dominance is about to commence. Chapter 21, the number 5 psionic compound. Tomorrow, we set forth for the battlefield. After putting away his computer, Lu Quan departed. Following cordial exchanges with the other team leaders, Jiang Lu led Li Xian and the others away. Upon reaching their final destination, they found themselves at the military supply office. Feng Dai discerned Li Xian's confusion and remarked, "The team leader is here to procure some excellent supplies for us." Excellent supplies? You'll soon find out. Once inside, they discovered not only Jiang Lu's fifth team, but also other operational units present. As the queue dwindled, it was finally their turn to receive the number 5D1 psionic compound. "Are we commencing combat operations again?" Jiang Lu inquired. The supply officer, a middle-aged man, appeared to be acquainted with Jiang Lu. "The struggle has commenced once more, a brutal clash of wills." Jiang Lu shook his head with a sigh. "Please sign here. Your allocation is 5 bottles per person. Use them sparingly," the quartermaster said, presenting a document before Jiang Lu. Alongside the physical document was an electronic version. Upon completing his signature, Jiang Lu received a small white box from the quartermaster. Feng Dai and Li Xian swiftly collected their boxes as well. Feng Dai seemed poised to speak, but a glance from Jiang Lu silenced him, leaving his words unuttered. Li Xian observed this exchange with curiosity. Yet it was clear that no one was willing to voice their thoughts at this moment. In a room within the hangar, Jiang Lu activated the projector, casting the topographical map of the Biximo steel plant before him. This colossal facility spans an impressive area of 62 square kilometers, roughly equivalent to nearly 10,000 football fields. Moreover, the plant is a multi-tiered structure, featuring an underground complex that descends to a depth of 85 meters. This subterranean network includes nearly 100 kilometers of tunnels, along with numerous entrances and exits of various sizes. Naturally, this was the initial documentation. After several brutal engagements, the terrain has undergone significant alterations. Some tunnels have collapsed, while certain entrances have been buried, yet new openings have emerged due to these collapses. Coupled with the modifications made by the defending forces, the complexity of the terrain has increased manifold. On the map, the entire steel plant has been segmented into numerous distinct areas, totaling over 100. Each assigned a unique number and color. Jiang Lu pointed to a specific area and remarked, "This is the region our team is to oversee next. We are somewhat fortunate. Based on reconnaissance and prior data, the defenses here can only be deemed moderate, within our manageable limits." A glimmer of joy appeared on Feng Dai's face as he responded. "Indeed, this is splendid news. However, there is also some unfortunate news." Jiang Lu shook his head and continued. "Due to the previous battles, several underground tunnels have collapsed, creating areas large enough for mechas to enter. Thus, we must venture underground. That is where the true danger lies." Feng Dai furrowed his brows, exclaiming, "But our mechas are so large. How can we descend?" Jiang Lu, with a serious expression, replied, "Scouts have already detected enemy mechas underground, necessitating our descent into battle. Merely clearing the surface will have little impact on our efforts to seize the Biximo steel plant." "Damn it! Are these fools reckless with their lives?" Feng Dai cursed in frustration. "Enough with the complaints. Let us swiftly comprehend the data and prepare," Jiang Lu instructed. "Understood, Master," replied Li Xian, who had been silently listening to his superior. Finally, Jiang Lu turned to Li Xian and inquired, "Have you ever heard of the D1 psychic composite agent number 5? Li Xian shook his head and replied, "No, I only learned of it after checking the chip a moment ago." According to the information, the No. 5 psychic composite potion is designed to restore the psychic energy of its users. Generally speaking, after a psychic has exhausted their own energy, consuming a vial of this potion can rapidly replenish a significant amount of psychic power within a short duration. This elixir is a treasured asset in the heat of battle, though its utility extends beyond mere combat. Regular consumption of this psychic composite potion not only facilitates an increase in psychic energy, but also yields even greater effects with prolonged use. However, excessive intake poses the risk of exacerbating chaos contamination. Each bottle of this potion is priced at approximately 200 energy coins, yet it seldom circulates in the market. Take Li Xian's current salary as an example. It typically takes him several months to afford a single vial. As a member of the Defense Department at Blueprint Biotechnology Group, Li Xian earns a monthly salary of 40 energy coins at the M1D3 level, while interns receive 5 coins less, totaling 35 coins. Nevertheless, due to his position in a combat zone, he is entitled to double pay, amounting to 70 energy coins each month. With his official deployment to the battlefield imminent, Li Xian's salary will also increase with additional combat allowances, bringing his monthly earnings to a total of 105 energy coins starting tomorrow. Yet, even with this substantial salary, it would still take him 2 months to purchase a single vial of the number 5D1 psychic composite potion. This highlights the remarkable value of the military supply assistance. "Give me 2 vials." I have a use for them, Jiang Lu said sternly, extending his hand toward Li Xian. The smile that had adorned Li Xian's face suddenly froze, as a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, with numerous reasons for refusal surfacing within. Yet, one by one, they were cast aside by Li Xian. Very well, master. Li Xian lowered his eyelids and subsequently opened the box containing the medicinal supplies. He extracted 2 vials of elixir and handed them to Jiang Lu. To claim that his heart was unscathed would be a falsehood. After calling out for so many days, he had not anticipated Jiang Lu's ruthlessness. However, Li Xian found himself powerless. He was about to enter the battlefield. As a novice soldier venturing into combat, he required guidance. Despite the steep price he had to pay, Li Xian was resolute in his commitment. Jiang Lu accepted the vials from Li Xian and turned to leave, instructing Feng Dai, assist him in acclimating to the forthcoming battle, and select the appropriate weaponry. Understood, Commander. Feng Dai nodded, then placed his arm around Li Xian's shoulder as they made their way to the Mecha. Here. The auxiliary soldiers of the 5th Squad had also been waiting for some time. Chapter 22. Armament Coordination. Auxiliary soldiers serve as another limb of the Mecha Division. Akin to how armored units collaborate with infantry in combined operations, the Mecha Division possesses its own supportive troops. The 5th Squad comprises 4 teams of auxiliary soldiers, each consisting of 10 elite infantry members, alongside a mechanical engineering team that accompanies the mecha into action. Typically, the mechanical team remains outside the battlefield, stationed near the command center or in relatively secure strongholds. In contrast, the auxiliary soldier teams engage directly in combat alongside the mecha. They must operate tracked vehicles, following the mecha's advance, transporting ammunition, and at times, drawing closer to assist the mecha in sharing the burden of firepower and providing supporting fire. Their level of danger is considerably heightened compared to that of the Mecha Division. However, it is somewhat safer than ordinary infantry and armored troops. Although the 5th Mechanized Division did not receive reinforcements, the supply of auxiliary personnel was remarkably swift, despite the fact that 2 teams had previously suffered total annihilation in battle, and 2 others had lost soldiers. They have now been fully replenished. Feng Dai brought Li Xian before the mechas and, gliding his finger across a portable notebook, stated, "This time we are heading to the Beishimo steel plant. This battle will not conclude swiftly. Do you have any thoughts on the weapons to be mounted on the mechas?" Li Xian shook his head and replied, "I have yet to formally engage in battle using a mecha. My mind is currently blank. Brother Feng, please assist me in making the selection. My only request is to utilize a power halberd as a close combat weapon. The power halberd is also one of the melee weapon options for the short sword attendants, measuring approximately 10 meters in length, with the halberd blade itself nearly 2 meters long. The material of the halberd blade is exceedingly precious, typically fashioned from rare substances such as refined gold, which are not only hard but also capable of withstanding the immense energy generated by a disintegration field. The disintegration field on the halberd blade serves as the optimal weapon against enemy mechas or other vehicles equipped with void shields. Once activated, the halberd blade emanates a faint blue electrical glow, as the disintegration field can decompose matter at the molecular level. Even the alloy armor of a mecha would shatter under the assault of the disintegration field. Li Xian's choice of this weapon is also straightforward. Both the power hammer and power sword demand a high level of combat proficiency. The long spear is the only weapon that Li Xian can wield with relative proficiency. For during his tenure as a military trainee, he only underwent training in short knife and rifle assassinations. The long spear maximizes Li Xian's close combat capabilities, albeit he remains somewhat inexperienced. Feng Dai nodded and then remarked, "Very well, I shall proceed with my proposed configuration for you. First and foremost, a 6-barreled cannon is indispensable, so I will allocate a 20mm electromagnetic cannon for you. As for the primary weapon, considering the intricate terrain of the Beishimo steelworks and our need for prolonged combat, I suggest equipping you with an 85mm plasma cannon. For shoulder-mounted weaponry, given that the battle at Beishimo is unlikely to involve air defense requirements, we can forego anti-air missiles. Considering your limited experience, I propose outfitting you with 2 serrated Ant-Type 12 tube rocket launchers. These launchers employ 105mm caliber rockets, which possess considerable firepower. Effective against both armored units and infantry. Often, aiming is unnecessary, just fire away. For close combat weaponry, I defer to your preference. I recommend the powered spear. Although it may be somewhat constrained within the factory premises, given your experience and handling skills, it seems the most suitable choice. How does this configuration sound to you?" After finalizing the setup, Feng Dai turned to Li Xian. Upon hearing Feng Dai's configuration and analysis, Li Xian felt quite satisfied with the selection of weapons. He had used them all before, albeit in a shooting range, but he possessed a clear understanding of their capabilities. No problem. I shall heed Brother Feng's configuration. All right, you all get to work. Arrange the mecha for Li Xian according to this setup. Feng Dai instructed the mechanical team, who had been waiting patiently nearby. As for my own mecha, there is no need for a configuration change at this moment. Simply replenish the ammunition and other supplies. Yes. The leader of the maintenance team saluted and promptly set his subordinates to work. With little else to attend to, Feng Dai boarded his mecha and began assessing its condition. Li Xian pondered for a moment, gradually recovering from the earlier distress he had felt. He had mentally prepared for this, but the reality was still somewhat unsettling. However, once the weapons were equipped, he regained his composure. He similarly entered the cockpit of his mecha, observing as the technicians meticulously installed weaponry onto it. The escalating power of the mecha stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. Suddenly, as Feng Dai settled into his cockpit, he recalled something and opened it. Calling out to Li Xian, I believe adding an additional layer of external armor to your mecha would be advantageous. While the external armor would diminish your agility, it would significantly enhance your defensive capabilities. Li Xian contemplated this in his mind. The external armor would undoubtedly slow his mecha's movements, yet the increased protection was undeniably appealing. As a novice in mecha operation, he was aware that even with the opportunity for agile maneuvers, he would struggle to execute them effectively. Upon reflection, it seemed preferable to sacrifice agility in exchange for heightened defense. At the very least, when evasion proved futile, one could endure a few more blows. Thus, an additional set of external armor was to be affixed to Li Xian's mech, indicating a shift towards enhancing its firepower. This development was agreeable to Li Xian, for when combat agility and skill were lacking, overwhelming enemy forces with sheer firepower became a viable strategy. The plan was to first unleash a barrage to eliminate half the adversaries, subsequently dealing with the remnants at a more leisurely pace. This approach would ensure no threats could jeopardize Li Xian's mech, as obliterating the enemy would preclude any proximity. Soon, as an array of weapons was installed onto the mech, the final composite armor was also fitted onto Li Xian's apparatus. From an external perspective, this mech appeared noticeably bulkier than Jianglu's. However, it was not only Li Xian's mech that bore this resemblance. Feng Dai's mech exhibited similar characteristics, affirming his reliance on firepower as a mech pilot. He furrowed his brow, but refrained from further comment. Chapter 23. Arrival at the outpost. Ultimately, Jianglu's mech did not incorporate external armor. His choice of weaponry closely mirrored Li Xian's, albeit without the inclusion of dual 12-tube rocket pods. For close combat, he opted for a powered longsword. Its formidable blade firmly grasped in the right arm of the mech. That night, while everyone else retreated to rest, only Li Xian remained within the cockpit of his mech. Perhaps due to a blend of anxiety and exhilaration, he decided to spend the night resting within the confines of his mech. Before succumbing to slumber, he engaged his psychic energy to operate the mech gently, striving to familiarize himself with its every nuance. Just before leaving, Jianglu approached Li Xian's mech and reassured him. There is no need to be overly anxious. The battle will not commence with excessive ferocity, allowing you ample time to acclimatize. Make sure to rest early. We cannot afford to have you disoriented when the conflict begins. From the cockpit of the mech, Li Xian's voice resonated through the speakers. Yes, master. I understand. I will familiarize myself a bit more before resting. Jianglu nodded in acknowledgement and then departed. Li Xian refrained from using psychic energy, opting instead for the mech's controls and buttons to execute minor movements. Time swiftly progressed to the following day. With the dawn's sunlight streaming from the celestial star, the military base buzzed with activity. Armed to the teeth, elite infantry clad in the red-printed 2 semi-full battle armor bustled about, laden with an array of equipment as they boarded armored vehicles, forming an extensive procession departing the base. Armored vehicles and tanks rumbled away, their thunderous sounds echoing in the air. Subsequently, 23 mechs, suspended beneath the large transport helicopters, ascended from the base. The transportation of mechs was significantly swifter than that of the armored forces. They needed to reach the forward outpost established by Hang Defense at the earliest opportunity. The helicopters flew at a relatively low altitude, while within the mechs, Li Xian and his fellow mech pilots were already seated in their respective cockpits. The journey to the forward outpost of Hang Defense may not inherently pose danger, yet it cannot be deemed particularly safe either. The mech pilots must remain ever vigilant. Within the confines of the mech cockpit, Li Xian kept his eyes closed, although he currently had no need to control the mech. He maintained a connection with it through his psychic energy. In this state, his intelligent chip was linked with the mech's radar, allowing for reconnaissance of the surrounding environment. Even with his eyes shut, images of the mech's surroundings filled his mind. This phenomenon emerged from the synergy between the mech and psychic energy. With multiple sensors encircling the mech to provide the pilot with a comprehensive visual field, the mech itself was formidable, and Li Xian, clad in his mech suit, stood with arms crossed, eyes closed, awaiting their arrival at the outpost. Along the way, no foolhardy enemy dared to disrupt the procession of 23 D-class short-sword subordinate mechs. The transport helicopter arrived at the outpost without incident, though the auxiliary armored squad had yet to reach the location. As Li Xian opened his eyes within the mech, it disengaged from the helicopter's hoisting mechanism and advanced steadily, approaching Jiang Lu's mech. His left arm was equipped with a 6-barreled 20mm electromagnetic cannon. The center housed an 85mm plasma cannon, and his right arm bore a power lance without an activated disintegration field. Furthermore, a large backpack affixed to the mech's back was designated for ammunition supply. The cannon's firing rate was exceedingly rapid. Without the supplementary ammunition system, Li Xian would find his weapon rendered silent mere seconds after firing. Within the expansive backpack of this mech, there resided merely 6,000 rounds of cannon ammunition, a quantity insufficient to sustain an unrelenting barrage for an extended duration. However, the sheer density of such firepower rendered it impossible for any adversary to withstand. Even if an opposing mech activated its void shield, enduring a concentrated onslaught of cannon fire for several seconds would inevitably lead to the shield's overload. Moreover, when Li Xian entered the battlefield, he would not do so in isolation. A support squad would accompany him. While labeled as support troops, they functioned more accurately as his ammunition transport unit, with their armored vehicles predominantly laden with munitions intended for the mech's use. Unless the battlefield's intensity escalated to the extent that it annihilated the entire support squad or impeded their ability to deliver supplies, Li Xian would remain well-equipped with ammunition. Maintain vigilance. Jiang Lu's voice resonated in Li Xian's ear. Yes, Commander. Yes, Master. This exchange constituted their internal communication, while Jiang Lu also maintained contact with higher command. Over 20 mechs opted for dispersed positions, awaiting within this outpost. The soldiers of Hung'an defense were accustomed to this protocol. Typically, the mechs would only lower their guard once the infantry and armored troops had arrived. Fortunately, this period of alertness was not prolonged. After a wait of over 2 hours, the main force arrived at the base. Armored vehicles, tanks, and various large transport trucks arrived in batches, infusing the outpost with a sense of bustling activity. In the forthcoming tasks, there is no need for Li Xian to engage in coordination or arrangements. He merely needs to follow orders. The only unit he can command is his auxiliary troop, which comprises 2 armored vehicles, both of the tracked armored personnel carrier type. Each vehicle is equipped with a dual-mounted 20mm cannon at the front and carries a quartet of anti-tank missile launchers. At the rear lies an armored transport vehicle, fully shielded and stocked with ammunition. This transport can replenish Li Xian's supplies twice, sufficient to handle the vast majority of scenarios. The first day at this forward outpost passed without incident. Once the main forces arrived at the base, the mech divisions stood down from combat alert. The mechs were maneuvered into a relatively rudimentary hangar, more accurately described as a large pit dug into the ground, camouflaged with minimal effort. After parking the mech, Li Xian followed Jiang Lu to the base's dining hall, leaving the oversight of the hangar and mechs to the auxiliary troop. Compared to ordinary infantry, their treatment was slightly better, as they received dedicated provisions. Meanwhile, Li Xian and his comrades began to savor their hearty meat feast. Delightful. Chapter 24. The Night Esquire. On the second day, the combat officially commenced. However, this assertion is not entirely accurate, for it marks the beginning of the mecha battle. While the infantry skirmishes had already successfully commenced the previous night, the elite infantry commenced their operations last night, traversing the enemy's minefields to infiltrate the periphery of the steel mill's defenses. After dispatching several foes, these skilled soldiers found themselves inevitably engaged in combat with the adversaries entrenched within the mill. Following a night of fierce skirmishes, they have now secured various small defensive strongholds, awaiting the support of reinforcements. These strongholds may consist of remnants of collapsed buildings, metal furnaces, or secluded corners of workshops. The nocturnal battles are perilous, a reality acknowledged by both the defenders and the attackers. Upon breaching the steel mill and establishing their positions, the elite infantry effectively reversed the roles of offense and defense. For the enemy to dislodge these soldiers, they must initiate an assault on their fortified positions. Clearly, the night is not an opportune time for such endeavors. Thus, the intensity of combat has escalated during daylight hours. In a conference room, Jiang continued his instruction to Li Xian. Our adversary is the Milda Knights, though it is possible that we are facing merely a contingent of their knightly ranks. According to intelligence, the forces stationed within the steel mill are likely their retinue, comparable in status to our Hungan Defense Company. Within the Beichimo steel mill, there are at least one infantry brigade and several reinforced armored battalions, amounting to approximately 5,500 personnel. Certainly, the infantry combat capability of the Milda Servant Army is not particularly noteworthy. If we were to rely solely on these individuals, even our 3 mechs, given some time, could eliminate all visible enemies. Unless there are those hiding in areas inaccessible to our mechs. Our true adversaries are the Knights of the Milda Knight Order. Like us, they belong to the mech forces. On the projection screen before Jiang, an image of a mech materialized. Jiang pointed at this mech and stated, "I trust you have already reviewed the data on this mech, but allow me to reiterate. This mech, when assessed by its classification, is equivalent to the Short Sword Servant. Both categorized as D-grade. It is a Knight Retainer mech. As a D-grade mech, both the Milda Knight Order and our Blueprint Biotechnology Group have nearly perfected this model. The attributes of both parties' mechs are quite similar, although the emphasis differs. The Short Sword Servant is a versatile mech model, performing admirably in long-range combat, fire support, and close-quarters combat. However, as you are aware, the antonym of versatility often translates to mediocrity. In contrast, the Knight Retainer mech possesses attributes that are decidedly more oriented towards melee combat. This is a crucial point for you to consider, as your melee capabilities are your weakest aspect." At this point, Jiang cast a deep glance at Li Xian. Li Xian showed no intention of refuting. For Jiang Lu's words rang true. His close combat abilities were indeed woeful. After all, achieving the capability to operate a mech on the battlefield after merely 19 days of study and training was no small feat. Mastery of close combat in mechs necessitates an immense investment of time. Within the hierarchical classification of chip systems, Li Xian's close combat proficiency was rated at D1 level, signifying a novice's state. In contrast, his remote weapon handling and combat experience were rated at D2 level, indicating only a slight improvement over the basics. This achievement was largely due to his possession of 2 chips, coupled with the exceptional performance of the psychic chip. After observing Li Xian, Jiang continued with his explanation. The Knight retinue consists of a cadre of close combat fanatics. Their remote weaponry is exceedingly rudimentary, barely rivaling that of a tank. By foregoing ranged attacks, they are able to allocate considerable space within their mechs for enhancements to their close combat capabilities. Their mech strength is augmented, their speed is heightened, and due to their lack of ranged proficiency, their void shields are considerably more robust, enabling them to withstand greater firepower. These individuals typically wield long-handled power axes or power spears, which is somewhat akin to your own armament. Most crucially, their numbers far exceed ours. At this juncture, Jiang tone grew exceedingly grave. "More? Just how many more?" Li Xian inquired. Feng Dai sighed and remarked, "One of their combat squads consists of 5 mechs. Do you understand now? In large-scale battles, such a squad may not stand out, but on a battlefield like the Beishimo Steelworks, their numerical advantage becomes apparent." Jiang interrupted Feng Dai's intent to continue, saying, "Do not heed his alarmist rhetoric. The ongoing skirmishes have not only strained our numbers but have similarly impacted the enemy's. During the last contest for Beishimo, their combat squad was also not at full strength, so there is no need for excessive concern." Feng Dai nodded in agreement, stating, "Li Xian, consider yourself fortunate to have joined our team. Our leader possesses formidable psychic abilities that significantly enhance our mechs, particularly in close combat. Even when outnumbered 2 to 1. These knightly retainers could not prevail against our leader. In the last encounter, he even managed to eliminate one of them despite their numerical advantage. Perhaps this time, you could stand by with a cannon to suppress the enemy's ranged fire, and the conflict would soon reach its conclusion." Li Xian felt his anxiety dissipate somewhat and smiled, saying, "If that is the case, it would be ideal." Meanwhile, as they convened, the offensive against the Beishimo Steelworks was already in full swing. Outside the forward base, artillery units had established heavy howitzers, and a relentless barrage had commenced against the outer defenses of the Milda Infantry Brigade. The formidable artillery barrage persisted for a full 6 hours, thoroughly plowing the outer defenses of the Baltimore steel plant with massive shells. Such overwhelming firepower inflicted minimal casualties on the enemy. Aside from transforming some ruins into even more desolate wreckage, it bore little significant impact. Not to mention the labyrinthine tunnels beneath the Baltimore steel plant. Even the surface structures might well conceal hidden enemy soldiers amidst the debris. The primary function of this bombardment was to clear away the traps and mines laid by the enemy in the periphery. Chapter 25. The assault. One could frequently witness a shell detonating, triggering a chain reaction of explosions in the vicinity. This was the result of detonating the anti-tank mines buried by the enemy. A multitude of shrapnel and flames engulfed the area, shrouding everything in waves of explosive force and fire. Within his mech, Lexin observed this spectacle through the remote targeting apparatus. These anti-tank mines still held some efficacy against armored vehicles and tanks, yet their effectiveness diminished considerably against mechs. Low-yield mines posed negligible harm to mechs, while those with larger charges were easily detectable by them. The reason the mechs had yet to commence their assault was to coordinate with the infantry and armored units on the ground. Despite their formidable nature, mechs could easily find themselves in peril when besieged. Currently, the entire Blueprint's expeditionary force stationed at Hungan Defense numbered only 23 mechs, necessitating prudent usage. The vanguard of the offensive is composed of an armored combined battalion from Hungan Defense, accompanied by 2 infantry battalions. Their operational objective is to breach the outer defenses of the Beisheim steel plant, with the mech units providing fire support and precision strikes against enemy strongholds. At the front, a tank company is poised for pre-battle preparations, featuring the tanks that Lexin once piloted. The model is the Stag Hunter tank, a medium tank equipped with a primary weapon of a 120mm electromagnetic cannon and a secondary weapon of a 14.5mm caliber electromagnetic machine gun. Such a formidable main cannon could easily devastate the likes of the short-sword knight mechs, especially in the absence of a void shield. The same applies to enemy tanks. Generally, the firepower from these tanks can overwhelm their own armor. A single hit could render them utterly defenseless. Hungan Defense's tank platoon consists of 3 standard Stag Hunter tanks and 1 command variant. 3 tank platoons, along with a solitary command Stag Hunter, form a tank company, totaling 13 tanks. An armored combined battalion comprises 1 tank company and 2 armored infantry companies. The armored company utilizes the short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicle, which is armed with a 20mm electromagnetic cannon. This vehicle's armor can withstand typical electromagnetic and laser rifle attacks, offering substantial defense against rapid-fire weapons with calibers below 20mm. Each infantry fighting vehicle is capable of transporting 8 soldiers, who can disembark and engage in combat upon arrival at the battlefield. 3 short-tailed mice constitute an armored squad, and 3 armored squads together form an armored platoon, augmented by an additional command variant of the short-tailed mouse. In total, a mixed armored battalion of Hungan Defense boasts 13 Hunter tanks and 20 short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicles, along with 160 elite armored infantry. This organizational structure is commendable within Hungan Defense, especially when contrasted with the significantly less effective combat formations of the other 2 infantry battalions observed in the recent engagement. The organization of an infantry battalion consists of 10 soldiers per squad, each led by a squad leader and an assistant squad leader. In terms of armament, each infantry squad typically comprises 5 to 7 riflemen, predominantly equipped with X-49 rifles, with a possibility of 1 or 2 V-12 electromagnetic rifles. The machine gun team consists of 1 to 2 members, armed with a 12.5mm electromagnetic machine gun, designated as the N6 Universal Electromagnetic Machine Gun. The anti-tank armor team, also comprising 1 to 2 personnel, utilizes the L3 electromagnetic armor-piercing cannon, with a caliber of 88mm, or anti-tank missiles. A single medic is assigned to each squad. 3 squads make up a platoon, which is commanded by a platoon leader responsible for overseeing the entire platoon's operations, assisted by a deputy platoon leader. A platoon consists of 32 personnel. 3 platoons form an infantry company, led by a company commander who directs the company's engagements, supported by a deputy company commander who aids in tactical execution and training. The company headquarters includes 2 personnel each for communications and administration, along with a cooking team from 1 squad. Thus, a complete infantry company comprises 112 soldiers. An infantry battalion is composed of 3 companies, with the battalion headquarters led by a battalion commander responsible for overall command and coordination. The vice battalion commander, a solitary figure, assists the battalion commander in his duties. overseeing specific tactical deployments and training. The battalion's chief of staff, also singular, is tasked with formulating combat plans, analyzing intelligence, and managing communications. The battalion staff comprises 3 to 5 individuals, including operational, logistical, and communications officers. Directly under the battalion headquarters are the security squad, communications squad, and reconnaissance squad. Altogether, an infantry battalion is ideally composed of approximately 375 personnel. However, in most instances, the establishment of an infantry battalion is not complete. The troop strength may be somewhat diminished or occasionally augmented. Presently, following an extended period of combat, the total number of soldiers in these infantry battalions is around 300. Ahead, the hunter tanks form a small phalanx, their engines roaring to life, reverberating in the surrounding area. Lixian, ensconced within his mech, deftly manipulates the control stick to follow Jianglu, arriving at the rear of the tank convoy. The sequence of this assault is as follows: Tank Company, Mechs, Armored Infantry Company, and Infantry Battalion. The tank company commander's earpiece crackles to life with the command from headquarters: "Move out! Move out!" The rumble of engines fills the air. 13 hunter tanks engage their drive wheels, their tracks gripping the ground as they gradually accelerate. On the terrain of the Beishimo steelworks, these hunter tanks can sustain a speed of up to 70 kilometers per hour, a remarkably swift pace on the battlefield. A cloud of dust billows from the tracks of the tanks, which advance like colossal dragons toward the Beishimo steelworks. Lixian lowered his gaze upon the short-tailed mouse armored personnel carrier beside him, its engines now igniting as it set forth alongside the tanks. "We are deploying." The command from Jiang Lu resonated in his ears. The trio trailed alongside the armored vehicle, embarking towards the Beishimo steel factory. Within the cockpit, Lixian rested his hands upon the armrests, a faint glow of psychic energy illuminating his eyes as he entered a state of psychic piloting. The mecha, while not engaged in combat, could traverse at speeds reaching 80 kilometers per hour, comparable to the tanks and wheeled armored vehicles. It was only upon entering combat mode that the speed would slightly diminish, necessitating the allocation of additional energy to other systems for enhanced stability during engagement. The short-sword attendant began to sprint, their heavy footsteps resonating upon the ground. The mecha moved not with mere steps, but rather as a human would run, even leaping forward, covering distances of 20 to 30 meters with each stride. Their void shields remained perpetually activated, ever poised to defend against assaults from all directions. Chapter 26, Assault. The 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon mounted on the mecha's left arm, along with the 85mm plasma cannon, stood ever ready, charged and prepared to fire when the moment called for it. Beneath the Beishimo steel factory, in a concealed underground chamber, the space was brightly illuminated, transformed into a command center for the Murata attendant army. Within the command center, a holographic map depicting nearly half of the Beishimo steel plant was projected, surrounded by a dozen operational advisors engrossed in compiling various data. At the forefront of the holographic display, the advancing figures of the hunter tanks, short-sword mech squires, and short-tailed armored personnel carriers were vividly illustrated. Although not entirely representative of the ground situation, it closely mirrored the actual positions. The hunters, in particular, had nearly traversed half the distance towards the steel plant. Before the holographic map stood a middle-aged man clad in tactical attire, wielding a lightweight knight sword. He was the highest commander of this region, Colonel Roy of the 523rd Mechanized Infantry Brigade. Pointing with his knight's sword at the leading 13 hunters, he remarked, "It appears these corporate individuals truly believe we do not exist," brazenly advancing towards the steel plant. "Let us show them what we are made of." On the periphery of the Beishimo steel plant, while elite infantry from Hungan defense had seized several minor outposts, the majority of the outer defenses remained under the control of the Milda squires. Even the relentless bombardment from heavy howitzers had failed to inflict significant casualties upon them. As operational commands were issued, defensive soldiers began to emerge from various small defensive positions along the front lines. Within the ruins of a collapsed 3-story building, an entire infantry anti-tank unit was stationed. The organizational structure of the Milda squires was quite similar to that of Hungan defense, with each infantry anti-tank unit typically comprising 2 to 3 personnel. At this moment, they have unveiled an electromagnetic anti-tank cannon, with the energy pack below already connected, and the barrel beginning to charge. Having been bombarded by this group of corporate hounds for quite some time, it is now our turn to unleash our fury. A soldier, who is currently controlling the targeting system, laughed heartily. In stark contrast to their relaxed demeanor, a nearby soldier appeared somewhat stiff. The one operating the anti-tank cannon was a veteran, while the one awaiting orders was a novice. This prolonged battle has severely depleted not only the seasoned soldiers from Blueprint Biotech and Hungan Defense, but also the veterans from the Mildanites and the escort troops. However, during defensive operations, the newcomers can still play a vital role. They need not engage in extensive tactical maneuvers, but simply focus on aligning the enemy within their sights and pulling the trigger. Meanwhile, within the command center of the Hungan Defense Forward Base, Lu Quan was collaborating with the commander of this operation, Ji Zhuan. Ji Zhuan serves as the brigade commander of this mixed brigade of Hungan Defense, holding full responsibility for the assault on the Beishimo steel plant, although Lu Quan's authority surpasses his own. Observing the positions of the tanks and armored units, Ji pondered for a moment before instructing his chief of staff. The positions are nearly set. Have the artillery units release smoke shells, followed by a barrage of standard ammunition. He then turned to Lu Quan and added, Director Lu, we will require the mech units to exert additional effort this time. After the bombardment, I need the mech teams to advance past the tanks and be the first to breach this outer defensive line, clearing out the enemies here. The tank and armored battalions followed closely behind the mechs, ever ready to provide support. Land Authority glanced at the holographic map and nodded affirmatively. No problem. Soon, commands from the rear command center were disseminated to all operational units. Within the artillery positions surrounding the forward base, the gunners loaded specialized smoke rounds into their cannons. Boom. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of heavy artillery, rounds laden with delayed fuses soared towards the perimeter defenses of the Beishimo steelworks. Bang. These large smoke shells detonated mid-air, releasing billowing clouds of black smoke that swiftly engulfed the surrounding area, shrouding the entire assault direction of Hungan Defense in the tank station behind. The smoke even had a degree of radar interference, leaving the defending soldiers at the Beishimo steelworks perimeter utterly bewildered. Although the smoke could only linger in such an expansive area for 2 to 3 minutes, that brief span was ample time to execute numerous maneuvers. The seasoned operator of the electromagnetic anti-tank cannon, momentarily disoriented, lifted his gaze from the targeting device. Staring into the dense obscurity ahead, he cursed vehemently. Damn it. These corporate dogs are at it again. The smoke hovered about 200 meters beyond the entire outer perimeter for the anti-tank infantry to engage the tanks. They would need to bridge that 200-meter gap. Keep your eyes peeled and shout if you spot the tanks. Yes. Amidst the swirling smoke, Li Xian heard Land Authority's voice resonate in his ear. All teams, be advised. Mission has been altered. The 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th squads commenced preparations for a surprise assault, targeting the regions of C-32, C-33, C-34, and C-35, with the intent of eliminating all enemy defenders in order to create a breach in the defensive line for the advancing armored units. Alongside Jiang Lu were several other squad leaders, whose team members lacked the authority to communicate directly with the ground forces until their leaders exited the battlefield. They could only passively receive orders. In the cockpit, Jiang Lu glanced towards the direction of Li Xian's mech and commanded, all units, initiate the 3rd combat posture for the assault. 02 acknowledged. 03 acknowledged. The 3 mechs swiftly altered their stances, with Jiang Lu and Feng Dai positioned at the forefront while Li Xian followed slightly behind. Their formations were relatively spaced apart, each mech standing hundreds of meters from one another. Charge. Jiang Lu's steady voice resonated in Li Xian's ear. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian devoted himself entirely to the operation of his mech. With a thunderous boom, the mech launched into motion, striding powerfully towards the periphery of the Beishimo steel plant. 03, this is your first real combat experience. Monitor your combat radar and energy levels closely. Show no mercy and eliminate all threatening targets. Chapter 27, Engagement: The Massive Machines. Weighing dozens of tons, despite having their feet meticulously designed for shock absorption and sound dampening, still produced a resounding noise as they charged forward. However, the heavy artillery at the rear has now opened fire, launching another barrage on the enemy's forward positions, concealing the sounds of the mecha operations. Li Xian's short sword attendant, equipped with a 6-barreled machine gun and an 85mm plasma cannon on its left arm, is fully charged and prepared to unleash a volley upon detecting the enemy. This marks his first true engagement on the battlefield, having previously boasted an idle chatter before the reality of war. Yet, standing amidst the atmosphere of combat, he feels the sweat forming in his palms. Although Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's mechas are slightly ahead of Li Xian by mere dozens of meters, The distance between the three of them spans over 100 meters. Thus, Li Xian must confront a portion of the enemy's assault directly. As the bombardment concludes, preparations commence. The mecha is on the verge of bursting forth from the smokescreen, and Jiang Lu's voice resonates timely in Li Xian's ear. With a thud, amidst the dense, dark smoke, a menacing mechanical entity surged forth. Within the ranks of the Milda infantry's anti-tank squad, a rookie pointed towards Li Xian's direction, shouting, "It's coming out." The veteran operator reacted almost instantaneously, training the targeting apparatus on Li Xian's mecha. "Damn it!" the veteran roared in fury. This anger was not solely directed at the mecha but also at the rookie. Almost the moment the anti-tank targeting system locked onto Li Xian, both his psionic chip and the mecha's combat radar responded in unison. Enemy locked on. Enemy locked on. In the recesses of his mind, the biological intelligence chip reacted almost instantaneously, aiding Li Xian in combat and locking onto the targets aimed at him. There were three distinct targets: a collapsed three-story building, a twisted mass of steel wreckage, and what appeared to be a sewer entrance. Boom. The first target, the three-story building, opened fire first. The electromagnetic anti-tank cannon discharged an electromagnetic armor-piercing round, accompanied by a thunderous roar and a flicker of electricity. It struck the void shield of Li Xian's mech. The mech's outer void shield activated in an instant, illuminating in a honeycomb-like pattern, with ripples appearing on its surface. The armor-piercing projectile from the electromagnetic anti-tank cannon failed to penetrate the enemy's void shield. The veteran stationed at this defensive position, upon spotting the mech, had already mentally cursed the ancestry of that rookie soldier to the 18th generation. The electromagnetic anti-tank cannon was indeed capable of breaching the void shield, but it would require more than a single cannon to accomplish such a feat once the mech realized it had been locked onto. The only response awaiting this position was the relentless counterfire from the mech. In the moment the trigger was pulled, the two veterans instinctively turned to flee downward. Yet, it was too late. Aided by dual military-grade chips, Li Xian had already swiftly adjusted the six-barreled cannon mounted on the left arm of his sword-wielding attendant. Buzz, rat-a-tat-tat. Accompanied by a faint electronic buzz, a series of flames erupted from the six-barreled cannon. One by one, 20mm cannon shells shot forth from the muzzle, crackling with electric light, precisely navigating through the gap to strike the defensive position within. Meanwhile, Li Xian paid no heed to the ensuing reactions. Instead, he swiftly adjusted the cannon's aim towards a second target, nestled amidst the ruins of steel. The weapon roared. Finally, there lay a location akin to a sewer, where the cannon's fire would be less effective. Thus, the main gun of the mech instantaneously responded. With a hiss, a plasma cannon, radiating arcs of electricity, erupted from the main gun, accompanied by sparks and lightning, striking the sewer with devastating effect. Li Xian commanded his psionically controlled short sword attendant from locking onto the enemy to firing, all within a mere 3 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. Almost simultaneously, the three targets erupted in a cacophony of explosions. In this moment, both rookies and veterans alike found themselves transformed into mere collateral. The second target, the steel ruins, was violently lifted into the air, scattering shards of broken steel and rebar in all directions. Those with keen eyesight could even discern the flying limbs clad in tactical camouflage. The third target suffered even worse. The plasma cannon's immense power was unimpeded by the sewer's subterranean confines, where conventional artillery often faltered. However, the plasma exhibited no such limitations. The explosion, flames, and electrical currents surged through the darkened sewer, overwhelming the ambushed soldiers within. In an instant, they were pierced through the heart by high-voltage electricity, regardless of whether they donned armor or the type of protection they possessed. Following the detonation of the plasma explosion, their entire bodies were reduced to charred remains, while even the sewers collapsed and shattered, creating a vast pit in the ground. In this retaliatory strike, Li Xian was afforded no opportunity for compassion. He instinctively eliminated all adversaries in the blink of an eye. The six-barreled rotary cannon ceased fire, and the plasma cannon began to recharge anew. It was only then that Li Xian grasped the gravity of the situation, gazing at the billowing crimson mist rising from the two positions ahead. He sighed and continued to maneuver the mech forward. This is war, a brutal struggle for survival. Beside him, Jiang Lu fought while keenly observing Li Xian's demeanor. Noticing Li Xian's combat instincts, Jiang Lu nodded silently, choosing not to speak further. The three mechs initiated a sweeping assault, and as soon as the concealed Milda soldiers caught sight of the mechs, those capable of fleeing began their retreat in an instant. They could barely contend with tanks and armored vehicles, but now, facing mechs, a mere moment's hesitation could spell disaster. Target acquired. In Li Xian's mind, the psychic intelligence chip pinpointed a new target's location, at least 200 to 300 meters away from the mech, evidently a sniper who had failed to withdraw in time. A sniper, indeed? Li Xian's short sword mech raised its left arm, and as the 85mm plasma cannon completed its charge, the chip projected a targeting reticle before him, aligning the target within the crosshairs. Zing! Boom! With a single shot, the sniper's position was enveloped by a torrent of plasma, the ferocious energy tearing through the surrounding edifices. As for the sniper himself, Li Xian no longer paid him any heed. He could now be aptly referred to as that unfortunate sniper. Chapter 28, Crossfire, Part 2. Indeed, practical combat is the most effective method to master new technologies. At this moment, Li Xian felt his command over the mech advancing to a new level. The short sword attendant navigated through the ruins. And the entire C-33 operational zone was not particularly vast. 3 mechs effortlessly swept through the area, dismantling defensive positions one after another. Li Xian even spotted the elite infantry from Hung'an Defense, who had infiltrated this region the previous night, alongside the strongholds they had seized. Thanks to the enemy identification feature, these infantrymen were fortunate enough to evade Li Xian's mech-mounted cannons and plasma artillery. However, those ill-fated Milda attendant soldiers who caught Li Xian's attention were not so lucky. Meanwhile, as the mech units cleared the battlefield ahead, the tank battalion and armored infantry company of Hang'an Defense successfully maneuvered through the smoke, making their way towards the Beishimo steelworks. While mechs were indeed formidable, they were not invincible. If they pressed deeper without additional support, they risked being encircled. Even ordinary infantry, when equipped with heavy firepower, could inflict damage upon mechs. To say nothing of the potential devastation wrought by a concentrated assault from a dozen anti-tank electromagnetic cannons or several heavy artillery pieces targeting the mech's void shields. A momentary concentrated assault can indeed cause the mech's void shield to overload. Even relying solely on armor for protection, a mech cannot withstand several rounds of armor-piercing projectiles. Upon reaching the periphery of the Beishimo steelworks, the elite armored infantry swiftly disembarked from the short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicle, maintaining their combat formation as they rapidly deployed. Within the 4 areas that had already been cleared, they commenced the construction of their defensive strongholds and interlocking fields of fire. The battle had merely begun. The surface of the Beishimo steelworks had already been divided into hundreds of combat zones. Having secured only 4 thus far, there remained arduous fighting ahead to completely seize the steelworks. Furthermore, this was merely the surface combat area. The underground environment of the Beishimo steelworks was considerably more intricate, and capturing the subterranean levels would demand a heavy toll in casualties. Among the subsequent forces entering the battlefield were 2 infantry battalions whose vehicles paled in comparison to those of the initial armored infantry. These mechanized infantry battalions relied on standard jeeps and large trucks for transport. Their armaments were also somewhat inferior, yet fortunate enough to advance without encountering significant resistance under the cover of smoke. They successfully reached the Beishimo steelworks. Within the cockpit of the mech, Jiang Lu's voice resonated. 03. How do you feel? 01. Feeling good. Li Xian replied steadily, the initial tension within his heart having dissipated. Maintain your composure. The battle has only just begun. Yes. In the underground command center of the Milda retinue army, the commander here wore a tranquil expression, seemingly unaffected by the captured positions and the soldiers who had perished in battle. To his astonishment, they had dispatched mechs directly beside him. The chief of staff of the mechanized infantry brigade gritted his teeth and spoke. This time, for operational zones had fallen, and the soldiers who were forced to counterattack or had no time to flee had suffered casualties in the dozens. These soldiers had been anticipating the arrival of tanks and armored vehicles to pave the way, expecting to unleash a fierce retaliation, only to be met with a ruthless counter from the enemy. The battle had scarcely commenced, yet they had already deployed mechs, instructing the front lines to prepare. We shall engage with their mechs at our leisure. I am curious to ascertain the extent of their psychic capabilities. Colonel Roy calmly issued new operational orders. Though the issuance of this command seemed light, its implications for the soldiers tasked with its execution were anything but trivial. Every word uttered by Roy could potentially cost several lives. Within the Beishimo steelworks, the soldiers of Hang'an Defense, having established a foothold in the 4 conquered operational zones, commenced further offensives against the other zones flanking them. They needed to expand their territory to the fullest extent possible, inflicting casualties upon the enemy and seizing their positions. As infantry and armored units launched their assault, the mechs were also required to join the fray, with infantry and armored soldiers serving as bait and reconnaissance teams to draw out the hidden adversaries. With the support of mechs in battle, their casualty rates would significantly diminish. At this juncture, not every mech was required to engage in combat. The 5th Squad's mechs commenced a rotation strategy, deploying one mech at a time to engage in combat alongside the infantry. The remaining 2 mechs, however, were not entirely at rest. They maintained a distance, refraining from utilizing psychic connections, instead opting to follow using propulsion rods. In this manner, the frontline mech could effectively manage straightforward skirmishes, while the 2 rearmost mechs conserved their psychic energy. Should the battle intensify or high-value targets be identified, they would be poised to join the fray at a moment's notice. Accompanying the 2 mechs were 4 auxiliary infantry squads from the 5th group. These squads operated armored vehicles equipped with tracks, transporting ammunition and soldiers, with electromagnetic cannons manned by the troops, ever vigilant of their surroundings. In the event of any disturbances, they would promptly unleash their firepower. Among those fighting alongside the infantry was Li Xian, with Jiang Lu and Feng Dai preceding him. Li Xian sat in the cockpit, maintaining a suitable distance behind the infantry to provide immediate support. Notably, the soldiers ahead were not solely infantry. A single hunter mech led the formation, trailed by 3 short-tailed mice mechs. Infantry and mechs collaborated seamlessly as soldiers dispersed to either side, forming combat teams of 3 or 4. The spacing of 20 to 30 meters between these teams mitigated the risk of simultaneous casualties in the face of danger while ensuring concentrated firepower. The rationale for not placing mechs at the forefront was straightforward. The presence of such formidable combat machines on the front line often deterred the enemy from appearing at all. All are scurrying underground like mice, and even if the entire Beishimo ironworks were to be scoured, it would offer no advantage in seizing this substantial stronghold. Capturing this place necessitates not only the acquisition of territory, but also the annihilation of the enemy's living forces. Chapter 29. Urban warfare accompanying the combat was a company, with the commander orchestrating strategies from a position in the rear. To the side, an infantry assault team advanced rapidly, infiltrating a small ruin. The assault troops hurled a grenade inside. Upon its explosion, they swiftly surged in, and after thoroughly inspecting the diminutive wreckage, they confirmed a temporary safety. They commenced the establishment of a rudimentary defensive line, ensuring they could hold this position for at least the next few hours. The pace of the war unfolded far more slowly than anticipated. It was not akin to the portrayals on television that Li Xian had witnessed in his previous life, where ruthless fighters wielding machine guns effortlessly mowed down enemy fortifications. Although mechs could indeed accomplish such feats, an enemy merely needing to show their face for Li Xian's autocannons or electromagnetic cannons to react instantaneously, this required the enemy to present themselves first. The Beishimo ironworks represented a quintessential urban warfare environment. In such an arena, heavy artillery or bombers would not suffice. Obliterating the area before entering would no longer constitute urban combat. The previous assaults and defenses had transformed the ironworks into an extensive ruin. Consequently, no matter how much firepower was unleashed or how extensive the bombardment, it remained merely a desolate expanse, with only the location of the rubble shifting. This terrain, a veritable labyrinth of ruins, offered innumerable hiding spots for the enemy, when the enemy remains concealed. Even if Li Xian unleashes a barrage of plasma shells upon every conceivable hiding spot, it would inflict no harm upon them. Life is precious, and the movement of infantry must be executed with care, seeking adequate cover. Every street, every alley, and each derelict structure may harbor foes. The soldiers of Hengan defense are not mere commodities. They can perish, serve as cannon fodder, but their deaths must not be devoid of significance. Advancing to a location necessitates at least a quarter of an hour for reconnaissance, and if there are potential hiding places within, additional time must be allocated for thorough investigation. The pace of the infantry's advance is considerably slower than one might anticipate. Ahead, a combat team of 4 swiftly traverses the street when suddenly, from 100 meters ahead, the muzzle of a gun emerges. Rat-a-tat-tat. A volley of bullets erupts from the barrel, instantly toppling one soldier. The electromagnetic projectile obliterates the upper half of his body, rendering him utterly lifeless. Thus, the combat team is cleaved in 2, requesting support, calling for armored assistance. The team leader urgently communicates through his earpiece. Not far behind, The stalker tank roars to life, its engine igniting swiftly as it charges forward. The 120mm electromagnetic cannon zeroes in on the location from which the shots were fired and, in an instant, fires, boom. A round is discharged from the cannon, striking the small fortification. Kaboom! The high explosive shell obliterates the cover. Yet it appears that the enemy has already vacated the premises. The enemy infantry, after discharging their firearms, swiftly relocated their positions. Yet, no matter how rapidly the soldiers fled, they could not escape far unless there were tunnels beneath. The hunter, propelled into action, with its treads spinning at high velocity, approached the site of the recent explosion to commence a search for the enemy's escape route. Behind, a short-tailed mouse provided support, as its cannon began a concentrated barrage on locations where enemies might be concealed. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Every window, ruin, and cave in the vicinity that could potentially harbor a human was subjected to the relentless gunfire. However, after this indiscriminate assault, it appeared that no traces of the enemy had been uncovered. The infantry squad, sheltered by their armored vehicle, promptly gathered the remains of their fallen comrades and secured them in the rear of the vehicle. Standing slightly behind, Lexine gazed at the blood-soaked ground ahead, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. This is war, modern warfare. Even with the advent of mechanized combat units, infantry remained the most casualty-prone force on the battlefield. The soldiers continued their advance, Lexine maneuvering his mech forward. Although he did not fire, the mere presence of the mech posed a significant threat to the adversary. As he passed the site of recent gunfire, the energy chip in the mech scans detected a hint of anomaly below. Just a trace, for the radar revealed no signs of life beneath. Yet, beneath the ruins, which had already been ravaged by tank shells, lay a hastily constructed small pit. At that moment, a soldier from the Milda escort army was crouched below, clad in urban camouflage attire and adorned with a lightweight bulletproof vest. This vest offered minimal protection against traditional gunfire, proving utterly ineffective against the ammunition of electromagnetic firearms. In the face of such intense warfare, its defensive capabilities were nearly negligible. Draped over him was a blanket, not one of modest price, as it effectively insulated against electromagnetic signals, rendered him invisible to thermal imaging, and even concealed him from psychic detection. This was the old soldier's assurance for not fleeing to the rear after the battle had concluded. Given the recent circumstances, had he truly desired to escape, he might have perished long before reaching safety, especially with the relentless hunter tank that had afforded him no opportunity to retreat. Now, this veteran lay curled beneath, attuned to the heavy footsteps nearby. He understood that the enemy's mech was drawing closer. In this critical moment, the soldier exhibited remarkable composure, deliberately slowing his breath and consciously regulating his heartbeat. Surely, no one would come to inspect any further. The mech pilot, Lexine, halted his advance, sensing an unsettling presence. Initially poised to depart, he found himself compelled to pause. With a hum, the power lance affixed to his right arm was activated, its hardened blade glowing with a soft azure light. Lexine maneuvered the lance with the precision of an extension of his own arm, thrusting it violently towards the rubble below. With a sharp crack, the debris was effortlessly pierced, as both the bricks above and the reinforced concrete below succumbed to the force of the strike. The veteran below was paralyzed with fear, for the pale blue blade of the halberd loomed less than a meter away from him. If he merely lifted his gaze, he could even perceive the delicate blue force field enveloping the blade. A sardonic smile crept across his mind. What a pathetic mech. I easily evaded it. Yet, the very next moment, a plasma cannon surged through the breach left by the long halberd. Boom. Chapter 30. Ambush above and to the sides. The infantry watched as Lexine's mech advanced steadily. The left arm of the mech unleashed a fierce plasma cannon shot towards the rubble below, sending debris flying in the aftermath of the explosion. For Lexine, firing a plasma cannon was a trivial matter, especially since the mech's energy reserves were exceptionally abundant. One shot would not deplete its endurance. After all, the energy costs were covered by the corporation, sparing Lexine any personal expense. Before attacking, Lexine remained uncertain whether enemies lurked below, yet he proceeded regardless. Once the mech had passed, a following infantry combat squad arrived at the site where Lexine had just fired. One soldier knelt on one knee, standing guard while casting a glance downward. In that moment, he beheld the aftermath of the plasma cannon's devastation. The fissures had widened several times over, and the bricks had crumbled into dust. Though the keen-eyed soldier still spotted fragments of a rifle, the demise had been truly horrific. His squad leader, concealed behind a nearby barricade, glanced at the mech's left arm upon hearing the soldier's remarks and replied, "Horrific? What constitutes horror here? They died in an instant, devoid of suffering. If one were to be struck down by a rifle, that would indeed be a tragic fate." The soldiers who arrived later swiftly advanced to the rear of the cover, where one of them remarked, "Indeed, such a swift death, the body likely wouldn't even have time to react. Given the choice, I would prefer to perish in such a manner." His squad leader delivered a sharp rap to his helmet, retorting, "You wish for death? Then keep dreaming." The soldier, momentarily taken aback, chuckled, Yes, I misspoke." Suddenly, whoosh, boom, accompanied by a piercing shriek, an anti-tank missile, trailing a crimson plume, lunged toward the hunter. This moment seemed to unleash a wave of resistance. This location was an exquisite ambush site chosen by the enemy, surrounded by relatively towering remnants of buildings, with tanks and armored vehicles traversing the center. In the face of the incoming missile, the hunter nearly instantaneously deployed countermeasures. Yet to no avail. The missile struck the tank, piercing through the armor and detonating within, effectively turning the entire turret into scrap metal. The turret was launched several meters into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Not only was the tank at the forefront compromised, but the short-tailed armored vehicle also began to retreat rapidly as dense gunfire pursued them relentlessly. Ambushed! Ambushed! Requesting support. The infantry scurried for cover, each instinctively lowering their heads, firing aimlessly toward potential enemy positions. One by one, they found themselves caught in a state of fervent belief in their combat prowess. Alas, they were ambushed. Now, any attempt to expose themselves could lead to dire consequences. An armored infantryman, clad in the crimson-marked II half-armor, had originally been positioned alongside the short-tailed mouse for coordinated infantry tank operations. However, when the assault commenced, he found himself without the slightest opportunity to evade, succumbing to the relentless barrage of enemy fire and the devastating assault of cannons, resulting in his instantaneous obliteration. In the rear, Lexin activated his mech with remarkable swiftness. His short sword attendant took a great leap onto a crumbling stone ruin, activating the void shield at full power. The six-barreled cannon began to whirl as he leapt over the retreating short-tailed mouse, for under such concentrated fire, the only option for the short-tailed mouse to endure would be to carve a path through the chaos. Ahead, the composition of enemy fire was formidable, comprising not only infantry but also dual-mounted cannons, enemy tanks, and armored vehicles. In this wave of counteroffensive, the enemy had amassed at least 2 tanks, 5 armored vehicles, and over 100 infantry. The enemy's tanks were of the YR-6 medium type, while the armored vehicles were KR four-wheeled models. In this confined space, both sides began to exchange fire. Lexin's mech surged past the armored vehicles, swiftly locking onto the adversaries ahead, and the 6-barreled cannon erupted into action. In the next instant, a hail of cannon shells erupted from the left arm of the mech, sweeping towards the enemy's armored vehicles like a long whip. One of the armored vehicles from the Milda attendant army was manned by a gunner who, consumed by madness, engaged in a fierce duel with Lexin, his eyes aflame with determination. The outcome is self-evident. Beyond Lexin's mech lies the formidable defense of the void shield. Whether faced with infantry fire, tank assaults, or the rapid-fire cannons of armored vehicles, all are thwarted by this protective barrier. However, Lexin's autocannon does not share the same fate as the void shield. It strikes like a fiery whip, directly impacting a wheeled armored vehicle. The thin armor of the wheeled vehicle proves utterly inadequate against such firepower, resulting in the armor being pierced and the entire vehicle detonating from within. Lexin's 6-wheeled autocannon shows no signs of halting, as the fiery whip composed of cannon projectiles swiftly changes direction and lashes out at another armored vehicle. The explosive sound reverberates as, within less than a minute of entering the battlefield, he has obliterated 2 armored vehicles. Subsequently, he maneuvers his mech to retreat swiftly behind a towering ruin. Faced with a concentrated enemy assault, whether from the barrage of autocannons or the bombardment of tank electromagnetic cannons, the void shield of the mech endures considerable strain. Lexin is keen to prevent his void shield from becoming overloaded. Thus, he withdraws and begins to fire his autocannon in precise bursts. At this moment, he hears Jiang Lu's voice booming in his ear, nearly a roar. 03, do not become a stationary target. Make your mech move. Are you a turret? Standing there to be shot at? It is then that Lexin realizes why his void shield is depleting so rapidly. Indeed, the arrival of new soldiers on the battlefield tends to unveil numerous issues. At times, an intense focus on one matter can lead to the neglect of another. Yet, Lexin, a mech that ought to exhibit greater agility on this battlefield, remained motionless, resembling a mere turret. Such behavior is indeed disappointing. Chapter 31. Fierce Exchange of Fire. The roars from Jiang Lu's side continued unabated. Is your power spear merely for show? Charge forth, draw your spear, and show the enemy's tanks what you are made of. Yes. 01. Meanwhile, on the enemy's side, the tank commander's face flushed with anger as he beheld two armored vehicles obliterated on the flank. Unlike infantry, who can retreat into the safety of a foxhole and evade pursuit, tanks and armored vehicles, though quicker, face greater difficulty in withdrawal. They had approached slowly, having employed radar jamming, and now, should they attempt to flee, they would undoubtedly be pursued by the mechs, with dire consequences awaiting them. Attention all units. The opposing company's mech is clearly a novice, treating their mech like a stationary artillery piece. When he exposes himself again, concentrate all firepower on him. Unleash everything you can. Understood. Acknowledged. Comparatively, the infantry's firepower was by no means inferior to that of the armored units. From their concealed positions, the soldiers readied their anti-armor weaponry, which included electromagnetic anti-tank cannons, heavy laser guns, and anti-tank missiles. While the enemy engaged in fervent communication, Lexin had already prepared for a counterattack. His radar displayed that Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's mechs remained stationed at a distance, showing no inclination to provide assistance. It was understandable. Facing such a formidable enemy without their own mechs offered Lexin a valuable opportunity for combat practice. Inside the cockpit, Lexin activated his psychic energy to its fullest extent, firmly seizing control of the entire mech, reminiscent of his prior training. With a decisive movement, the 7-meter-tall mech surged forward, rapidly scanning for enemy fire points along its path. Target locked. In the next moment, the front section of the serrated Ant-type 12-tube rocket launcher mounted on the mech's right shoulder opened. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of explosive sounds, 12 105mm serrated Ant rockets, trailing white smoke, erupted from the protective barrier of the void shield as the mech charged ahead. Although these rockets were not precision-guided, at this distance, coupled with military-grade smart chip guidance, they were poised to strike the target as accurately as possible. On the enemy side, the tank commander shouted into the communications mic, "Fire at him. Concentrate all fire on the mech." Boom. The tank's main cannon fired. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rapid-fire electromagnetic cannon from the infantry fighting vehicle and the dual rapid-fire guns of the soldiers followed suit. Bang. This was the sound of anti-tank missiles. Zing. The heavy laser cannon discharged. Rat-tat-tat. The infantry's machine guns and rifles opened fire. Yet, at this moment, their collective target had shifted entirely. Lexin's mech was finally in motion. The mecha charged forward at a velocity of 60 kilometers per hour, covering the short distance in the blink of an eye. The dense rain of bullets resembled fiery whips, aimed towards the armored vehicle's position, while the recently launched serrated Ant rockets had already struck their target. Coupled with the enemy's counterattack, various anti-tank missiles, tank shells, and laser cannons, the entire battlefield descended into chaos in an instant. The enemy's concentrated fire, unless precisely directed, saw the majority of their assaults falling into empty space. Their original targets were the mecha's position during the rocket launch, but after Lexin discharged the rockets, he surged forward almost without pause. Aside from the anti-tank missiles, laser cannons, and the rapid-fire artillery of the pursuing armored vehicle, all other assaults landed upon the ruins, resulting in nothing but further destruction of the debris. Meanwhile, the short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicle, previously trapped in a confined area, emerged, unleashing its firepower while alleviating the enemy's assault on Lexin. Inside the mecha, Lexin, fueled by adrenaline, disregarded the alerts from the void shield under attack and swiftly maneuvered through the rubble. The 6-barrel machine gun fired almost continuously. Even with the dual assistance of the mecha and intelligent chip targeting, a considerable amount of ammunition was wasted. Confronting the second armored vehicle, Lexin unleashed the main plasma cannon. With a crackle, a concentrated orb of plasma traversed the chaotic battlefield, striking the firing KR four-wheeled vehicle. The crew members of this infantry fighting vehicle, from the commander to the weapons control operator, gazed in horror as the plasma surged towards them at an alarming speed. They could see, yet were powerless to act. The speed of the wheeled combat vehicle was now far too slow to evade. No. The terror of both men had reached its zenith, the commander howling in fear during the final moments of his life. Boom. The plasma cannon pierced through the external armor of the KR-4 wheeled vehicle, subsequently detonating within. Rumble. The plasma ignited the ammunition inside the armored vehicle in the ensuing explosion. Coupled with the blast from the plasma cannon, obliterated the entire wheeled armored vehicle into smithereens. Previously, the explosion of the serrated ant rockets had rendered 3 enemy fire points incapable of attack, while also destroying one side wheel of an armored vehicle, temporarily immobilizing it, leaving it as a mere target for the firepower of the short-tailed mouse armored vehicle. Boom. Clearly, the ultimate fate of this KR-4 armored vehicle was to be annihilated under concentrated fire. Meanwhile, Lexin, navigating through the smoke billowing from the rocket explosions, finally reached the front of a tank, the YR-6 medium tank, which paralleled the Blueprint Group's Stalker medium tank, both possessing similar combat attributes and operational functions. Generally speaking, if Lexin's plasma cannon struck the tank, even if it did not completely destroy it, the immense electric current could temporarily incapacitate the tank's resistance. Inside the tank, the commander shouted, "Reverse. Activate interference. Quickly deploy smoke grenades." Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the members of the tank crew had exhausted all possible measures. A barrage of smoke grenades had been deployed, accompanied by faint sounds of detonation. A billowing cloud of black smoke blossomed in the air around the tank, rapidly expanding. Chapter 32. Intense Gunfire, Part 2. This form of concealment offered some protection against attacks from other tanks or infantry. However, against the advanced mechs that had surpassed them in capability, it proved largely ineffective. The mech's targeting systems relied not only on radar, but also on psychic energy. In the eyes of Lexin, observing through his psychic perspective, the retreating tank was utterly devoid of cover. "Die!" he roared from within the cockpit, as the mech's right arm swung down with its power spear. The spear, over 2 meters long and shimmering with a pale blue energy field, cleaved the retreating tank in two. The process, aided by the disintegration field, was as seamless as a hot knife slicing through butter. The tank was severed, and the gunner manning the turret was caught in the diagonal cut, meeting an instant demise. Simultaneously, the ammunition rack was also traversed by the disintegration field, igniting several rounds in a chain reaction. Boom. The detonation of the ammunition annihilated the remaining crew members, and the rear half of the tank erupted into flames, engulfed in a searing inferno. Observing the smoke released by their comrades, the crew of another tank hastily retreated, fully aware that their armored vehicle stood no chance against the encroaching mechs. Without further ado, it is evident that tanks cannot possibly match the agility of mechs. Especially considering the mechs possessed the void shield. How could they possibly contend? The fervor that had surged within him after demolishing a tank with his power spear had already begun to wane. Faced with the tank that had retreated a considerable distance, Lexin showed no inclination to pursue further. Instead, he raised the plasma cannon mounted on his left arm. The plasma cannon, fully charged and guided by the chip's calculations, swiftly determined the enemy's speed and trajectory, firmly locking onto the tank. With a crackle, the plasma cannon unleashed a bolt of arc and flame, striking the retreating tank with pinpoint accuracy. The intense current and heat melted through the armor at the impact site, causing an explosion within the tank. Boom. The turret of the tank was propelled into the air, with searing flames erupting from above. With all enemy vehicles neutralized, the remaining battle became considerably simpler. Lexin's mech pivoted to face the positions of the enemy infantry that had opened fire, and the 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon on his left arm began to whirl. Rat-a-tat-tat. Each enemy stronghold was precisely targeted and struck by the mech. Some infantry, sensing the peril, had long since fled. Those who remained were either unable to escape or had succumbed to fervor, regardless of their state. Any enemy within Lexin's range gradually fell silent under the relentless assault of his cannon. The whirring of the 6-barreled cannon continued in vain. Yet no more shells emerged from its depths. Lexin's autocannon ammunition had been completely expended. The 6,000 rounds of ammunition had been consumed at an astonishing rate amidst the chaos of battle. However, at this juncture, the need for cannon shells had diminished, as the enemy's numerous fire points had nearly fallen silent. Inside the cockpit, Lexin issued a command to his auxiliary soldier, Lao Lu, "Bring up the autocannon ammunition." Understood. Lexin took a moment to survey the battlefield, noting that the recently re-entered short-horned mouse infantry fighting vehicles had begun to disperse and clear out the enemy. The electromagnetic autocannons mounted on the turrets fired continuously, suppressing the enemy with relentless firepower. Meanwhile, The infantry who had previously been stationed in the rear to provide covering fire began to advance, forming combat teams to meticulously root out the hidden adversaries within the buildings. Confronted with such foes, Lexin found the operation quite challenging. Even if he were to deploy the plasma cannon, it would likely prove ineffective against larger structures and debris. He maneuvered the mech to retreat towards the rear, where a tracked transport vehicle awaited. Lexin piloted the mech alongside the transport vehicle, discarding the depleted ammunition backpack. The auxiliary soldier utilized the vehicle's mechanical arm to lift the new ammunition backpack and affixed it to the back of the mech. With the replenishment of ammunition, Lexin felt a renewed sense of security. In this battlefield, the effectiveness of the six-wheeled autocannon was remarkable, as the electromagnetically accelerated shells proved versatile against any target. Not only was it effective against infantry, but it also easily dealt with infantry fighting vehicles, and even tanks faced dire consequences under sustained fire. The sound of gunfire echoed, a momentary thrill for the mechs. Yet for the auxiliary soldiers, it was akin to a fiery graveyard. Even with mechanical assistance, the process was laborious. After reloading his ammunition, Lexin maneuvered his mech with the propulsion lever, pausing briefly amidst the ruins of a building. The ongoing battle to eradicate the remaining enemy infantry rendered his mech temporarily unnecessary. His gaze fell upon the open canister of a hunter tank and the remnants of an enemy YR-6 medium tank he had obliterated, alongside a KR-4-wheeled vehicle. These armored machines, when contending with infantry, dominated effortlessly. However, against mechs, they stood almost defenseless. The supremacy of technology, while perhaps not overtly apparent in civilian life, revealed its stark reality in warfare. When confronting tanks or armored vehicles, unless Lexin's mech faced an overwhelming barrage of firepower in a short span, it would likely remain unscathed. Conversely, the enemy suffered greatly, falling one by one to the mech's precise strikes. When the tide of time discards you, it offers no warning, but rather delivers a harsh kick. Reality differs from games. While games strive for balance, reality does not require such considerations. If one cannot strike effectively, then crushing defeat is inevitable. Thanks to the presence of mechs, the only loss incurred by their side was a single hunter tank, destroyed in an ambush. Beyond that, only a few infantry casualties were sustained amidst the intense combat. The enemy's losses were considerably more significant, comprising 2 tanks, 5 infantry fighting vehicles, and over 100 infantry soldiers. However, the infantry held little value. Their worth was even less than that of their own weaponry. This was true for both the Milda's subordinate army and the soldiers of Hangin defense. It was likewise applicable to Lexin. Even if he were sold 100 times over, he would not fetch enough to purchase a single mech. Chapter 33. The first night the radiance of the stars gradually faded. At this moment, it marked the first night of Lexin's entry into the battlefield. Their line, in contrast to the fierce battle of the afternoon, had not continued to advance, but had instead solidified their defenses at this location. The vast expanse of the Beishimo steel plant could not be captured in just a few days. Both sides had prepared for a protracted conflict, and one could only imagine how many enemy soldiers lay hidden beneath the ground of the steel plant. Lexin and his mechs were similarly resting in a newly established small logistics base. 3 mechs had gathered closely, forming a protective circle, while a simple perimeter of guards and defenses was established by auxiliary troops. Their armored vehicles also formed an outer ring to ensure the safety of the mechs at the center. Even when entering a war zone, one could not maintain a state of perpetual tension. Rest was essential. Otherwise, like a tightly drawn string, it would inevitably snap one day. In the center, the 3 mech operators sat together, their faces illuminated by a campfire kindled from oil drums and some miscellaneous items. At that moment, they were enjoying their first meal of the day, meat. Lexin savored the food with great delight, finding its flavor vastly superior to the energy paste he had consumed earlier that day. These provisions had been delivered from a logistical base established further back in the area they had entered. As Feng Dai ate, he inquired of Lexin, "How did you find today's battle?" Lexin raised his gaze and replied, "Indeed, there is a significant difference between combat and training. During training, one need only focus on aiming and firing, but in battle, there are myriad considerations. Often, in the heat of the moment, many aspects are overlooked entirely. It's common for newcomers to the battlefield to be overwhelmed, allowing their instincts to take over without thought. However, you must remain vigilant. Dealing with infantry and armored units is merely child's play." Feng Dai patted Lexin on the shoulder and continued, "Our true adversary lies in the enemy's mechs. The battle has only just commenced, and we cannot predict where those savages might be lurking. You must practice diligently to avoid chaos when the time comes. Yes, brother Feng. Yes, commander. Yes, master. Feng Dai stretched and remarked, however, it is unlikely that the enemy will initiate a night raid on their first day. You ask me? If I had any say in the matter, do you think I would still be here? Jiang Lu ignored Feng Dai and turned to board his mech. Observing this, Li Xian felt no desire to linger below, had it not been for Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's presence. He would have preferred to remain within the confines of his mech's cockpit. The situation outside is perilous. Should a sniper appear from a distance, the consequences could be dire. Although the cockpit of the mech is not particularly cramped, it certainly lacks spaciousness, making it rather uncomfortable to rest within. After all, the D-class mech, designated as the short sword attendant, is one of the smaller models, with much of the internal space allocated for equipment and ammunition. As for the driver's comfort, merely having a seat is already quite commendable. This is largely due to the integration of psychic energy. Without it, controlling such a massive machine would likely require hundreds, if not thousands, of buttons and switches, along with an array of dashboards and screens. In that scenario, every inch of the cockpit would be utilized to the utmost, leaving the driver with barely any room to maneuver. Team 03 for the first shift, I will take the second, and Team 02 for the third. From tomorrow onwards, we shall rotate in this order. Understood, Commander. Yes, Master. Feng Dai remarked to Li Xian, while auxiliary troops have been deployed for perimeter security. Exercising extra caution on the battlefield is of utmost importance. I understand. Li Xian nodded vigorously. Caution is the key to longevity. Many memories of past defeats in war often trace back to the negligence of a single soldier or a unit, resulting in significant failures. Li Xian is determined not to become a cautionary tale for others in the future. Moreover, while vigilance is essential, it does not necessitate relying solely on the naked eye or enduring hardships physically. The mech is equipped with radar, capable of detecting enemies as they approach, eliminating the need for infantry to hide in their positions, peering anxiously into the darkness. During his vigilant watch, Li Xian even utilized a chip to accelerate his mastery of mech knowledge, relishing the sensation of information flooding his mind, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. I love learning. However, Li Xian, who had dozed off in the dead of night, was abruptly awakened. Outside, a raging sandstorm wreaked havoc, affecting even the human settlements that had been modified to withstand such climatic changes. The environment of planet Guansua IV remained exceedingly harsh. Yet, Li Xian soon drifted back into a state of rest. Thus concluded the first day of combat, with the anticipated nighttime enemy assault failing to materialize. In fact, not only on the first day but for several subsequent days, the battles unfolded with remarkable ease. The enemy seemed to have lost their will to resist, offering only sporadic counterattacks, occasionally from snipers lurking in the shadows, firing a shot before retreating. Sometimes, infantry reminiscent of guerrilla fighters would unleash a volley and then flee, indifferent to whether they had successfully eliminated any searching soldiers. The road-clearing hunters lived in constant fear, suffering daily ambushes, occasionally from anti-tank missiles, other times from the enemy's electromagnetic cannons. Fortunately, infantry were present ahead of these tanks, scouting the path. Otherwise, the hunters might have proven insufficient. In such combat, the casualties among the infantry were the highest. Often, their reconnaissance missions utilized them as bait. They served both as soldiers to inflict damage upon the enemy and as lures, compelling the enemy to reveal their firepower positions. Apart from the initial day's battle, which employed relatively elite armored infantry, the subsequent skirmishes were predominantly characterized by the presence of infantry battalions whose equipment was decidedly more rudimentary. They lacked even the semi-comprehensive armored protection provided by the Hongying II, instead donning bulletproof vests augmented with ballistic plates. Such defense offers some utility against gunpowder-based firearms. However, when faced with electromagnetic rifles, it proves utterly ineffective, as they would be easily perforated. Chapter 34. Contamination infantry often serve as expendable resources, an unfortunate reality. The cost of a single tank is exorbitant, and even an armored infantry vehicle does not come cheaply. Utilizing these assets as a means of advancing the line carries the risk of one careless move resulting in a devastating hit from an electromagnetic shell. The potential losses are significant, especially considering that these tanks and infantry fighting vehicles also bear the responsibility of providing fire support. Without these armored conveyances, combat becomes exceedingly arduous. In contrast, the ordinary infantry of Heng and defense are far more economical. Their weaponry predominantly consists of X-49 models. And the bulletproof vests along with ballistic plates they wear are often personally acquired. Furthermore, the majority of these soldiers possess rather mediocre combat experience. It is difficult to fathom that this is the infantry unit of the interstellar warfare era. They resemble militias more than anything else. In response to Li Xian's perplexity, during one evening by the campfire, Feng Dai offered his explanation. You perceive them as weak and inept, do you not? Although reluctant to admit it. This was indeed Li Xian's sentiment, to which he nodded in agreement, saying, it does appear so. I had thought that the previous armored troops were already quite lacking. But to my surprise, the combat proficiency of these infantry battalions was even poorer. In Li Xian's perspective, the combat skills of these veterans should at least parallel those of the infantrymen who once rode alongside them in the great avian transports. During that time, seated beside those seasoned soldiers, Li Xian could directly sense their exceptional caliber, which was not merely a result of superior equipment, but rather stemmed from their demeanor, a certain aloofness that spoke volumes. Yet, it is likely that these soldiers do not represent the true elite of the Blueprint Biological Technology Group. For genuine elite forces would never be dispatched to such a gruesome battlefield. Feng Dai chuckled, saying, you are still too young. Do you think this is just any place? Do you believe we are in a city governed by the Blueprint Group? This is Hung in defense. And these soldiers you see are all seasoned veterans. If you think we have merely sent you a batch of fresh recruits who have just picked up their rifles after a month's training, you should be secretly pleased. Such veterans. Li Xian sighed softly. Feng Dai continued, in a meat grinder like Bikesimo. Do you really think that even if we sent the elite troops of the group or the dispatched infantry regiments, they would perform better? What do you think? Li Xian shook his head and replied, I suppose not. In such urban combat, even if true elite troops were dispatched, the outcome would likely be similar. They might perform somewhat better, but the casualties would remain inevitable. The environment of the Beishimo steel plant, coupled with the presence of the Milda's attendant soldiers within, adeptly drags everyone down to their level, subsequently leveraging their extensive experience to eliminate foes. Feng Dai remarked, deploying elite infantry will certainly incur fewer casualties. Yet the reduction will be marginal. He continued, we have scarcely mobilized our mechs lately. As you are aware, the enemy strikes and retreats swiftly, making pursuit of mechs nearly futile. Such a dismal conflict can only be waged with human lives. In the rear, Hung in defense has dispatched yet another infantry regiment, comprising over 1,500 men. They exhibit a remarkable indifference to casualties, for to them, each loss is merely a statistic. Do you realize that in the various mining towns, particularly those already depleted of resources, countless idle men linger? It is astonishingly easy for Hung in defense to recruit soldiers. These recruits, having undergone merely 1 or 2 months of training, are thrust into the battlefield. One must ponder what caliber of performance can be expected from them. For a mere 5,000 credits, a man from a mining area can be compelled to bear arms for Hung in defense for a month. There is no need for compensation. Ensuring they have enough to eat suffices. After all, in Guansuo IV, their greatest abundance lies in manpower. Li Xian nodded in silent agreement, recognizing the validity of Feng Dai's assertions. Indeed, 5,000 credits. This is the planetary currency, the standard for those outside the corporate sphere. The personnel from the Blueprint Group and some formal members of the Mildanites utilize a distinct form of currency known as energy coins. The conversion rate of energy coins to planetary coins stands at 1 to 1,000, and the exchange is unilateral. Only energy coins can be converted into planetary coins, while the reverse is not permitted. Consequently, 5 energy coins are sufficient to secure a month's service from the infantry of Hung in defense. Upon reflection, Li Xian realizes that he is not significantly different from them. The only distinction lies in the fact that his salary is somewhat higher. Currently, as Li Xian is stationed in a combat zone, his earnings are relatively substantial. The thought of an outstanding loan for his ship weighs heavily on him, prompting a moment of silence. Even with his current income in the war zone, repaying the loan without incurring additional expenses would take nearly 10 months. What sort of existence is this, to be burdened by loans while working? The more he contemplates, the more frustration mounts. The sole difference between him and the infantry of Hung in defense seems to be his slightly elevated income and a glimmer of potential for the future, whereas their prospects appear bleak. Even if they manage to survive the brutal battles of Beishimo, another conflict awaits them. Suddenly, a phrase flashes through Li Xian's mind, triggering an alarm in his chip. Alarm. Alarm. Rise in chaos contamination level. Ultimately, after striving to dismiss that thought and clear his mind, the contamination level ceased to escalate. Li Xian's state quickly caught the attention of Phone Dai, who chuckled and inquired, "What's wrong? Were you astonished by the harshness of reality?" Li Xian swiftly composed himself, forcing a smile as he replied, "I am somewhat surprised, but fortunately, I can endure it." His heart was filled with an extraordinary dread. At that moment, he had done nothing, and the previous pollution level was merely a residue from the use of psychic energy to stimulate the composite. Yet, with a single utterance, it surged alarmingly, leaving Li Xian thoroughly shaken. Was this the threat of chaos? He dared not delve deeper into his thoughts, fearing that an incorrect reflection on that statement might once again trigger the chaos's influence. He cleared his mind and engaged in conversation with Phone Dai, listening to his boastful chatter. Recently, the intensity of battles had caused them to grow somewhat complacent. They no longer rushed into their mechs immediately after meals as they did on the first day. Chapter 35, The Warehouse District at Night. Even though Li Xian and his companions had lowered their guard, no danger manifested itself in the darkness. The troops advanced steadily, their forces capturing various strongholds one by one. The defense of the Mechas retinue army seemed increasingly lax, as if they had resigned themselves to abandoning their positions on the ground. Such news was hardly favorable for the attacking forces. Their objective in assaulting the Baik Simigang ironworks was not solely to seize this significant stronghold, but also to inflict casualties on the living forces of the Mechas retinue army. Currently, the infantry brigade stationed here had sustained minimal injuries, and the number of soldiers who had perished was quite low. From the intensity of the combat and the subsequent battlefield cleanup, it became evident that the total number of enemy soldiers killed over these days had not exceeded 600. This is a record of an infantry brigade accompanied by several reinforced battalion units. Given the current casualty figures, the losses appear remarkably minimal. The territory seized by Heng'an defense has now encompassed nearly half of the Beishimo steel plant, excluding the subterranean areas. The underground combat has yet to commence. The relatively low intensity of surface battles suggests that at least 4,000 enemies remain concealed beneath the Beishimo steel plant. This does not bode well for the attacking forces. On the 10th day of their incursion into the Beishimo steel plant, Li Xian and Phone Dai, piloting mechs, maintained a vigilant stance behind the vanguard troops. Accompanying the frontline forces were the mechs from Jianglu. In recent days, the intensity of combat has been insufficiently vigorous. Their mechs have scarcely fired their weapons over the past 2 days. Li Xian maneuvered the control stick, guiding the mech to traverse the area slowly. They had now entered the casting zone of the former Beishimo steel plant, which had endured multiple rounds of fierce contention. Nonetheless, this area remained relatively intact, with its robust buildings and equipment. Although the machinery and structures were no longer operational, they provided ample concealment for enemy forces. Upon entering this zone, the pace of the troops' advance significantly slowed, as there were limited pathways accessible to tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. Towering, sturdy buildings flanked both sides, their defensive capabilities rivaling those of fortified installations. Even prior heavy artillery bombardments had little effect on these structures. As the troops advanced into this area, the casualty rate surged by at least 20% compared to before. The sound of gunfire echoed, bullets swept through the air, and an entire infantry squad was felled. A solitary soldier, barely clinging to life, wailed in despair as he gazed at his severed limbs. His cries were not merely born of pain, but rather a visceral terror at the sight of his own dismemberment. Observing this grim scene through long-range surveillance equipment, Li Xian shook his head slightly from the confines of the cockpit. The fate of this soldier was sealed. His legs lay shattered, blood pouring forth, with no cover in sight, and no one daring to come to his aid. These were reinforcements from Heng'an defense, lacking both combat effectiveness and tactical training. Had they been seasoned armored infantry on the first day, at least 2 or perhaps 3 members of this squad might have survived. Rescue was futile. Some even contemplated ending the soldier's suffering with a bullet, but refrained, left to watch helplessly as his cries diminished, ultimately fading into silence. The soldiers continued to unleash fire upon the last known position of the enemy, the cannon of the short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicle roaring in defiance. Flames licking from the muzzle. Boom. A soldier hefted a rocket launcher, and with a puff of white smoke, he launched a rocket. The explosion erupted at the enemy's concealed position, engulfing it in a tremendous inferno. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, the gunfire from both sides extinguished. A soldier approached the position previously occupied by the injured, only to find that the wounded had succumbed to their injuries, having bled profusely and ultimately perished. For the infantrymen, such occurrences had become mundane. Death in this Bechimo steel plant was an all-too-common reality. After meticulously surveying the area for potential enemy positions, the troops resumed their advance. Ahead lay an expansive warehouse district, its rooftops already battered by heavy artillery. Yet, despite this, the robust reinforced concrete structures remained largely intact. A row of such vast warehouses stretched before them. This area housed a total of 3 rows of enormous warehouses, each covering a significant expanse. Historically, this locale had served as a crucial defensive stronghold for the occupying forces, having witnessed fierce skirmishes during the previous 2 battles at the Bechimo steel plant. The steel doors of the warehouses had been shattered during prior combat, now lying in disarray. Peering through the doors revealed a pitch-black interior. Behind them, heavy artillery commenced its assault on the interior of the warehouses. The thunderous barrage persisted for 10 full minutes, met with silence from within, before finally abating. A 4-man infantry combat team crouched in vigilance behind their cover. One soldier raised his gaze to survey the ominous scene ahead, staring into the dark recesses of the warehouse. He swallowed nervously and remarked, "I bet this place is hiding quite a few people." Beside him, another veteran produced a cigarette, igniting it before taking a deep drag. Hiss. "Do you really need to say that? If there aren't a few hundred people hiding in there, I'll twist my head off and let you kick it like a ball." The voice of the commander crackled through his earpiece, instructing, "Advance and scout the warehouse." Received. The veteran inhaled once more, the cigarette visibly burning down rapidly. Each puff seemed to diminish its length. "Let us proceed with caution." As the words left his lips, the group swiftly crossed the open space before the warehouse. It was a thoroughfare at least 50 to 60 meters wide, devoid of any cover. Behind them, among the rubble of buildings and steel debris, the remaining soldiers stood alert, their eyes fixed on the front. The deer hunters and short-tailed mice had taken their positions, weapons trained on the ominous darkness within the warehouse. Even the mech from the Jiang building had leveled its 6-barreled cannon, poised to unleash fire at a moment's notice. The palpable tension in the air was unmistakable. The 4-man infantry team, tasked with reconnaissance, felt their hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests. They hastily traversed the central expanse of the thoroughfare. Pressing against the warehouse wall, the squad leader signaled for silence. One of the infantrymen swiftly crouched at the entrance of the warehouse, retrieving several military glow sticks from his backpack. With a quick twist, the glow sticks illuminated, and he promptly hurled them into the warehouse. Bang! The glow of the glow sticks illuminated the surrounding environment, revealing the previously dark warehouse. It was not an empty space. Rather, it was filled with an assortment of equipment and discarded steel. The probing infantry cautiously peered inside, finding no evident enemies. The infantry unit commenced their inspection, joined by subsequent squads that entered the expansive warehouses. Tanks and armored vehicles maneuvered slowly along the central road, remaining in a state of readiness for immediate support. Even the mech stationed at Jianglu stood vigil by the walls of one warehouse, awaiting orders. The height of these warehouses reached an impressive 40 to 50 meters, rendering even the towering 7-meter mechs akin to mere toys in comparison. In the rear section of the warehouse, soldiers from the Mildegard had already established a defensive line. The choice of this ambush point was astutely made, as the surrounding structures were remarkably robust, almost suitable for use as a fortress. Additionally, the warehouses contained passages leading underground, allowing tanks, armored vehicles, and mechs to traverse these tunnels and enter the warehouses. Within one of the warehouses, several towering mechs were stationed. Unlike the D-class short sword attendants, these mechs bore a slimmer design. Their armor appeared more lightweight, and in terms of long-range weaponry, they paled in comparison to the short sword attendants. A total of 5 mechs were present, 3 of which were not even equipped with basic long-range weapons such as machine cannons. The 2 mechs, despite being equipped with long-range weaponry, were merely armed with the most rudimentary 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannons. These were the mechs of the Mildenites, the Night Retainers. Within the cockpits, the pilots were resting with their eyes closed, awaiting the approach of their foes. The unique environment of the warehouse, coupled with the surrounding debris of rusted steel and pre-established shielding devices, ensured that these mechs and the troops lying in ambush revealed not a trace of their presence. Inside one of the mechs, a pilot quietly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the source of a heavy footfall. There, he spotted the short sword retainer piloted by Jiang Lu. The cockpit lights flickered on, signaling that the mech had been silently activated. With a cold smirk, the pilot declared, "The fish has taken the bait. Prepare for battle, everyone." "Haha, my great axe has long been eager for action." Another mech pilot grinned maliciously. Wielding a long-handled power battle axe, These 5 mechs were not clustered together. 2 were stationed in the center of the warehouse, while the other 3 occupied the rear. Moreover, soldiers had already concealed themselves in several other large warehouses surrounding this one. The soldiers hiding in the central section of the warehouse could even hear the approaching footsteps of the Hungan defense infantry. The commander within the mech cockpit roared, "Attack! Let these corporate hounds see what true power looks like. Let them know who rules this land. Kill!" The other knightly retainers roared, their drivers' figures intermingling with the colossal sounds of the mechs in motion. "Open fire!" The infantry assigned to ambush emerged from their concealed positions. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat-tat. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a symphony of gunfire, with bullets ricocheting, flames igniting, and explosions engulfing the area. Not only within the confines of the warehouse but also above it, infantry utilizing infrared camouflage deployed machine guns and rapid-fire cannons from their recesses. These soldiers, positioned advantageously, unleashed a torrent of fire upon the troops of Hungan defense. Enemy attack. Old 3 has been hit. Forget Old 3, quickly take cover. The air was thick with the soldiers' cries of alarm, the anguished screams of the wounded, and the retaliatory gunfire. Enemy spotted. It's an ambush. An ambush. Requesting support. Requesting support. The commander's earpiece buzzed with the cacophony of battle, filled with pleas for assistance. The hunter tanks and the short-tailed mice meandered along the thoroughfare, fortuitously evading direct targeting. For the moment, only the infantry inside and outside the warehouse were under fire, yet they swiftly released a thick cloud of smoke. Bang, bang, bang. Both the hunters and the short-tailed mice deployed smoke grenades at the onset of the exchange, concealing their silhouettes. Simultaneously, the electromagnetic cannons of the tanks and the rapid-fire guns of the infantry fighting vehicles began to swiftly search for the enemy or fire indiscriminately in the direction where foes might lurk. Vroom vroom vroom. The mech piloted by Jiang Lu unleashed its firepower as he wielded a power sword to carve a breach into the adjacent wall. The 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon was thrust into the depths of the warehouse, where, utilizing psychic energy and radar, he identified several foes lurking within. The thunderous roar of the cannon erupted instantaneously, silencing nearly half of the ambush points occupied by the Milda attendant army. However, this did not necessarily indicate the demise of the soldiers manning those positions. They may merely have been subdued by the overwhelming firepower. Soon, an unforeseen turn of events caught Jiang Lu off guard. From the central section of the warehouses on either side, mechs violently breached the partially destroyed walls, causing a cascade of steel rebar and concrete mixed with bricks to rain down. 2 knight attendants materialized not far from Jiang Lu's mech, and further back, at the far end of the warehouse, 3 additional knight attendants emerged. In that moment, a sense of dread enveloped Jiang Lu's heart. A crisis. A grave crisis. The normally composed Jiang Lu found his tone growing heavier with urgency. He maneuvered the mech swiftly in reverse while simultaneously unleashing his plasma cannon and the 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon upon the 2 nearest knight attendants. Retreat. 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 Jiang Lu's voice resonated in the ears of Feng Dai and Li Xin. At the onset of the skirmish, neither had activated their psychic powers to pilot their mechs. But upon witnessing the formidable threat presented by the knight attendants, they sprang into action. Hearing Jiang Lu's grave voice sent a shiver down Li Xion's spine. Cover 01. In the air, the thunderous roar of Feng Dai erupted, accompanied by the cacophony of his 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon and plasma gun. Li Xion, disregarding the instinct to flee, advanced a few steps in his mech, finding a relatively spacious combat position. He leveled the 6-barreled cannon on his left arm, and soon the plasma gun began to charge rapidly. Kill. Inside the cockpit, Li Xion's face flushed crimson as he bellowed, pouring every ounce of his psychic energy into maximizing his control over the short-sword attendant. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 36. The ambush in the warehouse, such feeble attacks. Today marks your demise. He. The voice of the enemy echoed from the cockpit of the opposing knight attendant. At the forefront, a knight attendant surged forward with remarkable speed, surpassing that of the short-sword attendant. Not only was he swift, but his void shield also boasted a higher defensive threshold than that of the short-sword attendant. The left arm of this knight attendant was not equipped with ranged weaponry, but rather an armored shield. Behind the shield lay a deflection field generator, a device capable of creating an energy field in its vicinity. Most ranged attacks would be distorted by this deflection field, failing to hit their intended target. However, like the void shield, the deflection field could not protect against all ranged assaults. Some attacks, characterized by greater velocity and potency, would still breach its defenses, such as lasers and particle beams. However, the bullets of the electromagnetic cannon were precisely restrained by the deflection force field. Neither Jiang nor the other two wielders of the electromagnetic cannon could directly strike the knight's void shield. The cannon's ammunition was distorted by the defensive line, veering off to the sides. Weaklings. Useless. The knight bellowed. Yet, his arrogance did not endure for long. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Jiang successfully targeted an armored shield that had extended beyond the protection of the void shield with a plasma cannon shot. This high-energy assault was also outside the protective scope of the deflection field. A tremendous surge of electricity engulfed the shield, incinerating the deflection field generator. With the deflection field dissipated, the alloy shield was swiftly shattered by the cannon fire. Behind them, Li Xian clenched his jaw, a surge of fervor boiling within him. Bang! Bang! The two serrated Ant-12 tube rocket pods mounted on the short sword squire's shoulder instantly unlocked. Boom! 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 A total of 24 105mm serrated ant rockets, trailing white flames, surged forth towards the knight ahead. Thunderous roars filled the air. A hot wind swept through from both sides and even above. In recent days, only Li Xian had retained the rocket pods of the serrated ant, while even Feng Dai had dismounted this weapon. Fortunately, Li Xian had not unloaded it. Today, it finally proved its worth. He discarded the two rocket pods, for without the rockets, they had become a burden. Load the ammunition. The auxiliary soldier swiftly maneuvered a tracked supply vehicle to the rear of Li Xian, heedless of the peril. As he operated the mechanical arm with remarkable speed to install two new serrated ant rocket launchers. Beside the two mechs, 3 additional tracked supply vehicles were also engaged in unleashing firepower into the corridor. The vehicle-mounted electromagnetic cannons relentlessly bombarded the heart of the flames. Seizing the moment, Jiang hastily turned to flee. However, his retreat was painfully slow. Where do you intend to escape to? A booming electronic voice echoed, as a towering iron construct emerged from the lingering explosions of the rockets. Another knightly mech surged forward with greater velocity towards Jiang mech, while the previous one cowered in the rear. His void shield had already overloaded, under the relentless barrage of fire and the detonation of 24 rockets. Even the enhanced void shield could not withstand the onslaught. Initially, Li Xian had expected this mech to either withdraw or bide its time for reinforcements. Yet, to his astonishment, the mech exhibited no inclination to retreat, instead charging forth alongside the knightly mech ahead. The ferocity of its assault sent a shiver down Li Xian's spine. Retreat! Retreat! We cannot contend with 5 knightly mechs. Ignore the infantry. The voice of Feng Dai crackled through the earpiece, revealing that it was not only Li Xian who was flustered, but Feng was equally in a state of alarm. We cannot escape from them. First, deal with the two in front. We still have a chance for victory. Jiang voice resonated deeply in Feng Dai and Li Xian's ears. As Jiang mech burst forth from the central passages of the 2 towering warehouses, it positioned itself at the entrance to intercept. Feng Dai observed this scene and swiftly drew his power sword, charging forward as well. This is a prime position. Here I shall stand against 100. Indeed, this location was advantageous. The passage between the 2 warehouses could scarcely accommodate more than 3 mechs in combat, particularly given the greater space required for close-quarters engagement. Even if the other 3 mechs managed to arrive, they would likely find themselves bottlenecked behind. Only a fool would attempt such a maneuver. Upon realizing that the enemy had ceased their retreat and blocked the entrance, the commander of the 3 mechs in the rear laughed heartily from within the cockpit. Look, the insects have stopped fleeing. Ascend to the rooftops and tear them apart. The 3 mechs swiftly leaped, utilizing their power swords and other energy weapons to carve openings in the walls, propelling themselves onto the rooftops. They then charged across the expansive roofs of the warehouses. Witnessing this, Li Xian felt a chill run down his spine, lamenting why his adversaries could not be mindless fools. How could a commander so cunningly engage in battle? Crack! Ahead, Jiang was already entangled with the first mech, their power swords clashing, unleashing a shower of sparks and crackling electricity. Indeed, Feng Dai did not speak in vain. Jiang prowess in close combat is formidable, and the assertion of his ability to take on 2 opponents is not mere bravado. Jiang mech presses against the knight's retinue across from him. And were it only this, the ultimate victor might well have been the short sword attendants. However, such a situation is unlikely to endure for long, as the remaining 3 knight attendants will reach the battlefield in no more than 30 seconds. At that juncture, it would evolve into a 5-against-2 scenario. And no matter how resilient Jianglu might be, how many nails could he truly drive? His melee capabilities remain woefully inadequate. With Feng Dai joining the fray, it becomes a 2-against-2, and the short sword attendants swiftly overpower the 2 knight attendants. Withdraw. 0-3. Retreat. 0-2. If you have the chance, retreat. I will hold them off. The voice of Jiang Lu reached Li Xian's ears, steady yet tinged with a hint of fury. Withdraw? Li Xian listened to this command in disbelief. At that moment, he truly hesitated. Chapter 37. The choice at this point. The 3 enemy mechs are nearly 30 seconds away from reaching the battlefield. If Li Xian were to turn and flee now, there is a significant likelihood he could escape. His position was already relatively rearward, and there are no adversaries to impede him. If he were to turn and retreat, 30 seconds would suffice for him to distance himself considerably. Moreover, the enemy knights lack formidable ranged capabilities, likely rendered helpless to merely observe as Li Xian makes his escape. The probability of them pursuing him seems minimal. In the vicinity, 2 short sword attendants remained, and rather than pursue a single retreating attendant, it would be more prudent to swiftly neutralize these 2. After all, the timing of enemy reinforcements was uncertain. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. The likelihood of them joining the assault against Jiang Lu and Feng Dai was considerably higher than chasing Li Xian. Thus, there existed at least an 80% chance that Li Xian could successfully extricate himself from this ambush. Just as Li Xian and his comrades hesitated to forge ahead with their mechs, preferring instead to await the advance of infantry. Even mechs equipped with void shields could not withstand concentrated fire. Once the void shield of a mech was shattered, it could only endure a few more rounds of armor-piercing shells compared to a tank. Upon hearing Jiang Lu's order to withdraw, Li Xian was initially tempted to flee. However, he ultimately halted his steps. He might escape this time, but he could not count on a second chance. By then, he might even be unable to operate a mech. Even if he could still pilot a mech, would any mech squad be willing to accept him? Even if they did, who would mentor him as Jiang Lu had? Although Jiang Lu had been somewhat stern and extorted 2 vials of the 5th-grade energy compound from Li Xian, he had genuinely guided him and regarded him as a true comrade. A choice. This was truly a matter of life and death. To flee might ensure survival this time, but it could lead to death in the next encounter. Conversely, to stay could mean dying here and now. It was not only Li Xian who hesitated. Even Feng Dai found himself in a quandary. He too recognized the dire nature of the situation, despite their camaraderie. He understood all too well the limitations of Li Xian's combat abilities. A newly enlisted soldier fled, leaving only the 2 of them to confront the 5 knightly retainers. Should they strike their heads? Feng Dai swiftly turned to Li Xian, hoping to catch a glimpse of him retreating, thus granting him the justification to escape as well. In the face of his own life, fleeing was an affirmation of one's true self, while holding the line and fighting until the very last moment was the hallmark of a hero. There is no shame in adhering to one's true self. Yet, with a heart still ablaze, Li Xian, influenced by the atmosphere of the battlefield, opted to embrace the role of a hero. Give me 30 seconds. I shall return a miracle. At that moment, he even found the audacity to jest. In theory, the 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon utilized by the short sword retainer boasted an optimal firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. However, in the chaotic realm of actual combat, such a rate was rarely achieved. The typical firing rate would hover around 3,000 to 4,500 rounds per minute. This implies that in a minute and a half, the ammunition carried on the short sword retainer's back could be entirely expended. In 30 seconds, at least 2,000 rounds could be unleashed. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Li Xian did not retreat. One of his shoulders had been rearmed with a serrated ant-rocket pod, while his left arm's 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon unleashed projectiles like a fiery whip, lashing out at the 2 knightly retainers, particularly targeting the one whose void shield had already been overloaded. Boom. Bam. The 20mm electromagnetic cannon typically employed a 4:1 ratio of high explosive to armor-piercing rounds. To penetrate even the armor of a knightly retainer devoid of a void shield was a fool's errand. However, if a single shot fails to penetrate, then one must fire several more. Moreover, at least half of the shells have been absorbed by another knight's retinue mech. Such feeble attacks. Are you merely tickling me? The mocking voice of the knight's retinue echoed. The 2 knights, confronted with the onslaught from Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, particularly the melee prowess of Jiang Lu, were somewhat caught off guard. Yet, this did not deter them from taunting Li Xian. Even a slight disturbance to Li Xian's mindset sufficed. In the brief span of time, securing a 12-tube launcher for the Sawtooth Ant rocket was no small feat, and there would certainly be no time left for another. Li Xian plunged the powered spear into the ground and, with his free mechanical arm, grasped another rocket nest, hurling it fervently at the feet of the enemy. The Sawtooth Ant rockets do not require launching to detonate. Even being triggered results in an explosion. Amidst such intense combat, not only were the mechs concentrating fire on the opposing knights, but several short-tailed mouse-armored vehicles and a hunter's artillery were also targeting the knights. Everyone understood the dire fate that awaited them should their mech be destroyed. Thus, the infantry had to endure the brunt of the fight, without fire support. Their struggle was exceedingly arduous. Step back a few paces. Li Xian's voice resonated in Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's ears, and they instantly noticed the rocket nest landing at the feet of the knight's retinue. Well done, Feng Dai bellowed as the mech swiftly retreated. Bang, bang, bang. As Li Xian's mech advanced toward the battlefield, the rocket pod on his shoulder unlocked and targeted a series of 105 serrated ant rockets, which billowed white smoke as they soared toward the knightly retainer devoid of a void shield. Damn it. Chapter 38. Psionic Signal Boom. Rumble. In an instant, the knightly retainer was once again engulfed in a tempest of explosions and flames. 12 serrated ants, if they struck a tank at the correct angle, could obliterate a hunter with a single shot. One can only imagine the formidable armor-piercing and explosive power of such rockets. Li Xian, undeterred, launched another 12 in rapid succession. While beneath the knightly retainer, an unlaunched rocket pod awaited its turn. With the detonation of the rockets, this pod ignited instantaneously, causing a catastrophic chain reaction. Boom. In this narrow passage, flames and explosions surged once more. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Xian's face flushed with excitement. Art. This is the art of explosion. Even in this interstellar age, replete with cutting-edge weaponry, the novel chemical propellant used in the serrated ant rockets held its own remarkable potency. From his vantage point, Li Xian observed as the void shield of the short sword retainer flickered rapidly, each flicker a consequence of the residual shock waves and shrapnel from the blasts. Damn it all. Boom. At the epicenter of the explosion, amidst the swirling flames and dust, the voice of the knightly retainer emerged, only to vanish after a resounding roar. The void shield of Jiang Lu, after the last explosion, was completely overloaded. Like its predecessor, the knight retainer, it required at least 10 minutes to reboot. This scene did not instill fear in Li Xian. Rather, it filled him with elation. Not only Li Xian, but even Feng Dai shared the sentiment, his roars echoing within the cockpit and resonating in Li Xian's earpiece. Well done. Excellent explosions. Eliminate them. Without waiting for the smoke to clear, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai charged into the heart of the explosion. Li Xian swiftly assessed the aftermath through his psychic energy. Upon inspection, he breathed a sigh of relief. This explosion had indeed met his expectations. A total of 12 serrated ant rockets had been launched, and although a few had been intercepted by the previous Knight Retainer's void shield, many still struck the subsequent Knight Retainer. Additionally, the rocket nest ignited by the explosion unleashed another 24 rockets in this confined area. The limited space of the corridor meant that the shockwaves and flames were almost entirely compressed in the center. The enemy's Knight Retainer could no longer withstand the onslaught. The one without a void shield was directly penetrated by several rockets, triggering an internal explosion. The final thunderous roar heard was that of the mech collapsing from within. Meanwhile, the Knight Retainer equipped with a void shield was also overwhelmed by the explosion, leading to its catastrophic overload. From this moment, the tide of battle shifted favorably, transforming the odds from 5-3 into 4-3. The hunter tank to the side of Li Xian seized the opportune moment, firing a 120mm electromagnetic armor-piercing round aimed squarely at the similarly shattered knight's companion, resulting in a resounding explosion. While aspirations soared high, reality proved to be rather stark. The tank's projectile struck true, yet the outcome was far from favorable. The knight's companion mech had also been outfitted with armor, absorbing the impact of the shell. However, bereft of allies, the knight's companion found itself increasingly vulnerable in a 2-to-1 confrontation. Li Xian maneuvered his mech closer to the battlefield, his 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon unleashing a relentless barrage to suppress the knight's companion, which lacked a void shield. As he approached, a flurry of small white light orbs erupted from the wreckage of the destroyed knight's mech. Before Li Xian could fully comprehend the situation, One of these luminous orbs penetrated the cockpit of his mech and surged into his very being. At that moment, his psionic chip promptly activated, signaling an unknown psionic energy signal. Decoding psionic signal in progress. Li Xian's heart raced in alarm. What in the world was this? Yet, the exigencies of battle left no room for contemplation. Gripping his power spear in one hand and firing his plasma cannon at the enemy knight's companion with the other, he unleashed a powerful blast. The plasma cannon sent the enemy knight's companion staggering, but with the additional armor, its defensive capabilities were indeed formidable. It was then that Jiang Lu's voice echoed through the comms. Fall back. Move out of the warehouse area. The remaining 3 mechs are closing in. It's untenable to engage here. Upon hearing this, Li Xian, who had initially intended to charge forward, swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's mechs hastily withdrew from the central corridor of the warehouse. Above the warehouse, 3 intact mechs were almost upon them. The roof, capable of withstanding heavy artillery fire, could certainly endure the weight of mechs in motion. Boom. Just as Jiang Lu and the others had exited, the enemy's 3 mechs leaped down from either side. A height of 40 to 50 meters posed little challenge for mechs. The ground where the 3 knight-like mechs landed was utterly shattered, creating a substantial crater. Incompetence, exclaimed the leading mech, its voice laced with malice. Clearly dissatisfied with its 2 companions. Even if one is a failure, you should not execute him. Today, I shall tear you apart. Annihilate them. The chilling electronic voice of the knight-like mech echoed around, followed by the colossal machines charging forward, closing in on the 3 short, sword-wielding attendants. The leading knight-like mech brandished a long-handled power axe, while the other 2 wielded a power sword and a power spear, respectively. The knight-like mech that had overcharged its void shield in the corridor also wielded a power sword. The 3 knight-like mechs advanced with an overwhelming presence, especially given the short distance between the 2 sides. 50 to 60 meters is not particularly far for infantry, and for the towering 7-meter mechs, it was virtually like standing face to face. Clang. Sizzle. The clash of powerful weapons erupted in a tremendous roar. Both sides were exerting their efforts, while electromagnetic sparks flew in all directions. Hold on. I have called for reinforcements. Jiang Lu's voice echoed in Li Xian's ears. Among the 3, he was most concerned about Li Xian's position. If Li Xian could endure, it would be 4 against 3, allowing them to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Should Li Xian be eliminated, it would turn into 4 against 2, and their endurance would be uncertain. I will hold on. Chapter 39 Download Psychoenergy Military Chip 0. Unknown Psychoenergy Signal Decoding Complete. The psychoenergy signal has diminished. Please select the desired download information from the options below. 1. D2 level Mecha Long-Range Shooting Techniques 45-2. D4 level General Driving Skills 47-3. D4 level Mildar General Knowledge 52-4. D4 level General Close Combat Driving Skills 41-5. Bedtime Exercise Techniques 78 at the height of the battle. Li Xian received a transmission from Zero, and 5 options appeared in his peripheral vision. In this adrenaline-fueled moment, he glanced at the choices, quickly perusing all 5. This unexpected scene caught Li Xian off guard, yet he had no time to ponder. Presently, he faced an onslaught from knightly retainers in close combat, a scenario in which he was least proficient. Although he was unaware of the consequences of the download, he had no alternative but to select the 4th option. Select the 4th. The D4 level Milda Knight's Retinue Melee Driving Skills 41 are downloading. In the next moment, Li Xian felt an influx of numerous melee techniques within his mind, which continued to proliferate. The feedback was exceedingly evident. His combat proficiency, as delineated by his chip, surged rapidly during this time. D1 level Short Sword Retinue Driving Skills 56. 57. 99 D2 level Short Sword Retinue Melee Driving Skills 12. Almost before Li Xian could fully comprehend the situation, his melee proficiency had already ascended by 1 tier. With the assistance of 2 chips and his own innate talent, he had elevated his melee skills to 50% of D1 in just over 20 days. However, the further he progressed, the more arduous the advancement became, especially in the last few days, where he could only achieve an increment of 2 or 3 percentage points daily. Consequently, after the psychic military chip absorbed this unknown psychic signal, the effect was overwhelmingly potent. In that moment, Li Xian felt an exhilarating surge. His control over the mech had undeniably improved immensely compared to before. Jazé, let me tear you apart. Li Xian quelled his excitement. Even if he now possessed D2 level melee skills, what significance did it hold? According to the recent information, the knight retinue he had obliterated with a serrated ant rocket was still equipped with D4 level melee skills. As his comrade, this knight retinue's melee abilities were certainly not mediocre. The short sword-wielding attendant grasped the powered spear, and with a surge of psychic energy, the six-barreled cannon on his left arm and the nearly depleted ammunition box on his back detached autonomously. The battle transitioned to close combat, leaving no time to utilize the cannon, which was as ineffective against the mech as mere tickling. With these burdensome items removed, the mech's speed increased slightly. Clang! Upon contact, the powered spear collided with the enemy's powered sword, unleashing a torrent of electromagnetic sparks. A novice, indeed. Haha. Do not resist. The knight attendant roared. Your comrade met their end at the hands of another novice. What are you so thrilled about? Lexin retorted without reservation, wielding his powered spear to fend off the enemy's assault. Regardless of the circumstances, the length of the powered spear exceeded that of the powered sword, and in battle, every inch counts. Lexin, relying on the superiority of his weapon's length, relentlessly thrust forward, reminiscent of the stabbing drills practiced during his school days. Weak. Flaccid. The air around them was filled with electronic sounds and the clashing of powered weapons. Lexin's spear continuously lunged and occasionally swung with great force. Having absorbed close combat techniques from the psychic signal, he now radiated confidence, his weapon dancing with boldness. Sizzle. Under Lexin's command, the spear lunged directly at the enemy. In such confined quarters, the powered sword proved less effective than the longer weapon, though a shorter weapon presents greater risks. This principle did not apply in the realm of mech combat. The volumes of both parties are excessively large, and the D-class mech is inherently incapable of executing highly demanding maneuvers, coupled with the constricted terrain surrounding them. Any attempt by the enemy to close in would necessitate confronting Lexin's long spear's thrusts. Had Lexin still been the novice he once was, he might have struggled to respond to the knight's retinue's assault. However, after undergoing enhancements, Lexin, though still unable to overpower his foes, has gained the ability to momentarily entangle them. With a swift motion, the long spear thrust forward once more, but the knight's retainer sidestepped, evading this strike while simultaneously advancing with his powered sword along the shaft of the spear. Die! The knight's retainer bellowed with arrogance, breaking through the formation of the sword-wielding attendants, bringing their mechs nearly into contact. The powered sword passed through the void shield as if it were non-existent, striking against Lexin's armor. Fortunately, Lexin had equipped external armor. Otherwise, that blow could have pierced the mech's armor, damaging the internal mechanisms. The agility of the powered long spear was undoubtedly inferior to that of the powered sword, and the restrictive terrain offered Lexin little opportunity for maneuvering. Nevertheless, the weapon at Lexin's disposal was not limited to the powered long spear. As the distance between them diminished, despite having been struck by a sword, Lexin managed to thrust his left arm into the enemy's void shield. With a resounding boom, a fully charged plasma cannon erupted from the rear of the void shield, striking directly at the lower limbs of the enemy mech. The explosion of high-energy plasma, arcs of electricity, and flames ignited violently within the confines of the void shield. At this moment, the enemy's mech became utterly rigid. Although it had not sustained any critical damage, it was nonetheless compromised. Lexin maneuvered his mech into a leap, retreating swiftly. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy was caught off guard, he thrust his power spear forward once more. With a piercing sound, the spear effortlessly penetrated the defense of the void shield. The knight's attendant twisted his body at the last moment, narrowly evading the lethal strike aimed at the cockpit. The power spear lodged itself into the left arm of the knight's attendant, and under the influence of the disintegration field, the enemy's armor could not withstand such a thrust. The spear's blade penetrated deeply, igniting sparks and arcs of electricity as the left arm suffered severe damage. The enemy's mech finally began to recover from the effects of the plasma cannon. In this recent skirmish, neither side's mech emerged unscathed. Chapter 40. Intense battle. Lexin's mech had endured 4 or 5 strikes from the knight's attendant's power sword. Despite the auxiliary armor, it was far from unscathed. The external armor was nearly shredded, and the mech's own armor had been breached by the disintegration field, damaging some of its equipment. Currently, Lexin could only force the malfunctioning components to operate through psychic energy. The knight's attendant was not in a much better condition than Lexin's own sword-wielding attendant, resulting in a significant reduction in the knight's agility. This was a consequence of the pilot underestimating his opponent. The left shoulder armor was directly pierced by Lexin's power spear, resulting in critical damage and rendering the entire left arm of the knight's attendant incapable of combat. The internal circuits and transmission apparatus had been severed, and this was not merely a matter of relying on psychic energy to sustain life. The battle between the two factions had escalated to a fever pitch, with extensive damage evident on both mechs. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian's eyes shimmered with an ethereal blue and white luminescence, tiny arcs of electricity flickering around his form. This was the manifestation of his psychic energy unleashed to its fullest extent, enabling him to engage the enemy despite his comparatively diminished strength. However, maintaining such a state was astonishingly taxing. "Activate the supplies," Li Xian bellowed within the cockpit. From the side of his seat, a vial of medicine was ejected instantaneously. The D1 Psychic Energy Compound Number 5, priced at 200 energy coins per bottle, it represented 2 months' worth of Li Xian's earnings. With his hands occupied, he deftly manipulated his psychic energy to uncork the vial and bring it to his lips. With a swift gulp, he consumed the entire contents. Contrary to his expectations, the anticipated surge of psychic energy did not materialize immediately. The digestion and release of such a potion also required time. It was not a matter of instant restoration upon ingestion, and even if it were, such a phenomenon was beyond the reach of someone of Li Xian's caliber. As he felt the psychic energy within him begin to churn gradually, Li Xian sensed a resurgence of strength. He gripped the power lance of his mech tightly and continued to unleash a fierce onslaught upon his foe. Yet, the experience of the enemy knight's retinue was not to be underestimated. Even with his left arm incapacitated, the right arm was more than capable of deflecting Li Xian's attacks. After all, a mech, being a mechanical construct, although affected by damage, would not lose its combat efficacy as drastically as a human would. On the other side, Jiang Lu was engaged in a far more ferocious battle, confronting the onslaught of 2 mechs. One was clearly the commander of the knight's retinue, while the other was the previously damaged mech. Feng Dai was locked in combat with the knight's retainer wielding a powered spear, and the struggle was intensely balanced. Jiang Lu's prowess was undeniably formidable. Even amidst the dual assault, he managed to hold his ground. He even seized moments to target the knight's retainer with the overloaded void shield, prompting the discharge of the plasma cannon. The surrounding combat intensified, with infantry suffering the greatest casualties. They had largely taken refuge behind cover, adopting a state of faith-based shooting. Of the 3 short-tailed mice, one had already been obliterated, leaving the entire vehicle engulfed in flames. The condition of the remaining 2 was not much better. One short-tailed mouse was nearly incapacitated. Its wheel on one side deformed and its movement significantly hindered. The situation for Li Xian and his 4 auxiliary squads was similarly dire, with one auxiliary armored vehicle being swiftly cleaved by an enemy knight retainer. The other 3 armored vehicles continued to operate their electromagnetic rapid-fire cannons, relentlessly bombarding the knight retainer devoid of the void shield. The situation for the stalker was even more tragic, initially providing support to the mechs with its 120mm electromagnetic cannon. It soon found itself targeted by enemy infantry. From the top of the warehouse, the rapid-fire cannon incessantly rained shells upon the stalker. Although the shells of these autocannons could not penetrate the armor of the hunter, they effectively obliterated its targeting equipment, rendering the hunter akin to a headless fly. Ultimately, from the lofty height of the warehouse, approximately 40 to 50 meters, a tailfin armor-piercing anti-tank missile struck the hunter from above. The impact decapitated the hunter, propelling its turret several meters into the air. Not only was the hunter targeted, but even the mechs of Jiang Lu found themselves in the crosshairs of the enemy infantry. When the mech was shielded by a void barrier, it was a formidable adversary for the infantry. However, in the absence of such protection, the infantry, armed with anti-tank weaponry, sought to test the mettle of the mech. Jiang Lu's mech had already endured at least 2 strikes from anti-tank missiles, and it was only due to its robust armor that it withstood the assaults. Yet, surviving the anti-tank missiles was not without consequence. The outer armor of the mech had sustained considerable damage. Nonetheless, Jiang Lu maintained a clear understanding of the condition of his mech, recognizing that the situation was not dire. He wielded his power sword to deflect the attacks from the knightly subordinate commander's mech, then unleashed a plasma cannon from his left arm, striking another enemy mech. The plasma cannon possessed the distinct advantage of incapacitating enemy mechs, as its powerful current and intense heat could induce a state of rigidity. Seizing the opportunity presented by the immobilized enemy mech, Jiang Lu swiftly closed the distance, and with the power sword raised high, he plunged it directly into the cockpit of the adversary's mech. The driver of the knight's retainer bore a visage of sheer terror as he beheld the encroaching energy sword. No. The driver could only emit a harrowing cry of despair before being utterly cleaved apart by the disintegration field of the weapon. As a seasoned mecha pilot, Jiang Lu possessed an abundance of combat experience, precisely locking onto the enemy pilot. In an instant, the movements of the knight's retainer came to an abrupt halt, the mechanical beast losing all control and crashing thunderously to the ground. However, Jiang Lu's series of maneuvers did not come without cost. In eliminating this knight's retainer, he inadvertently invited the wrath of another adversary. The commander of the knight's retainer swung down with a long-handled energy battle axe, and within the cockpit, Jiang Lu realized he could not evade this blow. Therefore, he raised his left arm, sacrificing it in exchange for this fatal strike. Boom! The left arm of the short sword retainer, wielding a plasma cannon, was severed by the knight's retainer's axe, resulting in a series of explosions and arcs of electricity erupting in its wake. Chapter 41. Retreat. The rampant currents, explosions, and smoke billowing from the flames transformed the battlefield. As Jiang Lu turned once more, the tide of battle shifted again. Now, 6 mechas remained on the battlefield, 3 short sword retainers and 3 knights retainers. While the apparent balance of power seemed to favor equilibrium, the reality painted a different picture. The enemy had suffered the loss of 2 mechas. Yet their current state indicated a greater advantage. Jiang Lu's mech has suffered the grievous loss of its entire left arm. This is not merely the loss of a limb along with its accompanying plasma cannon. The absence of an arm profoundly affects the overall balance of the mech, necessitating a greater expenditure of energy to maintain its equilibrium. This situation starkly contrasts with the mech that battled Li Xin, which, despite having its shoulder pierced by Li Xin's power spear, retained its arm and thus its balance remained intact. On the other hand, Feng Dai finds himself in a relatively balanced confrontation with his adversary. Both mechs have sustained damage, though it is not particularly severe. Meanwhile, Li Xin and his opponent are locked in a more dire struggle. The seasoned foe, a knightly retainer, despite allowing Li Xin one hand and hampering his mobility, continues to dominate the engagement. Li Xin is in a precarious position, having already ejected his external armor. The mech's own armor has been marred by several deep sword scars, with electric sparks intermittently erupting from the mech's body. Although Li Xion's mech remains structurally sound, the damage to its systems and armor has diminished its combat effectiveness by at least 20%. Most of Li Xion's assaults have been evaded by his opponent, with only a fraction being deflected by the adversary's power sword. The battlefield atmosphere has shifted subtly due to Jiang Lu's annihilation of a mech, prompting Feng Dai and Li Xin to swiftly create distance from their foes, positioning themselves on either side of Jiang Lu. The enemy mechs advance relentlessly, progressively constricting their available space. Li Xion's power spear relentlessly pierced through the air, as the 3 of them nearly maintained a uniform line, effectively occupying the entirety of the 50 to 60 meter corridor. This scene rendered the enemy's knight attendants somewhat hesitant, as the confined terrain left them no opportunity for flanking maneuvers. What should we do? A knight attendant's pilot gritted his teeth and inquired, causing the commanding officer of the knight attendants to waver. The original plan was a 5-3 engagement, but an unforeseen incident had occurred right from the outset. One mech had been swiftly eliminated by concentrated fire. Charge again. The enemy's condition is deteriorating. The commander of the knight attendants bellowed, and the massive mech accelerated once more, targeting the severely damaged Jiang Lu Dai. Li Xin roared, thrusting the power spear with ferocity. Yet it was effortlessly parried by the enemy commander wielding a long-handled power axe. Zing! Li Xin raised his hand to unleash a plasma cannon, but the opposing commander's mech still bore a void shield, rendering the plasma cannon ineffective. Kill! Reinforcements are on the way. Hold your ground for victory, Jiang Lu shouted, his voice not only reaching Feng Dai and Li Xin through their headsets, but also resonating across the entire battlefield via loudspeakers. The 6 colossal machines clashed once more, yet it remained challenging to ascertain a victor in the short term. Minutes later, Jiang Lu's mech's overloaded void shield restored itself, and neither side had achieved the desired results. The fierce battle had inflicted varying degrees of damage on both factions' mechs. Once again separated, both sides warily observed each other, for the current battlefield indicated that this confrontation would not reach a swift conclusion. Noticing the absence of any intent to continue the assault from the opposing side, Jiang Lu began to signal Feng Dai and Li Xin to slowly retreat. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. Jiang Lu's voice emerged from the cockpit, nearly hoarse. The intensity of the battle had not only ignited Li Xion's fervor, but had also sent Jiang Lu's adrenaline soaring to its peak. The brief, Fierce engagement had drained their psychic energy to levels far exceeding those of typical skirmishes. Each high-intensity movement of the mechs, the swinging of weapons, and the maintenance of the void shield consumed not only the mech's energy but also their psychic reserves. Otherwise, every vehicle capable of supporting a void shield would seek to equip one. The three mechs provided mutual cover as they retreated. Joined by the remaining vehicles, whether the short-tailed mice or the mech auxiliary troops, all hastily withdrew. The infantry, positioned further back, were also quick to flee, dodging the firepower unleashed by the Milda retinue. Some unfortunate souls, situated closer to the front lines, had no choice but to hunker down behind cover, awaiting an uncertain fate. Damn it! Quickly secure the battlefield. The commander of the night retinue mech roared furiously from his cockpit, his gaze fixed on the retreating trio of short-sword retinues. Although they had initiated an ambush, their losses were greater than those suffered by the enemy. What had the enemy truly lost? A handful of inconsequential infantry, a solitary hunter, 2 short-tailed mice, and a mechanized auxiliary armored vehicle. In stark contrast, the Milda Knight Order suffered the loss of 2 knightly mechs, a disproportionate toll. Although they successfully repelled the enemy's advance this time, this warehouse's defensive stronghold is undoubtedly poised to face an even more formidable counterattack from these corporate hounds. Incompetents. Fools. The commander of the knightly mechs approached the 2 fallen machines, which had met their demise at the hands of Jiang Lu. The loss of the first mech was relatively minor. Its external armor was torn asunder, bearing numerous scars inflicted by electromagnetic cannons and tank shells. Yet, the most grievous injury lay within, where a power sword had pierced the cockpit, cleaving the pilot in 2. The cockpit was a gruesome sight, saturated with shattered organs and blood. In stark contrast, the other mech had succumbed to destruction following the overload of its void shield, subsequently obliterated by a relentless barrage of serrated ant rockets. Its external armor was nearly shredded, and the cockpit was utterly annihilated. This mech was beyond salvage. Its internal systems ravaged by the ferocious explosion of plasma and rockets. Remove the first one, the commander instructed, and let the infantry set up a minefield, leaving this wreck here. He shook his head in resignation at the sight of the first destroyed mech, fully aware that it was irreparable. Chapter 42, Retreat, Part 2. The retreating swordsman, having left the battlefield, hastened forward, discarding the infantry and remaining armored forces that required protection. The area ahead had already been claimed, and the infantry along with the residual armored units faced little peril here, barring any audacious counterattack from the enemy. After all, the timing of the next confrontation remained uncertain. The loss of infantry and armored units was not deemed significant, as these forces could be replenished at any moment. However, the loss of mechas would be a substantial blow. Splendidly executed. Bringing up the rear was Feng Dai's mecha, from which he emitted a voice filled with the relief of survival. He lavished praise upon Li Xin, whose performance had exceeded Feng Dai's expectations. Among the 3 mechas, Feng Dai's was in the best condition. During the preceding skirmish, he had faced an equally matched knight, with both their machines and combat experiences being comparable. Following closely was Li Xin's mecha, which had endured numerous strikes from the power sword. Had it not been for the auxiliary armor absorbing a significant portion of the attacks, his mecha might have suffered a similar fate as well. The most unfortunate was Jiang Lu's mecha, which had not only lost its left arm entirely, but also sustained considerable damage to its main body. Indeed, the performance this time was commendable. Within this subsequent unit were 4 mechas, half a company of hunters, and a full company of armored infantry. The leading mecha breathed a sigh of relief upon spotting Jiang Lu and the others. Thank goodness. The voice of Jiang Lu rang out, questioning the sluggish arrival of reinforcements. With a sigh, the supporting troops responded. Today's enemy seems to have consumed gunpowder, launching a comprehensive counterattack. It is not just you who have fallen into ambush. Troops from other directions are also facing enemy offensives and traps. Jiang Lu inquired about the conditions in other sectors. The second group has encountered a similar counterattack. The second group has lost a mecha. The commander of the supporting troops spoke with palpable helplessness. As for the losses of other units, neither side mentioned them. Yet it was evident that the toll would be significant. The fifth group, despite not losing any mechas, had its armored units nearly annihilated, and the infantry suffered at least a 50% casualty rate. The second group, akin to Li Xin and the fifth group, was left with only 3 short sword attendants, now down to 2, suggesting that their allied forces had fared even worse. The commander of the supporting troops asked, "What is your situation?" Jiang Lu replied, "We were besieged by 5 knight attendants, and by a stroke of fortune, we managed to eliminate 2. Ultimately, when the enemy realized they could not subdue us, they allowed us to depart. What? Jiang Lu's words instantly stirred a commotion within the defensive stronghold. It was not only the commander of the supporting troops who gasped, but even Lu Quan, listening to their exchange from the rear, could not restrain his exclamation. In the command center, Ji, the brigade commander of the Hungan Defense Mixed Brigade, quickly inquired, "What is happening?" Lu Quan, having lost a mecha known as the Black Face in today's skirmish, surprisingly found himself in a jovial mood. He remarked, "The 5th Squad has also faced an onslaught from the enemy, yet they performed admirably, managing to retreat unscathed and even eliminating 2 Night Sentinels. This is indeed the only piece of good news I've heard all day." Ji Zhuan's expression brightened slightly, though not to the extent of Lu Quan's, for he had already witnessed the casualty figures from the attacking forces in the direction of the 5th Squad, specifically within Hungan defense. He noted the losses: 1 stag hunter, 2 short-tailed mice, and at least 60 to 70 infantrymen. Ji Zhuan felt a twinge of sorrow, though his heart ached not for the infantry, but for the vehicles. Each of these machines bore a hefty price tag when compared to Li Xian's salary, which amounted to 105 energy coins per month, including wartime bonuses. The financial disparity was glaring. The cost of a short-tailed mouse stood at approximately 25,000 energy coins, with the exact price contingent upon the weapon systems installed. As for the Stag Hunter tank, its procurement costs soared to 55,000 energy coins. At such prices, it would take Li Xian decades of diligent work without sustenance to afford a short-tailed mouse, and even more years to save for a Stag Hunter. The cost-effectiveness was indeed staggering. In stark contrast, the price of infantry was considerably lower. Hungan Defense recruited soldiers at a rate of 5,000 planetary coins per month for a new recruit. The salary of an elite veteran is set to increase, supplemented by various allowances, potentially exceeding 10,000. This is indeed quite modest. When converted into energy currency, it amounts to merely a few or perhaps a dozen units. Losing 50 or 60 infantrymen does not faze Ji, yet the loss of a single tank or 2 armored vehicles truly weighs heavily on him. At this moment, not only the maintenance team of the 5th group, but also several other mech maintenance teams surged forward. 3 mechs were swiftly loaded onto transport vehicles and taken to the maintenance base. This facility is equipped with numerous large-scale machinery designed for mech repairs. Warfare encompasses not only victories and defeats on the battlefield, but also the vital aspect of logistics. The mechs belonging to Li Xian and his 2 companions can regain combat readiness in as little as 1 or 2 days, or at most 4 or 5, under the skilled hands of these technicians. Conversely, the enemy's mechs situated beneath the Biximo steelworks are unlikely to enjoy such favorable circumstances. This location evidently lacks adequate logistical and maintenance support, highlighting the disparity between the 2 sides. Chapter 43. Maintenance. A hissing sound filled the air as the 3 mechs' cockpits gradually opened. The pilots, Jiang Lu, Feng Dai, and Li Xian, emerged one by one. As they exited, each of them clutched a small box containing their personal supplies. Among these was Li Xian's D1 composite, which he utilized during combat. "Goodness, Li Xian, what are those eyes of yours?" exclaimed Feng Dai, patting Li Xian on the shoulder as he descended from the mech. What transpired? Li Xian felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety, his eyes glinting with an ominous intensity. Feng Dai jested. Li Xian leaned against a maintenance vehicle, gazing into the rearview mirror, confronting his own reflection. His visage bore little resemblance to the past, his hair stood erect, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he had endured sleepless nights. Not only did Feng Dai appear startled, but Li Xian himself nearly failed to recognize the figure before him. Jiang Lu approached Li Xian's side, patting Feng Dai and saying, "Enough of that. Don't frighten him. You needn't be afraid. You must have consumed compound number 5 during battle, right?" Li Xian nodded, affirming, "Indeed. This is one of the external manifestations of taking compound number 5. During intense combat, its effects are amplified, and this is how it manifests in your body." Jiang Lu patted Li Xian on the shoulder, saying, "You performed admirably today." Li Xian smiled, replying, "It is all thanks to my master's guidance." A smile appeared on Jiang Lu's face for the first time in the month Li Xian had known him, clearly indicating that Li Xian's performance had not disappointed him. Meanwhile, the mechanics had commenced their busy work, skillfully maneuvering robotic arms to repair the mechas. The condition of the 3 mechas was far from optimistic, yet fortunately, most of the equipment remained intact. Only a few components and circuits needed replacement to restore the machine's performance. Jiang Lu caught the attention of the maintenance team's leader, inquiring, "What is the situation? How long until combat readiness is restored?" The maintenance team leader held a tablet in hand, which had already established a data link with the mechas. Displayed on it was an image of a mecha standing tall. Upon a cursory glance, Lexin noticed that the entire mecha was awash in a vivid crimson hue, with a multitude of alerts incessantly popping up. The maintenance team leader pointed towards Captain Jiang's mecha and remarked, "Captain Jiang, among these three mechas, yours has suffered the most severe damage. Based on the estimated repair time, it will take at least 5 days to restore combat capability." He clicked his tongue in dismay, stating, "The damage is exceedingly grave. Compared to the main body of the mecha, the left arm, along with the plasma cannon, being severed is relatively the least challenging to repair. Look here, this is the most critical area." He zoomed in on the tablet to reveal the back of the mecha. This impact appears to have been from an enemy armor-piercing round, which penetrated the mecha's rear armor and nearly detonated your energy core. And this one here, it must have been struck by an anti-tank missile. He indicated another substantial tear. This section's equipment is almost 40 destroyed if it sustains any further damage. Your mecha will be rendered completely inoperable. What a stroke of luck. The maintenance team leader marveled, then gestured towards Lexin's and Feng Dai's mechas, stating, "The damage to these two mechas is comparatively lighter, likely due to the void shields not being overloaded. These two mechas should only require 2 days of repairs before they can regain their combat readiness. The equipment has sustained minimal loss, and replacing the external armor will merely take a few hours." Jiang Lu nodded and said, "All right, understood." Before they could exit the maintenance hangar, a group approached from a distance, led by the defense supervisor, Lu Quan. "Old Jiang, today, you've performed splendidly," Lu Quan exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy after a day filled with disheartening news. Come, let us discuss the combat report." Jiang Lu, wearing a smile, replied, "Supervisor, after such a resounding victory, aren't you going to let us rest for a moment?" Lu Quan's eyes widened in surprise as he retorted loudly, "Rest? Is my office not sufficient for your leisure?" Jiang Lu instantly deflated, forcing a grin as he responded, "That's more than enough. Quite sufficient." On the other side stood Brigadier Ji Zhuan of the Hungan Defense Mixed Brigade, who was also beaming with delight. He offered a gentle applause to Jiang Lu, Lexin, and Feng Dai. "Your performance today was indeed commendable. Did you hear that? 2 high-ranking officials have come to celebrate your success, and you still aren't satisfied?" Lu Quan laughed heartily. "Contentment, indeed." Jiang Lu nodded vigorously. At that moment, the footage from the 3 mechs was being played, primarily showcasing Jiang Lu's mech, as he was the first to engage in battle. The mechs of Lexin and Feng Dai remained in a state of manual vigilance at the rear, yet to partake in psychic piloting. The scenes depicted the troops advancing in an orderly fashion, including thorough inspections of the surrounding warehouses, revealing no significant flaws in their operations. The row of colossal warehouses stands as an ideal bastion. Lu Quan and Ji Zhuan engaged in a dialogue, analyzing the footage before them. Ji Zhuan gazed upon the imposing structures and remarked, "This location is familiar to me. During the previous 2 assaults on the Behemoth steel plant, fierce battles erupted in this very spot. The resilience of these warehouses is remarkable. Even the formidable 152mm howitzers fail to penetrate their defenses unless aerial bombardment is employed. However, the complex electromagnetic environment in this area renders both sides' air forces ineffective, compelling us to tackle this formidable obstacle head-on." Curious about the previous engagements, Lu Quan inquired, "What was the casualty situation here?" "Significant losses indeed," Ji Zhuan replied. "In the second assault on Behemoth, we lost at least an enhanced infantry battalion in this location, along with an estimated 10 tanks and armored vehicles. The toll was considerable. To secure this area this time, we will likely require the support of the mech units." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Lu Quan, who responded without hesitation, "Rest assured, mechs will participate in this battle, and the promised supply of vehicles is already en route." Chapter 44. Post-battle analysis. Upon hearing these words, Ji Zhuan's expression brightened considerably. Meanwhile, Lexin, seated slightly behind, observed the exchange with a contemplative gaze. It appears that despite suffering significant losses today, he can still greet the 5th group with a cheerful demeanor, as Lu Quan has already promised to provide support for his combined brigade. Previously, he had gleaned some information regarding Hungan defense from the chip. Due to limitations imposed by his access rights, the information available to Lexin was rather superficial. Hungan Defense is a subsidiary under the Defense Department of Blueprint Biotechnology Group, which is not wholly owned. Hungan Defense primarily undertakes combat and defensive missions assigned by the Defense Department of Blueprint Group, serving as the main source of their economic sustenance. As a defense company, the operational forces at their disposal constitute their greatest asset. But what exactly comprises their strength? Ordinary infantry certainly does not count. Such troops lack any significant combat capability when faced with mechs. Armored vehicles are truly the cornerstone of hanging defense. Possessing these vehicles enables one to gain the upper hand in typical combat scenarios. Although tanks and infantry fighting vehicles may appear vulnerable, easily destroyed by a soldier wielding an anti-tank missile or electromagnetic cannon, their dominance over infantry cannot be overlooked. In a confrontation where both sides possess equal strength and command, the side with armored vehicles is bound to prevail, suffering fewer casualties. Hanging defense likely operates its own independent financial system, sourcing operational funds from tasks assigned by Blueprint Defense. However, they lack the capability to produce weaponry and must procure the majority of their arms from the Blueprint Group. Thus, for the Blueprint Biotechnology Group, they merely cycled their funds, subsequently investing in some weaponry, and then summoned a multitude of soldiers eager to serve their cause. This was indeed a remarkable bargain. In the conference room, the attendees continued to observe the compiled battle footage. They witnessed the sudden emergence of enemy ambushes, the opposing firepower, and the concentrated assaults from various strongholds. Once the combat erupted, the adversary's night-class mechs made their appearance. The atmosphere of the battle instantly transformed. Even Lu Quan, GG, and several operational advisors present in the conference room straightened their postures. On the table in the conference room lay remote equipment, utilized by members of other mech support teams, who were participating in this tactical seminar without being engaged in active combat. One by one, they heightened their focus, eager to witness how Jiang Lu and his team of 3 short sword attendants would confront 5 night-class mechs, ultimately dispatching 2 of them. Within the Beishimo Steelworks, a group of mechs formed a tight circle, their pilots seated within their cockpits. The commander urged, pay close attention, analyze the enemy's tactics, and learn from the strategies of Team 5. As the battle reached its climax, the 5-3 engagement revealed Jiang Lu's palpable tension in the footage. The relentless barrage of electromagnetic cannon fire and Li Xion's 24 serrated ant rockets unleashed a fierce intensity upon the scene. In the footage, Jiang Lu bellowed, 03, retreat. This scene weighed heavily on the hearts of all who witnessed the recording. It was evident that Jiang Lu, believing he had no hope of escape, sought to grant his teammates a chance to flee. Meanwhile, another combat team, which had suffered the loss of a mech that day, watched this unfolding moment with tears streaming down their faces. One of their comrades had perished on the battlefield, sacrificing himself to cover their retreat. Though they had managed to suppress their sorrow until that point, the sight of Jiang Lu reignited their grief. In the conference room, tactical advisors discreetly turned their gaze toward Li Xian, fully aware of the combat designation 03, which referred to him. It was clear that in this battle, 03 had not abandoned his comrades in favor of the most favorable survival option. Rather, he chose to remain and engage in the fight. This was evident, for even the most skilled pilots of the 2 short sword attendants could not have escaped unscathed amidst the assault of 5 night attendants. In the footage, Li Xion's voice resonated. Give me 30 seconds, and I shall return a miracle. As the rocket nests and serrated ant rockets erupted once more, a turning point in the battle emerged. The first night attendant was utterly destroyed by the explosion, while the remaining one was left injured. It can be said that Li Xion's decisive actions laid the very foundation for their impending victory. The footage presented appears exceedingly intense, featuring relentless bombardments from long-range artillery, the incessant firing of electromagnetic cannons, and the sweeping strikes of energy weapons equipped with disintegration fields. Several mechs are engaged in close combat, at which point Jiang Lu notices that Li Xion's melee skills have remarkably improved in such a short span of time, evolving from the clumsy techniques displayed during training to something far more competent. As the video concludes, it captures the mech still providing cover for every possible soldier and vehicle to retreat safely before finally departing. Ji Zhuan continuously nods in acknowledgement. The casualties among the infantry and vehicles of the 5th group are indeed significant. Yet the mechs have executed all feasible actions to protect and assist them to the best of their abilities. Even in a compromised state, they remain steadfast in their duty to cover the rear. Soldiers inevitably face casualties on the battlefield. However, they must not perish in vain nor be abandoned. Lu Quan turns to Li Xian, nodding repeatedly, exclaiming, "Well done, my boy. This battle was executed splendidly. I shall commend you for your efforts." Overjoyed by this praise, Li Xian exuberantly responds, "Thank you, Supervisor. Might there be a reward?" In his mind, he envisions the prospects, having successfully taken down a knight's retinue. With the cost of a single vehicle being exorbitant, the value of a mech would be even more substantial, thus marking Li Xion's significant contribution to the mission. If I could be rewarded with several thousand universal energy coins, Li Xion felt that it would not be out of the question to indulge himself in a luxurious residence for a few days of rest. Chapter 45, Compound 3. Look, at that time, I offered Li Xion to you, and you were reluctant to accept him. Lu Quan cast a stern gaze towards Jiang Lu, asserting in a menacing tone. What now? If you deem Li Xion unworthy, I shall transfer him to old Li and his team. Jiang Lu quickly plastered a smile on his face, exclaiming, When did I ever say I didn't want him? Supervisor, you must be mistaken. What I expressed was a desire to have him. I have painstakingly nurtured this lad for so long, and I have developed an attachment. You cannot transfer him away. From the remote device at the conference table, a man's hearty voice resonated. What? Old Jiang, you no longer want Li Xion? Lu, hurry up and transfer him to me. I will take good care of him. That old rascal Jiang Lu would never manage a newcomer properly. He should have been assigned to me from the very start. Of course, it is not too late now. Li Xion, you wait for me. I am driving over right now. Jiang Lu nearly bellowed, rushing towards the remote device from which the voice had emanated, shouting at the distant Li Daitu. Li Daitu, you're everywhere. Hurry up and come here, so you can see how I deal with you. The conference room was now filled with a jovial atmosphere, a moment of relaxation amid the intervals of battle. Lu Quan tapped the table, interrupting the cacophony of voices, and delivered a summative address. All right, Li Xion has performed admirably in the 5th group, and Jiang Lu has also done well in mentoring the newcomers. Li Xion, you shall remain in the 5th group and give it your all. I have high hopes for you. Alas, how fortunate it would have been had I been assigned there. From the remote device, a voice filled with frustration emerged. Li Data S. This was not merely a matter of them recognizing Li Xion's combat prowess. In the eyes of these seasoned pilots, Li Xion's skills in piloting mechs were insignificant. Among the 20 or so pilots, each one surpassed Li Xion by a considerable margin. He was, without a doubt, the least experienced, merely a novice mech pilot who had just completed training. However, this newcomer had been tempered by the crucible of war and possessed a better mindset than the average rookie pilot, making him somewhat reliable on the battlefield. What these individuals valued was not Li Xion's piloting technique, but rather Li Xion himself. In the theater of war, a comrade with exceptional combat skills is desired by all, yet a trusted ally to whom one can entrust their very life is even more coveted. If given the choice, many would likely prefer the latter. The ability to rely on a teammate with whom one can share life and death is a profoundly enviable circumstance. The recent footage depicted a scenario that appeared utterly doomed. Even though Jiang Lu had ordered Li Xion to retreat, an order befitting a commander, Li Xion chose not to flee. Instead, he turned and embraced what seemed to be a fatal undertaking, earning the admiration of all present, even among other seasoned mech veterans. Few could have made the choice that Li Xion did in such dire circumstances. However, an individual's character, which enables one to instinctively stand alongside comrades in the heat of battle, cannot be cultivated. It can be said that while Li Xion may not be the most formidable in terms of combat effectiveness within their group, having him as a teammate brings an unparalleled sense of reassurance, free from the fear of abandonment. What a splendid ally he is! As the discussions and analyses of the recordings concluded, the attendees of the conference room gradually dispersed. In the end, Lu Quan addressed Jiang Lu, saying, The items you asked me to procure have arrived. You may collect them from my office shortly. Surely, these items were prepared for him? Jiang Lu nodded but refrained from elaborating further. Subsequently, Lu Quan patted the curious Li Xion and remarked, Work diligently with your mentor. Learn well. You are quite impressive. And your mentor regards you favorably. The items he exchanged with me are not inexpensive and are quite hard to obtain. Li Xion responded without hesitation. Understood, Supervisor. I will certainly follow my mentor closely. Very well, I shall take my leave. Jiang Lu followed Lu Quan out, while Li Xion watched Jiang Lu's retreating figure, a sense of confusion stirring within him. Initially, he had assumed that Jiang Lu's request for 2 vials of the No. 5 energetic compound was an act of extortion against him. However, given their recent conversation, it appeared that Jiang Lu had sought this item to exchange it with Lu Quan for something else, perhaps intended for him. Had he misjudged Jiang Lu's intentions? In the ensuing days, while the mech remained in need of thorough repairs, they would likely be confined to this location. On their way back, Li Xion and Feng Dai engaged in extensive conversation. Initially, Their relationship could be likened to that of mere acquaintances, a notion not entirely unfounded, as they had only known each other for just over a month. However, following the events of today's battle, Lexian had fully integrated into their ranks, transforming their bond into that of comrades forged in the crucible of conflict. From this moment onward, their relationship would undeniably evolve. Lexian, come here, called Jiang Lu, drawing Lexian's attention from his position near Feng Dai. Turning, he saw Jiang Lu preparing to enter a modest conference room. Lexian hurried over, with Feng Dai curiously trailing behind. Upon entering the small meeting room, Lexian's gaze fell upon the items laid out on the table, sparking an inkling of anticipation within him. "Master, you called for me?" he inquired. Jiang Lu nodded in affirmation, then gestured with a slight tilt of his chin towards a small metallic box, instructing, "Open it and take a look." Feng Dai followed suit into the room, and upon seeing the box, he whispered in astonishment, "Is this what I think it is?" He drew the box closer and, after unlocking it, revealed a vial of deep blue serum, accompanied by what appeared to be an instruction manual. Jiang Lu explained, "While we were still at base 3 of Hangin Defense, I procured 2 vials of the number 5D1 energy compound from you. This is the item I exchanged with Supervisor Lu using your serum." "Master, what is this?" Lexian gazed at the exquisite potion, hesitant to reach out for it. "This is the D1-3 psychic fission compound. Upon consumption, it can augment the amount of psychic energy you possess." Chapter 46. Rest. After hearing Jiang Lu's words, Lexian could hardly lift his gaze from the object. Previously, when he acquired the D5 psychic compound, it was described as a remedy that could replenish the depleted psychic energy within the body while also providing a modest increase in psychic capacity. Now, the D3 psychic potion that Jiang Lu had produced, with its very name suggesting fission, must possess formidable effects. Feng Dai, leaning against the table, remarked, "Lexian, this is truly a remarkable item." His tone was laden with desire and envy for the potion. "Under normal circumstances, we could never acquire such a potion. If the team leader managed to obtain a vial of this from Supervisor Lu, I fear that even your 2 vials of the D5 compound would be insufficient. I suspect he may have added something extra." At this, Lexian was momentarily taken aback. He quickly turned to Jiang Lu and inquired, "Master, is this?" Jiang Lu waved his hand, saying, "Do not worry. It is not as exaggerated as Feng Dai suggests. While this potion is indeed difficult to obtain, primarily due to our lack of authority, it is a trivial matter for Supervisor Lu. As for any additional enhancements, that is unfounded. For you have just activated your psychic energy and are about to enter the battlefield. Thus, I applied to Supervisor Lu for this potion, and he did not make it difficult for me. How shall I put it? To exchange 2 bottles of compound number 5 for this compound No. 3 is indeed a stroke of good fortune." "Thank you, Master." Lexian expressed his heartfelt gratitude immediately. "No need to thank me. This was also acquired by trading your compound number 5. When I took away those 2 bottles of number 5 from you earlier, I was secretly delighted. Provided you didn't curse me behind my back," remarked Jiang Lu in a jovial mood. Lexian, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Master, how could I ever speak ill of you? You are my dearest friend." Enough with the flattery. Jiang Lu waved his hand. "This is truly an exceptional item," Jiang Lu exclaimed, continuing, "In a couple of days, when you use this elixir, it is likely to double the energy within you." Lexian, surprised, inquired, "Really? Is the effect that potent?" Feng Dai interjected from the side, "Of course, it is powerful. This is undoubtedly a marvelous item. Well, since your energy base is low, it seems exceptionally strong. Once your energy increases, the effect will not be as pronounced," Jiang Lu explained further. Lexian gently grasped the tube of compound number 3, as if cradling a precious treasure. "Master, I have nothing to do today. I might as well use it right away." He was indeed quite eager, as Lexian's energy was far too scant to suffice. Even a moderately intense battle completely drained his energy. And today's fierce encounter had consumed an entire tube of number 5. How could any household afford that? In today's battle, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai fought with even greater intensity, yet they have not depleted their spiritual energy like Lexian has. The more spiritual energy one possesses, the greater the sense of security it brings, and as a newcomer on the battlefield, Lexian is overwhelmed by a profound lack of safety. Jiang Lu waved his hand and said, "Do not rush. Your current state is unacceptable. Observe your face, and then your appearance. Today you have utilized the 5th formula. You cannot revert to the 3rd. Moreover, given Lu Tu's intentions, he may seek to commend us, and we might receive some delightful surprises tomorrow or the day after." The third compound requires at least 3 days for proper assimilation, and you cannot afford to miss the celebration. Li Xian, filled with excitement, inquired, a celebration. Will there be rewards? How many energy coins can we expect? Will it be in the thousands? He was in dire need of funds, burdened by significant debt, and relying solely on his salary would mean a year of deprivation. Jiang Lu shook his head and replied, that seems highly unlikely. Is that really impossible? Li Xian lamented. A knight's retinue must be exceedingly expensive. Surely, after defeating one, we should receive some cash rewards? Jiang Lu chuckled. Although you vanquished a knight's retinue, it was accomplished with the assistance of the company's short sword attendants, who were the primary force behind the offense. Rest assured, the rewards will be satisfactory. And we have indeed earned our commendations. This was precisely what Jiang Lu had stipulated, for Li Xian had administered a dose of compound No. 5 and was now in a state of repose, allowing for optimal absorption of the agent's effects. Within the confines of the room, Li Xian placed the box containing compound number 3 at his bedside. The base was relatively secure. He reclined on the bed and began perusing the information regarding compound No. 3. To his dismay, he discovered that he lacked the necessary authorization to search for this compound. Apologies, the search for the requested D1 psionic fission compound No. 3 yielded no results. It is possible that the database does not contain the information you seek, or that your permissions are insufficient. Permissions. It was undoubtedly a matter of inadequate authorization. Li Xian felt a surge of anger, momentarily expressing his frustration on the bed before relinquishing the idea of further search. Permissions. Such privileges could only be attained by elevating one's employee rank. Subsequently, Li Xian attempted to rest. Yet, whether due to the intensity of the day's battle or the effects of compound number 5, it took him a considerable time to finally drift into a deep slumber. During this prolonged sleep, he experienced an extensive dream. In this dream, he seemed to transform into a surveillance camera, observing a young man beneath it, a young man living under the dominion of the Milda Knight Order. The dream unfolded over a significant span of time. As Li Xian watched this young man mature, awaken his psionic abilities, join the Milda Knight Order, and become a pilot of a knightly companion, he observed him embark upon combat training, witnessing the young man command the knightly companion in battle. As time progressed, Li Xian found himself unwilling to merely serve as a camera. During the young man's training in close combat, Li Xian felt as though he had become this young man. Manipulating a knightly mech with superior close combat capabilities, he engaged in rigorous training, becoming so engrossed in the process that he lost track of time. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Within the confines of Li Xian's mind, a line of characters quietly appeared on the psychic chip, D2 level mech close combat 13. 14. When Li Xian awoke the following morning, his mind refreshed and clear, he realized that despite dreaming throughout the night, he felt utterly invigorated. Glancing at the log on the psychic chip, he was momentarily taken aback by the final data. D2 level mech, close combat 18. Chapter 47. Medals. Upon seeing this figure, Li Xian was elated. He immediately recalled the dream he had experienced the previous night, surmising that the enhancement of his close combat skills was undoubtedly linked to that dream. Extending his thoughts further, he considered the psychic signal he had absorbed on the battlefield, which also seemed to play a significant role. Clearly, the dream had provided insights from the memories of the Met pilot Li Xian had eliminated, albeit from the perspective of an observer, he had swiftly traversed the pilot's life. However, he was not merely an observer. In a portion of the close combat training, Li Xian had actively participated. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. If he could absorb the psychic signals from enemies, why had he not absorbed the signal from the second mech that had been destroyed by Jiang Lu? Li Xian was enveloped in a cloud of doubt, harboring two conjectures. One, that the first mech was obliterated by his own hand, and the second, that the second mech met its demise at the hands of Jiang Lu. Consequently, he was able to absorb the energy signals from the pilot of the first mech, yet could not do the same for the latter. The second possibility lay in the realms of distance or perhaps time. Li Xian recalled that during the absorption of that energy signal, it was mentioned that the signals were dissipating. This indicated that these energy signals would begin to scatter, potentially at a rapid pace. After all, the solitary option Li Xian ultimately downloaded was fraught with limitations, particularly in close combat where his proficiency barely exceeded 40%. When Jiang Lu dispatched the second mech, the distance between them was considerable, and Li Xian found himself without the opportunity to draw near, which likely resulted in the complete dissipation of the second energy signal. The mere thought of this left Li Xian feeling a profound sense of loss, causing him to thump his thigh in frustration. Yet, there was no remedy for what had transpired. Regret served no purpose, especially given the urgency of the situation at that time, which rendered any reckless approach to danger utterly implausible. Such reflections could only be comprehended in the aftermath of events, during a period of retrospection. With these thoughts settled in his mind, Li Xian attended to his personal hygiene before descending into the maintenance bay below. There, he engaged in conversation with Feng Dai, who, with an arm draped over Li Xian's shoulder, inquired, "How on earth did you manage to hone your close combat skills so rapidly? Just yesterday, you were slipping about as you walked, yet now you can hold your own against the enemy's nightly retainers." Li Xian pondered the dream he had the previous night and replied with a smile, "In my dreams, I practiced mech combat. To hell with it." As the atmosphere thickened with bravado, Feng Dai, having listened intently, suddenly seized Li Xian by the throat. "Sister, is that really you?" Li Xian struggled against the grip. It was not only Jiang Lu but also several individuals accompanying Lu Quan. The two quickly released each other, adjusting their attire before saluting Lu Quan and the others. "Good to see you, Supervisor." As a seasoned soldier, Feng Dai had known Lu Quan for quite some time and immediately inquired, "Lu, why has the reward been issued so swiftly?" "What is the reward?" Lu Quan responded with a smile, "You have rendered great service, so we cannot afford to delay. Although the battle is not yet concluded, the ceremony for commendation will be brief." His expression then turned serious. "M1D5 Mecha Division, Jiang Lu. In recognition of your exemplary performance in the battle on July 25, 6123, and your composed command during the conflict, the Defense Department of Blueprint Biotech Group awards you as follows." Lu Quan then turned his attention to Feng Dai. "M1D4 Mecha Division, Feng Dai. Stand at attention." Feng Dai promptly straightened up. "In light of your commendable performance in the battle on July 25, 6123, you are hereby awarded as follows." "Thank you, Commander." Feng Dai beamed with joy, resembling a child filled with delight. Finally, Lu Quan's gaze fell upon Li Xian. "M1D3 Trainee Mecha Division, Li Xian. Stand at attention." Li Xian could hardly contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "In recognition of your commendable performance during the battle on July 25, 6123, as an intern mecha pilot, you displayed remarkable composure and skill under the command of your superior, successfully destroying an enemy D-Class Knight's subordinate mecha. The Defense Department of Blueprint Biotechnology Group awards you the title of M1D3 Intern Mecha Pilot. You will conclude your internship 5 months ahead of schedule, officially becoming an employee under the auspices of the Defense Department. Young man, continue to excel. I have high hopes for your future," Lu Quan remarked, patting Li Xian on the shoulder with an approving tone. "Thank you, Commander. I will surely strive to work diligently for the group," Li Xian shouted enthusiastically. Lu Quan nodded slightly, a smile gracing his features. Indeed, after exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Quan departed, leaving behind the 3 mecha pilots from the 5th group and the members of the maintenance team within the hangar. The members of the maintenance team looked at Li Xian and his companions with envious eyes. Their ranks were far inferior to those of the 5th group. The majority of the maintenance team comprised M1F level soldiers. Only a select few, those possessing core knowledge such as the team leaders, held the status of formal blueprint employees. One member of the maintenance team gazed at Li Xian with a sparkle of envy in his eyes. Smack! His team leader playfully swatted his cap. "Stop envying. That status was earned through hard work. Why don't you strive for it too?" The leader jested. "I truly wish to go, but they do not want me." The young man shook his head and resumed his work on the mecha repairs. Chapter 48, Metals, Part 2. I had anticipated a reward of 1,000 or 800 energy coins. Li Xian observed Feng Dai, who, upon hearing Jiang Lu speak, could not suppress his grin. "Is it merely an honor?" Li Xian began to comprehend, and he inquired, "So, can these merit points be exchanged for anything?" Jiang Lu gazed at Li Xian with satisfaction and remarked, "You are quite astute. You grasp it immediately. Merit points can be exchanged for various items. For instance, the D1 level spiritual energy compound you utilized yesterday can be obtained for 10 merit points. Meanwhile, the 3rd level energy fission compound you received requires approximately 30 merit points." Li Xian exclaimed in astonishment, "How exorbitant!" After a moment's reflection, he quickly pressed on, "Master, you exchanged that 3rd compound for me, but you also included a bottle of the 5th. Jiang Lu patted Li Xian on the shoulder and said, "That is all in the past. Besides, I have not suffered any loss. After all, you saved both our lives." Li Xian felt a surge of gratitude. It had been such a short time since he met Jiang Lu, yet he was willing to make such sacrifices for him. Enough with the sentimental talk. Be careful, or I shall kick you. Jiang Lu's expression darkened as he sternly addressed Li Xian. Yes, master, I will train diligently. I will strive not to hold back the fifth squad. Just observe my performance. Li Xian repressed his gratitude, opting to demonstrate his worth through actions henceforth. Both of you are clad in silver, while I alone don black. I suspect Supervisor Lu is deliberately targeting me. Jiang Lu chuckled. If they gave you a black one, you should count yourself fortunate. With no achievements to speak of, if it were me, I'd award you nothing at all. Foam Dai grimaced. How heartless. Team leader. You were even more ruthless than the supervisor. At that moment, Li Xian's spirits soared, and he even lay back on his bed, whistling. His 6-month internship had come to an unexpected end, heralding a modest increase in his salary. Additionally, he now enjoyed perks that had previously eluded him. Gazing at his payroll system, a satisfied smile broke across his face. His current salary comprised a base pay of 40, supplemented by a 20 allowance for being a D-class mech pilot, along with a deployment allowance and a combat bonus, both at a multiplier of 1. Altogether, his monthly earnings had surged to 180 energy coins. Li Xian murmured, being a full-time employee is truly delightful. With such generous benefits and ample funds, how could I possibly spend it all? I still have last month's 100 coins untouched, and in just 29 days, my next paycheck will arrive. The advantages of being a full-time employee over an intern were evident, even if only a day apart. His salary had nearly doubled. Previously, his total earnings, including allowances, were just 105 coins, but now, merely a day later, they had inflated to 180, all while the nature of his work remained unchanged. This is not the end. Calculating the merit points, there are an additional 10 merit points each month, based on the exchange rate for the D1 psychic compound. It is rumored that the market price requires at least 200 energy coins. This implies that each month, Li Xian can earn an extra 200 energy coins. How can one possibly encapsulate such exhilaration with just a single word? Subsequently, Li Xian accessed the merit point system for a review. Currently, there are not many redeemable items suitable for his level of authority. The majority hold little allure for him at this moment. With only a few psychic potions drawing his interest, Li Xian even spotted the very potion he initially used to activate his psychic abilities, the D7 stimulant psychic compound. Even at D4 level, it only requires 10 merit points. Upon seeing this, he let out a slight sigh, reflecting on the fact that he was still using the D1 level. Had he possessed the D4 level at that time, the process of stimulating his psychic abilities might have proceeded more smoothly. Damn, capitalists. Chapter 49, Psychic Fission. For this vial of potion, Li Xian prepared extensively, conserving his energy and adjusting his state to the optimum condition. Once he retrieved the potion, he gulped it down in one swift motion. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes of anticipation, the potion began to be absorbed by Li Xian, and he felt his psychic energy surging uncontrollably. In that moment of meditation, Li Xian perceived his psychic energy rapidly undergoing fission, to the point where his body felt somewhat uncomfortable. In his room, not a single electronic device remained. He had relocated everything in advance. The wild psychic energy rampaged within Li Xian's body, with arcs of electricity manifesting around him, accompanied by crackling sounds. The minute arcs of electricity flickered incessantly, causing Li Xian's entire body to bristle with heightened energy. The quantity of spiritual energy within him surged, and the dangerous aura radiating from his being grew increasingly potent. In this moment, Li Xian found his mastery over his spiritual energy greatly diminished compared to the past. This state persisted for approximately an hour, during which the tumultuous energy gradually subsided. After a considerable interval, Li Xian finally reopened his eyes. He exhaled a deep breath, feeling an indescribable exhilaration. Upon consuming a vial of the number 3 spiritual energy fission compound, he felt as though his spiritual energy had more than doubled. This was merely the peak of his reaction. Over the next 2 days, similar effects would continue, albeit at a less intense rate of growth and fission. A single vial of the number 3 fission compound had at least tripled Li Xian's spiritual energy, though this was largely due to the initially meager amount he possessed. Should he consume it again, such an effect would be unattainable. How disappointing it was to find the name fission so misleading. Li Xian had anticipated that a larger base would yield a greater augmentation of energy. After gazing into the mirror and observing his flushed complexion and standing hair, he mused. Even in this disheveled state, My charm remains undeniable. He tidied himself briefly before descending the stairs. Following repairs, the mechs belonging to Li Xian and Feng Dai were nearly restored to their former glory, while Jiang Lu's mech remained under diligent maintenance, with its left arm already replaced. As the maintenance team leader remarked that day, the left arm proved to be the most amenable to repair, requiring only a complete replacement, with the necessary parts available at the base. The restoration of other equipment, however, would demand a considerably longer duration. Jiang Lu observed Li Xian descending and inquired, "How do you feel after using the serum?" Li Xian replied, "I feel splendid. I would like to try a few more vials." Jiang Lu shook his head, saying, "You must refrain from consuming this serum too frequently. The next dosage should not be taken for at least 20 days. Should you take it multiple times in the future, the interval may be reduced, but continuous use would inflict significant harm on your body. Additionally, the rate of contamination would escalate more rapidly." Upon hearing this, Li Xian sighed in agreement. Indeed, after several days of effort, he had managed to reduce his contamination level from 21.3 to 15.5. However, after utilizing this vial of serum, it had surged back to 22. If he were to continue with successive doses, the contamination level would likely rise even higher. Li Xian had no desire to become a psychonaut tainted by chaos, thus he must temper his consumption of the serum. Regrettably, his current rank and limited finances constrained him. He believed that if he had access to higher-tier serums, the effects would undoubtedly be more pronounced and the contamination levels correspondingly lower. "You have just used the serum today, so there is no need to train with the mech. Starting tomorrow, practice for 2 more days," Jiang Lu instructed. "Understood, master. How many days do we have left for rest?" Li Xian inquired. "It will not be long. I estimate it will take no more than a week." Jiang Lu mused after a moment of contemplation. "So that's how it is." 5 days swiftly elapsed. As Jiang Lu had anticipated, a new military operation was poised to commence following the arrival of the Group S vehicles. The Pelican-class transport vessel gradually descended at the outpost outside the Beishimo Steelworks. As the transport's hatch opened, a series of vehicles, under the guidance and command of the soldiers, slowly rolled down the ramp. Meanwhile, in the open space of the base, a contingent of soldiers clad in Hangan defense uniforms stood in neat formation. These seasoned veterans were all armored troops, designated to receive the new equipment. Li Xian sat atop an armored all-terrain vehicle, counting the vehicles as they were unloaded. This time, the support was indeed substantial. A total of 2 full companies of the Hunter medium tanks had been dispatched, 26 units in all, while an entire battalion of short-tailed mice had also been sent, comprising 30 vehicles along with 2 specialized command units, designated solely for operational command and not for combat. "Wow, this is indeed a significant contribution," Jiang Lu gasped. Observing the armored vehicles disembarking from a Pelican transport, Li Xian glanced over. A new type of tank was being unloaded, appearing to be considerably larger than the Hunter. Moreover, the livery of these tanks has not been altered to reflect Hungan defense. They retain the insignia of Blueprint Biotechnology's Defense Department. This type of tank is one that Li Xian has never encountered, let alone familiarized himself with the relevant documentation. Glancing at his chip, he commanded it to begin retrieving information about this tank, while inquiring of Jiang Lu, "Master, what kind of tank is this?" Jiang Lu responded, "This is the Cranium Crusher heavy tank, specifically designed to counter mechs. This will certainly pose a challenge for the enemy. Their mechs will find little respite against such formidable apparatus." Li Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "This tank is aimed at mechs." "Indeed," Jiang Lu affirmed. "However, it is only effective against C-class mechs, and those of lower tiers, it is less effective against higher-grade mechs. Yet, when it comes to dealing with knight retainers, they will have their hands full." "Truly impressive," Li Xian marveled. Chapter 50, The Offensive Resumes. At this moment, information regarding the heavy tank had already appeared on Li Xian's chip. Cranium Crusher heavy tank. Its main armament is a heavy plasma cannon, while its secondary weapon consists of a 14.5mm electromagnetic machine gun. The armor is composed of the same material as that used in the short sword retainers mechs, specifically a D-class military alloy. This heavy tank can also be equipped with additional external armor to enhance its defensive capabilities. The crew comprises 5 members. Notably, there are no psychics among them to activate the void shield. The thickness and defensive strength of its armor can even surpass that of mechs. The long-range combat capabilities of this tank are certainly not inferior to those of mechs, and may even surpass them. After all, the short sword attendants, such mechs, are incapable of penetrating the void shields of their counterparts with a single shot, whereas the Crusher can. Upon observing this tank and its heavy plasma jet cannon, Lixian felt that sitting within a mech might not guarantee safety. The heavy plasma jet cannon, an energy weapon, could easily overload a D-class void shield with one blast. If fortune favored the assault, the mech might be pierced along with its shield. Conversely, if luck were to run out, another shot could potentially annihilate a D-class mech. Even a C-class void shield would merely withstand a few additional shots from the plasma jet cannon. Lixian inquired of Zhang Lu, who stood nearby. Since we possess the Crusher, might the enemy also have comparable weaponry? Zhang Lu, his gaze still fixed on the imposing heavy tank, replied, "Do not worry. They undoubtedly do. The question remains whether they will deploy it in this battle. Regardless, we must exercise caution this time. Our previous advance was smooth, but that was before we encountered such formidable defensive strongholds. The situation is now uncertain." Lixian boldly speculated, "During our last ambush, we did not encounter such heavy tanks. Master, do you think the enemy might lack such tanks within the Beishimigang steelworks?" Zhang Lu shook his head, stating, "I cannot ascertain the enemy's thoughts, nor do I have precise information on their vehicles. However, it is always wise to be cautious. Our weaponry must be updated for this engagement." Lixian nodded and inquired, "Master, what updates shall we implement regarding the weapons?" "Let each individual be equipped with an additional alloy armor shield, affixed to the left arm." "Understood, Master." They proceeded to alter the placement of the short sword attendant's weapons, relocating the 6-wheel electromagnetic cannon and plasma cannon to the lower sides of the left arm. This adjustment would slightly affect the weapon's center of gravity, yet the impact was deemed negligible. Simultaneously, they acquired a knight's kite-shaped shield, an imposing armor alloy shield measuring an impressive 4.5 meters in height and 3 meters in width. Its thickness surpassed even that of the short sword attendant's own armor, and wielding this shield would reduce their mobility by 12%. However, the sacrifice in speed was deemed worthwhile. Primarily, the armor itself was formidable. Conventional anti-tank missiles posed little threat of penetration. Furthermore, the shield possessed a deflective force field, capable of redirecting certain enemy attacks elsewhere. This feature significantly alleviated the pressure on the void shield's defenses, although it was merely one of its advantages. Lixian and his team harbored concerns about adversaries wielding heavy weaponry such as the Skull Crusher, with the shield in place. Even if the void shield were to be breached by a single strike, the addition of the armored shield would adequately withstand the force of the overloaded void shield's blast, thereby affording the mecha precious time to retreat and react. Lixian's mecha weaponry remained fundamentally unchanged. The left arm was equipped with the 6-wheel electromagnetic cannon and plasma cannon, while the right arm wielded a melee weapon, the power glaive. On his shoulders rested 2 serrated and 12-barreled 105mm rocket launchers. An additional layer of armor shield had been affixed, complemented by an external armor. The previous instance of this external armor had saved Lixian's life. Without it, he might have been severed by enemy fire long ago. However, the weight of the armor also bore its disadvantages. Primarily, it impeded mobility, reducing speed by 10 due to the external armor and an additional 12 from the shield. Overall, this had diminished the speed of the short sword attendant by a fifth. Fortunately, the armored shield could be discarded at will, in moments when a swift turn was necessary. Shedding the shield posed no issue. Although the price of this shield could equate to several years of Lixian's salary, it was inconsequential, as it was funded by the organization. The weaponry of Zhang Lu and Feng Dai remained largely unchanged from the previous engagement, with Zhang Lu merely adding an armor shield. Feng Dai, however, had made more substantial enhancements, reloading the rocket launcher, evidently influenced by the efficacy of Lixian's prior bombardment. A new round of battle was about to commence. Lixian and his comrades had infiltrated the frontline stronghold, where all soldiers and commanders preparing for the assault were stationed. Within the cockpit of the mech, Lixian scrutinized a map projected from the chip. This was the layout of the previously mentioned large warehouse district. In his ears, the voice of the command center's Lu Quan resonated. "Attention all units, this is the operational objective for this mission. The B3 zone, a vast warehouse district, has been thoroughly reviewed by all of you. There are a total of 8 large warehouses in this area, where the 5th Mech Support Group, alongside infantry and armored units, previously fell into an ambush. According to the latest intelligence, the defenses here have been significantly reinforced, with numerous fortifications now prominently displayed, eliminating the need for ambush tactics. In this upcoming battle, the 5th and 6th Mech Support Groups will join the fray as mech forces. In addition to the mech units, Two platoons of skull crushers, totaling 6 tanks, will provide fire support. On the side of hang-in defense, a battalion of infantry, a company of tanks, and a company of armored units will serve as the primary offensive force. In the rear, we will deploy 2 artillery battalions to provide heavy fire support for this operation. I hope that within 3 days, we can decisively eliminate the enemy's defensive stronghold. Chapter 51. The Warehouse District Defense Line. The number of troops this time is indeed considerable. In the environment of the Beishimo steel plant, even a well-deployed force encounters challenges in maneuverability. This current troop strength is the maximum that can be effectively stationed in this area. Any further increase would be counterproductive, potentially hindering the movement of the forces. The infantry and armored units have already positioned themselves appropriately, while the Xin and his comrades, piloting their mechs, gradually advance towards the battlefield. In this instance, the 6th Squadron joined the battle alongside Li Xin and his comrades. The 6th Squadron, comprising 3 mechs, included the squad leader Ku Qian, mech engineer Zhang Kangel, and Luo Hang. The composition of this mech team undoubtedly surpassed that of the 5th Squadron. All 3 members were seasoned veterans, having undergone extensive training and coordination. This operation truly represented a significant undertaking. Ku Qian's voice resonated through the public channel. Indeed, it was a grand endeavor. By breaching this stronghold and coordinating with offensives from other directions, the surface combat that would ensue would leave the enemy with no place to hold. Capturing this location would lead to the onset of underground warfare, and the sooner it was secured, the better. Jiang Lu also calmly analyzed the situation. Boom, boom, boom. While the Xin and his team engaged in casual conversation, the battle ahead had already commenced. The initial assault was launched by the artillery unit stationed in the rear, consisting of 2 battalions of howitzers, each equipped with 152mm artillery pieces. Each battalion boasted 8 guns, totaling 16 howitzers that were required to unleash a full salvo before the ground troops initiated their offensive. In an instant, 16 shells rained down upon the enemy's defensive positions, transforming the area into a fiery inferno. The sturdy warehouses trembled under the bombardment of the howitzers, with clouds of dust cascading from above. However, this was merely a fade. The solidity of these warehouses was far beyond the capacity of these howitzers to compromise. To breach these structures, one would need heavy aerial munitions or orbital bombardments. Unfortunately, the intricate electromagnetic environment surrounding the area prevented aircraft from executing precise strikes, rendering air support completely unavailable. Regarding the orbital bombardment of the Starship, that appears utterly implausible. Due to the subspace storms, the celestial expanse surrounding the constellation has been shrouded in tempestuous turbulence for over a century, rendering starships incapable of departure, let alone executing orbital bombardments. Within the confines of the warehouse, as well as atop its roof, there exist defensive positions of the Milda retinue. The rooftop defenses, rather rudimentary in nature, were swiftly obliterated under the relentless barrage of artillery. Perhaps the enemy had anticipated this eventuality, thus the defenses atop the warehouse were relatively simplistic. The true fortifications lie within the interior of the warehouse, where the ambience is sufficiently dim and ample structures serve as protective cover. Within one of these warehouses resides the enemy's makeshift command center, presided over by an infantry battalion commander. The military nomenclature and general troop strength of the Milda retinue are akin to those of their counterparts, if not slightly more substantial. A fully manned infantry battalion, alongside the assorted personnel of the battalion headquarters, likely numbers around 400 souls. These personnel are allocated across 5 sizable warehouses, with 4 positioned at the front, serving as the principal combat force to intercept enemy advances. Within the defensive perimeter of these several warehouses, armored vehicles are conspicuously absent. Instead, 2 companies of tanks have been deployed. In such combat scenarios, particularly during defensive operations, the efficacy of armored vehicles is rather limited. Even the utility of tanks is diminished, as they are primarily utilized as static artillery platforms within the warehouse. Temporary defensive positions have been established for these tanks, with merely a single gun barrel, or at most half of a turret, protruding from their protective enclosures. Within the confines of the 5th warehouse, there resided 2 entire squads of nightly retainers, comprising a total of 10 D-class mechs, which served as the backbone of the defenders. Milda's infantry battalion commander, with arms crossed over his chest, awaited the cessation of enemy bombardment. The synergy of artillery and infantry is indeed an admirable combat strategy. However, it is not particularly suited for this engagement. The soldiers on Milda's side were ensconced within the warehouse, and the effects of the enemy's heavy artillery were merely to induce a slight ringing in their ears. They stood poised to launch a counterattack through the firing apertures at the front of the warehouse. The bombardment soon ceased, and Commander Harris opened his eyes. Issuing a communication to all units, the enemy's artillery has halted. Prepare for defense. Understood. In that moment, the four front warehouses resembled a hedgehog bristling with spikes. The soldiers wielded an array of weaponry, from gunpowder arms and X-49s to electromagnetic rifles, and even electromagnetic machine guns. A plethora of anti-tank equipment was also at their disposal, including electromagnetic anti-tank cannons and guided missiles. With this stronghold in place, the enemy could not hope to capture the area without incurring the losses of 2 battalions. Harris proclaimed confidently, "I can already envision the grievous toll taken upon those company men on the opposing side." The battalion staff officer beside him chuckled in agreement. As the defending force, they had established a robust defensive line around this warehouse. Even the 4 large warehouses at the front had been divided into 5 formidable lines of defense. Even if the enemy were to suffer significant casualties in breaching the warehouse, they would merely have penetrated the first layer of defense. Now, the only source of concern lies with the enemy's mechs. Harris gazed beyond the defensive line, aware that, thus far, the enemy's mechs had yet to make an appearance. However, their emergence was merely a matter of time, once the infantry had meticulously documented the defensive positions. These mechs would advance with their void shields, enduring the bombardment to obliterate all defensive strongholds. The sound was defiant, ferocious, through mere words. Harris could sense the brutality of the speaker. It was the commander of the knightly retinue, Milton. Milton possessed an unwavering confidence in his might, commanding 10 knightly retinues, which were more than capable of overwhelming such a small-scale engagement. The potency of mechs increased with their numbers. If only 1 or 2 were present, there would be apprehension regarding the potential destruction of the void shields by the enemy. However, as the number of mechs escalated, such concerns would diminish. Even if the void shields were to be overloaded by concentrated fire, other comrades could provide support. The true battle would commence once the knightly retinues neared the enemy, unleashing a tempest of death and destruction within the enemy's ranks. Chapter 52. The offensive begins on the front lines, following the cessation of artillery fire. The infantry commenced their assault. Small combat teams, utilizing cover, advanced toward the warehouse. Rat-a-tat-tat. Within the warehouse, the defensive infantry of Milda opened fire, creating a cacophony reminiscent of popping popcorn. The sounds of gunfire echoed everywhere. With the warehouse providing shelter, these infantrymen dared not even take aim. As the enemy opened fire, all the infantry from hung-in defense simultaneously withdrew behind their cover. They either initiated faith-based shooting or cautiously exposed a small portion of themselves to aim and fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bring up the grenade launcher, commanded a squad leader, standing behind a column and directing the rear infantry with a commanding voice. Soon, a 35mm caliber grenade launcher was dragged to the front. An experienced soldier positioned this automatic grenade launcher behind a simple barricade, loading it with a drum containing 20 grenades. Fire. Target their windows. The squad leader peered from behind the column, assessing the enemy's defensive openings. Understood, replied the veteran, settling down on the ground and half reclining behind the cover while operating the grenade launcher. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by wisps of white smoke, grenades were propelled from the launcher, hurtling towards a nearby warehouse. The walls of these warehouses bore remnants of ventilation shafts and windows from a bygone era, now transformed into firing ports for the Milda soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. The grenades struck the warehouse walls. Despite being aimed, the accuracy remained disappointingly low. Most of the grenades smashed into the walls, triggering explosions that sent forth small fireballs, accompanied by shrapnel and white smoke. Ultimately, out of the 35mm grenades fired, only a brief suppression of the enemy's fire was achieved, with merely one fortuitously striking an enemy firing port. Boom. The shooting aperture above the warehouse fell silent in an instant. The 35mm shell, possessing rather limited destructive power, nevertheless caused a violent explosion within the confines of such a narrow opening, leaving the 2 Milda infantrymen behind drenched in blood. A soldier positioned directly behind the aperture was instantly killed, the blast occurring perilously close to his head, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Another Milda infantryman, situated nearby, was unable to evade the shrapnel, which tore through multiple wounds on his body. The force of the explosion knocked him down as well. Medic! Medic, hurry! shouted the comrades as they rushed to the aid of the soldier who had been struck by the shockwave, quickly assessing his injuries. Shrapnel had penetrated his face, arms, and even his side, blood gushing forth relentlessly. Fortunately, the limited blast radius of the 35mm shell had mitigated the damage, and the reduced power of the fragments due to distance spared the second soldier from a fatal outcome. His injuries, though serious, were not life-threatening. After receiving treatment, he could rejoin the fight. Even with surgery to extract the shrapnel, he would likely be fully recovered in a fortnight. A medic, equipped with a medical kit, swiftly ascended to this level of the building. He approached the shooting aperture and briefly examined the first infantryman who had faced the shell's onslaught. The soldier's helmet had been blown off, leaving only half of his head intact. With just a glance, the medic sighed and set the body down, stating, "There is no saving him. We'll carry him down shortly." Swiftly, he reached the side of the second infantryman, conducted a thorough examination, and commenced with rudimentary bandaging, assisting the soldier in descending the stairs with great urgency. Meanwhile, the soldier from Hangin Defense, who had just completed firing the grenade, quickly joined his comrades. Seizing the automatic grenade launcher and sprinting backward, one individual bore the weight of the launcher while another carried the stand, both moving with remarkable speed. In such a tactical scenario, one must always retreat post-fire, for the timing of the enemy's counterattack remains uncertain. Indeed, within the warehouse of the Mildegard, a squad commander was directing his troops, aiming a rocket at the very cover that had just discharged grenades. Below him to smithereens, with a swift puff of white smoke. The incendiary projectile was launched, tracing a distorted path before erupting behind the recently targeted cover. Ha ha ha. Foolish Mildedogs. You think you can take me out? Dream on. Not far off, an experienced soldier, reloading the grenade launcher, cheered with excitement upon witnessing the rocket's assault on the cover. His assistant laughed heartily beside him. The thrilling sensation of narrowly escaping death after such a hasty retreat was exhilarating and fortuitous for them. On another front, a machine gunner from Hangin Defense took cover behind a crumbling wall, unleashing a barrage of fire. The electromagnetic gun's bullets traveled at astonishing speed, and at this proximity, there was almost no drop in trajectory. However, to strike accurately, one must possess the skill to aim precisely and withstand the recoil of the machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. The electromagnetic projectile was relentlessly directed towards the enemy's row of firing apertures. However, it was not certain that each aperture concealed an adversary. Generally speaking, even infantry, after a sustained barrage, must shift their combat positions. Otherwise, the peril becomes exceedingly grave. Not to mention the potential presence of a sniper in such a combat scenario. Snipers are indeed scarce. The enemy would likely resort to heavy firepower instead. The machine gunner's rounds swept across each firing hole. Rat-a-tat-tat. A series of bullets surged through one of the apertures, behind which lay a Milda soldier. Bang. The soldier was struck by the electromagnetic machine gun's projectile, which ruptured his chest. Although he donned a bulletproof vest, it could only withstand conventional firearm rounds. Against the bullets of an electromagnetic rifle, its defensive capability was virtually non-existent. The projectile effortlessly penetrated the vest's insert, subsequently striking his thoracic cavity. Upon entering his body, the round spun rapidly, obliterating his entire chest. The immense force even propelled the soldier through the floor, crashing down to the ground and leaving a considerable pool of blood. Meanwhile, the machine gunner from Hangin Defense was not fated for a better outcome. Before he could change his firing position, he had already been targeted by a Milda sniper within the warehouse. A single bullet struck precisely at the head of the prone machine gunner. Bang! In an instant, it was as if a bowl of tomato and egg soup had been overturned. The entire head of the machine gunner was thus splattered across the ground. Chapter 53, Precision Strike. The intensity of the battle between both sides was overwhelming. Casualties among Murda's infantry were frequent, as were those among the soldiers of Hangin Defense. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, with bullets, grenades, and various rockets being relentlessly fired and detonated. Perhaps one moment an infantryman had just slain an enemy, and in the next moment he could find himself succumbing to the chaos of war. In such fierce combat, the fragility of an infantryman's life was starkly evident. The weaponry of the infantry remained consistently high in offensive capability, yet low in defense. At times, a single anti-tank missile could obliterate an armored vehicle, while a mere bullet could extinguish a life. In addition, the onslaught of firepower was not limited to bullets alone. Requesting tank support, a platoon leader of Hangin Defense lay prone behind cover, his unit nearly paralyzed by the enemy's concentrated fire. The opposing force boasted superior firepower, complemented by well-fortified positions, rendering Hungan's infantry incapable of lifting their heads. They could only resort to blind fire. Even shifting positions became a formidable challenge. No one dared to change their location under such a deluge of fire, yet remaining static did not guarantee safety. A shell or rocket could very well descend upon them in the next heartbeat, reducing them to mere ragdolls. Upon hearing the call for assistance from his troops, an infantry company commander swiftly communicated with the armored units. Soon, a hunter tank maneuvered to the rear of the platoon's position, revealing only its cannon. Behind the enemy's firing window, a newly relocated machine gun nest continued its relentless barrage, rat-a-tat-tat, operated by a duo. The gunner's face flushed with intensity as he roared while pulling the trigger. A torrent of bullets erupted from the muzzle, raining down upon the adversaries outside. Within the interior of the hunter tank, the commander directed the vehicle to take aim, locking onto the enemy's stronghold. "Give them a taste of our firepower," he commanded. "No problem, I'm on it." The gunner, with a sinister grin, had already zeroed in on the fiery position. High explosive round. Boom. A shell was discharged with precision, striking the target directly. The ensuing explosion reverberated as flames engulfed the area, obliterating the two-man machine gun crew into a cloud of crimson mist. Behind the firing window, two soldiers were mercilessly torn apart by the blast. Even their armor proved futile in preserving their lives. Tank. That direction, anti-tank squad. Take them out." Milda's anti-tank unit struggled to locate the enemy, seemingly lost amidst the chaos. On the battlefield, the cacophony of gunfire and the clatter of spent casings dominated the soundscape. An infantryman, having expended several magazines, swiftly withdrew to a shelter several dozen meters away to regroup. Here, they established a temporary respite. He settled onto the ground, retrieving ammunition from his backpack, while simultaneously observing the battlefield and reloading his weapon. Not far away stood Liexion's mech, through which he observed the unfolding scene via its targeting equipment. He chuckled. It appears these infantry soldiers are indeed taking a break after expending their ammunition. Watching them is rather enjoyable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu glanced over and replied with a smile. "Enjoyable? What about your own situation? You're merely lounging in the cockpit." Indeed. However, the respite granted to Lixian and his comrades was fleeting, for soon it would be their turn to mobilize. The infantry commander on the front line had already transmitted intelligence regarding the enemy's firepower positions to the mech commander. The map of firepower points had been updated, signaling the deployment of the mech support unit. "Lixian, you are to proceed." Jiang Lu issued the combat order. "We shall provide cover from the rear. Should enemy mechs appear, do not hesitate to retreat." Without a moment's pause, Lixian acknowledged. Understood. He sought the experience of battle, and this positional warfare presented a prime opportunity. Moreover, with a safe distance between both sides, Lixian only needed to engage and fire from the rear, making it an excellent moment to enrich his experience. Within the cockpit, Lixian began to channel his psychic energy, which surged rapidly into the entirety of the mech. The 03 short sword attendant initiated its operations. The mech's void shield activated, while its armor shield hung from the left arm. When firing, simply rotating the armor shield would suffice to achieve the desired targeting and firing effect. Before Lixian's eyes, through the chip's targeting system, various firepower points were marked on the frontal warehouse. 0. Calculating firing parameters. Estimating the enemy's firing positions. Calculation complete. Commence firing. A faint buzzing sound began to resonate as the six-barreled electromagnetic cannon whirred to life. Rat-a-tat-tat. A torrential hail of bullets erupted from Lixian's left arm. Precision shots targeting each firing aperture. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the firing positions were struck. The impact of the 20mm cannon shells was negligible against armored targets. But for infantry, it was utterly lethal. Each infantry stronghold was obliterated, and an entire wall of firing positions fell silent in unison. However, despite the formidable nature of the mech and the impressive calculations of its chip, not every firing point could be anticipated. Inside the warehouse, the scene was one of utter devastation. At least half of the firing positions had been neutralized by Lixian, with the dismembered remnants of Mierda soldiers strewn across the ground, blood pooling everywhere. Viscous blood dripped down from the floorboards. "Target the enemy mech. Unleash all anti-tank weapons upon it," roared the commander of the Mierda platoon from the rear. In swift succession, several anti-tank teams took their positions, not only within the warehouse directly in front of Lixian, but also in the firing points of 3 other warehouses, converging their firepower upon him. Unlike infantry, which require only minimal cover to conceal their forms. Mechs are too massive and, having already opened fire, cannot hide their silhouettes. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of firepower descended upon Li Xian, yet it posed little threat. After a relentless exchange of fire, Li Xian anticipated the enemy's counterattack and promptly positioned his armored shield before him, allowing the deflection force field to activate. The majority of assaults were redirected to surrounding areas. Chapter 54. The dilemma: bullets, small artillery shells, and even anti-tank missiles were deflected. Boom. A rocket was misdirected, landing on the side of Li Xian's mech, exploding into flames yet inflicting no damage whatsoever on the mech itself. Not far away, a squad of infantry took refuge in a depression. One soldier gazed up at Li Xian's mech, his face alight with envy, exclaiming, "That mech is incredible. Thankfully, we weren't standing nearby, otherwise that rocket could have hit us." His squad leader, reclining in the pit without even raising his head, lazily remarked, "Us? Of course. It would have been us. Plenty to go around. Remember this, young one. While mechs are splendid, on a battlefield where mechs appear, we infantry should hide as far away as possible. Understood?" The rookie nodded vigorously. "Don't forget, the attacks that mechs can withstand are beyond our capabilities." Another veteran chimed in, peering at the now silent enemy stronghold. "Just look across, quite a disaster over there. We should only fire a couple of shots just to justify our pay. Unless it is our turn to take the lead, at all other times, let us hastily expend our ammunition and prepare to conclude our duties." Ha! Upon uttering these words, the surrounding veterans could not suppress their laughter. Meanwhile, Li Xian, stationed within the mech, remained oblivious to this scene. Once the enemy's heavy artillery had fully discharged, he pushed aside his shield and resumed his assault. Zing! A plasma cannon shot forth towards another enemy stronghold, followed by a barrage from the machine guns. However, this assault was markedly different from the initial strike. On the side of Mierda, the soldiers stationed on the first line of defense were greeted by commands from various levels of commanders. All units retreat to the second line of defense. The infantry swiftly vacated the first line, preparing to allow the enemy to advance for a counterstrike. After the second round of fire, the achievements of Li Xian appeared considerably diminished. Observing the now silent enemy positions, he began his report. 03 reporting. The enemy strongholds have been temporarily neutralized. 01 acknowledged. Fall back to replenish ammunition. Soon, new operational orders were disseminated, but this time they were directed not at Li Xian and his unit, but rather at the Hungan Defense Forces. A platoon leader issued commands to the subordinate squad leaders, send personnel forward to scout the enemy's situation. Simultaneously, on the other side, the armored division, comprising 3 stalker tanks, received their orders. The tank commander, who had been standing atop the turret, swiftly donned his helmet and nimbly descended into the tank. Boom! 3 hunter tanks emerged from behind cover, advancing along the road to the front of the warehouse. "Fire a flare," commanded the tank commander from within one of the vehicles. Boom! A flare shot into the warehouse, although its effectiveness was limited within the confines. It allowed the members to briefly discern the interior's layout. At the entrance of the warehouse, there was almost a void, with only a few scattered bricks remaining. It could hardly be considered a fortified position, as nearly all the supplies had been piled towards the back. It was evident that the enemy had established a new defensive line here. Securing victory in this engagement would prove challenging. Up ahead, the infantry cautiously advanced, halting just outside the warehouse walls. They were acutely aware that entering could expose them to the enemy's heavy firepower. "Toss in some glow sticks," instructed a squad leader to his soldiers. Subsequently, the infantry produced military glow sticks, activating them before hurling them into the warehouse. Though light emanated from within, no one dared to enter. All could see the lack of cover inside. Which soldier would be reckless enough to charge in? Not only the infantry, but even armored vehicles and mechs would hesitate in such a perilous situation. Yet, the fight could not be halted merely due to the difficulties at hand. After swift communication among the commanders, movement commenced. A squad of infantry quickly navigated through the passage between the warehouses, reaching the rear of a row of 4. They established a rudimentary defense here, wary of enemy reinforcements from the 2 warehouses behind them. If strategically planned, they even contemplated launching an offensive on the 4 warehouses ahead from the rear. "Deploy smoke grenades," commanded the officer. Soon, the 2 artillery batteries in the rear loaded their specialized munitions, and massive smoke grenades were fired into the passage behind the warehouses, effectively isolating the 2 rear warehouses from the 4 central ones. In the passage, An infantryman swiftly approached the entrance of the warehouse and tossed a glow stick inside. Upon observing the scene, he was instantly taken aback. Report. The rear of the second row of warehouses also harbors enemy defenses. It's challenging to engage. The commanders, upon receiving this intelligence, felt a wave of dismay wash over them. They had initially envisioned a pincer movement, which would undoubtedly disperse the enemy's defensive firepower. But now, it was clear that launching a rear attack was unfeasible, unless they continued to advance backward and directly assault from behind the third row of warehouses. However, this would stretch their front line excessively. A single infantry battalion, coupled with the current armored units, would be unable to manage such a length. The enemy possessed mechs, and if the front line was drawn out too thinly, the most likely outcome would be the enemy mobilizing their mech forces, potentially neutralizing an attacking front with a single strike. What to do? Pondered the battalion commander as he conferred with his staff. Everyone felt somewhat at a loss. The situation within the warehouses was far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. Although the first row of warehouses has been seized by Hungin defense, this was a deliberate sacrifice by the Milda servant army. While they intended to utilize this cluster of warehouses for defense, time constraints and insufficient manpower rendered them unable to fully exploit all the resources of the third row of warehouses. However, the latter two rows of warehouses have been utilized remarkably well. Regardless of whether the enemy opts for a dispersed assault on these warehouses or concentrates their forces, they will be met with a barrage of concentrated firepower. Unless the entire warehouse is demolished, the enemy will undoubtedly incur significant casualties. Chapter 55. Civil Engineering, What Should We Do? The infantry battalion commander, Ji Song, felt a sense of unease. The staff beside him, along with the commander and staff of the armored division, were engaged in timely communication. It was not only the armored division. The commander of the mechanized support troops was also participating remotely in the discussion. Can we have the mechs clear a path? Ji Song was the first to pose the question to a staff member from a mechanized unit displayed in a projection. The staff member responded without hesitation. No. This is not a time when we have an abundance of mech units. If our mech forces were fully staffed, we could indeed clear a path for you. But at present, that is not feasible. Should we suffer any losses, how would you endure the consequences? What about the skull crushers? One of Ji Song's aides inquired. That is also not an option. They are intended to counter enemy mech units, and we must preserve this trump card. Upon hearing this, Ji Song sighed and then turned to several aides with complicated expressions, saying, Then we shall forcefully engage. Let the tanks and armored vehicles launch smoke grenades into the warehouses. Blow up the ground inside the warehouse and forcibly create a shelter. Yes, Captain. The front line swiftly received orders from the command center. A series of operations commenced in due course. First, the mech units, 6 in total, activated their void shields, maneuvering through the central corridor between the first and second rows of warehouses. Following them were the infantry, most established rudimentary positions within the first row of warehouses, preparing to systematically eliminate the enemy from each warehouse, necessitating the blockade of others. The second row of warehouses was temporarily designated as B1 to B4. The initial assault targeted warehouse B1. Outside the warehouse, a hunter had arrived at the entrance, its cannon barely visible while the rest remained concealed behind the walls. Bang, bang, bang. Smoke grenades suspended around the hunter-S turret were densely deployed into the interior of B1. In the next moment, the grenades rapidly released a thick, grayish-white smoke that obscured not only visibility but also offered some protection against infrared and radar detection. Engineers, move out. A company commander urgently issued the command. Yes, Commander. 2 mobilized engineer squads, gazing into the pitch-black interior of the warehouse now shrouded in smoke, prepared for action. One engineer swallowed nervously as he followed his squad leader into B1. Phew. Thankfully, the enemy can't see us now. One engineer whispered, speaking even as his hands worked tirelessly. Get to work, no time for chatter. The engineer squad leader occasionally lifted his head to observe the situation beyond the veil of smoke. Gunfire erupted from the far end of the warehouse, where several machine guns operated by the Milda entourage unleashed a barrage toward the obscured front. What is the enemy up to? Pondered a soldier from Milda's retinue. Upon hearing the enemy's assault, the engineers from Hungin defense swiftly took cover on the ground. Provide fire support, commanded the officer outside warehouse B, his voice resounding. In the next moment, rat-a-tat-tat, bang, the infantry lying at the foot of the slope by the doorway, those stationed behind the walls, and even the hunters, all simultaneously opened fire at the other side of the smoke. This onslaught proved far more terrifying than a mere faith-based assault. Both sides exchanged fire across the smoke. with neither party able to discern the silhouettes or positions of their adversaries. This exchange, while audible, bore no tangible impact. Fire the grenades. On the Milda side, several fire support teams positioned grenade launchers. Boom, boom, boom. The small grenades erupted at the warehouse entrance, although neither side could see the other. The defensive line within the warehouse had already prepared their firing parameters, maintaining a clear awareness of the doorway's location. A series of grenades claimed the lives of several infantrymen from Hungan defense who were crouched at the entrance. The soldiers at the doorway nearly scattered at the first explosion, only daring to crawl back some time later to retrieve the bodies of their fallen comrades. Boom, boom, boom. The hunter's turret, now reloaded with smoke grenades, continued to unleash its obscuring veil, once more shrouding the enemy's vision. After a considerable period, several engineers, hunched over, emerged from within the warehouse. How prepared are you? The squad leader inquired, gripping one of the engineers. Everything is set. Just wait for the signal. However, they had yet to initiate the detonation. If they detonated now, the other 3 warehouses would undoubtedly be on high alert, putting the engineers in peril. Therefore, after placing explosives in the first warehouse, the engineers hurriedly proceeded to set up in the remaining 3 warehouses. Once all was in readiness, the engineers pressed the detonation button. Boom, boom. Rumbling explosions erupted within the warehouse, flames shooting skyward before being thwarted at the ceiling. Some flames even belched forth from the entrance, showcasing considerable might. Inside the exploded warehouse, the landscape had transformed dramatically. The original concrete floor lay shattered, creating channels akin to trenches. Although these trenches appeared rather haphazard, some deep, others shallow, they sufficed to serve as a rudimentary defense, preventing the infantry from facing enemy fire with their bare bodies. Advance, 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 the commander shouted from behind, as infantry squads surged into the warehouse amidst the smoke. Some even carried sandbags and rudimentary cover into the depths of the structure. The adversary also sensed something amiss, relentlessly directing their fire towards the smoke. However, at this juncture, the impact on the soldiers was rather limited. Invisibility often leads to misjudgment of distance when firing rifles and machine guns. The smoke grenades deployed by Hungan defense had enveloped the area for several hours. Even if the enemy soldiers possessed remarkable memory, errors were inevitable at this moment. The formal assault commenced from B1, while the other 3 warehouses were not idle either, as they deployed infantry to initiate a feint attack. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat. They actually managed to carve out a trench right in front of our defensive line. A captain from Milda gritted his teeth in frustration. Bring out the heavy firepower and show them what we're made of. Yes. Rocket and grenade teams hefted their formidable weapons to the launch positions. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh. Grenades and rockets, billowing white smoke, descended into the trenches of Hungan defense, yet yielded little in terms of results. On the other hand, Hungan defense was not without its own heavy firepower, as counterattacks from rockets and grenades emerged in rapid succession. Chapter 56. The Skull Crushers mobilize. They had indeed managed to create a trench right in front of our defensive line. A company commander from Milda seethed with anger. Bring out the heavy firepower and show them what we're made of. Yes. Shells and rockets, shrouded in white smoke, descended into the trench defenses of Hungan defense. Yet they yielded little in terms of tangible results. However, Hungan defense was not without its own formidable firepower. Rockets and artillery shells continuously soared towards the enemy's lines. Comparatively, the adversary's defenses appeared more robust and better constructed, yet what significance did that hold? No fortification, no matter how formidable, is immune to eventual breach. Outside the warehouse, tanks on the gentle slope were gradually lowering their turrets. Under the guidance of infantry inside the warehouse, the tank commander adjusted the firing angle of the electromagnetic cannon. Fire. Let us commence with a high explosive shell. Boom. Kaboom. As a high explosive round was launched, one of the enemy's fire points was instantly silenced. The fighting was fierce, with soldiers inching forward to extend the trenches, while engineers set explosives before hurling them onto the ground ahead. In the wake of a violent explosion, a substantial crater was formed, requiring only a simple repair by the infantry to create a makeshift foxhole. Boom. A rocket fired from within the warehouse detonated against the frontal armor of the hunter, and although it failed to penetrate the armor, it did destroy one side of the tank's tracks. Call for support. The tank crew swiftly requested assistance. Observing this scene, Li Xin maneuvered his mech to the entrance of warehouse B1, extending its right arm to drag the tank away from the doorway, thereby averting the possibility of a secondary assault. 03. Now that we are here, let's provide some fire support for the infantry. Jianglu spoke, and Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, Li Xian deftly maneuvered the mech to take cover behind the wall, revealing only the six-barreled rotary cannon. Through the fire control and targeting systems, Li Xian swiftly identified the densely concentrated enemy firing positions. The cannon roared to life, unleashing a torrent of bullets that rained down upon the enemy's defenses. The sheer force of the munitions obliterated several of the less stable semi-permanent fortifications. Explosive shrapnel swept across the entire front line. Although the lethality was not particularly severe, it effectively suppressed enemy fire and inflicted casualties among their infantry. However, it was not long before the enemy tanks, concealed within the rear of the warehouse, sprang to life, unleashing a barrage of electromagnetic projectiles that struck Li Xian's void shield. The enemy also possessed tanks within the warehouse, but the infantry in front would not allow them to mobilize. After a brief pause of several seconds, Li Xian extended his left arm once more and fired a plasma cannon. The violent surge of plasma and flames engulfed an enemy position, incinerating their infantry into charred remains. As for the tanks, a mere glance was enough for Li Xian to abandon the notion of attacking them. They were shielded behind cover, with minimal exposure, and even the plasma cannon could not penetrate their defenses. At this juncture, it seemed more advantageous to eliminate a few enemy soldiers than to waste efforts on the tanks. With the mech support, the casualty figures among the Milda infantry surged considerably. Should they proceed to launch a direct assault within the warehouse against the enemy's defenses? Li Xian observed the ongoing battle within, feeling an urge to engage. Yet, impulsiveness must be tempered. The whereabouts of the enemy's nightly retainers remain uncertain. Charging in recklessly could lead to entrapment in the confined space, which would be disadvantageous for the sword-wielding attendants. The bombardment must persist. I refuse to believe the enemy can withstand the mounting casualties. Within the warehouse, the Milda contingent stationed at B1 faced relentless assaults, and casualties began to rise. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. The enemy's mechs have arrived. We cannot withstand them. The cries of the infantry reached the mech units, yet they remained indifferent. They required the enemy's sword-wielding attendants to lower their guard before dispatching the nightly retainers. Meanwhile, infantry from the other three warehouses commenced their support via underground passages. Advancing toward the B1 warehouse. On the Xian's side, Luo Hang from the 6th Squad also piloted a mech to provide reinforcement. On either side of the warehouse entrance, two mechs unleashed their firepower. The concentrated barrage of electromagnetic artillery shells complemented Li Xian's plasma cannon, while Luo Hang wielded a laser cannon. In this enclosed environment, both types of weaponry maximize their destructive potential. The plasma cannon primarily inflicted harm upon the enemy, utilizing electricity and high temperatures to decimate soldiers. Conversely, Luo Hang's laser cannon targeted enemy strongpoints, directly penetrating defensive structures. Seizing an opportunity, he even managed to obliterate a tank sheltered behind cover. As Li Xian withdrew to replenish his ammunition, a tense voice echoed in his ear. The enemy's nightly retainers have mobilized. Immediately, Li Xian's mech radar swiftly detected the enemy's signals, prompting both mechs to retreat rapidly to join the other four. On the opposite side, a formidable battalion of 10 night retainer mechs had encircled them from 3 directions. At that moment, as everyone gazed upon the night retainers, a palpable sense of anticipation filled the air. Within the command center, Lu Quan sprang to his feet, his voice booming with fervor. Crusher, move forward at once. Crush them to oblivion. Having been concealed behind cover, the Crusher unit sprang into action upon receiving Lu Quan's command. 13 colossal beasts roared to life, their engines growling as they surged from their hiding place. The front line of the night retainers brandished armored shields, prepared to absorb the onslaught of concentrated enemy fire. The commander of the night retainers bore a fierce countenance, his psychic energy fully activated. 10 against 6, let these corporate dogs know our might. Charge. Annihilate them. One by one, the night retainers roared, compressing their mech bodies as much as possible behind their armored shields, leveraging their speed to close the distance to Li Xian and his companions. Chapter 57. The Crusher Strikes. What a bunch of brutes. Jiang Lu's disdainful voice echoed within the mech cockpit. Do not rush to fire. Let the Crusher strike first. Understood. The distance between the two factions was already minimal, and it took merely a minute for the night retainers to charge from the opposite end of the warehouse. The mechs surged through the corridor, presenting an unparalleled target for the Skull Crusher. The formidable Skull Crusher tank had finally gathered its energy, while its firepower was commendable. The time required for each shot was equally substantial. It took nearly a minute to fire a single round. Had these tanks not been engaged in their preparatory energy accumulation, the likelihood of firing even once at such a short range would have been uncertain. No. How could there be a skull crusher? A night squire operating the mech recognized the skull crusher ahead, and the chips within the mech, and his mind instantaneously identified its model. Alarm! Alarm! Inside the cockpit. Flashing red lights ignited a surge of panic among the crew. Defend. Armor shields, hold firm. One of the knight's squire drivers bellowed. Lock onto the target. Fire. Whoosh. A brilliant blue beam erupted from the cannon of the skull crusher, imbued with immense power, striking the charging knight squire with precision. The armored shield, extending beyond the void shield, resisted momentarily before being pierced, followed by the outer void shield. The colossal plasma energy was redirected into subspace, where it unleashed its destructive force. However, the intensity of this assault caused the void shield to overload. After 2 rounds of expenditure, the power of this plasma discharge had diminished, and its trajectory had been slightly deflected. Boom. Even the weakened artillery fire was sufficient to penetrate the armor of the knight's retinue, fortunately sparing the cockpit from destruction. However, regrettably, significant damage was inflicted upon the equipment situated beneath the cockpit. Despite protective measures, the dissipated plasma energy incinerated several components. This was merely the first strike from the skull crusher, which already rendered one knight's retinue inoperable. With 2 platoons of skull crushers, totaling 6 units, arriving at their combat positions, the scene was nothing short of a massacre. In the underground command center of the Milder retinue, Commander Roy slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. Damn it! Are the intelligence personnel utterly incompetent? The enemy has deployed skull crushers. Why hasn't the information been updated? The staff officer's expression mirrored his ire. Sir, we had no intelligence regarding the movement of these skull crushers. The intelligence agency failed to detect anything. Order the knight's retinue to retreat immediately. Let them escape as many as they can. Roy's eyes blazed with fury as he monitored the real-time broadcast through the equipment of the knight's retinue, witnessing the immediate destruction of the 3 units ahead. The void shields were overloaded, and the frames were breached. Such plasma jet artillery, capable of penetrating Class C mechs, found it exceedingly simple to dismantle these Class D units. The only chance of survival against the skull crushers lay in maneuvering the mechs in open spaces to evade attacks. Otherwise, the likelihood of being struck by the plasma jets was tantamount to certain death, or at best, severe incapacitation. In the current predicament, their escape seems implausible, lamented the advisor. Ah, Roy cried out in agony. Meanwhile, at the forward base of Hangin Defense, Lu Quan and Ji Zhizhuan were exulting in triumph. Well done. Strike them fiercely. Lu Quan's face radiated joy. The Crusher tanks had been summoned at his behest, specifically to outmaneuver the enemy's mechs. Regrettably, the adversary's mechs had yet to emerge. While the skirmish at the warehouse had escalated intensely, 2 platoons and 6 Crushers concentrated their fire, obliterating 3 Knight Retainers in a single onslaught. The remaining 3 Knight Retainers had already suffered overloaded void shields, their systems gravely compromised. Send in the stalkers. Hammer them relentlessly. Ji Zhizhuan commanded with fervor. This was the opportune moment to secure merit. Capturing this stronghold would render the entire B zone's defensive line unassailable, devoid of any formidable barriers. Lu, my brother, you shall reap great rewards from this victory. I trust that once this battle concludes, your rank will surely ascend. Ji Zhizhuan chuckled. It may be premature to say, yet earning merit is always commendable. Lu Quan replied with a smile. Seizing this position will undoubtedly add to your accolades, Ji. The 2 exchanged knowing glances. The command center brimming with exhilaration. Kill. Leave them no chance to flee. Jiang Lu roared, charging towards the enemy with Li Xin and Feng Dai by his side. Here lie 3 mechs that have survived. One is in a state of void shield overload, while the other 2 remain largely intact. Additionally, in the direction of the 6th group's assault, 2 knights serving as sentinels possess fully operational void shields. Centrally located are 2 more knights, also equipped with void shields, but severely damaged. This area presents the most favorable opportunity for capture. However, should the Skull Crusher intervene, it would be an egregious act of credit stealing if the mechs were to return. The greatest challenge lies in the direction of the 5th group. Yet the reward for securing this area is correspondingly substantial. Most crucially, this passage is the closest to the 5th group's position. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai lead the charge at the forefront, with Li Xian trailing closely behind them. Bang, bang, bang. The 12-tube serrated ant rocket launcher mounted on the shoulders of Li Xian and Feng Dai instantly activated, their strides momentarily pausing to facilitate the rocket's targeting. Bang, bang, bang. A total of 48 105mm rockets were launched in rapid succession, creating an inferno in the passage ahead, engulfed in flames and debris from the explosions. The flames were further confined by the warehouse walls on either side, intensifying the explosive force within. No, the damaged mech with an overloaded void shield stood no chance of survival amidst such devastation. Its structure was irreparably compromised, the cockpit utterly destroyed, and the fate of the pilot was sealed, beyond any hope of survival. My void shield can no longer withstand this, a Night Sentinel's pilot exclaimed, as the void shield surrounding the mech flickered momentarily before succumbing entirely to overload. In the next moment, his complexion turned pale as he fell into a state of psychic backlash. Although he quickly suppressed this sensation, his body still bore the consequences. Chapter 58. Good fortune comes in threes. The battle did not cease due to the enemy's overloaded void shield. Instead, it intensified with greater fervor. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The three sword-wielding attendants nearly instantaneously activated the primary cannon on their left arms. Boom. Regrettably, one knightly attendant stepped forward, utilizing the remnants of his void shield to withstand the three plasma projectiles. His void shield remained relatively resilient, even after absorbing the three plasma shots. It did not completely overload. Yet, Lexin had no intention of letting him off the hook. Rat-tat-tat. The six-barreled electromagnetic cannon on the left arm of the sword-wielding attendant began to spin, unleashing a torrent of ammunition towards the enemy's mecha. Boom, boom, boom. Every 3 high-explosive rounds were interspersed with an armor-piercing round, creating a relentless barrage against the enemy's void shield. Such an assault posed a significant threat to the enemy's void shield, especially now that it was nearing its defensive threshold, accompanied by the concentrated fire of the cannon. The enemy's void shield ultimately succumbed and overcharged just as they were about to engage in close combat. At that moment, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, who had been charging forward with great haste, abruptly halted their advance. Well done. No need for close combat. Let us eliminate them from a distance. Why engage in hand-to-hand combat with foes that can be dealt with from afar? Regardless, the ammunition is free, and the energy costs are reimbursed by the organization. There is no escape. Let us charge forth. Within the cockpit of the Knight's retinue, a pilot gritted his teeth and shouted, "Forward!" The two mechs swiftly altered their course. Initially, they had contemplated retreat, but now that the void shield lay shattered, there was no place to flee. Rather than leaving their backs exposed to the relentless barrage of enemy fire, they deemed it wiser to engage in close combat, even if it meant mutual destruction. Observing the oncoming adversaries, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai remained unfazed, positioning the armored shield of their left arms defensively before them. 03, continue your ranged assault. 02, and I shall hold the line against the enemy, roared the knight's retinue as he swung his power axe, striking against Feng Dai's armored shield. The defensive capability of this shield was comparable to that of the short sword retinue's mech armor, yet its thickness was even more formidable. Even a power axe could not breach it with a single blow. At that moment, Lexin had dashed past the wreckage of the destroyed mech. Suddenly, the psionic chip emitted a notification, capturing dissipated psionic signals. Transcoding psionic signals. Upon receiving this alert, Lexin's heart soared with joy. This is fortuitous. He vividly remembered the immense benefits he had gained from the last psionic signal he encountered. The advantages were innumerable. One might say that the previous psionic signal had saved his life. With a crackle, Lexin unleashed a plasma cannon shot, piercing through Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's defenses, striking the cockpit of an enemy mech. Boom. A tremendous surge of electricity and intense heat engulfed the entire mech, momentarily incapacitating the knight's attendant. Although this lasted no more than an ephemeral second, such a fleeting moment was ample for the battle-hardened Jiang Lu to seize the opportunity. He thrust aside his left arm's armored shield, delivering a powerful blow that struck the knight's attendant's frame. Subsequently, he wielded his power sword with fervor, piercing through the enemy's armor. Even as the knight's attendant's pilot began to recover from the brief paralysis, the power sword had already penetrated the armor, rendering a portion of the equipment inoperative. Yet, that was not the end. Jiang Lu, having cast aside his armored shield, unleashed a shot from his plasma cannon directly at the opposing knight's attendant. The searing plasma instantaneously surged into the breach created by the power sword, inflicting catastrophic damage to the internal systems. Consequently, the combat effectiveness of this knight's attendant plummeted by more than 50%. Taste my spear, roared Lexin from the cockpit behind. At this juncture, The six-barreled electromagnetic cannon posed little threat to the enemy mech. The plasma cannon required a charging period, compelling Li Xin to discard his armored shield while steadily advancing. Seizing the opportune moment, he gripped the power spear tightly and thrust it forth from Jiang Lu's side. Aiming squarely at the enemy's cockpit, contrasting Jiang Lu's singular thrust with his right arm. The piercing damage inflicted by the power lance was limited. However, Li Xion's thrust was not merely a result of the mech's dual arms exerting force. It was also propelled by an abundance of formidable kinetic energy. With a sharp crack, the pale blue blade of the power lance, aided by this immense energy, pierced through the enemy's cockpit as effortlessly as a hot knife slicing through butter, accompanied by a dazzling display of electric sparks. Alas, the pilot of the knight's retinue, in the final moments of life, could only emit a woeful scream before being utterly annihilated by the disintegration field. The body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth, only to be evaporated by the disintegration field. Capture the dissipating psionic signal. Transcoding psionic signal. Another one. A flicker of joy surged within Li Xian. Today seemed to be a fortuitous day indeed. No, you shall perish. The last remaining knight's retinue, appearing almost deranged, swung his power longsword wildly. Yet, faced with a 3-to-1 disadvantage, he found himself bereft of any means of retaliation. At times, he resorted to using the plasma cannon, each successful strike rendering the knight's movements increasingly sluggish. Initially, Li Xian contemplated seizing to kill, but upon reflection, he refrained from doing so. At present, he had already claimed one life, and along with Feng Dai's simultaneous rocket barrage, they had also destroyed another knight's retinue. The spoils of this encounter were considerable. As the squad commander, Jiang Lu reaped the benefits of Li Xian's military achievements, which were tantamount to his own. Furthermore, the credit for the second mech they had collectively vanquished was also shared. Only Feng Dai, who had previously garnered no rewards during the last skirmish, could not be openly deprived of his share this time around. Otherwise, it is somewhat inconsiderate, detrimental to unity. After all, Feng Dai is currently enduring the enemy's counterattack. And given that Li Xion's achievements are already modest, seizing more kills is truly unreasonable. Ultimately, under the relentless harassment of the plasma cannons wielded by the trio, Feng Dai pierced the cockpit of the enemy's knight retinue with his power sword. The third knight retinue met its demise. Chapter 59. Retreat to the underground. Haha. Delightful. Now, we each have the merit of one knight mech. Feng Dai exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. All right, remain vigilant and swiftly check on the status of others. Jiang Lu's tone also conveyed a hint of happiness, yet he maintained his guard. Simultaneously, he listened to Jiang Lu's exchanges with other commanders. The fifth group has already dealt with their immediate foes. What about the other units? It's done. Both machines have been destroyed. The commanders of the sixth group and 2 tank platoons reported their respective situations. It appears that the tank platoon resolved their combat the most swiftly, as the enemy on their front consisted of only one mech. Once the plasma jet cannon was charged, a single shot was sufficient to eliminate it. The speed at which Jiang Lu and the fifth group, along with Kachin of the sixth group, dealt with their enemies was comparable. At that moment, Li Xion's chip finally transmitted a new notification. The unknown psychic signal decoding is complete. The psychic signal has diminished. Please select the desired information to download from the options below. D2 level mecha long-range shooting techniques, 67.2. D4 level mecha general driving skills, 36.3. D4 level general mecha close combat techniques, 43.4. D4 level Milda general knowledge, 63. Li's heart swelled with joy. What was destined to come would eventually arrive. Compared to the previous occasion, the options available had diminished by 1, the bed techniques no longer present, yet the 4 remaining choices proved to be invaluable. Currently, Li's combat skills in both close quarters and long-range engagements stood at D2 level, although the latter was less arduous to practice and bore lower risks. Without a moment's hesitation, Li selected the third option, D4 level general close combat techniques. Subsequently, Li felt his psychic energy swiftly depleting, accompanied by a tingling sensation upon his scalp. Amidst the chip's notifications, the progress of his mecha close combat skills surged at an astonishing rate. D2 level general close combat techniques, 12 to 13, 23 to 45 ultimately. This figure stabilized at a remarkable 52 within the D2 level. Absorbing the experience from a fallen pilot had elevated Li's close combat skills to a level that would typically require 2 months of rigorous training to achieve. The efficacy of this enhancement was nothing short of extraordinary. Just as Li finished absorbing this psychic signal, the second mecha signal was also decoded and swiftly assimilated, followed by the third signal. This time, upon witnessing the numbers, Li's excitement intensified, rendering everything else inconsequential in his eyes. Chapter 3. D5 Level Universal Mecha Combat Techniques. 88 Among the myriad of psychic energy signals absorbed by Li Xian, the most formidable was the D5 level combat technique. Not only was it of a superior grade, but it was also the most comprehensive, boasting an impressive efficacy of over 80%. Unlike the previous techniques, which only reached 30 to 40%, this caliber of skill was on par with that of Jiang Lu. Regrettably, even such a formidable expert found himself at a disadvantage when confronted by an equally matched opponent, compounded by the relentless assault from Li Xian, a mere bystander. Download. Initiate. Li Xian selected this third option, and in the next moment, a plethora of combat techniques inundated his mind in a manner akin to a force-fed education. His close combat skills surged rapidly during this transformative experience. D2 Universal Mecha Close Combat Techniques. 74 D3 Universal Mecha Close Combat Techniques. 1-14. Exhilarating. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Li Xian murmured to himself, fully aware that the download of this psychic signal would yield significant enhancements. Yet he could hardly fathom the magnitude of the boost. Gazing at the chip and his elevated skill levels, he was enveloped in an ineffable excitement. D4 Universal Mecha Close Combat Techniques. 3 This was a meteoric rise. Ascending directly to D4 level, his innate talent was truly remarkable. Li Xian's countenance radiated exhilaration. For he had finally shed the limitations of a novice, thereby gaining a better chance of survival on this battlefield. This confrontation had proven exceedingly worthwhile. Not only are there rewards in the aftermath of war, but even during combat, one can reap numerous benefits. I am utterly enamored with these knightly retainers. Li Xian mused amidst the chaos, realizing that his close combat skills had surpassed the baseline. At least in this theater of war, he was no longer a pushover. Even Feng Dai, as he had heard, possessed merely D4 level close combat skills. Now, compared to Li Xian's prowess in melee, it seemed that his ranged combat skills had become a liability. However, this was not a grave concern, at least in the context of confronting these knightly retainers. It was not a significant issue. Inside the warehouse, the infantry battalion commander of the Murata retinue appeared as though his soul had been snatched away. 10 knightly retainer mechs, just like that, gone without a trace. Commander, what shall we do? An aide inquired anxiously. How many personnel do we still have? The commander took a deep breath and asked. Report to the brigade commander and request a retreat. The commander painfully shut his eyes. Understood. The withdrawal report swiftly reached Roy, whose eyes were nearly bloodshot with rage. 10 knightly retainers had vanished without a sound. Although he had prepared himself for losses, he had not anticipated such a magnitude. Faced with the withdrawal request from the infantry at the defensive point, Roy slammed his hand on the table. Retreat. Always retreat. The chief of staff hurriedly reassured him. Brigade commander, it is imperative to allow the troops to withdraw. Without mecha cover, they will face total annihilation if they do not. The adversary, now devoid of the threat posed by the mechs, would undoubtedly allow their short sword attendants to breach the warehouse for an assault. Once that moment arrives, retreat may prove impossible. Roy was acutely aware that the chief of staff's words held truth, yet he found it difficult to swallow his pride. However, even if he had to grit his teeth, he resolved to suppress his frustration and stated gravely, "Let the infantry withdraw, but leave behind a few parting gifts on the position. Even in retreat, we cannot allow the enemy to seize this stronghold so easily." "And what of the entrance to the tunnel beneath the warehouse?" inquired the chief of staff. Roy let out a cold laugh. "Leave the tunnel entrance open for the enemy. The battle on the surface is merely an appetizer. It is below ground where they will meet their demise." Understood. Upon receiving the withdrawal order, the infantry battalion and the armored units showed no hesitation. The battalion commander issued commands to his soldiers. Infantry, set up the minefield first. Even in retreat, we must delay the enemy's advance. Armored units, proceed down first. Chapter 60. Securing the surface soon. The irregular movements of the Murta forces were detected by the soldiers of Hung in defense within the warehouse. The enemy is attempting to flee. Open fire. We must hold them back. The company commander quickly deduced the intentions of the Murta attendants merely from the weakening of their firepower. Tanks, move up quickly. The company leader urgently called for reinforcements, fully aware that the vast open spaces within the warehouse were not places where infantry could charge recklessly. Boom. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of tank engines, a succession of hunters advanced into warehouse B1. Fire. Boom. The heavy artillery of the tanks struck directly at the still active firing positions. Simultaneously, the tanks charged forward at high speed, swiftly approaching the enemy's defensive line. Flee! The tanks are here. The infantry, still engaged in laying mines, hastily retreated towards the underground passage. A small anti-tank unit contemplated a counterattack, but as they readied their missiles, they witnessed their comrades fleeing in a frenzied rush. A glance revealed the rapidly approaching hunters, and fear gripped them. Don't expose yourselves. We must escape. The assistant gunner merely peeked out, only to attract a hail of bullets from the tank. In that moment, the main gunner too hesitated to show his face, clutching the anti-tank missile as he fled. Halfway through, he discarded the missile in desperation. What is the point of this? Why does everyone flee so swiftly? The main gunner exclaimed in frustration, quickly avoiding the minefield and darting into the underground passage, retreating further. The hunters soon reached the enemy's defensive line, only to halt abruptly. They were indeed tanks, but the height of the defense was formidable, towering at 2 to 3 meters and exceptionally sturdy. It was clear that even infantry would find it challenging to scale such an obstacle, let alone the tanks. However, the rear of the defensive line seemed to have fallen silent, with not a single soul opening fire. The infantry behind the deer hunters witnessed this scene, and the commander swiftly issued a command. Charge forward, get behind the tank. Send a few more men to assess the situation. For heaven's sake, they can't have all fled. A short-tailed armored vehicle swiftly entered the warehouse, then moved towards the enemy's position. The infantry boarded the vehicle and, aided by its protection, ascended over the defensive line. One vigilant soldier cautiously lifted his head, surveyed the area, and quickly reported, "Indeed, there is no one here. The defensive line is completely deserted. They've all run away." Upon hearing this, officers below the rank of platoon, non-commissioned officers, and even the soldiers themselves breathed a sigh of relief. Who among the reasonable would relish the prospect of battle, especially these lower-ranking soldiers? The battalion, and even higher-ranking commanders, remained positioned further back, even in the event of conflict. Their casualty rates would be minimal. However, for those in platoon and squad ranks, the casualty rates were alarmingly high. The soldiers continued their search, and soon one triggered a minefield, setting off a concealed explosive laid by the enemy. A single grenade claimed the lives of 2 soldiers from hung in defense, prompting everyone to exercise heightened caution. Outside the warehouse, the mech units received news of the enemy's retreat. Immediately, Li Xian and his fellow mech pilots halted their advance. With the enemy having fled, there was little purpose in pressing further. The task of securing the battlefield could be left to the infantry. Li Xian and his comrades remained on alert, while the infantry spent the entire afternoon meticulously clearing the minefield left behind by the enemy. The entire ordeal resulted in the demise of merely the 2 unfortunate soldiers at the outset. Following the capture of this stronghold, the mechanized forces proceeded to sweep through the entire theater with remarkable ease. The enemy, exposed on the surface, was largely defenseless, even when combat ensued. They would flee at the slightest provocation, offering no opportunity for engagement. Under such circumstances, the casualty exchange ratio was skewed, with losses on our side, specifically the hung in defense, proving to be more significant. The adversaries resorted to ambush tactics, firing a few rounds or shelling before retreating. Often, when a soldier fell, their comrades would look up to locate the enemy, only to find them already vanished. As the battle progressed, the enemy showed no inclination to continue fighting against hung in defense and blueprint on the surface. Within the command center, Lu Quan and Ji Zhizhuan were engaged in discussion. Ji sighed, stating, "Current casualties exceed those sustained during the earlier siege operations. The enemy retreats like vermin, leaving us no chance whatsoever." Lu Quan inquired about the situation concerning the enemy's underground exits. Ji responded, "All discovered exits have been effectively sealed, with the exception of a few major ones, to prevent the enemy from emerging and launching surprise attacks." Displayed on the projection screen ahead was a topographical map of the Beishimo steelworks. It was evident from the map that the facility had been nearly completely occupied. Small flags adorned the map, with black indicating sealed underground exits and red denoting those still accessible. The black flags vastly outnumbered the red ones. The Beishimo steel plant was originally equipped with dozens of underground exits, which included small exits with elevators and staircases, as well as large exits capable of accommodating vehicles. These substantial exits were primarily utilized for the passage of freight trucks, facilitating the underground transport of materials and resources. It was not merely feasible for infantry to traverse these routes, even tanks and mechs could navigate them with ease. Moreover, Following several assault and defense skirmishes at the Beishimo steel plant, both sides had excavated numerous new exits, some of which permitted only single-file passage. Such passages enabled the infantry of the Milda faction to emerge and launch surprise attacks with rifles and rockets, much to the vexation of the soldiers from Hungan defense. Whenever a new entry point was discovered, it was promptly filled with cement. While this could not permanently seal off the area, it significantly increased the difficulty for the Milda forces to reopen them. Besides the challenges posed by excavation, the smaller exits were subject to daily patrols. As for the larger ones, combat teams were stationed nearby to contain the enemy within. Despite these measures, completely trapping the enemy underground proved elusive, let alone capturing them with ease. Beyond the periphery of the Beishimo steel plant, there undoubtedly existed additional routes leading to its subterranean levels. Chapter 61. A brief respite since their conquest of the enemy's stronghold within the large warehouse, Li Xian and his mechs found themselves with a reprieve. The surface of the Beishimo steel plant was now devoid of any stubborn defensive positions. Naturally, there was no longer any need to expend the mech's energy on further sweeps. At this moment, more than 20 mechs are stationed in various defense strongholds, each of which is interconnected by underground passages. The vigilant defense of the mechs, coupled with the preserved entrances to these subterranean tunnels, serves as a conduit for the impending army to infiltrate and eliminate the enemy below. Within the stronghold above, two mechs engage in close-quarters combat. Neither side has deployed their powered weapons. Instead, they are merely practicing. Kill. One of the sword-wielding attendants charges at the opponent, brandishing a powered spear with a fierce roar. The spear lunges forward with a swift thrust, followed by a rapid slash, showcasing the weapon's versatility. The powered spear is adept at functioning as both a long pike and a halberd. The opposing attendant deftly evades the attack, demonstrating a remarkable agility that belies the fact that this is a towering mechanical construct standing over 7 meters tall. The combatants are Li Xian and Feng Dai, both possessing a close combat proficiency rated at D4. This marks the 7th day of their training, a period during which the 5th group has been relatively unoccupied. At this juncture, my actual close combat skill level should be comparable to Feng Dai's. However, I cannot afford to display such parity during training. Should I reveal fighting techniques akin to Feng Dai's, I may not receive accolades. Rather, it could arouse suspicion from both Feng Dai and Jiang Lu regarding whether I have succumbed to the corruption of chaos. It is indeed quite a vexing predicament. Li Xian's proficiency in close combat has escalated remarkably since he embarked on his journey as a mecha pilot. A mere span of less than 2 months has elapsed. Transitioning from an utter novice to a seasoned veteran in such a brief period seems implausible. This notion is not only doubted by others. At times, even Li Xian himself grapples with the possibility that he may have succumbed to the corruption of chaos. Albeit without outward manifestation, the melee combat persists, with the two combatants' powered weapons clashing and parrying incessantly. Li Xian assumes the role of the aggressor while Feng Dai defends. The powered spear jabs and slashes relentlessly, while Feng Dai adeptly evades, occasionally employing his powered sword or armored shield to deflect attacks. Use your powered spear to target his lower body. Nearby, Jiang Lu's mecha stands ready, offering guidance to Li Xian intermittently. Heeding Jiang Lu's counsel, Li Xian directs his strikes toward Feng Dai's lower region. This tactical approach swiftly renders Feng Dai's defenses increasingly strained. This is intolerable. Being perpetually on the defensive is utterly unsatisfactory. And how on earth have you progressed so rapidly? You can't possibly be a genius, can you? Huh. Of course. I am a genius. If I weren't, how could I be fortunate enough to team up with you? Li Xian responds with laughter, yet his offensive actions remain unceasing. Indeed, I must cultivate the persona of a genius. Just now, the guidance from my master coincided perfectly with my own combat experience. The D4 level close combat techniques were originally intended to target Feng Dai's lower body. However, I could not take the initiative in this matter. On the contrary, after my master's instruction, I swiftly comprehended the nuances, leading others to perceive me as a prodigy, capable of rapidly assimilating guidance and applying it. The persona of a genius is an invaluable asset, serving not only to mask my true abilities, but also to secure greater resources and support. Li Xian, through absorbing the energy signals of his foes, transcodes them into his own experiences. This significantly enhances his array of skills. If he were to abandon the Fade of genius, revealing his D4 level close combat techniques outright would attract undue attention. Such scrutiny is not what Li Xian desires. Rather, A subtle and gradual strengthening is the safer path. During practice, he initially feigned D2, level close combat skills, gradually progressing from there. With a powerful leap, Li Xian's mech descended, the power spear cleaving downwards with tremendous force. This sudden strike caught Feng Dai off guard, the spear crashing into the shoulder of his mech. "You little sneak," Feng Dai exclaimed. "What are you talking about?" "This ISNTA sneak attack," Li Xian retorted immediately. The two continued their fierce exchange, locked in a relentless struggle. Jiang Lu interjected from the sidelines. "Feng Dai, you should be more vigilant. If you remain so lax, it won't be long before Li Xian's close combat skills catch up to you." "How is that possible? He has only been training for such a short time." Feng Dai questioned incredulously. "I surmise that I am not mistaken. Li Xian's melee combat skills in his mech must have reached the D3 level by now." Jiang Lu inquired of Li Xian. "Indeed, master, I have now attained D3 level in melee combat," Li Xian candidly responded, which accurately reflected his current display. Of course, he is inherently at D4 level. To be honest, his disguise is not particularly convincing. For instance, the recent attack evidently exceeded the standard. D-level melee combat skills are inherently rather elementary, and Li Xian's pretense is no trivial feat, however, since they are all teammates. Neither Jiang Lu nor Feng Dai harbored any suspicions. "Goodness, have you been on some sort of enhancement? How could you have reached D3 in such a short time?" Feng Dai exclaimed in astonishment after overhearing the exchange between Jiang Lu and Li Xian. "Quickly, tell me what you took. I wish to partake as well." "No. It is merely the result of enduring battles, and each night I ponder practicing combat techniques, coupled with daytime training with you all. Thus, my skills have improved rapidly." Li Xian feigned modesty in his explanation. "Li Xian possesses considerable talent. I sensed his quick adaptability to the mech during our prior training." Jiang Lu's voice carried a note of amusement. "My good brother, you cannot possibly be a genius, can you? If this continues, I may have to cling to your coattails." Feng Dai chuckled. "Rest assured, Feng Gu, once I have mastered all your melee combat techniques, I shall indeed cling to your coattails and ensure we indulge in the finest delights. You truly do not hold back. I have resolved to no longer remain in passive defense. I shall commence my proactive assault. Behold my blade." Chapter 62. Reinforcements for the Night Order of Murda. Days passed in the monotony of training. During the 3 instances of absorbing the energy signals, he refrained from selecting the ranged attack techniques of the night attendants. It was unavoidable, for their ranged attacks failed to ignite any interest in Li Xian. The most formidable among them was merely at the D3 level, offering only a slight edge over Li Xian. As Jiang Lu aptly stated, possessing 2 chips, particularly one of military origin with an enigmatic genesis. Li Xian's rate of progress was notably swift, sufficient to merit the title of genius. The sound of gunfire echoed. Presently, his ranged attack skills had ascended to D2 at 76. He now found himself flourishing in both ranged and melee combat, with the latter relying on the absorption of energy experience. However, his prowess in ranged combat was solely attributed to his own innate talent. As he walked, he pondered, "I essentially possess 2 military chips of D4 caliber, which grants me such formidable learning efficacy. This is undeniably aided by my inherent aptitude for learning. If my chips were of superior quality, would not the learning outcomes be even more pronounced? This seems an inevitable conclusion. The computational power of these biological intelligence chips certainly escalates with their classification. If I could obtain a military intelligence chip of C grade, or even B, or a grade, what should be the pace of my learning? Is it possible to hone my skills in remote or close combat to reach the D5 level within a month?" Li Xian dared not dwell on such thoughts any longer. To continue would extinguish his motivation for study and struggle. After all, the disparities between individuals, particularly in terms of their family backgrounds, can sometimes be more pronounced than the differences between a person and a dog. Perhaps Li Xian's monthly salary, combined with the battlefield and various allowances, pales in comparison to the monthly expenses lavished on a pet of a corporate executive. The fact that he can now absorb the energy signals of his enemies and utilize energy chips is already a stroke of fortune, placing him far ahead of many others. There is no room to desire more. All he needs to do is to strive diligently, confident that a promising future awaits him soon. Exiting the cockpit of the mech, he entered the lounge. Although the mech offers greater safety within the battlefield, the cockpit remains somewhat cramped. When the opportunity arises, it is essential to take a breather. Currently, the surface of the Bishamok Ironworks, at least in the already secured areas, is relatively safe. In the lounge, Li Xian reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. His fingertips danced with tiny arcs of electricity, a manifestation of his energy lightning, though he has yet to systematically study energy spells. The lethality of these lightning bolts is already quite impressive. According to the monitoring and statistics provided by the biological intelligence chip, Li Xian's energy level has now reached D3 at 21. Such is the power of monetary investment. However, I find myself unable to continue this practice for the time being. Alas, the level of chaotic contamination, how can it possibly diminish swiftly? Li Xian felt a surge of irritation, as his recent continuous engagement with psychic energy, compounded by the intake of the number 3 psychic compound, had caused his chaotic contamination level to soar. Presently, his contamination level had reached a staggering 35, which consequently hindered his ability to frequently utilize psychic energy for training in close combat with mechs. He could only resort to firing the machine cannon during moments of respite to alleviate some of the pressure. Li Xian practiced the psychic lightning technique, feeling the arcs dance around him. At this stage, his psychic lightning had begun to manifest a semblance of lethality. This lightning could now extend to approximately 50 meters, capable of delivering a fatal shock to an individual with a single strike. Even without a mech and devoid of weapons, I now possess sufficient means for self-defense. After a period of practice, Li Xian retracted all his psychic energy, refraining from further usage. Employing psychic energy without a mech poses significant risks. Initiating its use is akin to igniting a torch in the abyssal subspace. No one can predict whether subspace fiends might suddenly emerge, and in such a scenario, Li Xian's current reserves of psychic energy would indeed prove inadequate. The days of rest have finally come to an end. As the second month of Li Xian's presence on this battlefield draws to a close, the entire surface area of the Baishimuo steel plant has been completely cleared, transforming into a zone under the control of Hengan defense. The next step involves addressing the enemy's subterranean defenses. This is indeed a battle of considerable difficulty. The subterranean combat environment is vastly inferior to that of the surface. Particularly for the attacking side, the visibility is significantly compromised, an issue not easily resolved by merely utilizing night vision goggles. Even with such equipment, the clarity of vision remains inferior to that experienced above ground. Moreover, the combination of radar and psychic capabilities allows for the effortless detection of any presence. The primary drawback, however, lies in the challenging maneuverability of mechs underground, especially in terms of long-range combat. For the enemy's nightly retainers, this subterranean setting serves as an advantageous arena. They can conceal their signals, perhaps lying in wait in some shadowy corner, ready to strike fiercely when a short-sword attendant passes by. This is necessitated by the enemy's reinforcement of troops, as intelligence reports indicate that enemy mech units have directly infiltrated the depths of the steel mill from the periphery. In the dining hall of the forward operating base, the mech squads from the 5th and 6th groups gathered to share a meal and engage in casual conversation, with the enemy bolstering their ranks. The dispatching forces have requested additional support. It is rumored, however, that this forthcoming reinforcement may not be particularly favorable. Kuchin from the 6th group whispered to Jiang Lu seated nearby. "How do you know?" Jiang Lu inquired quietly. "I overheard a bit while dining at the command post." Although they did not delve into the subject, nevertheless, I suspect it south rather close to the truth. How could one possibly secure the Baishimo steel mill's underground environment without significant casualties? With our mere 20-odd mechs, and the enemy having augmented their forces, is it not futile to launch an attack? Kuchin murmured softly. Indeed, the surface battles have seen little effort from the Milda Knights, and despite reinforcements, they do not take the initiative to attack. It seems they are undoubtedly preparing something substantial down below, waiting for us. Jiang Lu's tone reflected a sense of helplessness. Chapter 63. The reason let us hope for some seasoned veterans. If more fresh recruits arrive in this place, we will be truly doomed, Kuchin sighed. I find that unlikely. How could seasoned troops be dispatched to such a location? This battlefield has devolved into a chaotic mess, and elite veteran units would never be squandered here, Jiang Lu lamented. The primary issue is that the short-sword attendants are ill-suited for subterranean combat. The environment below does not allow them to showcase their abilities. Just a couple of days ago, I piloted a mech around down there, and it is far more conducive for nightly attendants to thrive. If we had a contingent of veterans, we might achieve a commendable exchange rate, but with fresh recruits, the outcome is uncertain, Kuchin mused, shaking his head. If veterans are not forthcoming, then it would be preferable to reassign us elsewhere. After listening intently for a while, Li Xian harbored a question in his heart. Given the fierce difficulty of subterranean combat, why not simply obliterate this place? The steelworks have been reduced to such a state. It must hold little value now. With the enemy underground, wouldn't he detonating this area bury them all? Jiang Lu shook his head, replying, such decisions are beyond our control. They are determined by those above us. What you believe we seek is the ruins of the Beishimo steel plant. However, the true objective remains known only to them. Ku Qian nodded repeatedly, adding, moreover, this steel plant is not easily destructible. The underlying structure is exceedingly intricate, with a high level of security. Even deploying a high-yield nuclear weapon may not guarantee its collapse, and alternative methods would prove even more challenging, unless one were to utilize naval weaponry. But currently, due to the electromagnetic environment and subspace storms beyond the planet, no vessels dare venture forth. Alas, this place can only be approached at the cost of one's life. How many lives have been lost here before? Li Xian inquired anxiously. Ku Qian patted Li Xian's shoulder, saying, do you know how many mecha support teams were stationed at Base 3? Wasn't it 9? Li Xian recalled from the introductions he received upon arrival. Certainly not. Supervisor Liu is an M3 level defense director. How could he possibly oversee just 9 mecha support teams? Ku Qian explained to Li Xian, who sat opposite him. You haven't been here long, so it's understandable that you are unaware. I suspect old Jiang hasn't shared this information with you either. Supervisor Liu is an M3 defense director, while both Jiang Xian and I are M1 level team leaders. Did you not notice something amiss? With this revelation, Li Xian began to connect the dots. How could there be a missing rank? Indeed, there was a gap. An M2 level was conspicuously absent. At Base 03, aside from our mech units, the only other presence is the armored forces of the Expeditionary Army. These combined armored units are somewhat fortunate, as the majority of engagements are handled by Hung-In defense, leaving the more challenging encounters to our mech forces, which often results in their relative idleness. To digress, previously, Base 03 housed 2 mech squadrons, each commanded by officers of M2 rank, with each squadron comprising 10 mech support teams. Thus, our expeditionary force was originally intended to be fully equipped with 2 mech support squadrons, amounting to 80 mechs. Why is the number so reduced now? Li Xian asked in astonishment. It's precisely because of this place. Ku Qian sighed, his gaze fixed on the projected map of the Beishimo steelworks ahead. Have all the others perished? Surely, 80 mechs cannot have dwindled to just this handful? After hearing Ku Qian's words, Li Xian felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the Beishimo steelworks. The casualty rate is alarmingly high. How could that be? What are you thinking? Jiang Lu interrupted Li Xian's speculation. He explained, the last time we captured the Beishimo steelworks, the casualties were indeed significant, but not as exaggerated as you imagine. Naturally, the losses were considerable, with over 20 mechs lost, rendering both squadrons incomplete. After Jiang Lu's explanation, Li Xian gained a deeper understanding of the current situation. However, his underlying fear remained undiminished. The casualty rate is truly terrifying, especially for a mech unit. Capturing the Beishimo steelworks resulted in a direct loss of 1/4 of our forces. No wonder the supervisor holds an M3 rank, directly commanding the mech forces. I had assumed that the authority over the mech troops was higher. Consequently, the reinforcement of the troops is no longer a matter of speculation, but rather a certainty. However, it remains uncertain what level of troops will come to our aid, which is quite perplexing. Li Xian pondered, yet his thoughts wandered aimlessly for the time being. His rank was indeed too low. He was still at the bottom of the food chain within this mech unit, merely a recently confirmed intern, without any real authority. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from feeling a lack of influence within the unit. Jiang Lu sighed, remarking that the Beishimigang ironworks had turned into a chaotic battleground, and it was unlikely that any seasoned veterans would be dispatched to assist. Li Xian, puzzled, inquired, shouldn't such battles be fought with experienced veterans to minimize casualties? If we are all like inexperienced recruits, the casualty rate will soar, resulting in significant losses of the mechs. Jiang Lu shook his head and replied, precisely because it is a chaotic battle, the odds of sending in elite troops are diminished. Once underground, the survival rate of veterans is not substantially higher than that of new recruits. There are certainly pathways left by Murta to support the enemies fighting underground. The value of an elite veteran pilot far surpasses that of a mech. If a veteran were to perish here, what would happen to the subsequent battles? Conversely, here, a mech pilot who survives a few skirmishes becomes a veteran, and we can trade new recruits for veteran knights and retainers, which is quite advantageous. Li Xian's eyes suddenly sparkled as he exclaimed, The worth of a mecha pilot surpasses that of the mecha itself. Why then is our salary so meager? Chapter 64. C-Class Vanguard Haha. Both Jiang Lu and Ku Qian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ku Qian remarked, "The value of seasoned mecha pilots is indeed significant. Yet that is relative. Your utility does not necessarily warrant a high salary." Alas, this is truly disheartening news. Li Xian sighed. Well, our income is already considered substantial. Just reflect on the earnings of infantry and armored troops, and it seems rather favorable in comparison, Ku Qian chuckled. Upon this reflection, Li Xian couldn't help but agree. Had fortune not favored him with the role of a mecha pilot, but instead, had he enlisted as an infantryman or an armored soldier, his earnings for the month might hardly suffice to cover the loan for purchasing chips. Were that the case, it would indeed be quite dismal. To toil for an entire month on the battlefield, only to find oneself with nothing left, unable even to repay debts, what a bleak existence. However, Li Xian held another query. He inquired, logically, shouldn't reinforcements be deployed before the onset of battle? Why then are they being integrated into the ranks halfway through the conflict? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu shook his head and replied, "This matter is uncertain for various reasons. The standing troops of Blueprint are few. Most soldiers and mecha divisions retire after a few years, transitioning into reserves. Moreover, this is not a critical battlefield. Our presence merely serves to support Hungan defense. Thus, dispatching military reinforcements proves to be quite a formidable challenge, akin to being in a state of neglect, without the affection of either parent. Coupled with the exceedingly cumbersome procedures of the organization, should they manage to send reinforcements before we conclude this battle, one might as well rejoice in secret. I had anticipated that the process would be expedited during wartime." Li Xian recalled the arduous procedures and the work ethic of the administrative department when he previously sought a transfer, which indeed was quite vexing. While we are engaged in combat, the organization itself is not wholly involved in the fray. We have grown accustomed to this, and it is understandable that you, being new, are not fully aware of it, Feng Dai remarked with a smile. However, when we initiated the conflict, although our numbers were somewhat diminished, they were still sufficient for battle. The enemy, in a defensive posture, would not allocate excessive mecha units on the surface. Both sides are rather equal. Infantry casualties are prevalent everywhere. Yet mecha losses primarily occur underground. Initial intelligence indicated that the enemy possessed no more than 20 mecha at the Baishamak steel plant. Nonetheless, the enemy certainly has channels to the outskirts of the Baishamak steel plant, and intelligence personnel have reported an increase in their forces. Thus, it remains uncertain how many night retinues are currently stationed below. In any case, this battle is likely to devolve into yet another meat grinder. Ku Qian lamented with a shake of his head. Following the announcement of incoming reinforcements, approximately 10 days passed before aid finally arrived at the base. This time, a substantial fleet of over a dozen Pelican-class transport vessels descended upon the scene, darkening the skies and completely saturating the airspace above the forward operating base. They were unable to land simultaneously, instead opting for a staggered descent, while others circled above. From the descending Pelican transport crafts emerged a series of short-sword mechs, appearing remarkably pristine in contrast to the weathered machines of Li Xian and his comrades. The short-sword mechs formed an orderly assembly within the base. Each combat unit positioned closely together. 1, 10, 20. Gradually more and more of these mechs emerged. The veteran soldiers, who had initially stood in a line, began to sense something amiss. Indeed, this situation felt quite peculiar. "It seems something is not right," Jiang Lu remarked. The mech force now exceeded 70 units, and the number continued to rise, with transport vessels still hovering above, yet to land. As more mechs entered the base, Li Xian caught sight of even larger models making their entrance. "What kind of mech is that?" he inquired. Before him stood a mech that towered a full third higher than the short sword models, not having walked out on its own, but rather being towed by a vehicle. Its armaments, both ranged and melee, appeared significantly more formidable than those of the short sword mechs. In the realm of ground combat mechs, the prevailing notion often held that larger size equated to greater strength and superiority. A larger physique signifies an abundance of equipment, weapons that are more robust and elongated, a fiercer firepower, and an extended endurance. Jiang Lu's steady voice resonated. "This is the C-Class mecha, the Vanguard model." C-Class mecha. So, they belong to the M2 rank of commanders? Li Xian inquired. "Indeed, our squad leaders are typically C-Class Vanguards. Who would have anticipated that 5 Vanguards would arrive this time?" Jiang Lu's voice was imbued with astonishment. At this moment, within the base, there were already gathered around 170 to 80 D-class short-sword squires. Even if 40 mechas constitute a squad, along with the seasoned veterans already stationed here, this locale amassed the forces of 5 squadrons. However, the sheer number of mechas did not elicit a sense of joy among Li Xin and his companions. Having more troops is undoubtedly advantageous. Yet an excess in quantity may not bode well, Kuchen murmured. The numbers are overwhelming. There are at least 5 squadrons here, plus the 5 vanguards. This is not merely about capturing the Beishimo steelworks. This could easily turn the place upside down. Jiang Lu lamented. This is gearing up for a significant battle. Listening to the voices of the 2 squad leaders, Li Xin sensed a hint of trepidation in their tones. Thoughts swirled in Li Xin's mind. It made sense. War is something cherished only by those in the rear. Though the front line offers opportunities for glory, it is fraught with peril, especially for the foot soldiers. This situation was beginning to instill a sense of panic within him. Originally, mechas held an absolute dominion on this battlefield. Any danger was primarily faced by infantry and armored units. However, the situation has shifted dramatically. Now, even the D-class mechas have been reduced to mere pawns. The positions once occupied by Li Xin and his comrades have now fallen to the C-class mechas, which have become the true rulers of the battlefield, relegating the D-class mechas, including Li Xin, to the status of ordinary soldiers. Chapter 65. Promotion. While all the mechas were still in the process of descending, Lu Quan's armored jeep arrived in front of the lineup of the original mecha squad. Lu Quan spoke first. Do you see all those short-sword attendants? The 20 or so veteran short-sword attendants simultaneously opened their mecha cockpits, awaiting Lu Quan's next words. With a smile, Lu Quan remarked, "These mechas are newly assigned to our expeditionary forces. How does it feel? Wait, are you saying there are nearly 200 mechas, and they are all rookies?" Kuchen exclaimed, astonished. Not exactly, but it's close enough, Jiang Lu responded, utterly dumbfounded as he pointed at the rows of mecha units. Are all of these new recruits and reservists? Lu Quan, you can't be joking with us. Lu Quan's expression darkened as he replied, Do I look like someone who jokes? He continued, Now, I have 2 pieces of good news. Which one would you like to hear first? Kuchen interjected, 2 pieces of good news? With all these mechas being novices, what good news could possibly exist? Lu Quan disregarded Kuchen and instead took out his tablet, stating, The first piece of good news is that this batch of mech units is entirely allocated for your use. What does this mean? At that moment, not only was Li Xin perplexed, but everyone else also wore expressions of confusion. From now on, all of your combat teams will be disassembled and integrated into the previous mech squads, where you will serve as the leaders of these teams. What? Almost everyone who heard this murmured an inquiry. Lu Quan's fierce gaze swept over them as he continued, Do you see those 5 C-class vanguards? Here comes the second piece of good news. The 9 leaders of your original teams are fortunate indeed, for 5 of you will have the opportunity for promotion. Shortly, once I finish reading the promotion notifications, your ranks will elevate to M2. At this point, no one dared to interrupt Lu Quan, for they were all profoundly shaken by the announcement. They had all noticed the 5 vanguards, but none had anticipated that they were intended for them. Among the 9 of you, 5 will become squad leaders, while the rest will serve as team leaders. The 9 original leaders exchanged glances. A mixture of bewilderment and a hint of competition reflected in their eyes. Li Xin pondered, Team leaders. I've heard of this structure before. It refers to a temporary wartime organization beneath the squad leader, usually overseeing 3 teams within a squad. Although they were previously only team leaders, this time, the distinction among these 9 individuals is significant. The authority vested in the squad leader far surpasses that of a team leader. Lu Quan continued, I am aware that many of you harbor doubts. Feel free to voice them, and I shall provide clarification. Jiang Lu was the first to report. I have a question. Why has there been a sudden promotion of several individuals to M2, and why are all the reinforcements comprised solely of new recruits and reservists? Lu Quan placed his hands on the armrest of the jeep and responded slowly. The situation is rather complex. The true war has commenced. Initially, we anticipated more veteran support, but that is no longer the case. Instead, we must focus on training new recruits and revitalizing the combat readiness of reservists. This is merely the first batch of soldiers. Once we have completely secured the Beiximo steel plant, we will continue to advance and may even increase the number of new recruits. Not only here, but on other battlefronts as well, reinforcements of new soldiers are being deployed, albeit in smaller numbers than ours. You are fortunate to have received the group's support, allowing you to ascend directly to M2. Yet we are not at sea level. How can we lead the vanguard? Ku Qian inquired. Not at this moment, but soon enough. Lu Quan replied. Accompanying the Mechs this time are C5 level number 3 psychic fission compounds. These agents are sufficient to elevate your psychic energy to sea level. Among you, some have been on the verge of D5 level psychic energy for quite some time. Utilizing this compound will undoubtedly facilitate your breakthrough to sea level. Lu Quan continued to explain. Subsequently, another team leader inquired, among the 9 of us, who is the squad leader, and who are the sub-team leaders? Lu Quan smiled faintly and replied, it is quite simple. Whoever among you first advances to level C gets to choose first. After all, there are only 5 squad leader positions available, and it is a first-come, first-served basis. This ignited a more intense competitive spirit among the 9 team leaders. Aside from the 9 of you, the other veterans are fortunate as well. Your ranks will all be elevated to M1D5, allowing you to become team leaders responsible for guiding 3 new recruits to form a new support team. Jiang Lu glanced at Li Xian, momentarily taken aback, and then reported. Lu, what about Li Xian? Lu Quan cast a meaningful glance at Li Xian and said, Li Xian is also quite fortunate. He has been promoted 2 levels directly. Having just joined the group a little over 2 months ago, he has seized this opportunity to ascend to M1D5 as well. He will also lead a mech support team. What? Now it was Li Xian's turn to be bewildered. Although a promotion and a pay raise are indeed commendable, isn't this pace a bit too rapid? He has only been here for just over 2 months, and his rank has already risen to match that of Jiang Lu? Many gazes turned towards Li Xian, filled with a mix of emotions, envy, curiosity, and scrutiny. Report. Is this not too fast? Am I not also a new recruit? Li Xian queried in confusion. Lu Quan held a notably favorable impression of Li Xian, as he was the one who had initially arranged for him to join the mech support unit. Lu Quan chuckled. Indeed, it is rather swift. You are fortunate. Our command has chosen to promote all 9 of our mech support team in one fell swoop. You truly deserve this advancement. Chapter 66. Salary increase. Lu Quan's words resonated loudly. He cast a discerning glance over the faces of the others. Li Xian, a rookie, had already distinguished himself on the battlefield, boasting 2 kill stars on his mech. Yet among you seasoned veterans, there are those who, despite their lengthy training, have failed to earn a single kill star. Take a moment for self-reflection. Have you truly engaged in combat with earnestness? Have you dedicated yourself to rigorous training? In comparison to Li Xian, I believe some among you are merely fortunate to have seized this opportune moment for promotion and salary increase. Lu Quan's remarks stung the veterans, igniting a sense of shame. Indeed, some had previously regarded Li Xian as extraordinarily lucky, akin to a pig riding the wave of fortune. However, after Lu Quan's admonition, they felt the sting of reality. If we disregard piloting skills and focus solely on kill counts, Li Xian's achievements are by no means inferior to those of the veterans. After delivering his critique, Lu Quan turned to the group and inquired, well then, do we have any further questions? A team leader raised a query. Since we are all rookies, when will we commence combat? Lu Quan nodded, acknowledging the question. That is an astute inquiry. Although they have undergone mech piloting training, their individual combat skill levels remain quite modest. The reserves need not be mentioned after several years of retirement. It is likely that most of what they once knew has faded from memory, and they lack genuine battlefield experience. Thus, you will undergo a 2-week period of training and integration, after which you will be deployed to the surface of the Beichimo steel plant for stationing. As for when combat will commence, that depends on when the enemy grows impatient and emerges from their underground lair. El Quan's words brought a sense of reassurance to all present. After hearing El Quan's remarks, Li Xian immediately exhaled in relief. Thankfully, there was no immediate necessity to lead these new recruits into battle. Currently, my close-quarters combat skill stands at D4, so I should be able to hold my own before these newcomers. As for my command and management experience, I need not worry. Having lived 2 lives and undergone 8 years of foundational military training has not been in vain. El Quan addressed everyone, stating, if there are no further questions, the 9 of you will follow me. The rest of you, new assignments have now been transmitted to your chips. Proceed to receive your new team members. Understood. Before departing, Jiang Lu cast a glance at Li Xian and communicated through the mech's comms. Li Xian, there's no need to feel anxious. Just think of how I usually handle things and do likewise. Foam Dai added, indeed, Li Xian, you can do this. You're D3, Level close combat skills are on par with these new recruits, if not superior, especially since you have practical combat experience. Feng Dai. Keep an eye on Li Xin as well. Yes, sir. Certainly, master. Should any issues arise, I will not hesitate to seek your guidance, Li Xin replied with a nod. Jiang Lu continued, I will strive for a swift promotion. If I am fortunate enough to become the squad leader, I will do my utmost to bring both of you under my command. Li Xin smiled. Master, you must also put forth your best effort. I firmly believe you will be the first to ascend. Indeed, keep pushing forward. I have high hopes for you. Feng Dai added with a grin. Well then, I shall take my leave, Jiang Lu remarked before departing alongside Lu Quan. Meanwhile, Li Xin received a promotion notification from his chip. Promotion notification. Congratulations, Mr. Li Xin. Your employee level is hereby elevated from M1D3 Mecha Division to M1D5 Mecha Support Team Leader. May you continue to exert your efforts in this new position and contribute even more significantly to the organization. Blueprint Biotech Group Defense Department. September 5th, 6123. Having joined the company for a little over 2 months, Li Xin achieved a remarkable leap of 5 levels in his employee rank. A feat attributable to his innate talent and diligence. Of course, a touch of fortuity played a minor role as well. Now, Li Xion's salary structure underwent yet another transformation. Initially, at the D3 level, his monthly salary amounted to 40 energy coins. Upon reaching D5, each level incrementally raised his pay by 5 coins, culminating in a monthly salary of 50 coins. The group remained characteristically frugal. Base salary, 50, D-level Mecha Pilot Allowance, 20. Mecha Support Team Leader Allowance, 20. Combat Zone Allowance, X1. Combat Allowance, X12 70 energy coins monthly. Gazing at the figure before him, Li Xin felt an overwhelming sense of affluence. As if his wealth were inexhaustible. Indeed, it was. His daily sustenance, attire, abode, and transportation were all provided by the corporation. Even his weaponry consisted of formidable mechs, which he could operate and unleash at will. In his routine life, Li Xin encountered little need for expenditure. The sole instance demanding his financial input was the occasional procurement of the number 3 psionic compound, utilized to enhance his psychic abilities. However, even this compound was not available for frivolous use. He could afford no more than 2 tubes per month. Nonetheless, possessing wealth was undeniably preferable to being destitute. Despite his modest monthly salary of merely over 200, it did not hinder him from commanding a mech, the value of which soared to over 10,000 energy credits. In the heat of battle, having reviewed the notifications and calculated his remuneration, Li Xin proceeded to follow the chip's navigation, leading him to his team members. Several notifications had already appeared on the navigation display. The first contained information about the 3 new recruits under Li Xion's command, detailing their training base, performance metrics, and the current level of their combat skills. The second notification provided information regarding the hangar utilized by Li Xion's combat unit. Although somewhat rudimentary, the hangar was adequately equipped within the confines of this forward base. Li Xion considered himself fortunate, for among the 40 hangars at this base, which were capable of accommodating a full squadron, his was located conveniently on-site, while others had to travel to adjacent bases for theirs. The third notification pertained to the supporting soldiers of this mech unit, detailing the presence of a mechanics team and 3 auxiliary soldier groups, along with their respective equipment. Additionally, there is information regarding the accompanying equipment. Li Xion first opened the first entry concerning the 3 mech pilots under his command, Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping. At this moment, all 3 individuals hold the rank of M1D3 intern mech pilots, the same level Li Xion himself occupied over 2 months ago. Unless they achieve notable accomplishments, a promotion will not be possible for at least 6 months. Li Xion meticulously reviewed each of their profiles to assess their training progress. After finishing, he exhaled a sigh of relief, yet inhaled with a hint of concern. These 3 are standard graduates, possessing respectable, yet not exceptional ranks. Their profiles indicate that their skills in both ranged and melee combat are at the D3 level. For Li Xion, these interns exhibit a certain degree of combat proficiency, though they are not particularly formidable. This situation bears both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in Li Xion's capabilities, allowing him to swiftly earn the interns' respect and ensure their compliance with orders. However, the drawback is evident, as they are destined for the battlefield. Having inadequately skilled teammates may spell trouble. The graduation evaluations for the 3 were rather similar, leading Li Xion to surmise that these remarks were likely generated en masse. thus lacking substantial reference value. Within the base, 3 mechs stood in formation, their short sword-like appearances equipped with basic weaponry, ready for deployment. Flanking them, at a distance of several dozen meters, were other similarly poised short sword mechs, also awaiting their turn. These individuals, predominantly their peers, hail from the same academy for psychic mech pilots. Within the communication channel of their makeshift team, the trio engaged in hushed conversations. "We are fortunate. We have been dispatched to engage in combat at Hung in defense. It is said that the intensity of the conflict here is significantly lower than that of other battlefields." Wei Qian's voice resonated, imbued with a note of exhilaration. "Indeed, if we had been assigned to Fortress B12, that would have been a true disaster." Gan Honkai chimed in. "I have a classmate who was allocated to Fortress B12. I heard he was thrust into battle the very next day and has since been unreachable. One can only surmise that his fate is rather grim." Gan Hongsai's tone shifted, tinged with melancholy. No one could have anticipated that what was once among the earliest combat zones would transform into the locale with the least intense warfare. As Wei Qian reflected with a sense of wonder, "We are yet to ascertain the combat prowess of the veteran squad leader assigned to us. Although the intensity of the conflict here is somewhat diminished, the enemy comprises knightly retainers, adept in close combat, which poses a challenge beyond our novice capabilities." Ling Yong remarked with a steady demeanor. "Let us hope for a formidable veteran, if we are paired with an inept one. Accompanying them into battle will surely subject us to considerable hardship." Wei Qian expressed his hopes. "Here they come. I see the veterans approaching us." Gan Honkai lowered his voice instinctively, while simultaneously utilizing psychic energy and radar to observe the line of veterans, including Li Xin, making their way toward them. "Behold their mechs, how impressive. These battle-worn machines exude an aura of menace far surpassing our pristine ones." Wei Qian marveled, his gaze fixated on the screen before the cockpit. Observing the myriad scratches adorning the mech's armor, "Our squad leader has arrived. Oh, 2 silver kill stars. He has already claimed the lives of 2 mechs of equal rank. 2 knightly subordinates." Even the typically composed Ling Yong found it difficult to contain his excitement, exuberantly shouting over the communication channel. "Kill stars, an emblem of honor, are categorized into 3 distinct types: black, silver, and gold. A black kill star signifies the defeat of a foe of a lower tier, or an assist kill. A silver kill star denotes the defeat of an opponent of the same tier, while a gold kill star represents the vanquishing of a foe of a higher tier. These adversaries must at least be mechs. Other armored vehicles are evidently not worthy of a mech-esque kill star adornment. It appears our veteran is remarkably formidable. I just observed 2 seasoned warriors passing by. Only one bore a kill star, the other none at all. Really? How splendid. Although I may not have been diligent in my studies, being assigned to an impressive veteran is indeed my due reward." Haha. Wei Qian's voice conveyed a hint of exhilaration. At last, Li Xion's sword-wielding attendant approached the mechs of the 3. The 3 individuals gazed at the short sword-wielding attendant before them. Observing the marks of battle etched upon his form, scars left by artillery and energy weaponry, it was as if they instinctively sensed the murderous aura emanating from Li Xion, their voices faltering in response. In truth, however, there was no palpable killing intent from Li Xion, even if there were. It was not something that could be discerned through the mech. Rather, the current atmosphere was a product of their imaginations. Fueled by the sight of Li Xion's silvery killing star, Wei Qian, Gan Honkai, Ling Yamping opened the cockpit. Li Xion's calm voice resonated from within the mech, devoid of any fluctuation in tone. "Yes, Commander." The trio responded promptly, hastening to open the cockpit. The 3 young men, clad in identical mech suits, settled into their respective seats. Li Xion, too, unsealed his cockpit, taking a moment to survey the 3 with a composed gaze. Through the information provided by the chip, he was already familiar with their appearances. After a brief observation, he spoke slowly. "From today onward, you shall be members of the 2nd Squadron, 7th Mech Support Group. I am your leader, Li Xion. Now, let us begin with introductions. You have 30 seconds each." "Yes, Commander," the 3 replied in unison. Continuing from Wei Qian's self-introduction, report. "Sir, I am Wei Qian, hailing from Blueprint Biotechnology Group. My father is Wei Dong, a quality trainer in the M2D9 Quality Control Department. I graduated from the U Mountain Military Academy, specializing in mecha piloting, and I am proficient in both ranged and melee combat with mechas." Upon finishing his introduction with enthusiasm, Wei Qian eagerly glanced at Li Xion. Li Xion's eyes narrowed slightly, taking note of this low-ranking 2nd-generation official from Blueprint Biotechnology Group. In Chapter 68, Tasting power for the first time, Li Xian's chip began to automatically retrieve information about Wei Dong. However, as expected, no information could be found regarding Wei Dong. Nonetheless, data concerning the position of an M2 level quality trainer was accessible. Fortunately, Li Xian's current authority had increased slightly. Otherwise, obtaining such information might have proven challenging. A quality trainer is considered to be at the assistant supervisor level within Blueprint Biotechnology. Yet this role does not entail management responsibilities but rather focuses on specialized technical expertise. From a cursory examination of the data, it appears to be a relatively inconsequential position. And when calculated based on the power index, this role possesses minimal authority. Although categorized as M2, its influence is significantly lower compared to other positions, rendering its holder somewhat peripheral. Li Xian looked at Wei Qian and said slowly, "Wei Qian, your self-introduction is commendable. From this moment onward, I shall train you to become a competent frontline soldier. When you encounter the enemy's knightly retinue, you must proclaim loudly that your father is an M2 quality trainer. Do you understand?" Wei Qian stammered in confusion. "Do you understand?" Li Xian raised his voice and glared at Wei Qian. Was there a hint of menace in Li Xian? Even he was unaware. However, being addressed in such a nearly roaring manner by a superior, compounded by Wei Qian's own overactive imagination, left him subdued. He straightened his posture and shouted, "Understood." He intended to say more, but Li Xian had already turned his attention to the next individual, stating, "Next, I expect you to introduce yourself earnestly." "Yes, sir." Reporting, "I am Gan Hongkai." "I am Ling Yamping." Following Wei Qian's childish outburst, the other two recruits appeared considerably more subdued. Li Xian was not overly concerned about Wei Qian's background. After all, he was merely the offspring of an M2 level official, which was hardly significant. If his father had been of M3 or M4 rank, then Li Xian might have considered extending him some leniency. An M2 was only marginally above Li Xian and not even from the same department. Li Xian's official position resided within the Defense Department of the Blueprint Group, which was tangentially related to the Quality Control Department. Should Wei Qian dare to overstep, Li Xian would not hesitate to reprimand him severely. "Now, activate your mechs and follow me." After listening to the introductions of the three, Li Xian activated his mech and led them towards the hangar assigned to them. Silence enveloped the atmosphere as Li Xian remained taciturn, while Wei Qian, recently chastened by Xiong, dared not utter a word. The other two, sensing the peculiar tension, also refrained from speaking. Thus, the quartet of mechs arrived at their designated hangar. Within the hangar, 10 armored vehicles were already stationed, 8 of which served as auxiliary units, equipped to transport munitions for the mechs during combat and armed with rapid-fire cannons. The remaining 2 belonged to the mechanics team, typically confined to the hangar unless the necessity for long-range operations arose, in which case they would accompany the mechs. Before these vehicles stood Li Xian and his team of auxiliary soldiers alongside the mechanics. A total of 50 individuals comprised this assembly, 40 auxiliary soldiers and 10 mechanics. The auxiliaries were tasked with accompanying Li Xian into the battlefield, while the mechanics generally remained behind, capable of only basic repairs and maintenance for the mechs. Should the mechs sustain damage in combat, additional mechanics would be required to assist in the repairs. Upon the mechs entering the hangar, all present immediately rendered a salute to the machines. Inside the mech, Li Xian had already perused the profiles of the auxiliary soldiers and mechanics. Similar to the mech unit, at least half of these auxiliaries and mechanics were novices, with the remainder being veterans. Albeit those who had not yet faced the crucible of battle, merely individuals with slightly longer tenures in military service. Li Xian opened the cockpit of the mech and descended gracefully from it. This is the moment he employs his psychic abilities to impress, as well as one of the techniques he can master after reaching D3. Of course, his current psychic power only permits him to ascend and descend from the mecha. He cannot venture far beyond that. Yet, at this moment, his display is sufficient. In contrast to Li Xian's smooth disembarking from the mecha, the other 3 individuals can only clumsily crawl down. Salute. The squad leader of the auxiliary soldiers, the leader of the mechanics, and all subordinate auxiliary soldiers and mechanics salute simultaneously. From this moment forth, you shall officially join the 2nd Brigade, under the command of the 7th Mecha Support Group. As auxiliary soldiers and mechanics, let us proceed with brief self-introductions. I, Commander. Reporting. I am Peng Hongwei, currently serving as the squad leader of the 7th Mecha Support Group. Reporting. I am Feng Jing. Reporting. I am Li Junfa. Reporting. I am Shuang Hu. Reporting. I am Li Shuwen, the leader of the mechanics. While aboard the mecha, Li Xian has already reviewed the profiles of these auxiliary soldiers and mechanics, gaining a fair understanding of their backgrounds. From this point onward, these individuals are under his command. On the surface, it may appear that Li Xian is merely directing 3 rookie mechanics, yet beneath that, there are a full 50 personnel. Among these auxiliary soldiers and mechanics, the squad leaders and team leaders are seasoned veterans, well-versed in the customary workflow. Auxiliary soldiers commence standard training operations. Mechanics begin practicing the maintenance and repair of the mechas. 3 of you park the mechs and hand them over to the mechanics for repairs. Yes, Commander. Affirmative, Leader. It is no wonder that some individuals are drawn to management while others crave power. The mere act of issuing commands, compelling obedience from all, is undeniably intoxicating. Moreover, these are soldiers. Now, they heed Li Xian's directives, and on the battlefield, it remains the same. With a single command from Li Xian, everyone present must comply. Li Xian's gaze was profound. In this moment, he, having lived 2 lifetimes, finally savored the essence of authority. At this juncture, he had formulated new ambitions. I shall ascend step by step. I aspire to become a squad leader, and I aim to be the defense supervisor. I also wish to become the defense manager. My ultimate goal is to become a top decision-maker at Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Chapter 69. The flavor of power, the taste of power, is exquisite, leaving most who have experienced it unable to forget its allure. However, possessing power often entails the necessity of fulfilling the obligations that accompany such authority. Just like Li Xian at present, he is merely a modest leader of an M1D5 mech support group, with countless ranks still above him. His authority is confined to this small domain, overseeing a mere 50 individuals. When a command is issued from above, he must execute it promptly. Simultaneously, he must ensure that his 54 personnel achieve victory on the battlefield without incurring significant losses. The specific duties of the support soldier and the mechanic do not require Li Xian to direct them. He merely needs to delegate tasks. The only individuals that warrant his attention are Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping. After temporarily entrusting the mecha to the mechanic for maintenance, Li Xian led them into the small conference room within the hangar. Once everyone was seated, he began to question them one by one. Wei Qian, at what level are your mecha piloting skills and combat proficiency? After a brief reprimand from Li Xian, Wei Qian became remarkably subdued, which was quite understandable. Some individuals tend to be rather arrogant in their academic or daily lives due to the comfort of familiarity. However, when they step out of that comfort zone and face formidable pressure, they can quickly become docile. Li Xian nodded, refraining from speaking immediately, and turned his gaze to Gan Hongkai. Quick-witted, Gan Hongkai did not wait for Li Xian to prompt him and promptly declared, "Report, sir. I too have achieved all levels up to D3. Ling Yangping chimed in, "Same here." Li Xian swept his gaze across the faces of the 3. His eyes imbued with a subtle sense of pressure, utilizing a hint of psychic energy. During the moment of eye contact, Wei Qian appeared more forthright, while the other 2 exchanged a glance and instinctively began to avert their eyes. Observing this, Li Xian's heart sank. Could it be that these 3 young men's diplomas were not legitimate? As a paragon of idleness during school, Li Xian in this life, as well as in his previous existence, had indulged in leisure. Fortunately, in this life, he entered a military training academy and indeed put forth effort, emerging as an exemplary graduate. In his past life, he was oblivious and, in his youth, was consumed by gaming, neglecting his studies and struggling to graduate, only managing to do so thanks to the leniency of his instructors. Observing the 3 individuals before him, Li Xian felt a pang of nostalgia, reminiscent of his own earlier days. With this thought, he slightly narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers on the table, and declared, "Since you have already joined the military, it is imperative that you be forthright. I can overlook the lies you've told thus far, but now I demand to know your levels in both ranged and melee combat. Deceiving me now will not shield you from the truth tomorrow." Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sense of awkwardness. "This is troublesome. It appears I am indeed the unfortunate one." Li Xian felt a chill in his heart upon witnessing their expressions. Although he desired obedient subordinates, they could not be inept. Otherwise, on the battlefield, would it be Li Xian against 3 or 3 against 1? His fists clenched tightly beneath the table. Wei Qian was the first to speak. "Report." "Sir, I confess, my melee skills are not at D3. Li Xian took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "What level are they?" Wei Qian hesitated and replied, I only have D2 at 76. So, it is merely the melee proficiency that is lacking? In that case, it is somewhat acceptable. Li Xian then turned his gaze to the other two individuals and inquired, "What about you two?" Gan Hong swallowed nervously and replied, I'm about the same. My long-range proficiency is only D2 at 85, and my melee is D2 at 67. Ling Yangping appeared to adopt a rather reckless attitude, stating, My long range is D2 at 95, and my melee is D2 at 79. Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The veins at his temples throbbed as he suppressed his urge to question, how did you reach this level and still graduate? Moreover, your graduation certificates and records clearly state D3, don't they? Wei Qian, observing Li Xian's furious expression, spoke in a hushed tone. Strictly speaking, we are not yet graduates. We have only completed 2 years, while the standard duration for graduation is 4 years. Gan Hong noticed that Li Xian's ire seemed to diminish slightly and added, We graduated from the Yushan Military Academy, which is considered a second-tier institution in Blueprint. We have heard that there is a surging demand for mech pilots in the military, so we were fast-tracked for graduation. Li Xian, puzzled, questioned, Isn't the group concerned about overexploitation by allowing non-graduates to graduate so quickly? After all, piloting a mech is not something that can be mastered easily, especially in a school setting. Li Xian excelled due to his possession of 2 chips and his continuous practice in the mech. However, the school's training might mostly consist of simulations and training pods. Now, with the Yushan Military Academy utilizing future graduates who have yet to complete their studies, what will happen to the upcoming needs? Upon hearing Li Xian's inquiry, Wei Qian replied, No, although we were sent out ahead of schedule. The group continues to cultivate its schools. For instance, the Qingmu Military Academy serves as the elite institution of the Blueprint Group, where the students remain largely unaffected by the war. We might be considered cannon fodder, deployed for immediate use amidst fierce combat. Li Xian, after absorbing this information, shook his head and finally asked, What is your mecha piloting duration? Wei Qian responded, I have logged 126 hours in mecha piloting. Upon hearing this, Li Xian already had an inkling. I have 135 hours. I have 113 hours. Li Xian fell silent. Although he had not formally attended a mecha military academy, he had spent nearly all of the past 2 months immersed in piloting. Excluding rest and alert times, the hours spent engaged in combat, patrolling, and training on the mecha over these 2 months would easily amount to 300 to 400 hours. Chapter 70, Training. Li Xian exhaled slowly. So, your studies at school primarily focus on simulation chambers? Wei Qian replied, Not exactly, sir. The emphasis is mainly on theoretical knowledge. The simulation chambers consume a great deal of energy, so we rarely have the opportunity to use them. Li Xian could only sigh upon hearing this. No wonder he could catch up to their 1 or 2 years of training within just 2 months. The combination of theoretical study and simulation chamber practice is indeed advantageous. It accelerates the learning curve for pilots, enabling them to adapt more swiftly and reducing losses. Li Xian lacked experience in this regard and faced numerous challenges during practical training. It was only due to Jiang Lu's sense of responsibility that Li Xian was able to develop his skills. Furthermore, with the acquisition of 3 psychic signals, his progress accelerated significantly. Although the downloaded techniques primarily focused on close combat, they also enhanced his abilities in piloting mechs. Considering this, it seems that Li Xian is indeed more than capable of leading these 3 recruits. The only concern lies in what will happen once they enter the battlefield. This is not a conventional training base, it is a war zone. Beneath the Beishimo steel factory, the forces of the Milda retinue and their mechs await. Training for 2 weeks may lead to combat sooner than anticipated, and there is no telling when the Milda retinue might launch an attack. Time is of the essence. And with the recruits having only a little over 100 hours of flight time, Li Xian must expedite their training. Thus, Li Xian declared, I have gathered sufficient understanding of your situations. The original training plan is no longer applicable. Starting this afternoon, I will implement a new strategy for you. He raised his voice slightly, emphasizing rest. At your age, and at this moment, you still wish to rest. Combat could erupt at any instant. A single shell could send you into eternal slumber in the blink of an eye. Do you still desire rest? No more thoughts of rest. We shall commence training this afternoon. The 3 recruits shook their heads in unison. Commander, what shall we begin practicing first? Ling Yangping inquired. Li Xian glanced at the 3 individuals and remarked, From now on, there is no need to address me as commander. You may refer to me as team leader or simply head. Understood, team leader. Yes, head. Li Xian then rose and stated, "Your close combat skills are woefully inadequate, especially considering our adversaries are the melee-focused knights of the Milda Knight Order. Thus, the primary focus of your training will be on hand-to-hand combat." He continued, "Unless there are pressing matters, you will remain in your mechs throughout the day, except at night when we halt for the mechanics to conduct their repairs." Wei Qian grimaced and inquired, "What about meals? Including eating, drinking, and all other necessities?" Li Xian replied sternly. The training commenced swiftly. For these 3 recruits, Li Xian replicated the combat techniques he had learned from Jiang Lu, first guiding them through the established procedures. Fortunately, Li Xian's proficiency in mech close combat had ascended to level D4. Had it remained at D2, he would have felt considerably outmatched. Now, Li Xian stood nearly 2 levels above them, and given his battlefield experience, imparting knowledge to these new recruits proved to be a seamless endeavor. Inside the mech, with arms crossed before his chest, Li Xian observed as the 3 recruits practiced their melee combat maneuvers. This was the very mech combat technique he had studied under Jiang Lu. Although it primarily involved fist and feet, it could be adapted for all types of weaponry, be it powered swords, axes, spears, or halberds. Such tactics are merely a form of strategy when one enters the battlefield. It is not guaranteed that every technique will be employed. However, even if only a fraction can be utilized, it is undeniably more effective than flailing about aimlessly like a novice. How lackluster it appears. Increase your pace. In the training grounds, Li Xian's sword-wielding attendants faced off against Wei Qian and his mechs, both sides executing the same set of mech combat techniques. Evidently, Li Xian's training exhibited superior speed and intensity, rendering the movements of the 3 recruits noticeably sluggish in comparison. Operating a mech differs fundamentally from human training. Even with psychic manipulation, a mech operator cannot wield the machine as adeptly as one does their own body. If you move slowly, will you merely serve as a target for the enemy on the battlefield? After completing a set of punches, Li Xian maneuvered his mech beside the 3 recruits, continuously correcting their mistakes. "Commander, we are already performing much faster than we did back at school. Dare to speak back? Today, you shall practice for an additional hour." "Yes, Commander." Yet, regardless of their fondness for their craft, they must train daily, with only meals and sleep allowed as breaks. In the Chuansua star system, a day spans 25 hours, yet these 3 can only afford 4 hours of sleep. 1 hour is allotted for meals and personal necessities, leaving the remaining time consumed by Li Xian's relentless training regimen, which is exceedingly rigorous. The intensity of their practice has left them in a state of daze. For hours may induce fatigue in an ordinary person, yet for those endowed with psychic abilities, it remains within the realm of normal exertion. Their current state is primarily a result of excessive training. However, this frequent practice has its advantages, as their rate of progress remains remarkably swift. The theoretical knowledge acquired previously, along with the skills honed in the simulation warehouse, were quickly validated through Li Xian's hands-on training. This accelerated the enhancement of their skill levels significantly. Each day, Li Xian trains alongside them, initially focusing on the fundamentals, operating mechs for punching, exercising, and engaging in long-range shooting. By the 3rd day, they began to engage in paired battles with their mechs. As long as the power weapons are not activated, the mechs are impervious to damage, allowing both sides to practice with confidence. Should any damage occur to the mechs, the mechanics will diligently attend to repairs while they sleep, typically resolving all minor issues within 4 hours. In terms of close combat, Li Xian has limited knowledge to impart regarding long-range attacks, as his own mech's long-range skills are merely at the D2 level, which is inferior to that of the 3 recruits. If he were to instruct them, it might become apparent. Chapter 71, Training Part 2, on the battlefield. If you dare to lose focus, I would have already pierced through your cockpit. Early in the morning, Li Xian's roar echoed once again across the training grounds. Engaged in mech combat training with him was Wei Qian. The rigorous training over the past few days has left Wei Qian feeling both exhausted and exhilarated. However, the results are undeniably evident. The practice they have undergone in these few days equates to more than a month of learning at their previous school. The synergy between theory and practice serves as the most efficient method of learning. Li Xian recalled the initial moments when he first began studying under Jiang Lu, and, at this moment, he finally comprehended the difficulties Jiang Lu had faced. After all, Li Xian was utterly clueless back then, merely a blank slate in terms of abilities. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping, although they were also novices, possessed a foundational understanding that allowed them to comprehend directives. Li Xian, however, was starting from scratch, lacking even the theoretical knowledge. In this moment, he could finally grasp the reason behind Jiang Lu's perpetual frown during those long days. It was truly infuriating. While the three newcomers had some knowledge of piloting, there were times when Li Xian felt an urge to explode with frustration. Despite his ignorance, Jiang Lu, with only a slightly darkened expression, surprisingly refrained from frequently erupting in anger. At this juncture, Li Xian understood just how commendable Jiang Lu's mentorship was. I assure you, I am not distracted. Your skills are simply too advanced for me to contend with. Perhaps we could have gone Honkai practice instead. I believe he could benefit from additional training. Wei Qian exclaimed, spitting in exasperation. There was no other choice. He had been compelled by Li Xian to engage in several extra hours of mecha combat practice each day. Wei Qian had the strongest foundation among them and was the most likely to achieve a breakthrough to the D3 level of close combat skills in a short time. For Li Xian, combat could commence at any moment, and if Wei Qian attained a D3 rank, he could alleviate some of the pressure on Li Xian when the conflict erupted. As for the D2 level of close combat, Li Xian was acutely aware that, aside from buying time with injuries, he was incapable of contributing meaningfully. In his inaugural battle, after downloading the first psychic signal, he found himself in D2, facing an injured knight attendant who could easily overpower Li Xian with a single arm. Had it not been for Jiang Lu's timely intervention to vanquish the enemy, Li Xian would likely have faltered much sooner. Presently, Gan Hong and Ling Yangping are at a similar level. It is estimated that they could only manage to entangle a single knight attendant, which poses a dire scenario should they encounter a squad of knight attendants in combat. In such an event, Li Xian would essentially have to resign himself to defeat, preparing for his inevitable demise. After all, his current abilities are comparable to that of an ordinary knight attendant. He lacks the prowess Jiang Lu once possessed, and the disparity is quite significant. Based on Li Xian's conjecture, Jiang Lu's melee combat skills might be constrained by his psychic energy level, which is yet to reach C grade. Otherwise, he would have already attained C grade in close-quarters combat. Just as Li Xian pondered Jiang Lu, he caught sight of a familiar figure beyond the training grounds. It was Jiang Lu. Yes, the master. Jiang Lu stood outside the training area, observing the three mechs still engaged in practice. Master, have you achieved a breakthrough? Li Xian exclaimed, hurrying over, his voice preceding his arrival. Jiang Lu's complexion was remarkably flushed, his hair standing on end, a state Li Xian recognized all too well. This was the typical effect after consuming the level 3 psychic compound. Jiang Lu nodded and replied, Indeed, I have successfully advanced to C grade. After my breakthrough, I came to take a look at you and Feng Dai. Master, are you the next to break through? Will you be selecting a team leader? Li Xian inquired eagerly. On Jiang Lu's serious face, a smile emerged as he remarked, I consider myself fortunate, possessing commendable strength, and I am the third to achieve a breakthrough. Thus, I have decided to take on the role of squad leader. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's spirits soared. That's wonderful. Master, will I still be able to remain in your squad? Jiang Lu replied with a grin, rest assured. I have already spoken to Captain Lu about transferring both you and Feng Dai to my squad. Li Xian sighed in relief. Now I can truly relax. By the way, how do you find these three new recruits? Is there any difficulty in training them? Jiang Lu inquired. Li Xian exhaled deeply and responded, Master, you must come to my aid when the time comes. These three recruits possess only D2 skills in both close and ranged combat, and they still fall short of D3. I have been training with them daily, and they have indeed improved somewhat. However, at this level on the battlefield, I fear it will be no different from my experience during the warehouse skirmish. Their skills are certainly lacking, and I have heard about the specifics. Jiang Lu nodded in understanding. Let us go see Feng Dai. I just left Captain Lu's office and came straight here. If we delay any longer, that rascal will surely have something to say. The two made their way to Feng Dai's hangar. From a distance, they could hear Feng Dai's voice raised in expletives. Peering into the training area, Li Xian observed the drills being conducted. Like Li Xian, Feng Dai was focusing on training the recruits in close combat. Compared to ranged attacks, close combat poses a greater danger when it comes to mechs. The challenge of remote targeting can be mitigated with the assistance of chips. Furthermore, the mechs do not operate in isolation. They are supported by infantry and auxiliary troops providing firepower. Given that the knight attendants are also not proficient in ranged combat, it would be prudent for the new recruits to temporarily set aside their practice of long-range skills. Feng Dai soon spotted Li Xian and Jiang Lu. After allowing the new soldiers to train independently, he stepped outside the training grounds. Upon leaping down from the mech's cockpit, his face illuminated with joy as he exclaimed, "Chief, you've made a breakthrough. Indeed, I am now your squad leader." Jiang Lu nodded in acknowledgement. "You're always thinking about that," he teased with a smile. "Isn't it foolish to have a powerful ally and not utilize it? Wouldn't you agree, Li Xian?" Feng Dai remarked. Li Xian nodded vigorously, responding, "Absolutely. I arrived only to hear you cursing. What's the situation?" Upon hearing this, Feng Dai's expression soured, and he lamented, "Let us not discuss it. It's infuriating. If only all new recruits were like Li Xian. I could manage 10 like him, but with the current lot, handling 3 is enough to give me a headache." Chapter 72. A new task. All right, let us refrain from excessive chatter and cursing. We are in a war zone after all, and we may need to resume fighting at any moment. Exercise a bit more restraint when training them, Jiang Lu calmly advised after listening to Feng Dai's venting. Feng Dai sighed deeply, saying, "It's not easy. Sometimes I find myself reminiscing about our days in Team 5. Immediately, his expression changed, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Nonsense. We should not dwell on the past. We have worked hard to achieve promotions and salary increases. Nostalgia is unwarranted." Haha. Upon hearing this, Li Xian and Jiang Lu also burst into laughter. "Starting tomorrow, I will allocate some time to join your group and address the issues faced by the new recruits, helping you resolve them promptly," Jiang Lu stated after their laughter subsided. "Yes, master. You must teach us for several more days," Feng Dai replied, his face brimming with joy. Jiang Lu shook his head and said, "It may be unlikely for me to teach for an extended period. I have recently taken charge of this squad, and there is much to be done. At the very least, I need to ensure fairness in our endeavors. Feng Dai and Li Xian, you two should communicate more frequently." He added, "Indeed, master. Whenever I encounter challenges during my training, I always seek guidance from Brother Feng," Li Xian affirmed. "Rest assured, while you are away, our communication has been quite close." Feng Dai chuckled. This is true, since it was Li Xian's first time leading troops. Although he possesses sufficient maturity, he still lacks certain experiences and often seeks Feng Dai's counsel. In the following days, Jiang Lu would occasionally visit Li Xian's training grounds. It must be said that under Jiang Lu's superior prowess, his guidance proved remarkably effective. Not only did the 3 recruits benefit, but even Li Xian himself gained substantial insights. After another round of instruction from Jiang Lu, Wei Qian's face radiated with joy. "Chief, my close combat level has now reached D3. Excellent, excellent," Li Xian echoed, equally elated. "At last, a capable mech squad is at my disposal, and I no longer need to bear the burden of 3 mere cannon fodder." Li Xian turned his gaze towards Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping, encouraging them, "You must also hasten your training. I shall devote more energy to you in the coming days." "Yes, boss," replied Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping, their faces etched with weariness. Each day, they found themselves utterly exhausted, and witnessing Wei Qian's even graver fatigue was a sight that weighed heavily upon them. Though they understood they were in a combat zone, where conflict could erupt at any moment, the innate lethargy of humanity is not something easily rectified. For now, Wei Qian had managed to persevere, but the arduous days ahead would fall upon Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping. Time passed amidst the relentless training. Each morning, Li Xian would spar with Gan Hongkai, while Wei Qian engaged in combat drills with Ling Yangping. In the afternoons, their roles would reverse. Poor Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping scarcely had a moment to rest. They trained more rigorously than Li Xian had previously. Almost every day, they exhausted their spiritual energy to the brink before allowing themselves to rest. Li Xian, at least, had to balance theoretical knowledge alongside his training, and during the latter stages, he was occupied with battles and patrols at the Beishimo Steelworks. Thus, in terms of training intensity, he had not faced the same level of rigor as the 3 of them. As Li Xian's close combat skills improved, practicing with them would serve to solidify the fundamentals, yielding significant gains for him. 2 weeks swiftly elapsed. This period was not merely about training the 3 recruits. It also marked a phase of troop deployment and strategic adjustments for Hung in defense, not only in the realm of blueprint dispatch forces, but also in the training and integration of new recruits. Hung in defense is similarly engaged in training new soldiers. They have recruited a substantial number of adult males from the mining areas, who, after their training, are integrated into the military to replenish losses from previous battles and to provide support for the Beishimo steel plant. This war zone has now been escalated, as evidenced by the presence of 5 squadrons of mechs. The auxiliary troops and mechanics alone number 2,500. When considering the infantry and armored units from the dispatch forces, Blueprint's troops total over 10,000. The Blueprint dispatch forces have augmented their contingent here to a full division, along with an additional tank regiment. This combat division comprises 3 infantry regiments, 1 artillery regiment, and 1 armored regiment. The combat capabilities and equipment of these soldiers far exceed those of Hangan Defense's personnel. The intensity of soldier training is also notably high. Although Blueprint has a large number of mech recruits, there remains a significant number of ordinary infantry. These infantry and armored troops possess considerable training experience, even if they have not necessarily seen actual combat. However, this is not a major concern, as their experience is valuable, and given the current advantageous position in modern warfare, there is ample time for them to adapt. In a conference room designated for the 2nd Squadron, the 10 group leaders of the squadron gather alongside Squadron Leader Jiang Lu. A military topographic map is projected in 3D in front of them. Jiang Lu stands beside the map, holding a slender command stick in his hand. The combat mission assigned to our squad has been issued by the military command. It is time to evaluate the outcomes of your training as new recruits. Do any of you possess confidence? However, after these words were spoken, a pall of concern settled upon the faces of the assembly. One team leader sighed, saying, "Captain, the duration of training and integration has been far too brief, and the quality of this batch of recruits is quite uneven. If we proceed to the battlefield like this, we may suffer significant losses." Another added, "Indeed, Captain, the new recruits in my group seem as foolish as can be. I am truly at a loss for words." Jiang Lu's expression darkened as he replied, "I did not come here to listen to your grievances. The recruits assigned to you are relatively similar. The military orders have been issued, and even if you were given 3 pigs, you are expected to lead them into battle." He then shifted his demeanor, declaring, however, "On this occasion, fortune favors us. I drew well during the lottery. Our mission can be regarded as one of the more favorable assignments among the 5 squads. You may revel in this good fortune." Chapter 73, Task Allocation. "Captain Zhang, what do you mean?" inquired Zheng Quan, the leader of the 10th group in the 2nd squad, who had come in alongside the new recruits as a veteran of the mech division. In Jiang Lu's 2nd squad, out of 10 members, only Li Xian and Feng Dai were his former subordinates. The rest were recent additions. Feng Dai led the 6th group, while Li Xian commanded the 7th. Jiang Lu unfurled the large map before him and announced, "In this round of drawing lots, our squad has been designated to initiate the 3rd wave of attacks. The 1st and 5th squads are responsible for the 1st and 2nd waves, respectively. As for the 3rd and 4th squads, their task is to engage in peripheral skirmishes." Upon hearing this, Feng Dai remarked, "From this perspective, it seems the assignments for the 3rd and 4th squads are more favorable." Jiang Lu nodded in agreement, stating, "While their tasks may appear advantageous, they are not as beneficial as one might presume. Intelligence personnel have identified 5 entrances from the outside leading to the Biximo steel plant. The 2 squads must first launch an assault to capture the enemy's outer positions, after which they will hold their ground and await our complete takeover of the interior of the Biximo steel plant. It seems we are indeed fortunate. The 3rd wave of the offensive has granted these rookies time to acclimate to the battlefield environment," remarked Nong Shuang, the leader of the 1st group. The others nodded in silent agreement, relieved that they could experience the atmosphere beforehand and alleviate the pressure in their hearts before entering combat. Jiang Lu tapped the projection before him and continued, "Now, let us commence the formal combat briefing." "Yes, Captain," the squad leaders responded in unison. At Jiang Lu's signal, the 3D map of the Biximo steel plant began to stretch and unfold before them. The surface structures gradually vanished, leaving only the schematic of several pathways leading to underground entrances. The entire Biximo steel plant seemed to have been meticulously dissected. Jiang Lu pointed to the map before him and stated, "Biximo steel plant's subterranean structure is divided into 4 major zones, A, B, C, and D, each of which is further segmented, for instance, from A1 to A4. Thus, beneath the steel plant, there exists a total of 16 underground sectors. Each sector comprises expansive subterranean spaces, reaching heights of approximately 40 meters, ample enough for our mechs to exhibit their combat prowess. These subterranean spaces are interconnected by numerous substantial passageways, creating a labyrinthine network that is undoubtedly fortified by the enemy. Among these passageways, the widest spans over 100 meters, while the narrowest measures at least 35 meters, which is navigable for mechs. Our immediate adversary resides in the subterranean C-zone, where the preceding 2 squads have been assigned the operational tasks of capturing C1 and C2, while our objective is to secure C3. Naturally, This is merely the initial wave of our mission, with subsequent developments contingent upon the progression of the battle. Now, let us unveil the map of the C3 region, and I urge everyone to scrutinize it diligently. The 3D structural diagram of the Bechimo steel plant's underground layout rapidly magnifies, revealing that C3 encompasses a vast area, indicating it can accommodate a considerable number of enemies. C3 was originally a large casting workshop, and its colossal and robust metallic equipment can serve as formidable defensive structures. However, this extensive casting apparatus also presents an advantage, as the passageways between them are sufficiently spacious to facilitate the transportation of raw materials and finished products. In the vicinity, several low-lying devices such as conveyor belts have long since been obliterated during the previous rounds of combat, leaving behind only a few dilapidated ruins. The C3 area comprises a total of 4 passageways, 2 situated at the front and 2 at the rear, each boasting a width of 50 meters and a height exceeding 30 meters. The dimensions of these passages are quite accommodating for mechs, allowing them to navigate with ease. Pointing to the front passageways of the C3 area, Jiang Lu stated, "Our offensive should commence through these 2 frontal passages, designated as Passage 24 and Passage 25. Behind the C3 area lie Passages 26 and 27, which the enemy can utilize for reinforcements and retreat. To engage in combat within the C3 area, we must pay close attention to these 2 frontal passages. If the enemy commander is not a fool, he will undoubtedly station heavy troops here for defense. Who will be cooperating with our forces?" inquired Han Zhong, the leader of the 8th group. "Our allies include an infantry battalion from Hungan Defense and a company of hunters." Jiang Lu replied, "Did the group not allocate support in the form of infantry and armored units? Why have we not received any reinforcements?" Feng Dai sighed. "In this subterranean environment, the skirmishes are chaotic. The Group S reinforcements are no different from the infantry of Hungan Defense. On the contrary, their tasks on the periphery will yield greater impact." Jiang Lu then asserted, "Now, let us proceed to allocate our combat tasks." The other team leaders sat upright, awaiting the assignment of their tasks. Teams 1 through 4, your mission is to launch an initial assault, breaching the enemy's corridors 23 and 24 to facilitate the direct entry of our forces into the C3 area. "Understood, Captain," responded Nong Shuang, Yang Haoquang, Yu Mingjun, and Ho Jingwei in unison, each representing the respective teams. Teams 5, 6, 9, and 10. Your objective is to swiftly seize suitable defensive positions upon entering the C3 area and establish a stronghold. We must secure our foothold here. They were the leaders of Teams 5, 6, 9, and 10. Lastly, Teams 7 and 8, as reserves, you will accompany me and remain battle-ready at all times. Captain Zhang's gaze finally fell upon Li Xian. "Yes, Captain." Li Xian and Han Zhong replied emphatically. Li Xian is the leader of Team 7, while Han Zhong leads Team 8. Now, the situation in the C3 area is undoubtedly vastly different from before. The data regarding the subterranean structure of the area has been transmitted to your chips. Commence a thorough study of this information. We will initiate a tactical simulation in half an hour. I do not wish to see anyone unfamiliar with the layout of this region. Understood. Chapter 74, Coordination. After a full afternoon of simulations and familiarization, each combat unit of the 2nd Squadron has gained a deeper understanding of the subterranean C3 area. This place undoubtedly qualifies as a stronghold of formidable defenses, or rather, the entirety of Area C stands as the front line where intense battles are poised to erupt. The Bechimo Ironworks, despite possessing numerous underground entrances, offers the most suitable access points for mechanized combat solely in Area C. Both the Blueprints and Hungan Defense are aware of this, as are the foes of the Milda Knights below. While Areas A and B also feature corridors, they are not the primary focus of our offensive this time. At the onset of battle, only small units will engage in feigned assaults to divert the enemy's attention. "What are you staring at?" Li Xian asked, his eyes wide with inquiry. Wei Qian quickly responded, "Boss, are we about to commence our assault?" The other 2 fixed their gazes intently on Li Xian. He nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the offensive will officially commence tomorrow. Are we truly going to fight?" Gon Hawkeye absent-mindedly rubbed his hands together. "Are you suggesting that after transporting us here, we will merely engage in a charade?" Li Xian patted Gon Hawkeye on the shoulder, then said, "You're in luck. We are the 3rd wave to initiate the attack, and our group serves as the reserve. You will have ample time to acclimate to the battlefield environment. Enjoy your good fortune." "Really?" Ling Yangping exclaimed, elated. "As the reserves? Might we not even set foot on the battlefield, With the other groups resolving the enemy entirely, Li Xian, observing his comrades' mixture of optimism and trepidation, chose not to dampen their spirits, but instead chuckled. What you say is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Although the exact strength of the enemy lurking underground remains uncertain, one can be assured that their numbers will undoubtedly be fewer than ours. Rest assured, our safety is guaranteed this time. Now, let us proceed to equip you with your weapons. Familiarize yourselves with them tonight, and ensure you retire early to rejuvenate your spirits. Yes, Captain. The 3 new recruits responded enthusiastically. Next, it was time for Li Xian to select weapons for himself and the 3 new soldiers. As they were preparing for combat underground, the power halberd previously wielded by Li Xian would be less effective and difficult to maneuver. Therefore, he opted for a power sword. An impressive weapon measuring 5 meters in length, with the blade itself extending 4 meters. For this mission, he retained his primary weapon, the plasma cannon, while the secondary weapon was modified to a 55mm laser cannon. The consequence of wielding 2 primary weapons is a formidable short-term firepower, albeit with an extended charging time. However, Li Xian deemed this an insignificant issue, as achieving a concentrated fire in the underground environment is already a remarkable feat. Moreover, Li Xian equipped his left arm with an armored shield. When engaging in combat in such subterranean territories, one can never have too much defense. In terms of protection, he also donned external armor, transforming into a heavily armored warrior. If skill is lacking, then let equipment compensate. Regrettably, Li Xian had to forego his beloved serrated and 12-tube rocket pod this time. His short sword companion was already sufficiently heavy, and adding the rocket pod would likely hinder his close-quarters combat capabilities. After the final assembly was completed, Li Xian gazed at his mech, taking a moment to appreciate it before nodding with satisfaction. In this scenario, he had achieved the best configuration possible. With his equipment ready, the weaponry for the other 3 recruits was far more extravagant, a veritable replica of what Li Xian had once wielded on the battlefield. Their armaments included armored shields, a primary plasma cannon, a secondary 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon, and 2 serrated ant rockets mounted on their shoulders. Their right arms bore identical power swords, encased in heavy external armor. Each of them resembled cumbersome heavy infantry, pushing their firepower to the utmost limit. This formidable arsenal, if employed adeptly, could potentially overload at least 2 void shields of the knightly escorts. Of course, precision was paramount. However, Li Xian felt confident, as the upcoming battlefield would not be an open expanse. What Li Xian could accomplish, these recruits surely could as well. Within the forward operating base, mechs and armored support vehicles began to depart from within the compound. The troops exited in a staggered manner. Some traversed the grounds of the ironworks to reach more peripheral locations, where the enemy had established entry points and defensive positions. Others slowly passed through the large entrance, entering the underground sectors. By the time it was Li Xian and his team's turn to set off, it was already afternoon. Li Xian observed the 3 recruits before him. Although they had trained for several more years in mech operation, they had yet to experience the chaos of battle. At that moment, the 3 individuals shared a semblance of emotional turmoil. Their complexions fluctuated between pallor and fervor. This mirrored Li Xian's earlier state, where he oscillated between the dread of impending battle and the exhilarating anticipation of glorious victory. Such sentiments were not uncommon among them. Li Xian approached the 3 new recruits, meticulously adjusting their gear while offering them words of comfort. Now allow me to share my tale. Upon hearing Li Xian's declaration, Wei Qian, Gan Honkai, and Ling Yangping's eyes brightened with intrigue. You may find it hard to believe, but I joined this unit merely 2 months ago, fortunate enough to become a mecha pilot. After only 20 days of training under our squad leader, I was thrust into combat, 20 days of practice, and one can only imagine the rudimentary level of my mecha skills. Nevertheless, during several days of conflict, I faced 5 enemy knights alongside our squad leader and the leader of the 6th team. What would you think if you were in our place? This is far too perilous, Wei Qian exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, it was perilous. We genuinely believed we were doomed. Li Xian replied solemnly. At that moment, our squad leader resolved to provide cover for me and the leader of the 6th team, urging us to flee in hopes of survival. Though the squad leader instructed me to escape, my thoughts turned to his teachings and the bonds we shared as comrades. In that heated moment, the notion of abandoning my fellow soldiers was unfathomable. I unleashed a barrage of firepower, launching rockets, main cannons, and electromagnetic guns in unison. In the blink of an eye, I obliterated a knightly retainer. As a mere recruit, even one newer than you all, I managed to secure a victory by vanquishing a knightly retainer. The opposing force of 5 knightly retainers who faced our trio fell to our counterattacks, resulting in the destruction of 2 of their own. Hence, the enemy's knightly retainers are not as formidable as you might perceive. With proficient use of your firepower, victory is within reach. At this moment, Li Xin resembled a charismatic leader, fervently painting a vivid picture of success for the 3 recruits, uplifting their spirits. He then directed his gaze toward the auxiliary soldiers, for his words were not solely intended for the new recruits, but also for them. A few comrades are set to transition into the formal ranks of the group. When the time comes, I shall gladly introduce you. Consequently, not just Wei Qian, Gan Hawkeye, and Ling Yangping, but all 40 auxiliary soldiers began to sense a promising future beckoning them. Ling Yangping's face flushed with excitement, a clear sign of his fervor. As he eagerly inquired, "Boss, is what you say truly the case? When have I ever deceived you?" Li Xian replied with a slight smile, continuing, "You are welcome to inquire freely within this space to verify my claims. As I see it, your arrival under my command is nothing short of fortuitous, indeed, exceptionally fortunate. Due to my arrival, our original team leader, a veteran of many years at the M1D5 level, has finally been promoted to the position of M2 squad leader. Feng Dai, the leader of the 6th group, a seasoned warrior, has also ascended to the role of leader. As for myself, I have transitioned from a mere intern to the leader of the M1D5 mech support team within just over 2 months. Is this not sheer fortune? On the battlefield, what holds the utmost importance? Fortune indeed. With my presence, bullets and shells will steer clear of you. Imagine the moment when you achieve merit, transitioning to become official members of the organization, relishing the benefits and opportunities for advancement that it offers. Under my guidance, these aspirations are not mere dreams. They are the tangible realities of the future. Do you desire such a future? Li Xian inquired loudly. Yes, we do. Everyone responded in unison. Your voices are too faint. I cannot hear you. Yes, we do. Still too soft. We want it. The cacophony within the hangar nearly pierced the heavens. As if everyone was expelling half the air from their lungs. Their faces flushed, they gasped for breath, their minds awash with the beautiful future that Li Xian had painted. This is the power of collective spirit. If only 1 or 2 individuals stood before Li Xian, even his most fervent words might not suffice to convince them of such a splendid future. Yet, in this collective environment, amidst the camaraderie of the military, the effect is profoundly different. In such an atmosphere, personal emotions inevitably amplify, and then amplify again. I pilot a mech, while you operate an auxiliary armored vehicle. We all have a promising future ahead. Now, everyone, prepare your gear and conduct a final inspection of the vehicles. Ready for departure. Indeed, everyone busied themselves, fervently checking their weaponry. Upon observing the state of the 2, Li Xian realized they must have heard his earlier motivational speech to the team and support troops. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly. It was indeed rather embarrassing. He swiftly approached Jiang Lu and Feng Dai. As he drew near, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai continued to regard him with expressions akin to that of a monster. Li Xian, did you have some side profession before this? You really stirred up my blood with that shout. You must have something special. Feng Dai exclaimed as he threw an arm around Li Xian's shoulders, nearly choking him. Jiang Lu, equally moved, remarked, Li Xian, I never realized you possessed this talent. I believe you should be the squad leader. After your speech, the entire squad's combat effectiveness would surely increase by 30%. Li Xian chuckled and replied, Master, Brother Feng, you are exaggerating. I am not that remarkable. Feng Dai tentatively suggested, how about you give a talk to my group as well? Li Xian shook his head repeatedly and said, Brother Feng, please do not put me in a difficult position. I can talk to the team, but going to your place feels inappropriate. All right, Lao Feng, if you wish to speak, simply transcribe what Li Xian just mentioned. That would suffice. Jiang Lu added, patting Feng Dai on the shoulder. Feng Dai nodded vigorously. His spirits lifted as he turned eagerly towards his hangar, exclaiming, You all make valid points. I must commence promptly, or I shall fall behind. After Feng Dai departed, Jiang Lu also patted Li Xian's shoulder, gazing intently at him as he remarked, You are indeed correct. Your arrival has brought fortune to both me and Lao Feng. Li Xian took a deep breath, affirming, Indeed, Master. Who says Jiang Lu cannot influence minds? He is quite adept at it. Chapter 76, Adaptation. Li Xian led the 7th squad out of the hangar. The troops swiftly traversed the open expanse outside the Beihai Mo steel plant, reaching an entrance. Upon entering the plant, The sounds of gunfire from beneath the surface were audible even above ground. Within the cockpit of the mecha, Li Xian heard Jiang Lu's voice. Without further ado, everyone, bring the new recruits underground. Stay vigilant and pay attention to their mental state. Understood, Captain. Squads, accompanied by their auxiliary soldiers, passed through the subterranean entrances, entering the underground realm of the Beihai-Mo steel plant. This passage, measuring 80 meters in width and 40 meters in height, resembled a gaping maw, mercilessly engulfing battalions of mecha units. Not only the mech units and their auxiliary soldiers, but also some infantry and armored troops from Hung-In defense gradually made their way underground in small contingents. Each combat team of the second squad descended into the depths at 3-minute intervals. From that moment onward, it was imperative for the new recruits to immerse themselves in the atmosphere of the battlefield. Their adaptation time was limited, so expedience was essential. The fewer comrades they had by their side, the greater the sense of tension and excitement they felt, thus enhancing their adaptability. As Li Xian led his team of 3 mechs and 8 tracked armored vehicles into the subterranean realm, the light of the surface world momentarily faded from their lives. Within the passage, darkness prevailed, rendering visibility particularly poor for infantry. However, the mechs fared better, despite not matching the clarity afforded by daylight. They still provided a clear view of their surroundings. With the assistance of psychic energy and radar, their performance was commendable. Form a defensive formation and advance. Li Xian's voice resonated through the squad channel. The 4 mechs arranged themselves into a diamond-shaped defensive formation, with Wei Qian piloting the foremost mech, flanked by Ling Yangping and Gan Hongkai on either side. Bringing up the rear was Li Xian's mech. This was the standard formation for squad movement and combat. Wei Qian's close combat skills had reached level D3, making him the point man. As the squad commander, Li Xian was meant to remain in the rear unless circumstances necessitated otherwise. He was the very soul of the squad. In the theater of war, anyone could perish, including the commander himself. However, if death must be ordered in sequence, then in a properly functioning army, it is imperative that the commander be the last to perish. The loss of a soldier may represent only a single life, whereas the demise of a commander signifies the potential obliteration of command over nearly the entire troop. Even if a new commander assumes the mantle of leadership, it is unlikely they can match the efficacy of their predecessor. When a soldier falls, it is merely one individual. When a commander falls, an entire army may be rendered directionless. Take for instance Li Xian's small squad. If the lead soldier, Wei Qian, were to fall in battle, Li Xian could still rally the remaining 2 recruits to continue their fight. Even after the conflict, replenishing their ranks with a new recruit could restore their current combat capability. Conversely, if Li Xian were to perish, the squad would face utter annihilation. It is uncertain whether the 3 remaining members could even survive on the battlefield. Of course, Wei Qian is not at the very forefront. Before him lie 2 armored vehicles, whose auxiliary soldiers are the true vanguard. With vigilance and caution, despite the relative safety of their surroundings, all actions must adhere to the established protocols of their training. Li Xian continued to issue commands. Understood, boss. The mech units advanced slowly, as if there were indeed enemies entrenched ahead, executing tactical maneuvers, reconnaissance, and preparatory actions methodically. While Li Xian and his team trained here, genuine combat raged in the distance. Boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. Within the subterranean confines of the Beishimo steel factory, the soundproofing of the walls was remarkably effective. After all, this is a place of casting and forging, situated in an underground space. Without soundproofing, the incessant noise would drive the employees to the brink of neurosis. However, after several fierce skirmishes, the area below has been rendered a chaotic mess, with soundproofing effects obliterated by the tumult of battle. The cacophony of intense combat reverberates throughout the subterranean expanse. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions cause fragments of sand and dust to cascade down the passageway. After advancing a certain distance, the mechas halt. Proceeding further would lead them directly into the fray. At this moment, it is the 40 mechas of the first squad engaged in battle ahead. Naturally, they do not all charge into the fray simultaneously, as the battleground cannot accommodate such a multitude. In Zone C1, the enemy's resistance is remarkably tenacious, with the air thick with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Even with the intensity of combat escalating, it is likely that the troops will require 2 to 3 days to seize this territory. The enemy's resolve is unwavering. Their firepower densely concentrated, with various infantry fire points, assault vehicles, and even mechas contributing to the onslaught, while Blueprint and Hung-In defense are training reinforcements above. The adversaries of the Milda retinue below are equally industrious. Under the watchful gaze of intelligence personnel, they too have bolstered their ranks and constructed numerous defensive fortifications utilizing the remnants of the original structures and debris. Certainly, these fortifications may not indefinitely repel the enemy, yet they can exact a toll on each advance made by the assailants. With sturdier defenses in place, even with the assistance of mechanized units, the infantry of Hang and defense cannot significantly hasten their progression. On the second day of combat, Li Xian, accompanied by his 3 new recruits, departed from the rear passage and moved to a slightly more forward position. By this time, it was already the second day of battle, and compared to the first, Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping had seen a decline in their initial fervor. However, after a day of acclimatization, they no longer exhibited the same fluctuations of excitement and anxiety as on the first day. At the very least, they were not pale-faced or trembling. Apart from a few battle enthusiasts, it is rare for anyone to step onto the battlefield for the first time without a hint of nervousness. Chapter 77. The underground assault commences upon reaching a more advanced position. They could clearly observe the dense web of firepower exchanged between the two combatants. Within the subterranean expanse, bullets were being fired, many of which were tracer rounds, illuminating the dim environment as they formed a continuous line, even creating a mesh of various munitions, bullets, artillery shells, missiles, and plasma cannons, emerging in a seemingly endless stream. While the mechanized units are formidable, they are not invincible, even with the void shields. They cannot withstand the concentrated fire of infantry for long. Moreover, it is crucial to note that within these passages, only a limited number of mechs can be deployed at once. A single mech, for instance, would be forced to withdraw within a minute or two. There is no denying that the mechs possess void shields, yet their instantaneous firepower does not surpass that of 200 or 300 tanks. Furthermore, due to the immense size of the mechs, their threat is equally substantial, prompting the enemy to pay special attention to these formidable machines. The void shields can hardly endure for long. If one wishes to avoid an overload, retreat is the only option. Li Xian and his comrades observed the unfolding battle from a distance. It was not only Li Xian's group lined up at the rear. Even the mech soldiers of the first squad engaged in combat nearby were also waiting in line. It would be unwise to crowd the passage, as any unforeseen circumstances would leave them with no escape. 3 new recruits activated their void shields, immersing themselves in the atmosphere of the battlefield. Li Xian sensed that they had nearly acclimatized before he spoke. "What do you think of such a battlefield?" Gan Hong replied, "It's more intense than I imagined." Suddenly, a retching sound emerged from Wei Qian. "Shut off your mic when you vomit." Hearing the sound of vomiting through the earpiece, Li Xian couldn't help but shake his head. The trio's tolerance was even less than his own. During his first time on the battlefield, he managed to hold it together, though his face was pale and his limbs trembled. Li Xian chuckled. "It seems bringing you here for a first-hand experience was indeed the right choice. Otherwise, what would happen when it's our turn to fight and you start throwing up? Boss, can we retreat a bit and take a break?" Wei Qian's weak voice came through. "Rest? At this moment, you still think about resting? Show me. You want to stop until you can't vomit any longer." Li Xian exclaimed loudly. "Boss, I might vomit to death." Wei Qian lamented. Li Xian chuckled. "Rest assured. The mechas are equipped with life support systems. You will encounter no issues. Moreover, as psychics, you are not so easily compromised. Consider this an opportunity to acclimate. It's far better to feel nauseous now than during battle." Li Xian unceremoniously dismissed the pleas of Wei Qian and his companions. The following day, the battlefield was intensely fierce, littered with the bodies of fallen infantry and shattered armored vehicles. In the face of such heavy artillery, those whose corpses vaporized were merely fortunate. Some were reduced to a gory mess, resembling spilled ketchup. Such gruesome sights overwhelmed the trained Wei Qian, Ling Yangping, and others. Surprisingly, Gan Hong exhibited the highest level of tolerance, which intrigued Li Xian. The frontline combat raged with extraordinary ferocity, persisting for 5 consecutive days. On the 5th day, the first squad's mechas and Hungan's infantry finally captured the C1 area. The losses among both infantry and armored troops were significant. Not only the foot soldiers, but even the mechas sustained damage. The first squad suffered the loss of 2 mechas, both piloted by rookies. The cause of their demise was straightforward. Under concentrated enemy fire, the mechas' void shields were obliterated. The rookies, either due to overwhelming anxiety or other factors, failed to evacuate in time, resulting in the destruction of their cockpits. In such a state of aggression, losses were inevitable, casting a shadow over the hearts of the entire First Squad's mecha operators. It is noteworthy that during this battle, the enemy did not deploy their mech units for close combat, but instead engaged in long-range attacks from a distance. One can only speculate the consequences had they launched a close-quarters assault. The day after the capture of C1, the C2 region also fell, and it was soon time for the second squad, led by Jiang Lu, to mobilize. All units, conduct another scan of the mechs. Prepare for deployment. Li Xian's voice resonated in the ears of the new recruits in the 7th group. After several days of acclimatization, the recruits were in significantly improved condition. 02 ready. 03 ready. 04 ready. Let's move out. Within the cockpit, Li Xian's psychic energy was already activated as the mech began to advance slowly. As part of the reserve force, their combat sequence was positioned towards the rear. In front of them, for operational teams comprising a total of 16 mechs, were engaged in pre-battle preparations. Previously, they could only observe others in combat, but now it was finally their turn to step onto the battlefield. The two channels, numbered 23 and 24, loomed like gaping maws eager to consume the infantry and mech units of Hangin defense. As the defending forces, the enemy from the Milda servant army had meticulously cleared the passages. Stretching for 200 meters, the corridor offered no cover whatsoever. Even the dust that lay upon the ground had settled only days prior due to the ferocity of battle. Such a corridor could almost be deemed a death trap. In light of this daunting environment, Hangin Defense had made thorough preparations for their offensive. They modified the hunter tanks, adding heavy armor to the front, resembling a solid steel wall. Driven by the hunter tank, the entire vehicle revealed only a narrow gun barrel capable of a 30-degree pivot. All other areas were shielded by the impenetrable armor. Meanwhile, the infantry advanced alongside the armored forces, with only a small contingent moving forward at any one time, simultaneously pushing ahead while countering enemy fire. Such armor rendered the infantry's bullets and rapid-fire cannons ineffective. Even plasma guns, laser cannons, and the weaponry of mech struggled against it. This tactic was a refinement born from lessons learned in previous battles, primarily targeting vehicles and the mech units that followed closely behind. As for the infantry, they were merely an ancillary presence at this juncture. Open fire. Annihilate them, roared the commander from within the hunter tank, unleashing his fury and fear. Boom. Chapter 78. Training soldiers. The opposing Milda vassal army stood in stunned silence, gazing at the advancing armored wall. The hunter tanks and mech units at the rear added to their bewilderment. This method of advance, while somewhat sluggish, was otherwise flawless. The armored wall towered 3 meters high, effectively concealing the tanks behind it. The thickness of the armor rendered attacks from the frontline weapons no more effective than a mere tickle. Aside from the hunter's tortoise-like speed, the approach was nothing short of impeccable. The commander of the Milda servant army slammed his fist upon the table before him, expressing his fury. These corporate dogs possess no sense of honor whatsoever. How can such a repulsive method of attack exist? Sir, our direct fire weapons have nearly lost their efficacy. Even plasma and laser weapons cannot penetrate this layer of armor in a short span of time. The staff officer sighed, then continued, as for projectile weaponry, our heavy artillery cannot be deployed in such confined passages. Weapons like anti-tank guns are equally unable to breach the armor. What weapons do we possess that can strike at the enemies behind the armor? The commander wearily pinched the bridge of his nose. The staff officer replied, it seems that only grenades can temporarily reach the enemies behind the armor. Then let us fire. We cannot allow the enemy to advance with such ease. Understood. Soon, the Milda servant army's position erupted with intense gunfire. All grenades and grenade launchers fired incessantly. However, this barrage posed little threat to the armored vehicles, primarily inflicting casualties upon the infantry. The stag hunter steadily advanced along the artificial defensive line, while a squad of mecha followed closely behind, bearing shields and unleashing relentless fire upon the enemy's defenses. Observing this advancement, Jianglu promptly decided to rotate all squads, allowing them to experience the battlefield atmosphere and the sensation of firing firsthand. A mechanized squad is capable of holding the front line for approximately 1 or 2 minutes before they must retreat to rest and allow their void shields to recharge. Initially, the operational plan designated only 4 assault teams for 2 passageways, but now 10 squads are taking turns in the fray. Soon, it was the turn of the 7th squad, led by Li Xian. Sensing the tension among his team members before the battle commenced, Li Xian jested, there is no need to be anxious. Our mission is quite straightforward. Spend a few seconds rushing to the side of the stalker tank. Raise your shields with your right arm. and then let your mechs unleash all their firepower upon the enemy positions. Once that's accomplished, the mission is complete. Consider it a game in the simulation chamber. Do you understand? Li Xian inquired loudly. Let's move. This time, Li Xian took the lead, not waiting for Wei Qian to step forward as the vanguard. The three rookies felt a bit apprehensive, and at this moment, Li Xian needed to assume a guiding role to inspire them. The mech charged forward, and from behind, Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping shouted in unison, following Li Xian into the fray. As Li Xian surged ahead, he kept a watchful eye on the three newcomers. Whether or not he fired his own weapon was secondary to ensuring the rookies performed well. Hold your armored shields high. This will enable us to withstand enemy fire for a longer duration. Yes, boss. At times, anxiety merely manifests prior to the occurrence of events. Once the recruits charge onto the battlefield, they soon discover that everything is remarkably straightforward. Their power weapons are temporarily suspended at the rear sides of their mechs, while their mechanical right arms wield shields to fend off enemy fire. Even when the enemy knights charge forth under fire, they possess ample time to transition the shield to their left arms and retrieve their power weapons with their right. Upon reaching the rear of the Stag Hunter tank, Li Xian immediately raises his shield, while his left arm's plasma cannon swiftly, with the aid of a chip, locates the adversary before unleashing a barrage. Zing. Bang. In the next moment, a massive fireball and ethereal blue currents erupt from the targeted enemy position. Do not hesitate. Fire swiftly with the chip's assistance. Li Xian continues to direct the recruits even as he opens fire. Wei Qian has just raised his shield and shifted his stance, redirecting the dense hail of bullets and various shells aside, thwarted by the Stag Hunter's armored wall. He roars, lifting the six-barrel electromagnetic cannon. And under the impetus of psychic energy, a torrential downpour of projectiles, enhanced by tracer effects, forms a long whip striking towards the enemy's stronghold. Ling Yang, in contrast, remains silent, yet his speed of attack surpasses even that of the vociferous Wei Qian. The plasma cannons of the three recruits and the six-barreled machine guns fire relentlessly, igniting the enemy's defensive positions in a frenzy of flames and electricity. Do not be stingy with your rockets. Aim and unleash them all. Li Xian roared through the squad's communication channel, his voice nearly piercing the eardrums of the three new recruits. Yes, yes, yes. Rockets. Wei Qian incessantly echoed like a repeating machine. Bang, bang, bang. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Soon, as the nest of sawtooth ant rockets was unleashed, one by one, the rockets, trailing white smoke, surged towards the enemy's position. Boom. In an instant, the enemy's defensive stronghold at the end of the corridor was engulfed in fiery explosions. It was as if a cauldron of meat soup was being brewed within this metallic passage. The corridor, stretching several dozen meters, along with the outer defenses, was nearly obliterated by the barrage of rockets. However, the enemy's semi-permanent fortifications mitigated their losses significantly under such an assault. Flames surged through the firing ports into the stronghold and behind the defenses, igniting the air and consuming oxygen ferociously. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The new recruits' electromagnetic cannon ammunition was depleted, and the rockets had all been launched. The instantaneous firepower of the mecha was undeniably fierce. In this onslaught, they unleashed a staggering 18,000 rounds of 20mm electromagnetic shells, alongside 72 sawtooth ant rockets. If converted to shrapnel, it would blanket the entire position. Was that exhilarating? Li Xian inquired. Exhilarating, roared Ling Yang. And Li Xian could almost envision the flush of his face within the cockpit. Exhilarating, exhilarating. Wei Qian and Gan Hong followed suit with their enthusiastic shouts. If it was exhilarating, let's withdraw and allow the next team to experience the thrill. Li Xian laughed heartily, subsequently maneuvering the mecha to grasp the shield and retreat. Chapter 79, Close Encounters. Even as they turned their backs, it had no effect whatsoever, for the enemy's firing positions remained under the relentless bombardment of rockets. Upon returning to the rear of the corridor, Li Xian hastily commanded, "Quickly change the ammunition and prepare for battle." "Yes, boss," came the enthusiastic response. "Boss, when will it be our turn to go up and fight again?" The voice of Ling Yangping in the squad's communication was unmistakably filled with excitement. Li Xian chuckled. "What is this? Not nervous anymore? Eager for another round?" Ling Yangping replied, "Not nervous at all. I only have one desire now, to fire at will. How about you all?" Li Xian inquired of the other two. Wei Qian and Gan Hongcai's voices sounded somewhat subdued, yet they were no longer as tense as before. "I too wish for another round." Li Xian silently nodded, Their morale was indeed commendable. He recalled his own first experience on the battlefield, feeling much the same. The exhilaration was uncontrollable, his heart pounding like a drum, making sleep impossible that night. This opportunity for long-range firing was truly a splendid chance for training. On the battlefield, close combat and long-range warfare provided entirely different experiences. In long-range combat, one might not fully grasp the visceral horror of slaughter, as the distance obscured the details. However, close-quarters combat was an entirely different affair, the power sword slicing through flesh. The mechanical foot crushing the enemy, this sanguinary sensation was beyond the imagination of those engaged in long-range warfare. Lixian observed the 3 new recruits loading ammunition and turned to communicate with Captain Jianglu. Master, when can we arrange another round of training? Oh. Have you found this method of training beneficial? Jianglu replied with a smile. Lixian unabashedly responded, indeed, this experience is quite effective for the new soldiers. Just wait. It's not only your group that requires training, others do as well. I've already instructed the forward hunters to reduce their pace to provide you with more practice time. Jianglu explained. This won't affect our offensive plans, will it? Lixian asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Jianglu paused briefly before answering. There will certainly be some impact, but it is worthwhile. Moreover, our offensive speed has already surpassed the original schedule, and we still have ample time. All right, Master. Lixian did not receive any special privileges from Jianglu, but he had mentally prepared for this. Jianglu, now a captain, could afford to show a bit more consideration for Lixian, yet it must not be too overt. Currently, aside from Lixian and Feng Dai, the rest of the squad consisted of newcomers, making it crucial for Jianglu to consolidate their loyalty. Privately, he had already arranged for Lixian to be placed in the reserve team. However, open favoritism was to be avoided. On the front lines, the relentless assaults from the Mechs had left the enemy within the Myrta defense line in a state of despair. The commander of Myrta, his eyes bloodshot, roared, use explosives. Blow them up as they advance with their tanks. Yes, currently, the direct firepower from Myrta's side, even the most formidable heavy artillery, is incapable of striking the stalker tanks concealed behind armored walls. Although this modification may appear somewhat unsightly, its effectiveness is undeniably impressive. The armored wall at the front of the tank has become riddled with dents and even features gaping breaches. However, the stalker tanks behind remain unscathed. It must be said that, at times, substantial armor proves to be even more advantageous than the void shield. Of course, this is also due to the enemy's lack of time to assemble specialized equipment to counter such tactics. Laying explosives in front of the defensive line is a commendable strategy, as the tank's armor undoubtedly hinders its visibility. Boom. A resounding explosion reverberated through the corridor, engulfing the entire passageway in a blaze of fire and intense heat. The first stalker tank to enter the explosive zone was launched into the air by the blast. The ammunition within the tank subsequently ignited, further amplifying the explosion's ferocity. In the rear, aboard the Vanguard mecha, Jianglu observed this scene with an unperturbed expression. Warfare is not a mere game for those who step onto the battlefield. Death is a commonplace occurrence. Countless infantry and armored soldiers have perished while advancing into the C1 and C2 zones, and even 2 mechas have been destroyed. Now, having employed a new strategy, losing merely 1 stalker tank and a few infantry soldiers while pushing the front line to this position is quite commendable. Beside the Vanguard mecha stands a command-type armored vehicle. The commander of Hungan Defense remarked, the enemy has discovered a solution. It will be rather challenging to employ this tactic again. Subsequently, he calmly instructed, now, let us entrust the assault to the mech units. Prepare for coordinated operations. Jianglu's demeanor remained composed, and his voice steady. No problem. As long as the mech forces advance, we shall undoubtedly follow closely behind, the commander assured, thumping his chest. At this juncture in the battle, it was indeed the moment for the Mechs to decisively turn the tide. Within the command channel, Jianglu's voice resonated, after reconnaissance. We have ascertained the enemy's defensive positions along the corridor. The number of Mechs in the rear remains uncertain, but it should not be excessively numerous. Therefore, the next operational plan is as follows. Groups 1 to 4, prepare for the first wave of assault. Groups 5 to 10, ready yourselves for the second wave. Everyone, give your utmost effort to capture the enemy's defenses in one fell swoop. Upon entering the C3 zone, all units must refrain from reckless advances and instead focus on defense, facilitating the arrival of subsequent operational units. Is that understood? Jianglu emphasized his query at the end. Understood. Commence pre-battle preparations. Soon, one by one, the Mechs readied their ammunition. In the front corridor, the explosives previously set by the Milda's attendant troops had been entirely detonated by the Stag Hunter tanks and infantry, clearing the path for the mech assault, rendering the entire corridor unobstructed. The sole concern lies in the enemy's defensive preparations following our assault. One must ponder whether formidable adversaries await us ahead. Nevertheless, the mechanized offensive is a requisite action. Otherwise, the cost in infantry lives to breach this line would be unfathomable. Chapter 80. Break through. The mechanized units, poised for the assault, had already positioned their formidable armored shields in front of their operators. A single row represented an entire combat team, with 4 mechs being the utmost capacity that could traverse this corridor. Observing the cleared passage ahead, Jianglu commanded, "Advance. Destroy. Crush them." The commanders of the 1st and 2nd squads, gritting their teeth, roared as they led their new recruits toward the enemy's defenses like an impenetrable wall of steel. The sound of the mechs charging through the corridor resonated like a collapsing mountain. The soldiers within the Milda defensive line, witnessing the approaching mechs brandishing their shields, were engulfed by an icy dread. Mechs! Mechs! The enemy's mechanized units are attacking. The infantry shouted frantically, striving to alert their comrades and the commanders behind them. In an instant, every firing point unleashed a deluge of firepower, rifles, machine guns, rapid-fire cannons, electromagnetic artillery, and anti-tank guns all converged in a cacophony of destruction. Some audacious infantrymen even hurled explosives directly into the corridor. The effects of tracer rounds, combined with the onslaught of electromagnetic and plasma weaponry, illuminated the entire passage. Yet, these assaults, for the time being, bore little consequence against the mechanized units. They brandished their armored shields, augmented by deflection force fields and void shields, effectively repelling all incoming fire. The quartet of mechs surged forward in unison, distributing the enemy's firepower, thereby prolonging the duration of the void shields. Within this passage, the defensive line posed no insurmountable challenge for the mech battalion. Their hesitation to advance stemmed from uncertainty regarding the number of enemy mechs that lay in wait behind. Charge. Following suit, the second line of mechs commenced their assault. With the mechs initiating their charge, it became imperative to deploy a sufficient number of troops in one decisive push. Failure to do so would result in catastrophic losses should the front line become besieged. Pairs of mechs plunged into the corridor, braving the enemy's fire as they pressed onward. "Open fire with all might," the leader of the 1st squad bellowed. The mechs at the forefront instantly unleashed their shoulder-mounted rockets, launching them into the fray. Boom. The enemy's defensive line within the corridor was engulfed in a conflagration, the explosions and shrapnel effectively suppressing their firepower. Attack. In a matter of moments, the mechs breached the narrow passage, their sights set on the fortress ahead as their primary objective. One mech thrust the muzzle of its plasma cannon into the firing aperture of the fortress. Inside, the infantry manning the rapid-fire cannon caught sight of a brilliant azure flash. "No, no, no." Desperation echoed as the blue plasma erupted from the cannon, penetrating the fortress's interior. Boom. Plasma surged forth, igniting the munitions depot within the fortress with bursts of fire and arcs of electricity. A tremendous explosion, although it did not launch the fortress into the air, unleashed a torrent of blue flames from the firing ports, reminiscent of the afterburners of a fighter jet. "Death!" roared Nong Shuang, the commander of the 1st squad, as he plunged his energy sword into a nearby bunker. The robust steel-reinforced concrete crumbled effortlessly against the disintegration field of the power weapon. The 4-meter-long blade penetrated deep into the bunker, and with a forceful sweep, it cleaved through the soldiers inside, leaving them lifeless. "Charge forward. Do not linger. Leave the defense line to your comrades behind," commanded Zhang Lu, his voice booming through the command channel, issuing orders to Nong Shuang and his fellow mecha pilots. Heeding the command, Nong Shuang led 3 mechas into the fray. In the rear of the defense line, several knight retainers stepped forward. One of them shouted, "You shall not advance any further." In the next moment, a heavy power axe swung down towards the charging short sword retainers. "Ignore them. Raise your shields and press on," Nong Shuang bellowed. Forward." Inside the cockpit, the new recruits echoed his fervor, raising their shields and charging recklessly ahead. Boom. The mechas collided with a thunderous crash, the immense mechanical constructs producing a cacophony of sound. The passive defensive knight retainers were staggered by the impact. A few short sword retainers found themselves besieged from behind, their original skills proving inadequate in this tumultuous engagement. It can be said that even this chaotic situation momentarily left the knight's retinue in a state of bewilderment. The second wave of mechs arrived swiftly, followed by the third and fourth waves. Li Xian's group comprised the 4th Assault Unit. Charge forth. Do not be anxious. Disregard the infantry within the defensive line. Our adversaries are the enemy's knight retinue. Annihilate them. If we cannot overpower them, then raise your shields to block their assaults. Our numbers exceed theirs. Victory shall be ours. Victory. The new recruits echoed the battle cry fervently. Within the squad channel, Li Xian's voice resounded, asserting the necessity of his leadership during this critical moment. On such a fiercely contested battlefield, sometimes the new soldiers need not overthink. Their mere presence on the battlefield could absorb the enemy's onslaught, granting the veterans greater opportunities to inflict damage. Subsequently, he led 3 new recruits towards the passage. As they passed the enemy's defensive line, Li Xian disregarded them entirely, charging ahead with determination. Upon reaching the C3 zone, clarity emerged. Within the C3 area, mech units were engaged in combat everywhere. In fact, within a small section, the enemy's knight retinue was not fewer than that of the 2nd Squadron. At least not at this moment. Behind the defensive line, there were over 20 knight retinues. The short sword attendants who had charged in were now embroiled in melee, with the new recruits bracing their armored shields against the knight retinue's assaults. Power weapons grazed the armored shields, occasionally leaving deep gashes, and at times, they would even pierce through the shields entirely. After the 4th batch of Li Xian and his team entered, the disparity in numbers between the two sides further widened, with 8 groups, comprising 32 mechs, having surged into the fray, while the enemy's knight retainers numbered merely in the 20s. Although these knights possessed superior melee capabilities, their scant numbers rendered them at a disadvantage. Once Li Xian and his team made their entrance, they found themselves ensnared in a scenario of numerical superiority. However, this did not necessarily imply that the knight retainers were in a precarious position. Nearly every knight's melee proficiency hovered around D4, a formidable level against these rookie soldiers, who likely possessed melee ratings of only D3. Thus, engaging in a battle of fewer against more presented no substantial challenge. Chapter 81. Fierce Combat. The earpiece of Li Xian was filled with the fervent shouts of 3 new recruits, their emotions indistinguishable between tension and exhilaration. Boom. A missile struck Li Xian with precision, yet his void shield successfully absorbed the impact. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Li Xian swiftly surveyed the enemy's strongpoints within the C3 sector. At this moment, it was not solely the knight retainers who were fiercely clashing with the dagger-wielding subordinates. Even the enemy strongpoints in the C3 area were relentlessly assaulting the dagger subordinates. Such aggressive tactics come with inherent drawbacks, a reality that persisted even with the 2nd Squad boasting a greater number of mechs. Stop the howling. Open fire and target the enemy's strongpoints. Li Xian commanded the 3 new recruits. Understood, boss. The other 2 recruits responded, promptly launching their assault against the enemy. Yet Li Xian did not rush to engage. Rather, he sought a point amidst the chaos of the battlefield where he could swiftly break the deadlock. Although the number of short sword attendants was considerable, they remained in a passive defensive stance, and a single misstep from the new recruits could lead to significant losses. The 3 new soldiers of Team 7 were recklessly firing, and Li Xian could barely distance himself from them, should he stray too far. Those 3 might find themselves at the mercy of the enemy, to say nothing of them. Even Li Xian's own abilities rendered him no more than an ordinary soldier in such a tumultuous environment. However, before he could search for assistance, 2 knight attendants charged towards his group. Suppress the enemy's fire. Do not give those new recruits the opportunity to shoot. The voice of the commander crackled through the knight attendants' earpieces. Understood. The 2 knight attendants surged toward Li Xian's squad, observing the battlefield. Li Xian was instantly struck with alarm at this sight. For against 2, was victory even possible? This notion weighed heavily on his mind. Yet, he had no choice but to confront the situation. Merely relying on himself would not suffice. He would need the support of the new recruits. As the enemy's knight attendants approached, he urged, Wei Qian, raise your shield. Li Xian endeavored to suppress his rising anxiety, striving to keep his voice steady. Yes, boss. Wei Qian's voice trembled slightly. Li Xian bellowed, do not panic. Treat them as mere turnips. Trust in your strength, and hold your shield steady. Observe others. Even the less experienced recruits can withstand the enemy's onslaught. You are capable of doing the same. Yes, Commander, Wei Qian exclaimed. Li Xian promptly instructed the other 2 recruits. Fire support. Once ammunition is depleted, immediately provide close combat assistance. Yes, Commander. Li Xian spoke rapidly, having arranged all commands before the enemy approached. He raised his left arm, with a plasma cannon and a laser gun aimed at one of the knight's retainers. Boom. Inside the knight's retainer, the pilot sneered, "This rookie is mine." Li Xian discarded his armored shield with his right arm and swiftly drew his power sword, charging towards the foe. "Wei Qian, guard my flank." Li Xian gripped his sword with both hands, prepared to engage in battle with utter disregard for defense. Following orders, Wei Qian held up his shield to protect Li Xian's side, a combat method Li Xian had taught him during training. Relying on the recruits to independently confront the knight's retainers, even with shields, is unreliable. It is tantamount to sending them to their doom. However, being alongside seasoned veterans makes all the difference. Clang! Li Xian's power sword clashed with the knight's retainer's energy weapon, and in that instant, arcs of electricity erupted around them due to the collision of their disintegration fields. The mechs, controlled by psionic energy, exhibited remarkable agility. Li Xian's D4 level close combat skills were not inferior to those of the knight's retainer. In the rear, Ling Yangping and Gan Hongkai swiftly depleted all their rocket and electromagnetic cannon ammunition, roaring as they rushed forward to provide support. Both wielded shields, and the situation became immediately clearer. The dynamics shifted from a passive 2-on-2 to a formidable 4-against-2. On the battlefield, the nature of combat in one-on-one scenarios contrasts starkly with that of 1-on-2 or 2-on-4 engagements. Even with the infusion of spiritual energy, there remains no disparity between the knight's retainers and the short sword attendants. The only distinction lies in the drivers. Wei Qian, Ling Yaoping, and Gan Hongkai, though all novices, wielded their shields in a manner that rendered the knight's retainers somewhat apprehensive. To penetrate an armored shield with powered weaponry requires sustained assault, while the novices may lack experience. Even the fiercest tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. In the short term, the soldiers of the 7th Squad faced close combat assaults without significant issues. However, such a state is not sustainable. Their current resilience is largely attributable to the armored shields in their possession. These shields offer commendable defense, even against powered weaponry. Yet, the true strength of powered weapons lies in their ability to disrupt force fields. Repeated strikes can compromise a portion of the shield. As the frequency of attacks increases over time, the novice's shields will inevitably falter. What then? Rely on the novice's combat skills to parry the onslaught from seasoned knight's retainers adept in close quarters? Once your shield is shattered, I shall relish in your struggle. The knight's attendant taunted recklessly, wielding the power sword with ferocity, while Wei Qian's armored shield lay in tatters. As the battle escalated, Wei Qian discarded his shattered shield and attempted to parry with the power sword, yet the disparity in skill rendered his defense increasingly futile. Had it not been for Ling Yangping's timely intervention with his shield, Wei Qian might have met his demise. The new recruits, overwhelmed with trepidation, found themselves entirely reliant on the Xian, the principal force of the assault. The knights, seasoned veterans, recognized that eliminating Li Xian would dismantle the very essence of this combat unit. Without him, the remaining 3 novices would be easily dispatched, their morale crumbling in the wake of Li Xian's fall. At such a moment, the notion of defense would be rendered irrelevant, as the fledgling warriors might simply flee in panic. A novice leading 3 novices. "Let me end you." The knight's attendant roared, intensifying the onslaught with his power sword, the surrounding mecha resonating with the unleashed surges of psychic energy. The cacophony of the battlefield grew louder, punctuated by the humming of the disintegration field and the clashing sounds of the power sword as it met its foes in combat. Chapter 82, Overclocking. Within the cockpit, Li Xian's eyes blazed with fervor as he, too, activated his psychic energy to the fullest. At this juncture, Wei Qian had been gravely injured by the enemy mecha's relentless assault and was compelled to retreat, ceding his position to Ling Yangping. Li Xian now faced the equivalent of 1.5 knight attendants, one directly engaging him, while the other distracted the new recruits, occasionally launching fierce strikes against Li Xian himself. Within the cockpit, a wisp of smoke began to rise from Li Xian's forehead, a testament to the rapid firing of his thoughts and the surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Fortunately, he was equipped with 2 chips, which aided him in tenuously holding his ground. His close combat skills were being fully manifested with the assistance of the chips. Every movement of the enemy was meticulously analyzed by the chips, automatically generating corresponding defensive and offensive strategies within his mind. However, what Li Xian possessed, the enemy had as well. From the chip's perspective, the knightly retainers were similarly endowed with biological intelligence chips. The only difference was that their intelligent ships were not as advanced as those developed by the Blueprint Group specializing in biological intelligence. The battle between the two was not merely a clash of mech operators, but also a confrontation of chips. Lexin swung his sword once more, delivering a horizontal strike towards the knightly retainer. The transmission within his mechanical arm unleashed a formidable force. Bang! The enemy, wielding a power sword, successfully blocked the attack. In an instant, they launched a counterattack, the power sword accompanied by a faint blue disintegration field aimed directly at Lexin. He could only sidestep, maneuvering his mech with agility through his psychic control. Having downloaded the close combat techniques of several knightly retainers, Lexin had gained considerable insight into their combat tactics and habits. At times, the two knightly retainers felt as though they were simply practicing together in a training arena. As one attack was evaded, another knightly retainer swung their power sword down upon him. "Ha! Perish!" roared the knightly retainer, their attack a culmination of years of unspoken synergy. In that fleeting moment, Lexin's chip operated at an astonishing speed. Not only the chip but also his mind raced as he sought to devise a strategy to evade the dual assaults of his adversaries. In such a brief span of time, how could one possibly conceive an appropriate plan? With great effort, Lexin raised his power sword, barely managing to block the lethal strike from the second mech. Yet, at that moment, the first mech transitioned from thrust to slash, cleaving through the air. Clang! Fortunately, Ling Yang arrived just in time, wielding his power sword to shield Lexin from this imminent peril. Exhaling deeply, Lexin felt a wave of relief wash over him. During that brief encounter, he truly sensed that death was uncomfortably close. In this instant, Lexin had no choice but to clear his mind, focusing all his attention on the battle against the knightly retainer. Beep beep beep. The D4 military-grade smart chip indicated excessive utilization, requesting to unlock and enter overclock mode. Within Lexin's mind, the chip began to emit alarm signals, simultaneously inquiring, "Overclock! Engage overclock!" Lexin shouted, almost instinctively roaring in response. The next moment, the military smart chip implanted in his mind officially entered overclock mode. In this state, due to material limitations, the chip's overall performance surged by at least 20. Whether in computational power or the stability of operational threads, the enhancement was substantial. This was immensely beneficial in close combat, where every second required the analysis of the enemy's movement trajectories, the arc of weapon swings, speed, and force, among other factors. Upon entering the state of overclocking, Lexin's reactions accelerated significantly. With the formidable computational power of the chip at his disposal, he could swiftly deduce the enemy's every move and make optimal choices. Moreover, he allocated nearly all of the chip's computational strength to close-quarters combat. "Damn it! This brat is overlocked!" The knight's attendant, the pilot, roared in a fit of rage. His voice laced not only with anger, but also with envy and fear. For mech pilots, the overclocked state is a coveted ability, as its effects are tremendously potent, rivaling the possession of a powerful trump card. However, not everyone can access this state. It requires a high degree of integration with the chip and complete mastery of its psychic energy. Furthermore, the chip's involvement in both ranged and melee combat for mech operators is not particularly profound, as its computational power can be applied in numerous areas. Yet, upon entering the overclocked state, the user can allocate the majority of the computational strength towards a specific combat direction, compressing the power needed for other functions. On the surface, it appears that the chip only enhances performance by 20, but in reality, when all computational power is directed towards melee combat, this enhancement could reach as high as 50 or 60. Such an improvement is remarkably significant. However, mastering overclocking is a daunting challenge among 100 individuals. It is unlikely that even one can achieve this mode. This state is derived from psychic energy, utilizing the chip merely as a medium. To unlock overclocking, one must possess at least a modicum of psychic talent. Kill him. He must not be allowed to live. The knight's attendant roared, disregarding the blockades set by the new recruits on either side, intent on eliminating Lexin. Lexin's combat prowess had significantly improved after undergoing super-frequency enhancement, enabling him to suppress a knight's attendant. This was not surprising. While the human brain possesses considerable computational potential, it pales in comparison to the vast processing power of a chip. In close combat, the individual skills of a mech pilot are crucial. Yet the computational support provided by the chip is even more vital. The chip's processing power and data analysis assist the pilot in identifying the optimal strategies for attack and defense. However, these strategies must be executed by the pilot. If the pilot's skills are inadequate, even the most refined suggestions from the chip would be rendered futile. Unlike others, Li Xian's melee skills were at D4, allowing him to effectively employ these strategies and techniques. He was currently in excellent form, with the potential for even greater performance. This was due to Li Xian possessing 2 chips. In addition to the implanted biological intelligence chip, he had another chip for psychic duplication. After the first chip entered super-frequency mode, the second chip promptly began its alerts and inquiries. The psychic chip unlocked and entered super-frequency mode. Remarkably, this chip bypassed the inquiry step altogether, directly selecting the optimal strategy for Li Xian. Exhilarating, Li Xian roared. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented clarity of mind, as the effects of the 2 chips allowed him to anticipate the enemy's movements and attacks with precision. The enemy's actions became predictable, revealing even their forthcoming trajectories within the chip's computational framework. Including the onslaught of adversaries, the mechanical arm of the Knight's Attendant had just lifted its hand. Empowered by the scanning of psychic energy and the calculations of the chip. Chapter 83. Overclocking, Part 2. At this moment, with the augmentation of the chip, Li Xian had already discerned the enemy's forthcoming actions. He could predict where the adversary's power sword would strike and the extent of speed and force efficiency involved. In this instant, every move of the enemy was decipherable to Li Xian. Everything transformed into quantifiable data. Each step taken by the foe was accompanied by an array of mathematical equations being computed, with the results directly fed into Li Xian's mind by the chip. At this juncture, Li Xian's prowess could rival that of a master weaponsmith. The enhancement brought forth by the psychic chip's overclocking mode was markedly superior. The D4 biological intelligence chip could only elevate overall performance by 20, yet the psychic chip's overclocking mode could amplify it by 30. Furthermore, after the chip transitioned into overclocking, Li Xian could allocate this computational power more effectively. Presently, the augmentation provided by the chip in close combat nearly approached an astonishing 100. This staggering figure manifested even more palpably in the heat of battle. As Li Xian sat within the cockpit, his eyes were enveloped in a silvery luminescence of psychic energy. Tendrils of electric light cascaded from the corners of his eyes, trailing backward like delicate tassels. Not only he, but even the short sword attendant, the mecha itself, exhibited faint arcs of electricity around its exterior. The current state of the mecha exuded an aura that was anything but approachable. Do you wish to kill me? How about I eliminate you first? Li Xian roared, his voice resonating through the mecha's loudspeakers. Upon entering the hyperfrequency mode, not only did he adeptly analyze the movements of his adversaries, but even his own machine's actions, the direction, angle, and mode of movement, were optimized by the chip's calculations. Kill everyone. Attack together. I refuse to believe he can eliminate both of us in such a short span. One of the Knight's attendants bellowed, discarding a nearby rookie and disregarding their entanglement to join the fray against Li Xian. With unparalleled swiftness and enhanced strength, Li Xian wielded his blade. The mechanical arm of the sword attendant, coupled with an appropriate angle and augmented by Li Xian's psychic energy, unleashed a torrent of power akin to a force of nature. Clang! The power swords clashed, and with precision, Li Xian sent his opponent's weapon soaring high into the air. Die! The power sword, propelled by immense force, pierced through the enemy's mecha. Despite the foe's frantic attempts to evade the blow, escape was futile. Within the cockpit, Li Xian's gaze remained steadfast, though he felt a twinge of disappointment at his recent maneuver. According to the original plan devised by the chip, this strike was meant to penetrate the enemy's cockpit. However, the opponent's instantaneous reaction, combined with Li Xian's own technical shortcomings, prevented the blow from achieving its intended impact. Nevertheless, even this strike, which had breached the mecha's interior, coupled with the disruptive energy field, inflicted damage upon the Knight's attendant's equipment. The exterior armor was compromised, with circuitry in the core itself severed, causing electrical sparks to erupt. Help me quickly! The pilot of the mech screamed in terror. In that moment, he was genuinely panicked. Initially, he believed his skills were comparable to Li Xian's, perhaps even slightly superior. But now, he was being utterly overwhelmed by Li Xian's relentless onslaught. In this state, the pilot felt as though he were facing his instructor, a C-class mech master. The pressure Li Xian exerted was no less formidable than that of a seasoned instructor. With a resounding thud, Li Xian first withdrew the power sword embedded in the enemy's mech, then deftly blocked an attack from another mech, countering with a swift kick that sent his opponent momentarily reeling. Every movement was executed with lightning speed. The knight's attendant, now knocked back, required no further attention from Li Xian. The three rookies, though inexperienced, were still soldiers, and witnessing Li Xian's dominance instantly boosted their morale. One veteran couldn't handle a single foe, yet three rookies surely could. Charge! Let us slay him. Wei Qian roared. Damn it, Gan Hong echoed, his frustration spilling forth. He had been severely suppressed throughout the battle, constantly sensing the threat of death. Finally, he was granted an opportunity to vent his frustrations. Aya! Ling Yangping emitted an instinctual roar. The three short-sword attendants surrounded a single knight attendant, and given the relatively equal performance of their mechs, the knight truly struggled to escape. In a one-on-one scenario, however, Li Xian's foe was in dire straits. I cannot die here. The knight attendant bellowed. Ha! This time, your words hold no weight. Li Xian roared, yet his movements remained relentless. The speed of his power sword intensified, and despite the knight's attendant's continuous attempts to block, an increasing number of scars marred his machine's surface. Kill! Li Xian bellowed once more, bringing his power sword down with ferocity. The pilot of the knight's attendant felt a wave of despair. At that moment, defeat was evident, and he found himself bereft of means to defend against such a strike. Ultimately, he resorted to sacrificing his left arm in a desperate bid for survival, laboriously raising the mech's left limb to gain precious moments of life. Boom! Li Xian's power sword cleaved downward, its vast and broad blade, coupled with the decomposing force field above, severed the knight's attendant's left arm. With the loss of its left limb, the knight's attendant experienced a decline in power and a deterioration in balance, necessitating greater exertion to maintain stability. The pilot screamed in terror within the cockpit, relying on muscle memory to continue maneuvering the knight's attendant in a counterattack. However, in such a compromised state, with the machine damaged and his spirit shattered by Li Xian's onslaught, even achieving 60 to 70% of his former strength was a considerable feat in this condition. The knight's attendant would likely falter against Li Xian, even in his pre-boosted state, let alone now, facing the enhanced version of Li Xian in his supercharged mode. Consequently, the knight's attendant was thoroughly overwhelmed. Li Xian continued to roar, channeling his psychic energy, while his chip relentlessly analyzed the enemy's offensive and defensive strategies. Mathematical and physical formulas flickered within the chip, guiding Li Xian to discover an impeccable trajectory of attack in this tangible world. Let me slay you. The power sword deflected the enemy's weapon before the knightly retainer could react. With the aid of immense force and a disintegration field, the power sword pierced through the enemy's cockpit. Outside the cockpit, Li Xian had already struck several blows, and following the wounds he had inflicted earlier, this strike met with no resistance whatsoever. Chapter 84, Overclocking, Part 3, Capturing Unknown Psionic Signals. Psionic signal transmutation in progress. The knightly retainer has perished. Li Xian withdrew the power sword from the enemy's cockpit, its pristine condition unblemished due to the disintegration field. The knightly retainer, now riddled with scratches and emitting plumes of black smoke, collapsed with the force of a mountain falling. Boom! From a distance, an electromagnetic cannon struck Li Xian's short sword retainer. However, this projectile was effortlessly thwarted by Li Xian's void shield, ignoring the distant foes. Once the knightly retainer on the battlefield was dispatched, the enemies of the Milda retainer army posed little challenge. Meanwhile, the knightly retainer, besieged by three short sword retainers, found himself increasingly beleaguered. Although the recruits were not formidable, facing three adversaries proved to be a daunting task. This was not a conflict between mere mortals. Had it been an infantry skirmish, the disparity in individual strength might have made a difference. The potential inadequacy in speed, agility, and resilience may enable certain seasoned warriors to overpower several recruits single-handedly. However, the mechs present a different scenario. When the performance of the mech bodies is comparable, victory hinges solely on the finesse of the pilot's skills for precise adjustments. In one-on-one confrontations, a knight's retainer can easily dominate a novice, even in a two-on-one situation. They maintain the upper hand, capable of choosing which opponent to engage and exhibiting remarkable mobility, able to decide whether to attack or retreat with fluidity. Yet, in a three-on-one scenario, the dynamics shift dramatically. It is improbable that all three adversaries will engage head-on. Wei Qian, Ling Yangping, and Gan Hongkai each selected a distinct direction to launch their assault on the knight's retainer. Although they were not particularly skilled, these recruits had undergone several years of training. And once their nerves settled, their inherent combat acumen began to surface. The three short sword retainers bore injuries, Yet the Knight's retainer was also in a less than optimal state. Observing the battlefield, Li Xian discerned the escalating situation and resolved not to permit the trio to continue their relentless assault unassisted. Instead, he decisively entered the fray. While it was plausible that the recruits could ultimately slay the Knight's retainer through sheer numbers, the risk remained that the Knight might retaliate and inflict severe damage upon one of them. Prolonging the engagement would undoubtedly grant the recruits some experience. But in the theater of war, the safest approach is to eliminate the enemy directly. There are always opportunities for training. In a battlefield rife with peril, this is not the ideal environment for honing one's skills. At the very least, not at this moment. Currently, the overall battlefield remains in a state of equilibrium. With a substantial presence of enemy soldiers still within the C3 sector, they employed a variety of heavy firepower, capable of restraining the attacks of the dagger-wielding retinue on the knightly vassals. Just as Li Xian cast a fleeting glance, several mechs' void shields had already been shattered. The overloaded void shields of the dagger-wielding retinue, stripped of their protective casing, drew the enemy's assaults like fruit exposed after its peel was removed. In such a precarious state, how could Li Xian dare to train his troops? Swiftly eliminating this foe and guiding the new recruits to assist others was the true path to victory. Wei Qian, shift to the side. Li Xian's voice resonated within the squad's channel. Startled from his fervent engagement, Wei Qian instinctively moved aside, his mind struggling to catch up with his actions. It was only after Li Xian entered the fray that he fully grasped the situation. He bellowed, "Boss, did you just kill that one?" "No way." "Incredible!" The new recruits erupted in exclamations. "Killed," Li Xian calmly uttered, dismissing the astonished cries of the newcomers. The power sword swiftly cleaved through the unresponsive rear armor of the knightly vassal. "Impossible! Ah, how could you kill him so quickly?" The pilot of the knightly vassal shrieked, disbelief saturating his tone. Yet, he would soon find no room for disbelief. Like the dagger-wielding retinue, the knightly vassal's energy and propulsion systems resided in its rear. Wei Qian's retinue, equipped with a backpack filled with electromagnetic cannon shells, appeared bulkier at the back. However, knightly vassals rarely carried long-range weaponry. Even when they did, it was typically energy-based. This led to Li Xian's attack, which could directly annihilate the armor on the back of his opponent. With but a single strike, the defensive armor behind the enemy was torn asunder, and the energy system was ruptured by Li Xian, creating a gaping wound. A torrent of immense energy surged forth from the injury, accompanied by a cacophony of plasma and sparks. At that moment, the knightly retainer hastily turned, eager to confront Li Xian. Though the energy system of the knightly retainer was under assault, it would not immediately detonate. However, it would undoubtedly suffer adverse effects. The most benign of these would be a rapid depletion of energy, but there were other perilous repercussions as well. For instance, it could lead to a catastrophic self-detonation of the mecha or an intense thermal combustion that would obliterate other sections of armor and equipment. Regardless of the outcome, it signified that the knightly retainer's life was drawing to a close. The destruction of the energy system caused the temperature within the cockpit to soar dramatically. As crimson warning lights blazed incessantly, the mecha pilot, drenched in sweat, was overtaken by despair. He could hardly fathom that the tide of battle could shift with such swiftness. Just moments ago, they had held the advantage, poised to dominate the four inexperienced adversaries with overwhelming force. Yet, in the blink of an eye, one novice had undergone a transformation, even overlocking. How could such a calamity befall me? The mecha pilot howled in frustration and turned to engage in combat with Li Xian. However, in his current state, Li Xian perceived every movement with piercing clarity. Each step, every counterattack and block executed by the knightly retainer was discernible to him, as if laid bare before his eyes. Faced with the anguished howls of the knight's attendant, it was indeed a sound that could bring tears to the listeners and instill fear in the hearts of those who heard it. Yet, Li Xian remained unfazed, wielding his power sword with a swift arc, continuously parrying the enemy's weapons while leaving scars upon the knight's attendant. The three new recruits were not idle. They launched relentless attacks from the flanks and rear. The power swords of the new soldiers were no different from those of the veterans. When utilized correctly, they could be lethal. The knight's attendant's armored body was torn asunder by successive strikes. Ultimately, amidst the tragic wails of its pilot, the knight's attendant erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The high temperature and flames from the energy leak engulfed the entire mech, surrounded by azure electronic flames that blazed fiercely. The fire shot skyward, reminiscent of the fiery jets from the engines of a fighter aircraft. Unknown psychic energy signals detected. Transcoding psychic signals underway. Chapter 85. Imperfection. Who? Inside the cockpit, Li Xian gasped for breath, turning to survey the other battlefields. At this moment, Jiang Lu's C-class Vanguard model mech had also entered the fray. Compared to the short sword attendants, the Vanguard mech was significantly larger. Generally speaking, for mechs, a larger size often translates to greater speed, strength, and devastating power. As a C-class psychic, Jiang Lu's presence on the battlefield was akin to effortlessly cleaving through vegetables. The Knight's Attendant was no match for the Vanguard, which dispatched enemies at a pace far exceeding that of Li Xian in his hyper-accelerated state. Within the corridor, subsequent reinforcements of tanks and armored infantry continuously emerged. They systematically eliminated the remaining foes at the end of the passage and swiftly advanced into the C3 region, initiating a bombardment against distant adversaries. The tide of battle had been decisively turned. As Li Xian dispatched the second nightly retainer, the term suddenly flashed in his mind. He promptly commanded the chip within his consciousness. Exit overclocking mode. Command received. Both chips simultaneously exited overclocking mode. In the cockpit, Li Xian's vigor noticeably waned. The acute awareness of the enemy that had enveloped him dissipated, leaving him with a lingering sense of loss. Exhaling a deep breath, he ordered the 3 new recruits, target the enemy's long-range fire positions. Alleviate the fire pressure on our comrades. Yes, boss. This time, they coordinated to take down a nightly retainer, and the tension of entering the battlefield began to wane. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yaoping maneuvered their mechs, delivering precise strikes against the enemy's long-range firepower. As for the enemy's mechs, their assistance was no longer required. With a numerical advantage, and the addition of Commander Jiang Lu's advanced mechs to the fray, the situation became exceedingly clear, significantly enhancing the mech superiority of the Blueprints faction. While attacking the enemy from a distance, Li Xian calculated his gains and losses from this encounter. Foremost among his acquisitions was the mastery of the method to enter overclocking mode. For others, entering the realm of overclocking may prove to be a formidable challenge. However, with the aid of my psychic chip, I possess the ability to effortlessly reboot into overclocking mode at any moment. In comparison to the standard combat mode, overclocking mode is undoubtedly formidable. It is akin to a doubling of conventional combat capabilities. Under such circumstances, engaging in one-on-one combat, or even 1 against 2 or 3, seems hardly daunting. Yet, after a brief assessment of my residual psychic energy, I reminded myself, generally speaking, if one can vanquish the enemy using standard mode, it is wise to refrain from entering overclocking mode. The energy expenditure in this mode is alarmingly rapid. Had the adversaries not been few in number this time, I might have depleted my energy before fully neutralizing them. However, upon further reflection, if the enemies are of such strength that they cannot be defeated even in overclocking mode, then they would certainly prove insurmountable in standard mode, potentially leading to my own downfall. Overall, overclocking mode is indeed a coveted trump card envied by all mecha pilots. Once this card is played, even the most formidable foes become mere trifles. Moreover, this time I have garnered additional rewards, specifically 2 psychic signals. The bounty from this encounter is sure to be substantial. Speaking of psychic signals, the first signal has already been completely decoded. The unknown psychic signal has been successfully translated. Please select the desired information to download from the options below. D2 level Mecha long-range shooting skills, 89.2. D4 level universal Mecha piloting skills, 68.3. D3 level Milda general knowledge, 46.4. D4 level universal Mecha close combat skills, 76. In such a battlefield, Li Xian felt no hesitation and immediately selected the 4th option. Enhancing his strength, which is the true path to survival on the battlefield. The psionic signal began to download, and Li Xian's close combat skills were rapidly advancing. D4 level universal Mecha close combat skills, 11 to 15. Various close combat techniques flashed through Li Xian's mind, interspersed with images of practice and combat. All of this raced through his consciousness, and once it subsided, he shook his head to dispel the chaotic sensations. He gazed at the rewards after fully absorbing the psionic signal. First, his close combat level rose to D4 level Mecha close combat skills, 57. Next, his psionic level also ascended to D4 level, 23. A smile graced Li Xian's face. Even if 2 knightly subordinates were to confront him, they would stand no chance, instead becoming the nourishment for his continued growth. Soon, the second psionic signal was also successfully decoded. Li Xian's gaze swiftly bypassed other options and landed on his favorite choice. 4. D4 level Universal Mecha Close Combat Skills, 45 download. A new round of downloading commenced, but once everything settled, Li Xian furrowed his brow. After fully absorbing this psychic energy signal, his close combat skills reached 65, and his psychic energy level ascended to D4, standing at 42. Contemplating this data, Li Xian pondered, if the opponent's skill level is inferior to his own, does that diminish the absorption effect? Although both are at D4. The lower percentage resulted in only an 8 increase upon absorption. If the enemy's skill level is even lower, would the outcome be even less favorable? Nevertheless, the enhancement of psychic energy persists, seemingly unaffected by skills. What it is what it shall be. This indirectly suggests that as my psychic energy level increases, absorbing signals from those with lower psychic and skill levels yields significantly reduced benefits. Li Xian let out a soft sigh, but quickly reassured himself. In this world, is there truly such a thing as perfection? With this psychic energy chip and the ability to absorb the energy signals of slain foes, I am indeed fortunate. Even if it cannot be entirely flawless, it is still a considerable blessing. One must not harbor excessive aspirations. Chapter 86. Cleansing. Having tidied his thoughts and sensing a slight increase in his strength, Li Xian shifted his focus to the remaining adversaries. The enemies in their mechs either fled or were surrounded by a group of dagger-wielding attendants. At this moment, Li Xian could not rush in to claim their lives. In this battle, he has already claimed 2 enemy mechs. If he were to rush in to assist others at this moment, they might not necessarily express their gratitude. Thus, Li Xian opted to eliminate the distant infantry and armored units who were relentlessly attacking. As the skirmish progressed, his void shield retained at least half of its defensive capacity and was gradually regenerating. This was certainly unwelcome news for the enemy's non-mech forces. Boom. The mechs surged forward with remarkable speed, their colossal forms and heavy footsteps overshadowed by the fierce exchanges of gunfire. Zing. After a brief charge, the plasma cannon on his left arm locked onto a bunker that was incessantly firing, and with a single shot, he unleashed a devastating blow. Boom. In the next instant, the interior of the bunker was engulfed in crackling arcs of electricity, extreme heat, and flames. The soldiers of the milled army within were instantly reduced to charred remains. The enemy mechs are advancing. Concentrate all heavy fire on the approaching mechs. The squad commander bellowed in terror. Had the attackers been infantry or armored troops, he would not have felt such dread. However, the arrival of mechs instilled a profound sense of foreboding. In an instant, a barrage of firepower converged upon Li Xian: electromagnetic rifles, rapid-fire cannons, electromagnetic artillery, anti-tank missiles, and rocket launchers. All units, engage and provide fire support. Li Xian calmly commanded through the squad channel. Understood, Captain, replied Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping, who immediately maneuvered their mechs to charge forward in unison. Simultaneously, the plasma cannon in hand, along with the unfinished electromagnetic cannon, continued to unleash a relentless barrage. After issuing his orders, Li Xian maneuvered his sword-wielding attendant to charge towards the enemy's defensive stronghold with increased velocity. Boom. The mech executed a small leap, its power sword sweeping through a wide arc, obliterating a series of anti-tank missiles in swift succession. The ground shook with thunderous explosions. These detonated anti-tank missiles posed no threat to the power sword, which was equipped with a disintegration field. Although the C3 area was substantial, it was merely a trifle for ordinary infantry and armored units. For the mech, it was trivial indeed. Li Xian's charge and leap brought him directly into the heart of the defensive position. Die! Roared a soldier with golden hair and blue eyes, daringly peeking from behind cover. A shoulder-mounted anti-tank missile poised for launch. Unfazed by the provocation from the ants beneath him, Li Xian lowered the main cannon of his left arm, the 55mm laser cannon. Whoosh! Boom! A crimson beam of lasers sliced through the air, creating a vast crater in the ground below. As for the soldier from Milda, who once bore the anti-tank missile, he was now likely reduced to mere remnants. Each shot from Li Xian's 2 main weapons required a recharge before they could be fired again. While this may have rendered them somewhat slow, as long as the energy supply for the mech remained intact, there was no need to fret over firepower. Yet, within this defensive position, Li Xian found no necessity to continue firing. The power sword in his grasp was the most formidable weapon of all. All fortifications, when faced with the might of advanced weaponry, are akin to mere paper, effortlessly sliced apart. A reinforced concrete bunker, though resilient against heavy artillery, stands no chance against a 4-meter-long power blade, which cleaves through it with ease. The soldiers within, once a handful, are reduced to mere fragments. Some defenders, upon encountering Lexin, turn tail and flee. Those fortunate enough to have access to underground passages might escape. Yet those attempting to flee above ground face an almost certain demise. Such conventional defensive positions offer little resistance against mechs. In no time, a defensive stronghold is entirely obliterated by Lexin and his team. Charge forth. Seize the enemy's position swiftly. Eliminate the hidden foes. The commander of Hungan Defense roars, issuing commands to his troops. This battle has been exhilarating. With minimal casualties, they have utterly dismantled the enemy's defenses. Several infantry fighting vehicles swiftly emerge from the passage, racing towards the recently captured position. Bang! The doors of the infantry fighting vehicle swing open, and soldiers pour out like sardines from a can, eager to engage. On the battlefield, the defensive capabilities of armored infantry fighting vehicles are woefully inadequate. A dozen rounds from a machine gun, a single shot from a tank cannon, or even one from an infantry electromagnetic gun could send them flying. Undeniably, the infantry fighting vehicle possesses significant advantages in troop deployment, along with its carrying capacity and defensive capabilities. Although riding in an infantry fighting vehicle may not be entirely safe, should infantry be given the choice between traversing on foot or aboard an infantry fighting vehicle, nearly all would prefer the latter. Indeed, while the defensive capabilities of infantry fighting vehicles may be lacking, they still surpass those of the infantry themselves, unless the battlefield renders the infantry fighting vehicles entirely burdensome. The vast majority of soldiers would still opt to board them. The infantry swiftly dashed into the cover, engaging in fierce gunfire with the remaining enemies in the area. In a short span of time, they thoroughly secured the position. Meanwhile, Lexin and his team retreated to the entrance of the corridor. The support troops arrived promptly to replenish ammunition. Lexin issued commands to the support troops via the command channel. The support troops quickly mobilized their armored vehicles, surging forth from the corridor. The fierce battle ahead offered them no opportunity to engage, though they were indeed armored vehicles. The thickness of their armor rendered them nearly as fragile as cardboard in such an intense combat environment. A moment's carelessness could lead to being obliterated by enemy fire. The destruction of an armored vehicle itself would be a minor concern. However, if the munitions stored within the mechs were to detonate, that would pose a grave dilemma. In such a densely packed front line, a chain reaction of ammunition explosions could have far-reaching consequences, potentially impacting surrounding vehicles as well. The scales of victory in the ongoing battle have decisively tilted in favor of the blueprint, allowing Lexin to call for the support of auxiliary troops. On the armored vehicle, the auxiliary soldiers deftly manipulated mechanical arms to replace the ammunition packs of the electromagnetic cannon onto the mechs of Wei Qian and his companions. In Chapter 87, Cleansing Part 2, Wei Qian pointed with his right arm towards the battlefield not far away, indicating the wreckage of two knightly mechs. Did you see those two mechs over there? This time, we can be considered to have made a contribution. It's a pity you didn't enter the battlefield. His words were imbued with both regret and pride. It was their first time on the battlefield, and they had managed to achieve results, albeit with a 3-to-1 advantage and ultimately 4-to-1. Nevertheless, regardless of how the victory was attained, the destruction of a single mech constituted a commendable achievement. 2. You are truly remarkable, exclaimed a new auxiliary soldier, peeking out from the armored vehicle, his face brimming with admiration as he gazed at the mech wreckage ahead. Team leader Li is incredible, the veteran driver also remarked. Unlike the new recruits, the veterans had deeper contemplations. They could discern the situation on the battlefield with clarity, having just connected to Lexin's command channel. Although they could not speak, they could hear his directives. If we had been there just now, perhaps we could have shared in some military credit, the new soldier murmured softly. The veteran driver cast a sidelong glance at him, patted his shoulder, and gestured towards the still-burning armored vehicles of the short-tailed mouse not far away. Do you see that? If we had emerged earlier, we would have met the same fate. Leader Li is a good man. He only let us come up after the battle was nearly finished. Had we arrived sooner, we might not have secured any merits. But the danger would have been undeniable. The rookie gazed at the several short-tailed mice engulfed in flames. These were the armored infantry vehicles of Hungan Defense. In the midst of the recent fierce combat, they had charged out alongside the hunter tanks. The fortunate ones had survived, while the unfortunate had been reduced to wreckage. One short-tailed mouse blazed with fire, its turret and doors blasted off by a violent explosion. At the rear of the vehicle lay a charred corpse face down. The uniform of Hungan Defense had been incinerated, and the remnants of the helmet and weapon were almost fused with the lifeless body. On the ground nearby, Several patches of mangled flesh bore testament to the infantry who had perished. In the battlefield, not everyone could witness the remains, at times. In the confines of this narrow terrain, evasion was impossible. The bodies, crushed under the weight of vehicles and mechs, had been reduced to mere pulp. Blood soaked the ground, and fragments of limbs were scattered everywhere. Witnessing this scene, the rookie felt a surge of nausea in his stomach. Ugh! The veteran inside the armored vehicle's cabin lit a cigarette, also observing the hellish tableau before them. With a sudden inhale, he placed the cigarette into the observation port of the armored vehicle, allowing it to smolder slowly. The wisps of smoke gracefully ascended from the cigarette, gently wafting out of the armored car. As the three mechs replenished their ammunition, Lexin, on guard nearby, communicated through the command channel. The battle is nearing its conclusion. The threat level is minimal. Auxiliary soldiers, come up and familiarize yourselves with combat. Adapt to the environment. Subsequently, a few auxiliary armored vehicles waiting in the rear began to advance through the passage. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rapid-fire cannon mounted on the armored vehicle erupted in a relentless barrage. A dense rain of bullets assailed the enemy positions and fire points that continued to engage. At this moment, Lexin had retrieved his armored shield, raising it before him to deflect incoming enemy attacks. You three, maintain your assault formation and press forward. He commanded the three recruits. Leave no foe unscathed. Understood, leader. Lexin, however, did not join the fray. Instead, he trailed behind with 8 auxiliary armored vehicles. Here, he resembled a mentor, much like Jiang Lu had once trained him, encouraging the new soldiers to engage in these relatively low-intensity battles that posed little danger to the mechs. By remaining in the rear, he ensured his ability to provide support at a moment's notice while offering the auxiliary soldiers a degree of safety. Their defenses were inadequate. A single misguided anti-tank missile could easily obliterate them. Lexin sought to train his troops, not merely to permit the auxiliary soldiers to perish in battle. What he required were seasoned veterans, not lifeless corpses. The 8 armored vehicles unleashed a relentless barrage, suppressing the enemy's strongpoints ahead. Wei Qian and his companions maneuvered their mechs with remarkable speed, forming the offensive formation practiced during training, and commenced a massacre upon the enemy's positions. How could the enemy, predominantly composed of infantry and armored soldiers, withstand the onslaught of the mechs? As the auxiliary soldiers reached the front lines, the enemy's primary strongholds had already been neutralized. Charge! They swiftly cleared the remaining foes. In challenging areas, they called for reinforcements without hesitation. Each squad of auxiliary soldiers promptly disembarked and plunged into the defensive positions. With the exception of the commanders and gunners of each armored vehicle, all others had already engaged in the battlefield below. At this juncture, the remaining enemy combatants were merely infantry clinging desperately to their positions, posing little threat to the armored vehicles. In a small trench, 2 soldiers from the Milda army concealed themselves. This trench had a bend, making it difficult for the auxiliary soldiers outside to address the presence of these 2 Milda soldiers. Throw grenades! Cover me! An auxiliary soldier shouted to his comrades, simultaneously pulling the pins from several grenades and tossing them into the angled, undulating trench. Boom! 2 grenades detonated, sending clouds of dust and smoke billowing from the trench. Are they dead? One auxiliary soldier inquired of his nearby companion. Uncertain, one auxiliary soldier suggested, "Shall we go down and take a look?" He cautiously peered in, moving slowly into the depths, his actions quiet and his ears keenly attuned. Suddenly, with a frantic burst, he opened fire, scrambling out of the pit in a chaotic roll. "I'm not dead. Not yet," he bellowed, calling for support, demanding the arrival of an infantry flamethrower. Once he emerged, he collapsed onto the ground, his body weakened by tension. Soon, an infantry flamethrower was summoned. Boom! A searing jet of flame erupted from the device, engulfing the pit. The air was filled with horrifying screams. Chapter 88. Spoils. The C3 area fell swiftly. The Milda vassal army defending it either perished in battle or surrendered. Naturally, the number of those who chose to lay down their arms was minimal, and most were grievously wounded. After securing C3, the 2nd Squadron enjoyed a brief respite. The acrid scent of gunpowder and the lingering heat of flames had yet to dissipate when the soldiers resumed their labors. During this interlude, Lexin approached the fallen knight vassal whose cockpit he had pierced, intent on scavenging for spoils. In the chaos of such a battlefield, acquiring spoils proved challenging. Even the knight vassal he had slain, although potentially salvageable, would be considered part of the collective treasury. The spoils within his grasp were limited to the personal effects of the knight vassal's driver. He employed a mechanical arm to lift the cockpit cover of the Knight's attendant. Accompanied by the creaking of metal, the cockpit, pierced through by a power sword, was fully opened, revealing a grim scene to Lexin. The pilot had been impaled in half by the power sword, the disintegration process rendering the upper half almost entirely obliterated. The remaining two sections of the body appeared charred, with blood long since dried within the cockpit. Upon gazing at the corpse, Lexin shook his head. The face had been shattered by the disintegration field, leaving no trace of the enemy's appearance. Reflecting on his own situation, before entering the battlefield, he had carried nothing but his supplies, primarily energy paste in the No. 5 psychic composite, intended to replenish his psychic energy. He utilized his psychic energy to transfer the enemy's body to the ground. He was not so devoid of decency as to harbor overwhelming hatred for the Milda Knight Order. Both sides were merely serving their respective masters. After relocating the body, Lexin began to investigate the enemy's cockpit. The structure of the Knight's attendant's cockpit was largely similar to that of the short sword attendant. It seemed that the weaponry and vehicles across the entire Guansua 4-star planet followed a common design. Lexin quickly found the storage compartment on one side of the cockpit. Upon using his psychic energy to open it, a small drawer was extracted. Inside the drawer lay 3 vials of potion, all number 5 psychic composites, resembling those Lexin commonly utilized. Lexin, in a moment of exuberance, whistled cheerfully. The potions before him bore an uncanny resemblance, perhaps even being the same ones previously sold to the Milda Knights. Of course, it was equally plausible that trade relations persisted between the two parties even now. While the overt exchanges might be scarce, clandestine dealings undoubtedly thrived. Lexin carefully stowed away the 3 vials, claiming the spoils of war as his own. Among the remnants in the box lay a collection of trivial items, all of little value. Finally, a photograph materialized in his hand. It depicted a man of European descent, with golden hair and azure eyes, representative of the predominant demographic of the Milda Knights. During the colonial era, populations had long been mixed, yet distinctions among races remained. Within the blueprint group, the majority of humanity was of Eastern origin, while the Milda Knights primarily comprised Caucasians and Africans. The man in the photograph appeared to be in his 30s. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful woman of similar age, cradling an infant, while a young boy stood before them, a picturesque family of 4. Observing this scene, Lexin sighed involuntarily, his gaze drifting to the nearly unrecognizable corpse on the ground. He pressed his earpiece and addressed the auxiliary soldier. Old Lee, arrange for 2 individuals to assist the knights in collecting the bodies. Understood, leader. Soon, a squad leader from the auxiliary unit arrived with 2 others beside the knights. Lexin pointed to the corpse of the mecha pilot on the ground and instructed, "Take him out and bury him." Squad leader Lee gazed upon the lifeless body on the ground and promptly called for his assistant to retrieve a body bag, carefully placing the remains within it. In the end, Lexin took some inconsequential trinkets from a small drawer and added them to the bag, solemnly placing a photograph in the deceased's hand. Subsequently, he handed some items of modest worth, yet possessing a degree of significance, to squad leader Lee. Despite his repeated refusals, Lee eventually accepted them, swayed by the earnest expression on Lexin's face. He then loaded the body into an armored jeep and drove through the passageway towards the outside. Upon exiting the combat zone and reaching the surface, squad leader Lee's demeanor transformed, radiating joy. As the soldiers navigated the vehicle, he sat in the passenger seat, examining the items Lexin had given him. Among them were several pins, ornaments, and various knickknacks, collectively valued at approximately 10 energy coins, a sum that, while trivial for Lexin, represented a delightful windfall for the assistants. "This is for you. This is yours. And this little bit is mine. Does anyone have any objections?" Squad leader Lee divided the small assortment into 3 equal shares, ensuring that each of the 3 received a portion. Although the values might not be identical, they were close enough. Squad leader Lee is truly remarkable. Not only is he fierce in battle, but he is also generous and magnanimous, he exclaimed, donning a mechanical watch and marveling at his good fortune. "Indeed, I never expected that while retrieving a body, squad leader Lee would also share some treasures with us." A supporting soldier chuckled, "Not bad. Following leader Lee has indeed been quite rewarding. When we tally it up, we've gained some military merit this time. And it feels fantastic." The faces of several soldiers radiated with smiles. The vehicle halted in a desolate area outside the Behemoth Steelworks. Squad leader Lee disembarked and declared, "All right. Let us bury him here, brothers." After a brief flurry of activity, a shallow pit emerged before them. Squad leader Li glanced at his watch, sighed, and addressed the body in the shroud. For the sake of your watch, I'll make sure to bury you a bit deeper. Chapter 90. Revelry this time. Li Xian had slain 2 knightly attendants, but only one yielded any spoils. The other knightly attendant, having suffered a breach in its energy system and with its equipment destroyed, was nearly incinerated. Even if there were any valuable items within, they were likely reduced to ashes. After Li Xian finished surveying the battlefield, Jiang Lu approached, accompanied not only by him but also by Feng Dai and several other leaders. Master, Li Xian exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Lu beamed with pride, his expression brimming with joy. In contrast, the expressions of the others were far more varied, with many exhibiting envy. Jiang Lu remarked, you killed 2 knightly attendants this time? Li Xian nodded before shaking his head. Not quite 2. I killed 1, and the other was taken down in a combined effort with my comrades. Indeed, 2 in total, Jiang Lu exclaimed with admiration, while Feng Dai, filled with envy, remarked, Shaoli, have you truly entered the overclocking state? Now, not only Jiang Lu is fixated on Li Xian, but others share the same expression. Li Xian surveyed the eyes of everyone present and, with a slight smile, replied, Indeed. Brother Feng, I have been fortunate enough to enter the overlocking mode. It's fortunate I did, otherwise our team might have faced further attrition. Overlocking. Feng Dai murmured. You rascal, do you possess some secret? How could you suddenly achieve overclocking? Quickly, teach your elder brother. I am utterly envious. I wished for your well-being and survival. And yet you've improved so dramatically and entered overlocking. Feng Dai rushed over, draping his arm around Li Xian's shoulders and shaking him incessantly. The other team leaders, hearing Feng Dai's words, could not help but burst into laughter. Li Xian reciprocated by placing his arm around Feng Dai's shoulders and earnestly stated, Brother Feng, it's all thanks to your excellent teachings. During the most intense moments, I recalled your guidance, and I immediately achieved overclocking. You rascal, Feng Dai exclaimed. All right, old Feng. Enough of the antics, Jiang Lu chuckled. The state of overclocking is not easily replicated. However, Li Xian's ability to enter this mode is a boon for our entire squad. Then, Jiang Lu turned to Li Xian and said, when you have the opportunity, I'll gather everyone together for you to conduct a sharing session. Share your insights and reflections. It might prove beneficial to everyone. Li Xian nodded in agreement, responding promptly, No problem, Master. I am available anytime. All right. I will arrange the schedule. Jiang Lu chuckled. At that moment, Li Xian, who had previously been regarded as merely a fortunate rookie by other squad leaders, had officially integrated into the ranks of seasoned veterans within the unit. Previously, others had referred to him as the lucky new recruit, but the situation had changed. Li Xian had now demonstrated his prowess. Not every veteran had the opportunity to slay enemy knights. Throughout the battle, only 13 knightly retainers were vanquished, with Li Xian's team accounting for 2 of those. After charging into the fray, Jiang Lu swiftly eliminated 4 more. Thus, only 7 knightly retainers were dispatched by other squads. The remaining retainers, sensing the precariousness of their situation, retreated in a timely manner, despite the overwhelming numerical advantage. With nearly double the forces, they were unable to capture all 20 or so knightly retainers. This starkly illustrated the disparity between the new recruits and the seasoned veterans. Previously, when others remarked on Li Xian's fortune, it was laced with a hint of derision, mocking the fact that he had become a squad leader merely 2 months after joining. Some speculated that once he faced the battlefield, he would soon reveal his shortcomings, leading to significant losses for his squad. However, Li Xian defied expectations, achieving a remarkable turnaround. It seemed that within the entire 2nd Squadron, aside from Jiang Lu, Li Xian was the only one of comparable strength, although Li Xian's stamina may not be enduring. During that fleeting period, he was capable of effortlessly dispatching any adversary. Now, when we speak of Li Xian as the fortunate recruit, it is laden with envy. Who could possibly not feel envious? The sentiment is almost overwhelming. Nong Shuang from the first group gazed longingly at Li Xian's departing figure, taken away by Jiang Lu, and remarked, what an overachiever. Meanwhile, Han Zhong, the leader of the 8th group, stood dumbfounded beside him, exclaiming, how is it that you managed to have it all? Nong Shuang shot him a sideways glance and retorted, I've already begun to fantasize. Is it a crime to dream a little bigger? Shortly after Li Xian followed Jiang Lu, Feng Dai stealthily trailed behind. Li Xian, you rascal. I can hardly contain myself. How did you suddenly become an overachiever? Feng Dai shouted as he approached. Brother Feng, Let me share my secret. Li Xian whispered conspiratorially. Really? Feng Dai instantly perked up, his curiosity piqued. Jiang Lu patted Li Xian on the shoulder and chuckled. Look at this little rascal. How could he possibly have a secret? Besides, entering the overachiever mode varies from person to person. What he says and what you actually experience are entirely different matters. Now, Li Xian, don't mislead Feng Dai. He is not particularly bright as it is. Yes, master. Li Xian responded with a grin. Ah, you've truly learned to be mischievous. Feng Dai laughed heartily. Li Xian nodded with a smile. No problem. Let us indulge in a grand feast, the finest available. All in all, the trio of Jiang Lu, Feng Dai, and Li Xian formed the closest bond in the entire second squad. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai have been steadfast comrades, fighting alongside each other for an extended period. Although Li Xian joined them relatively recently, his remarkable skills were honed under the guidance of Jiang Lu and Feng Dai. Moreover, they have faced perilous situations together, including the initial assault by the 5 Tai Knights. The bond shared among the 3 transcends that of other team leaders and new recruits within the unit. Ultimately, it is Feng Dai and Li Xian who are truly trusted confidants of Jiang Lu. With Li Xian's newfound strength, Jiang Lu's influence within the squad is further solidified. Chapter 91. The sharing session that Jiang Lu had mentioned convened smoothly the day after the battlefield was cleared. However, it was not without its challenges, as an overwhelming number of attendees arrived. Originally, the venue was a modest tent hastily erected in the C2 area, intended solely for the squad's 40 members. To everyone's surprise, the first squad, led by Ku Qian, learned of the event and promptly brought along their entire contingent of 40 personnel. Shortly after, the mecha division of the 5th squad also squeezed into the already cramped space. Faced with such a crowd, expansion became imperative. Fortunately, the site was a wasteland, and with minimal effort, a new area was prepared. Although the venue appeared somewhat chaotic, not a single mecha soldier voiced any complaints. In the end, even Lu Quan dispatched personnel to set up remote equipment, joined by 2 additional squads responsible for assaulting peripheral positions, who also established remote systems. What began as a gathering of 40 individuals swiftly transformed into a congregation of 200. While it is true that those proficient in the art of chip overclocking are scarce, with a ratio of approximately 1 to 100, it was abundantly clear that among the 200 mecha warriors dispatched by the Blueprint faction, none possessed this rare skill. Only Li Xian emerged fortunate, having mastered the overclocking mode. The initial viewing featured the combat footage of Li Xian's mecha, commencing with the assault by the 7th group. Li Xian led the charge, bursting forth from the corridor to engage the enemy's ranged firepower. As the video progressed to the moment when 2 enemy knight escorts advanced, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. The audience, comprising over 100 novice mecha pilots, could empathize with the rising tension, particularly as they observed the 3 rookie pilots accompanying Li Xian. In the C1, C3 offensive zone, the 1st, 2nd, and 5th squadrons encountered formidable resistance from enemy mecha. Only the 2nd squadron emerged unscathed, while the other 2 suffered casualties. Amidst the fierce prior engagements, many new recruits trembled with anxiety, yet as they watched Li Xian's battle, they too could sense the heightened tension experienced by his 3 rookie companions. Without delving into excessive detail regarding the combat scenes, it suffices to say that upon conclusion, all present felt invigorated, perceiving the encounter as a resounding victory. The exhilaration was palpable, from being overwhelmed by 2 knight escorts to swiftly turning the tide through the activation of overclocking mode and ultimately vanquishing the foes in a matter of moments. The dramatic reversal was a spectacle that left the novice pilots yearning to partake in such valor. Following the footage, Li Xian commenced a sharing session regarding the overclocking mode. Although the proportion of individuals implanted with biological intelligence chips is not particularly high, there are still some, and it is not solely the mech pilots who undergo such implantation. Similarly, it is not exclusively the mech engineers who are able to enter the overclocking mode. Rather, it is the mech engineers who, upon mastering this mode, experience significant transformations. Across various professions, those who have grasped the chip overclocking mode have shared their experiences, albeit with differing methodologies and outcomes. It is fundamentally challenging to identify any replicable points. Yet despite this, nearly every fortunate individual who has mastered the overclocking mode feels compelled to share their insights. After all, the probability of mastering the overclocking mode is undoubtedly greater when one listens to such sharing than when one does not. In battle, I sensed that I had maximized the utilization of the chip, Even with the enemy's attacks and the chip assisting me in combat, I found myself at an impasse. It was only through a stroke of luck that I entered the overclocking mode, which for me symbolized the exhaustion of the chip's computational power in a dire situation. This, perhaps, is the reason for my entry into the overclocking mode. I am grateful for your attention to my sharing. I shall conclude my remarks here. After finishing, Li Xian gave a slight bow. Applause erupted throughout the venue. A true warrior indeed. Among the audience, a new mech recruit gazed at Li Xian with uncontainable envy. When will I be able to overclock, just like Captain Li? How I wish I had been assigned under Captain Li's command. A new recruit gazed in the direction of Wei Qian and his two companions. The three new soldiers under Li Xian were clapping so fervently that their hands turned red, their faces glowing with delight. What a thrill! Such exhilaration! Wei Qian murmured softly as he applauded. Ganhong's laughter was so broad that it seemed his back teeth would be visible. Although it was Li Xian on stage, as his subordinates, Wei Qian, Ganhong, and Ling Yang also shared in the glory. Though Captain Li was the one displaying bravado, from certain perspectives, his showboating was tantamount to their own. The military is a cohesive unit, and they too had made their mark this time, albeit by defeating a knight's retinue through a coordinated assault. Nevertheless, they had witnessed the blood of a mech. Furthermore, in the subsequent battles, the performance of the three was commendable, indeed quite impressive. Compared to other recruits, their achievements stood out significantly. As the applause subsided, a holographic projection of Lu Quan appeared on the table ahead. Salute! In an instant. Over 100 mech engineers in the room, along with dozens more from 2 other squads watching remotely, rose simultaneously to salute. In just a few short days, 3 regions have been secured. I estimate that the remaining 13 regions will not take long to capture entirely. Here, I would like to particularly commend the second squad. The holographic projection of Lu Quan directed its gaze towards the position of the second squad. In that moment, every mech pilot of the second squad instinctively straightened their posture and puffed out their chests. The second squad exhibited the swiftest pace in neutralizing adversaries, with not a single mech lost from their ranks. Moreover, not only did their mechs remain unscathed, but even the infantry and armored units from Hungan defense, who fought alongside them, suffered the least casualties. Here, I urge everyone to applaud the second squad. Clap, clap, clap. The venue resonated with thunderous applause. Lu Quan continued, stating, "This is a war. The paramount objective is to minimize our own losses and to secure victory in a swifter, safer manner." Li Xian, a relatively inexperienced team leader, based on the recent combat footage, displayed superior capabilities compared to many seasoned veteran leaders present. Not only did he enter the super-frequency mode, but his leadership surpassed that of numerous commanding officers in attendance. Chapter 92. Dispute in the projection. Lu Quan's expression was grave. He continued, "Many team leaders have yet to transcend the role of an ordinary soldier. You are no longer merely mech pilots. You are commanders of a combat unit. Your responsibilities extend beyond engaging the immediate enemy. You must also be vigilant of your comrades, providing them with optimal commands and guidance. Many of our comrades have recently graduated from military academies, and their experience may be lacking. However, the valor and ardor inherent in soldiers remain steadfast. And I hope all leaders will take inspiration from Li Xian. Not only should they exhibit bravery in battle, but they must also excel in management, effectively commanding all members within their teams. In the command center, I do not wish to receive reports of fallen soldiers or damaged mechs. What I long to hear are the accounts of victories, the jubilant news of enemies vanquished. Fellow comrades, do you possess the confidence to lead your comrades well and achieve successive victories?" "Yes, yes." The holographic projection of Lu Quan nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Excellent. In that case, I shall await your favorable news." The projection of Lu Quan faded away, marking the conclusion of this sharing session. Afterward, Li Xian, having gained prominence, found himself approached by Ku Qian, the captain of the 1st Squadron, and Xiao Hong, the captain of the 5th Squadron, accompanied by several trusted squad leaders. Ku Qian was an old acquaintance. He shared a good rapport with Jiang Lu, and their teams had fought side by side in the past. Ku Qian remarked to Jiang Lu, "If only Li Xian had been assigned to me back then." "Haha, you dreamer." Jiang Lu laughed heartily. "Li Xian, why don't you join my squadron? I would gladly offer you the position of deputy captain." Ku Qian earnestly grasped Li Xian's hand and inquired directly, "Do we have a deputy captain in this structure?" Li Xian turned to Jiang Lu, questioning in confusion. Jiang Lu remarked, "What deputy squad leader?" He intends to directly hand over the position of squad leader to you. He will merely assist you. Isn't that so, Kuchien? Kuchien abruptly withdrew his hand and turned to leave, exclaiming as he walked away, "Not coming back, not coming back. Why are they still eyeing my position?" Jiang Lu erupted into laughter, and even Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle. The camaraderie between Jiang Lu and Ku Qian mirrored that of Li Xian and Feng Dai. The two groups had often engaged in activities together, and their playful banter was entirely natural. After the playful antics subsided, the other members of the squad gradually dispersed. It was then that Jiang Lu solemnly addressed Li Xian, saying, "Li Xian, entering the overclock mode is a stroke of luck for you, but you must not become complacent. Overclock mode merely amplifies your advantages. A solid foundation is essential." He continued, "Moreover, you must swiftly master the overclock mode to enter that state at any moment." In response to his mentor's heartfelt words, Li Xian nodded earnestly, "Yes, Master." Li Xian was determined to train diligently and strengthen his foundation, for in the battlefield, one must ultimately rely on their combat skills. As for entering the overclock state, that required no practice. Thanks to the psionic chip, Li Xian could activate the overclock mode at will, subsequently triggering the biological intelligence chip to overclock as well. After the sharing session concluded, Li Xian transformed from a previously inconspicuous squad leader into a mech commander well-known among the entire Blueprint Dispatch army, recognized and encountered by many. In a remarkable achievement, among the 200 individuals, one has attained the stature of being recognized by all. The sharing has concluded, yet the war rages on. The troops advance steadily, systematically eliminating underground strongholds. In a mere fortnight, both Region C and Region B have been thoroughly conquered. The casualty figures remain within an acceptable range. As the offensive continues, the enemy's knights and their retainers have yet to make an appearance, allowing the short sword-wielding attendants of the blueprint to wreak havoc on the battlefield. In the rear, within Region A2, lies the command center of the Milda retinue army. At this moment, the command center is engulfed in a cacophony of disputes. On one side stands Roy, the brigade commander of the Milda retinue army, and on the other, DuPont, the commander of the knightly retainers. DuPont, a nearly 40-year-old African man, faces Roy, a Caucasian. In terms of military rank, Roy holds a higher position, but he is an officer of the Milda retinue army, whereas DuPont commands a C-class knight mech and serves as an officer of the Milda Knight Brigade. DuPont presses his hands upon the table and coldly addresses Roy. The knightly retainers must withdraw from the battlefield. The enemy's numbers are overwhelming. We cannot hold the underground of this steel factory. Rather than feudally sacrificing our warriors here, we should charge forth and clear an escape route. Since Beishimo can no longer defend itself, why waste time here? Roy remains composed in his chair, his finger tracing the underground structural diagram before him as he replies, "The orders I have received are to hold the Beishimo steel factory at all costs. Until the higher-ups issue a retreat command, we cannot vacate this battlefield. Your knightly retinue has long since abandoned the fray, resulting in our rapid loss of several defensive positions. Were it not for the necessity of your continued participation in this combat, I would possess the authority to execute you on the spot." Roy gazed calmly at DuPont. "Execute me, you, mere attendants of the military." DuPont's eyes shimmered with the light of psychic energy, arcs of electricity and flames beginning to emanate from the corners of his eyes, a clear manifestation of a psychic warrior preparing for battle. Boldness. Roy's guards instantly seethed with fury, drawing their weapons and aiming them at DuPont. Clad in lightweight powered armor, these guards donned individual, compact exoskeletons that provided commendable defense in combat, while also amplifying the soldier's strength, capable of withstanding several shots from rapid-fire cannons. Naturally, such formidable protection comes at a steep price. DuPont merely cast a glance at Roy's guards, and with a flash of electric arc, he disarmed one of them, heightening the tension within the command staff. DuPont contemptuously surveyed the surrounding officers. Although some among them were psychics, their abilities and combat strategies were woefully inadequate. The majority of psychics simply could not contend with the mech battalions, as evidenced by their slower training speeds and diminished combat prowess. "Roy, manage your men. I have submitted a request to the higher-ups to evacuate the knightly retinue from the Beishimo steelworks. Since you are unwilling, you may remain here with your brigade and perish in this wretched place." Humph. Chapter 93, Dispute, Part 2, confronted by the soldiers encircling the entrance. DuPont paid them no heed, directly shoving them aside with a decisive gesture. At the command post, Roy watched DuPont's retreating figure, his teeth clenched in frustration. Once DuPont had departed, The other members in the command center, primarily the staff officers, turned their gazes towards Roy. With a deep sigh, Roy remarked, "Let us return to our duties. We must strategize how to defend the upcoming territories." Upon hearing this, the majority of the staff officers busied themselves once again. Within the command center, the responsibilities of the officers were numerous and varied. A whole composite brigade, comprising thousands of individuals, generated a plethora of matters that required reporting and resolution on a daily basis. These concerns extended beyond mere combat operations to encompass a myriad of miscellaneous tasks. Particularly in a state of warfare, issues such as replenishing the frontline troops with weapons and ammunition, determining which units should be stationed or rotated, managing the treatment of the wounded, and the proper disposition of fallen soldiers' remains were paramount. Additionally, the gathering of intelligence regarding both enemy and friendly forces added to the complexity. It can be asserted that within the command center, the busiest individuals were undoubtedly the staff officers. The brigade commander merely needed to focus on directing operations and establishing overarching strategies, while the staff officers grappled with far more intricate considerations. Indeed, if the command center were to function without its commander, the troops might still maintain a relatively stable state, albeit with diminished combat effectiveness. If several staff officers were to depart with no one to take their place, it would not be long before the troops encountered an array of peculiar and troubling issues. Roy's chief of staff approached him, softly inquiring, "Are DuPont and the others truly leaving? Is it permissible for them to depart? Without the Mechs, relying solely on our existing forces, it seems unlikely we could withstand the enemy's mech battalions for an extended period." Roy, wearied, rubbed his temples and replied, "If DuPont wishes to leave, it is beyond our power to hinder him. His command authority rests only partially with us. Should he genuinely seek withdrawal from his direct superior, I believe those knights would indeed permit their exit from this stronghold." Originally, the operational plans of the attendant army had not met the approval of those noble knights. And now, having suffered casualties, alas, the staff officer, upon hearing this, could not suppress a sigh. "How many troops do we have remaining? What is the status of each battalion?" Roy inquired. The chief of staff shook his head and responded, "The conditions across the units are dire. The 345th and 346th Infantry Battalions have been nearly decimated. Not only the soldiers, but even the battalion and company officers have almost all perished. The situation in the other battalions is slightly better, yet they too have faced nearly half their losses. We are currently suffering from a severe shortage of manpower. Nearly all the remaining troops capable of combat are already stationed on the front lines. Now, only the severely wounded soldiers are able to remain in the rear, while those with minor injuries receive basic bandaging before being sent back to the battlefield. Within the defensive lines, at least a quarter of the soldiers bear various injuries." As he spoke, the chief of staff's voice trembled with emotion. "Our medical resources are nearly depleted. If we continue, we may not even have supplies to dress wounds." Upon hearing this, Roy could not help but close his eyes in anguish. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "What about our weapons and ammunition? We can manage against the enemy's infantry and armored units, but when their mechs come, we are utterly powerless." After listening to the chief of staff, Roy lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke that enveloped his face. The chief of staff could not restrain himself any longer, saying, "Commander, should we consider retreating?" Roy, after taking a deep drag, set the cigarette down and turned to the chief of staff, asking, "Is this your opinion, or the consensus of the others?" The chief of staff replied, "It is my thought, but it reflects the sentiment of the entire team. Commander, our 232nd Brigade has already lost 2/3 of its strength. If we continue like this, we will be completely annihilated." Roy remained silent, as the command room gradually fell into silence, with guards and staff members all watching him intently. He shook his head and slowly remarked, "I have already requested a retreat, but the military headquarters has not approved our withdrawal. This place has become a deadlock. What purpose does it serve for our beleaguered forces to remain here? The enemy has engaged at least 3 squadrons of short-sword mech warriors, comprising over 100 machines. If our defensive line lacks mech units, they could easily seize the position with a single charge. Commander, our defense is utterly feudal. Why does the military refuse to permit our withdrawal?" Roy asserted, "We must hold the Blueprints' dispatched forces here, for this is now our only stronghold. Should the Blueprints capture this location, they would have a clear path to the vast plains beyond. Securing this ground would allow them to directly assault our industrial zones and residential areas. This total war has revealed that not only are the Blueprints unprepared, but we, the Mildanites, are also ill-equipped. Retreat is no longer an option. This is our final stand. Now, our only course of action is to fight valiantly, taking down as many foes as we can in the process. The chief of staff clenched his teeth and inquired, what about the night attendants? How can they withdraw? Their retreat is a strategic maneuver. The enemy has fortified their perimeter. Otherwise, our situation would be slightly more bearable, with reinforcements and supplies at least. I sincerely hope DuPont and his men can break through. Such an occurrence would signify that they have pierced the enemy's encirclement. We might still receive a new influx of supplies and reinforcements. Roy surveyed the command center, noting the palpable silence and the sluggish movements of the staff and guards. Roy remarked, consider the families you have left behind. We have no alternative. Chapter 94. Surrender. The situation on the side of the Milda army remained unknown to Lexin and his comrades. Even if they were aware, it would bear no significance. The battle continued to advance steadily, with the enemy's defensive resolve proving formidable. Even the wounded gritted their teeth and returned to the battlefield, which posed considerable challenges to the offensive of Hungan defense. Due to the prevailing obscurity, without advancing into the defensive zone, they could not ascertain if the enemy had stationed nightly escorts in the rear. Was it feasible for the Mechs to surge directly into the enemy's defenses? Certainly. But it also entailed a gamble. If, by chance, the rear of the enemy's line was occupied by a throng of nightly escorts, the vanguard of sword-wielding attendants would almost certainly meet their demise, unless precise intelligence could be acquired. Days later, on a moonless night, within the D2 sector of the Milda army's defense line, several remaining nightly escorts had gathered. DuPont sat in the cockpit, inhaling smoke, with white tendrils enveloping the entire cabin in a shroud, rendering visibility nearly impossible. However, the psychics were not hindered by this obscurity. Once DuPont activated the mech, he could command the entire machine. DuPont was also a C-class psychic, piloting a C-class mech, a nightly model. Damn it. Defend, defend, defend. What are we even defending here with just our mechs? DuPont cursed vehemently. He made one final attempt to contact Roy. Roy, I will say this once more. We are about to break through. If you wish to survive, arrange for the troops to accompany our escape. He is now preparing to evacuate, yet still wishes to lend a hand to Roy. Roy's voice, tinged with resignation, echoes, we have not received a retreat order. We can only hold our ground. DuPont, break through. I wish you good fortune. With that, Roy severed the communication. Fool, there's no waiting for the infantry. We depart. DuPont bellowed, issuing commands to all the knights and retainers within the command channel. In an instant, dozens of mechs roared to life, charging towards the outer defensive line. Within the command center, Roy too found himself enveloped in swirling smoke. This night would likely be one of sleeplessness. His chief of staff, at this moment, was absent from the operations room, possibly resting or inspecting the troops. Roy cast his gaze towards a particular direction, the A3 sector, the current front line of resistance. He surmised that his chief of staff was stationed there. The assault from the underground world does not distinguish between day and night, for visibility is obscured regardless. Whether the offensive occurs at dawn or dusk, the underground remains shrouded in darkness. Hence, as night falls, the attackers gradually temper their onslaught, for rest is still necessary. At this juncture, Roy's chief of staff had already emerged from the defensive formations of the Milda retinue. His movements were swift and remarkably discreet, evading the attention of soldiers stationed behind the front line. However, on the side of Hungan defense, vigilance remained. Someone had already trained their sights on the chief of staff of Milda. Wait. The squad commander beside him restrained the soldier who was about to fire, for he discerned that the enemy was evidently a high-ranking officer, unarmed and without weaponry. Shoot at his feet. For the sake of safety. The squad commander nonetheless ordered his men to open fire. Bang! The chief of staff, upon seeing the sparks at his feet, froze instantly, raising his hands in surrender. I come to capitulate. I possess crucial intelligence to convey. Before long, this chief of staff from the Milda army was escorted to the rear. Here, the highest commander of the frontline offensive was a company commander from Hungan defense. Naturally, interrogating a senior officer, especially one endowed with psychic abilities, would require more than just infantry. Night watchman Lexin swiftly arrived, alongside his short sword-wielding mech. What vital intelligence do you possess? Inquired Jiang Lu. Are you the highest commander here? The chief of staff initially scrutinized the company commander of the infantry regiment and Lexin's mech. His brow furrowed momentarily, only to soon relax. As a brigade officer of the Milda attendant army, he instinctively yearned to meet a superior officer. Yet, upon reflecting on his current predicament, He realized that from this moment forth, he was merely a surrendered captive, with no right to make further demands. Indeed, what intelligence do you hold? The infantry commander pressed. I am the chief of staff of the infantry brigade of the Milda Attendant Army. You come to surrender? The infantry commander asked. Yes. The chief of staff affirmed with a nod. You surrender. Have you brought any intelligence? The battalion commander inquired. Tonight, the remaining knights of our army will commence a breakout from the D2 sector, aiming to escape the depths of this steel mill. Only the Mechs? The infantry commander frowned and asked. The chief of staff replied, only the Mechs remain. The infantry and armored troops have been abandoned. Otherwise, do you think I would have surrendered to you? Observing the chief of staff of the mixed brigade speak with a hint of pride, Lexin felt his fist clench. After a moment of silence, the infantry commander turned and departed. Keep an eye on him. As the commander turned to leave, he soon encountered Jiang Lu, who had arrived hastily. After exchanging the gathered intelligence, both parties exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of it. What should we do? Can we trust this? The infantry commander hesitated. According to rank, he was on par with Jiang Lu. However, Jiang Lu was affiliated with the Blueprint Group and held a slightly higher position. Jiang Lu pondered. Regardless of whether the information is true or false, we should report it. If the enemy's Mechs truly begin their breakout tonight, reporting it will be a significant achievement. Even if it is not true, there is no harm to us. Upon hearing this, the commander nodded in agreement. He understood the reasoning, yet sometimes the decision-making was not his to undertake. The troubling matter was temporarily entrusted to Lu Quan and Jiji Zhuan. These two were currently the true authorities in this region, and Jiji Zhuan had gained significantly, rising from the rank of a brigade commander to commanding a greatly expanded force. Lu Quan was soon awakened and received the intelligence submitted by Jiang Lu. In the darkness of night, his face bore a confident smile. The intelligence he possessed, regardless of its veracity, held little significance for him. This was due to the fact that the forces of Blueprint and Hungan defense, particularly at the Beishimo steel plant, were in a state of overwhelming dominance. The information was merely a supplementary embellishment. Chapter 95, Surrender, Part 2. Nevertheless, Lu Quan still relayed the intelligence to the 3rd and 4th Mecha Squadrons, which had already subdued the enemy's outer defenses and established defensive strongholds. Reports indicated that the enemy's night retainers would attempt a breakout from the A2 area tonight, and he urged them to prepare their defenses diligently, warning them not to make any mistakes. Yes, Commander Lu, rest assured, we will promptly arrange our defenses, the squadron leaders assured him, practically thumping their chests in confidence. On the perimeter, the two squadrons swiftly mobilized their mechas to guard the potential pathways from which the enemy might emerge. Beneath the Beishimo steel plant, the short sword retainers were on the offensive, while the enemy's breakout would come at the expense of their defensive line against the short sword retainers. However, the need for vigilance extended beyond the confines of the Beishimo steel plant itself. There were also external personnel to be wary of. Fortunately, Blueprint had bolstered its blocking positions with a formidable force, comprising 3 infantry battalions, 1 tank battalion, and 1 armored battalion. Surrounding the forward base were several heavy artillery battalions from both Blueprint and Hungan, ensuring that should the enemy dare to assault, these heavy guns would decisively dominate the battlefield. For the time being, Lexin and his companions chose to disregard the situation on the periphery, their primary concern now being the next course of action they should undertake. The brigade chief of staff of the Milda Servant Army has just divulged a considerable amount of intelligence. This individual was quite cooperative, responding to inquiries from Jiang Lu and the infantry battalion commander with an openness that bordered on candor. In the end, while interrogating him, several individuals simultaneously communicated through their chips. The infantry battalion commander inquired, "What did the leaders say?" He had already reported his intelligence up the chain. Yet Ji Zizhuan did not express any particular sentiment, merely instructing him to continue the interrogation and to coordinate with the mech units. Clearly, as Blueprint significantly increased their troop strength, the influence of ground power on this frontline battlefield was also steadily on the rise, perhaps out of a desire to avoid responsibility, or perhaps due to the majority of command authority shifting to ground power. Ji Zizhuan maintained a rather detached demeanor. Jiang Lu remarked, "We have nearly exhausted the interrogation for intelligence. If what this individual says is true, and we encounter an assault from enemy knights in their retinue on the perimeter, it may indeed suggest that the defenses in areas A and D can be easily breached. Should we proceed to penetrate directly? What if this individual is merely a decoy, and the retreating enemy knights are also a deceptive lure, with a multitude of hostile knights lying in wait for us inside?" The battalion commander pondered this and posed a question. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu fell silent for a moment. Such a possibility was not beyond the realm of reason. After all, they were uncertain about how many enemy mech units might still be concealed within the remaining territory. It could be as the chief of staff suggested, with only a few dozen mechs, or perhaps there were many more. This was also the reason they did not hastily prepare for an offensive after hearing the intelligence brought by the chief of staff. At this stage of the battle, the situation was, in fact, somewhat transparent. Jiang Lu and Lu Quan could roughly infer the number of mechs below, and it was evident that the advantage in numbers lay with the blueprint side. However, the fear of unforeseen circumstances and hidden threats loomed large. Regardless, if a skirmish erupted outside, we should first secure the positions directly in front of us. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lu spoke solemnly. This decision received the endorsement of the infantry battalion commander. After reporting his thoughts to Lu Quan pondered for a while and exchanged opinions with the staff. Approved. You may act at the opportune moment, but exercise caution and do not charge too recklessly. Understood, Commander. Jiang Lu replied loudly. Boom. In the dead of night, the outer positions indeed erupted with the sounds of intense gunfire. Led by DuPont, dozens of night escorts began to break through from underground, only to be met head-on by the ambush of Blueprint's short-sword attendants. The intensity of the firefight in this area was exceedingly high. It was not just the mechs firing, but also the relentless charged attacks from heavy tanks, the Skull Crushers. Each plasma cannon discharge had the potential to shatter a night escort's void shield, and at times, could even obliterate the night escort outright. However, the assault from Milda's supporting breakthrough forces soon commenced. The outer defensive positions of Blueprint swiftly transformed into a dual-fronted engagement, with both sides fiercely clashing. Meanwhile, beneath the Beisheim steelworks, hearing the sound and subsequently receiving news from Lu Quan, Jiang Lu felt an immediate surge of purpose. He maneuvered the vanguard mech to stand before Chief of Staff Milda and declared, "We are about to launch an offensive. Do you possess anything that could assist us? The more you contribute, the better your future conditions will be." Milda looked up at the towering mech, sighed, and replied, "My surrender is not solely for my own sake. My death is inconsequential. However, I do not wish for my brothers to perish here. Before coming, I arranged for a signal to be sent, and the men on the front lines will willingly surrender upon receiving it." Jiang Lu maintained his composure, responding gravely, "Excellent. It is now their turn to act. I require them to lay down their arms and step out from their positions. Can you accomplish this?" The chief of staff closed his eyes and nodded silently, affirming, "Yes." "Then let us proceed." Jiang Lu, along with the infantry battalion commander, escorted Milda to the front lines. There, they temporarily lifted restrictions on the chief of staff, allowing his chip to communicate. Meanwhile, the infantry armored soldiers of Hangin and the mechs of the 2nd Squadron had assembled, poised for immediate action. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted along the enemy's defensive line shortly after the chief of staff transmitted the message. This instant compelled the infantry battalion commander to regard the captive with renewed interest. But soon, a scout exclaimed with astonishment, "The enemy has truly laid down their arms and emerged." Upon hearing this, the officers and the mech brigade swiftly directed their gaze in that direction. Indeed, soldiers from the enemy's defense line were gradually appearing, casting their weapons aside and standing at the periphery of the fortifications. "Rest assured, I have not resorted to deceit," sighed Milda's chief of staff. "However, you must act swiftly. While this position may surrender, it does not imply that the others will follow suit. Just now, I brought news of their capitulation, which surely has already reached the commander. Next, the armored units shall advance and promptly seize the enemy's positions," the infantry battalion commander declared. In the next moment, several armored vehicles, laden with infantry, roared forth toward the enemy's stronghold. Chapter 96, Assault A2. The first defensive position was captured almost without a fight. The only casualties in this engagement were likely those officers who refused to surrender. However, their numbers were minimal, as the conflict had reached a critical juncture. The Milda Infantry Brigade, stationed beneath the steelworks, had sustained nearly 2/3 of their forces. And had it not been for the terrain, which left these soldiers with no avenue for escape, they might have fled long ago. As the infantry secured the enemy's positions and escorted all captives to the rear, new dilemmas arose before the commanders of Blueprint and Hungin. Should we continue to advance or hold our position? The infantry battalion commander urgently inquired. If the enemy's knights and retainers have broken through, We might seize the entirety of the steelworks without further resistance. His voice was charged with excitement. If they were to seize the entire steel mill, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. This would hold significance not only for the Mech Battalion but also for their hanging defense. Promotions and salary increases would no longer be mere dreams. Continue the assault. Press on until we can fight no more, Jiang declared solemnly. Who could resist the allure of military glory? The subsequent advance proceeded remarkably well, but the respite was short-lived. After capturing yet another stronghold, gunfire erupted ahead. The chief of staff sighed. It appears you may need to push through. The officers here are reluctant to surrender. Foolishness. The infantry battalion commander exclaimed vehemently. Let us take our time. If the enemy lacks nightly escorts, we can assist in the offensive. Jiang reassured him. That would be preferable. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to take full credit for this achievement. Indeed, the battalion commander conceded, tempering his ire. The new offensive commenced swiftly. Realizing the enemy likely lacked nightly protection, the Mech Battalion launched a fierce assault. Although they did not directly charge in, the long-range firepower of the Mechs soon inflicted severe casualties on the enemy's Melita's soldiers. Meanwhile, the skirmishes at the periphery were equally intense. The nightly escorts fought desperately for their lives, each one in a state of perilous determination. The focus of the attack was a specific stronghold, with both sides engaged in a fierce struggle, resulting in significant losses. The captains of the 3rd and 4th squads were growing increasingly anxious. Commander, we call for reinforcements. We need support. On the periphery of the Milda Knights Regiment, troops were engaged in assaulting defensive positions, comprising not only infantry but also mechanized units. The two squadrons faced a considerable challenge. Surrounding the outpost, several blueprints and heavy artillery from Hungen defense had already commenced unleashing their firepower. Shells of 155 millimeters rained down from the heavens, striking the enemy's outer contingent with explosive fury, engulfing the desolate expanse in flames and shrapnel. Contemplating the situation, he swiftly issued commands to Jiang Lu of the 2nd Squadron and Xiao Hong of the 5th Squadron. What is your status? Upon hearing this, Lu Quan promptly declared, New orders. Capture the enemy's internal positions at the steel mill without delay. After the 2nd Squadron secures the position, launch an assault through the underground passages to pursue the enemy's retreating forces and strike at their flanks. 5th Squadron, clear the remaining foes and do not linger. Proceed to provide support. This time, I intend to eliminate the enemy's retreat and support units entirely. Upon receiving Lu Quan's directives, Jiang Lu and Xiao Hong exhibited no hesitation and responded in unison. Yes, Commander. With the new operational orders in hand, Jiang Lu wasted no time, issuing a series of tactical commands. Prepare for the assault. We must swiftly neutralize the enemy before us. Infantry. Follow our lead to eliminate the remaining adversaries and seize advantageous terrain. He instructed the infantry battalion commander beside him. Understood. Li Xian inquired, Master, what is the situation? Feeling a surge of warmth within, Li Xian nodded affirmatively. Yes, Master. The fierce battle erupted instantaneously. Upon receiving authorization from higher command, there remained uncertainty regarding the presence of ambushing night retainers behind the enemy's defensive lines. Even if such foes existed, one would have to charge forth resolutely. This battle demands that you keep pace with me. Yes, Commander. Yes, Team Leader. Let us proceed. In the next moment, Mech sprang into action, with Wei Qian leading the charge. Much like during the confrontation at Jiaolu, it was prudent not to be at the forefront. Li Xian also needed to nurture the new recruits while minimizing his own risk of casualties. The role of the vanguard could be entrusted to others. If night retainers truly awaited them from behind, Li Xian would engage them head-on when the time came. Their squad was not the first to initiate the assault. In the distance, 3 or 4 other groups had already commenced their offensive. They had been aiding the infantry in their advance, and upon receiving the command, they wasted no time in launching their assault. By the time Li Xian's group entered the fray, the preceding squads were already wreaking havoc within the enemy's stronghold. The air buzzed with intensity as Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping leveled their machine guns, unleashing a barrage of concentrated fire upon the enemy's fortifications. This defensive position was seized with minimal exertion. The infantry was once again reveling in the exhilaration brought by the mech assault, having effortlessly captured the position. Next, they faced another defensive stronghold, designated A2. Li Xian, lead your squad and follow my lead. Within the command channel, the composed voice of Jiang Lu resonated. Attention all units. Based on the intelligence provided by the captured enemy, The A2 sector is the location of the enemy's command center. The precise coordinates have been transmitted to your chips. This area has consolidated the enemy's final heavy artillery, hence we must proceed with caution during our assault. Nevertheless, capturing the enemy's command center is a significant achievement. I expect everyone to remain steadfast. Charge. Chapter 97. Assault on the command center in ancient battlefields. There were monumental military accolades such as the vanguard, decapitating generals, and seizing flags. In the interstellar age, while such terminology may have faded, capturing a critical enemy stronghold remains an extraordinary feat, securing the enemy's command center, even if it is merely that of a Mildine infantry brigade, is still a momentous accomplishment. According to the hierarchy of military blueprints, the commanding officer of an infantry brigade is at least of M3 level, equivalent to land supremacy. The responsibility for this task has fallen upon the shoulders of Jiang Lu's second squad for a straightforward reason. The chief of staff of the Mildine infantry brigade has been captured in their operational zone. Regardless of whether this chief of staff surrendered voluntarily or was apprehended, the task of assaulting the enemy's command center now rests with the second squad. Ahead, the assault by the mechanized forces is exceedingly fierce. Within the corridor, the mech stood almost side by side, their armored shields raised as they unleashed a relentless barrage of heavy fire upon the enemy's defenses. Boom, zing, rat-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The clash of combat ensued, with each side exchanging blows until, at a certain distance, the mech ceased fire altogether, charging forward with their shields held high, determined to breach the enemy lines. With a resounding explosion, one mech inadvertently triggered a reinforced landmine specifically designed for such machines. The blast erupted with a deafening roar, sending flames soaring into the sky. And a mechanical leg of a short sword attendant was shattered into fragments. This mech was rendered combat ineffective, and the fate of the pilot within now hinged on sheer luck. In the face of such mines, even the mech's formidable defenses could falter, particularly those of D-class designation. While the Void Shield could mitigate a plethora of damage, it primarily protected against ranged attacks. Mines, however, posed a different threat when a mech stepped directly onto one. The Void Shield proved powerless. Yet, the fall of a single mech did not halt the battle. A rookie mech, under orders, rushed forward to retrieve the damaged machine, pulling it back to safety. Meanwhile, the remaining mechs continued their valiant charge. Several auxiliary armored vehicles joined forces, securing towing cables to the severely impaired mech and retreating further back. Ahead, Li Xin had led 3 new recruits to breach the enemy's defenses, his power sword slicing through an enemy bunker. Boom. The disintegration of the structure rendered the enemy's firing position silenced in an instant. Do not hesitate, press on. The roar of Jiang Lu echoed in Li Xin's ears. Charge straight towards the enemy's command post. Yes, continue the assault. Jiang Lu entrusted the critical task of storming the enemy's command center to Li Xin's team and himself. While there was undoubtedly a personal motive behind this decision, it also constituted a formidable challenge. The defenses of the command post were undoubtedly the most robust. It was a tough nut to crack. Yet, this stronghold was also the most valuable target. Naturally, when planning an assault on the command post, Jiang Lu would select his trusted subordinates for the endeavor. Thus, it was only fitting that such a lucrative opportunity be bestowed upon his loyal confidants. Should Li Xin achieve glory, it would inherently reflect Jiang Lu's own success. As Jiang Lu's protege, their bond was far more profound than that of ordinary comrades. The honor of capturing the command post could be assigned to anyone Jiang Lu deemed fit, but should it be awarded to Li Xin, others would undoubtedly harbor their own thoughts. Conversely, if such a prime opportunity were not granted to either Li Xin or Feng Dai, how could Jiang Lu expect others to rally to his cause? Such an enticing task, one so conducive to gaining merit, if not bestowed upon his trusted allies, would deter others from following him. Thus, when the enemy's concentrated fire was directed at Li Xin's 7th team, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Charge. The enemy commander belongs to us. Li Xin roared, his voice nearly piercing the eardrums of the 3 new recruits. Think of the promotions and pay raises. Capturing the enemy brigade commander. These are all ours. Kill. Wei Qian's face flushed with excitement. Charge. Ling Yangping clenched his teeth resolutely. Gan Hong let out an instinctive roar. The concentrated firepower was simultaneously unleashed from their mechs. With the assistance of advanced chips and their inherent ranged skills, they managed to suppress numerous enemy infantry strongpoints. Remarkably, the long-range combat capabilities of the 3 new recruits' mechs were marginally superior to those of Li Xin. Li Xian, having downloaded several psychic signals, had chosen to focus on close combat techniques, leaving his long-range skill level dismally at D2. This time, he had equipped his mech with merely 2 main cannons, 1 plasma cannon and 1 laser cannon. His firing opportunities were limited, typically reserved for high-value targets. Boom. Another anti-tank missile struck Li Xian's void shield, bringing it perilously close to its capacity. Yet, Li Xian paid little heed to this precarious situation. He urged his mech forward with a fierce charge, wielding the power sword with great force. Crash! The pale blue glow of the disintegration field from his power sword cleaved a medium tank in half. The tank's ammunition was struck by an electric surge, leading to a rapid detonation. The remaining turret was sent flying amidst the explosive chaos, flames soaring into the sky, and shrapnel scattered wildly in all directions. In the presence of the mech, armored vehicles appeared as fragile as children weighing several tons. If tanks were so easily dismantled, one could only imagine the fate of ordinary infantry. Whether clad in full protective gear or not, they were rendered no different from paper, swiftly reduced to mere pulp under the electromagnetic cannons wielded by Wei Qian and his comrades. Meanwhile, Li Xian continued his relentless advance towards the most critical position. Boom. A colossal mech shattered the outer structure of the target command center with a brutal impact. The power sword tore through the walls, as the massive short sword-wielding attendant stormed into the very heart of the infantry brigade. Alas, an officer, perhaps a guard or an aide, found himself helplessly trampled beneath the short sword attendant's foot, blood gushing freely. The scene within the command center was now laid bare before Li Xian's eyes. The holographic sand table projection flickered ominously, distorted by the psychic emanations of Li Xian's mech. Inside the command center, fewer than 10 individuals remained. Brigadier Roy, clad in the distinguished uniform of the Milda Attendant Corps, his 2 aides, and several guards encased in full combat armor. Chapter 98, The Demise of Roy's Guards. Donned in individual power armor, wielded single-handed power swords. These blades, exceeding a meter in length, possessed the formidable capability to disrupt force fields. A soldier clad in such armor could potentially rend the defenses of an armored vehicle asunder in direct confrontation. Brigadier Roy, command your subordinates to lay down their arms and surrender. We shall ensure your safety and rightful treatment. Upon entering the command center, Li Xian swept his power sword, its blade directed menacingly at Roy, his voice resonating through the external speakers. Kill. Protect the commander. A guard, encased in full power armor, lunged towards Li Xian, the pale blue radiance of his power sword trailing a phantom-like arc in his wake. Unaware of your impending doom, Li Xian swiftly redirected his colossal power sword, cleaving towards the advancing guard. Flash! The blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, and the mech's velocity was such that the guards had scarcely any time to react before being cleaved in two. Even the infantry power armor, capable of withstanding the onslaught of an armored rapid-fire cannon, could not endure the ferocity of the Li Xian energy sword strike, leaving the body to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Li Xian flicked away the non-existent blood and coldly proclaimed, "Colonel Roy, cease your feudal resistance and sacrifices." Roy, seated in his chair, let out a deep sigh and addressed his aide. "After my death, instruct them to lay down their arms. Surrender. My warriors have already displayed the valor befitting them." The aide, initially taken aback, quickly inquired, "Colonel, what about you?" In the very moment following Roy's words, a radiant energy enveloped him as electricity and flames surged forth under his command, launching an assault on Li Xian. Inside the mech's cockpit, alarms blared. High energy response. Alert! Alert! Li Xian, who had been keenly observing Roy, reacted instantaneously the moment Roy exhibited a change, preempting the mech's warnings. The mechanical arm of the short sword attendant elevated, targeting Roy with its laser cannon. With a swift hiss, a substantial beam of red laser erupted from the cannon's muzzle, hurtling towards Roy. In response, Roy summoned his energy, conjuring a protective shield in front of him, aiming to intercept the impending attack. Amidst the swift evasion, having already dodged Li Xian's onslaught, Roy's furrowed brow relaxed as his psychic energy began to surge. He hurled the ornamental knight's sword from his grasp, directing it towards the offline mech cockpit. The moment Li Xian's main cannon fired, it coincided with Roy's projectile, each striking their intended targets in succession. How could the main cannon of a mechanical creation be thwarted by the energy derived from a human? The laser beam, having lost a portion of its potency, still pierced through Roy's psychic defense, creating a gaping hole in his chest, incinerating his thoracic cavity with its overwhelming energy. Roy was dead, perished within his own command center. In his final moments, he sighed and closed his eyes, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Liexine stood in shock, gazing at his mech's cockpit, where Roy's Throne Knight's sword had embedded itself into the armor, nearly penetrating halfway through. This scene left him astounded. Roy's weapon was no ordinary energy sword, and under the enhancement of psychic energy, it exhibited such formidable destructive power. Had it been an energy sword, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Only after Roy's demise did his guards finally react. "Colonel, eliminate him." Witnessing the enemies, blinded by hatred and rage, Liexine felt no hesitation within. With a decisive swing, he unleashed his energy sword. At times, size offers a significant advantage. The larger, the better, and the more, the merrier. Clash. One guard, evidently a competent officer, skillfully parried Liexine's attack with impressive close combat techniques. However, how could the immense mechanical power of the mech possibly be countered by mere human strength, even with powered armor? It proved futile, as his arm was shattered by the overwhelming force before he was subsequently slain. After swiftly dispatching several guards, Liexine directed his humming energy sword towards the two staff officers. He proclaimed, "I hope you will fulfill Commander Roy's dying wish. Issue the order to surrender." The two officers trembled slightly, their eyes fixated on the blood-soaked command center and the lifeless body of Roy lying not far away. A gaping hole marred his chest. The flesh and blood seemingly vaporized. The edges of the wound were charred from the searing heat of the laser, with not a drop of blood escaping. One officer, quaking with nervousness, stammered, "I surrender. I will execute the brigade commander's orders immediately." Liexine sheathed his energy sword and replied, "A wise choice." Soon, the final command issued by Roy, the brigade commander of the Milda Infantry Brigade, was transmitted to the chips and communications of the officers. Capture unknown psychic energy signals. Psychic signal decoding in progress. Within the command center, Liexine received a notification from the psychic chip, evidently from Roy. His heart swelled with joy. The stronger Roy was, the more potent the downloaded effects would be. Outside, upon hearing Roy's order to cease resistance, disbelief erupted among the ranks. Some roared in shock. Others trembled and discarded their weapons, while a few stood frozen in confusion. The soldiers lost the last vestige of their resistance, as if the very pillar of their resolve had been wrenched away. Those who remained defiant despite their wounds seemed to have their strength sapped, collapsing behind the cover. In the A2 sector, and indeed throughout the subterranean expanse of the Beishimo steelworks, the infantry units gradually laid down their arms, ceasing all resistance. The Beishimo steelworks had been utterly secured. The infantry and armored units of Hungin defense swiftly mobilized, infiltrating the defensive positions of the Milda retinue, taking command of these strongholds while escorting all surrendered soldiers away from the depths below. The capture of the Beishimo steelworks marked a significant victory. Yet the battle that belonged to Liexine and his comrades raged on unabated. The second squad promptly assembled. "We shall launch an assault from the rear and seize the entirety of the enemy's knightly retinue." Jiang Lu's voice resonated in Liexine's ears as he swiftly entrusted his tasks to his aide, setting off in pursuit of Jiang Lu with 3 newly recruited soldiers. "Well done. We have taken the enemy's command center and captured the brigade commander. This is a remarkable achievement." Jiang Lu privately praised Liexine. "Master, this honor belongs to you. I am merely unworthy of it." Liexine replied, "What does it matter? What is yours. As the leader of the entire squad, your accomplishments are intrinsically mine. Our merits do not conflict. On the contrary, if I had rushed in to slay him myself, that would have squandered the credit. Do not feel bashful. The more enemies you eliminate, the more accolades you shall earn. This is the greatest reward for me." Jiang Lu reassured with a smile. "Indeed, master." Liexine finally felt at ease. Nearly 40 mechas began their charge through the dimly lit underground passage, an imposing spectacle. Naturally, such a multitude of mechas did not rush forward indiscriminately. At the forefront, the first group of 4 mechas led the charge, serving as the vanguard for the entire squadron. Chapter 99. Retreating strategy. Soon, the leader of the first group, Nong Shuang, shouted over the communication channel, "I can hear the sounds of gunfire. We are approaching the combat zone. Charge." Jiang Lu bellowed, and the vanguard mechas surged ahead. Dozens of mechas roared as they burst forth from the underground passage. Along the way, the fallen bodies of knight attendants were already visible by the roadside. Some had been pierced through the cockpit by energy weapons, while others had fallen to the devastating assault of the Shatterer tanks. Moreover, it was not only the bodies of knight attendants that lay there. Those of the short sword attendants were also evident. Clearly, these knight attendants had rushed out of the passage, enduring injuries from long-range attacks in a desperate attempt to close the distance. Once these knight attendants entered melee range, a brutal slaughter ensued. And the inexperienced soldiers piloting the short sword attendants were no match for the knights in such fierce combat. Casualties were inevitable. The mechas from both sides became entangled in a chaotic melee. In the distance, infantry and armored troops on the defensive positions were engaged in fierce combat as well. Additionally, there were knight attendants and milday attendants who had come to provide support from the periphery. In the distant expanse, the remote artillery units relentlessly unleashed barrages of howitzers, striving to diminish the enemy's offensive. "How do we strike?" inquired a squad leader through the command channel. The two sides had become nearly entangled, rendering long-range assaults ineffective. The knightly retainers wielded void shields, and the firepower of the short sword attendants proved insufficient even when concentrated. The utilization of rocket bombardments was no trivial matter. It was not a game where teammates remained unscathed. Should an explosion occur, it would indiscriminately impact all. And the short sword attendants fared even worse than the knightly retainers in terms of withstanding blasts. "Charge forward. Engage them in close combat. We have the numbers," roared Jianglu, swiftly making a decisive call. Without hesitation, he led the charge into the fray of the mech slaughterhouse. Nearly 40 additional mechs surged into the battlefield, instantly tipping the scales of numerical advantage in favor of the short sword attendants. Li Xian, accompanied by 3 recruits, swiftly identified a suitable target, a damaged knightly retainer, still pressing against 2 rookie short sword attendants. The combat skills of veterans remained formidable. "Rush in. Support our comrades. Eliminate the enemy," Li Xian bellowed as he charged towards his target. Another novice. The knightly retainer, chosen by Li Xian, sensed his approach and let out a roar. With a powerful swing, he repelled the short sword attendant before turning to strike at Li Xian. Clang! The 2 power swords clashed, generating a flurry of electric arcs. Li Xian relentlessly swung his blade, tracing arcs through the air as the knightly retainer matched him blow for blow. On the chaotic battlefield, each individual possesses their own adversaries, and each harbors personal vendettas. The piloting skills of this damaged knight's attendant are remarkably proficient, leaving Li Xian increasingly apprehensive. It is no wonder that he can maneuver a single mech to contend against 2 short sword attendants. Indeed, his prowess is commendable. Initially, Li Xian's intent in approaching this mech was merely to seize an opportunity rather than to claim glory. His true aim lay in absorbing the spiritual energy signals emitted after vanquishing foes. However, it appears that his chances of doing so have considerably diminished. Under normal circumstances, Li Xian would not even be a match for this knight's attendant. It turns out you're not as formidable as I anticipated. Those 3 kill stars on you must have been scavenged." The knight's attendant jeered. "I expected more strength from you. What a disappointment." Unfazed by the attendant's taunts, Li Xian regarded them as inconsequential. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes ignited with the brilliance of spiritual energy, delicate arcs of electricity cascading like tassels from the corners of his gaze. Activating overlock mode. Activating overlock mode. With the dual chimes of the chip's notifications, Li Xian re-entered overlock mode, and in that instant, the sensation of a masterful warrior resurfaced within him. Overlock. The knight's attendant gasped in astonishment as a seasoned veteran. He immediately recognized the subtle glow of spiritual energy emanating from the mech. What of overlock? Behold as I vanquish you, a mere novice, with unparalleled prowess. The knight commander, incensed, roared in fury. Despite having piloted a mech for countless hours and honed his skills to remarkable heights, he had yet to master the art of overlocking. Death! His voice thundered as his power sword sliced toward Li Xian. Concurrently, he sought reinforcements through his communication channel. "Spare your novice adversary. I have a fledgling in a state of overclocking. Assist me in his annihilation." The knight commander's squad, comprised of 5 members, had already suffered the loss of 1 mech. At this moment, 4 remained, and upon hearing their leader's command, the 3 remaining mechs promptly abandoned their previous engagements, racing toward Li Xian's battlefield. Amidst the chaotic fray, the other squad's rookie soldiers, who had previously been suppressed, felt the pressure before them suddenly ease, as if they had narrowly escaped death. They yearned for the absence of any further knight commanders, believing that would guarantee their safety. Yet, there were also rookies and squad leaders who recognized the gravity of the situation, pursuing the knight commander who had shifted targets with fervor. 2 new knight commanders joined the fray on Li Xian's side. However, Li Xian was not alone in this confrontation. He was flanked by 3 of his own rookies, alongside 2 others who were already engaged in battle with the Knight Commander leader. The dynamics of the conflict swiftly transformed into a 6 against 3 scenario. 6 short sword attendants versus 3 Knight Commanders. By calculation, Li Xian's side held the advantage. 4-5 rookies merely needed to entangle the remaining 2 Knight Commanders. In the heart of this miniature battlefield, the tide was decidedly in their favor. It was once again a duel between Li Xian and another Knight's Retainer. At this moment, Li Xian was in exceptional condition, effortlessly harnessing the majority of his computational power from 2 chips under an overlocked state, enhancing his close combat prowess. Each of the enemy's strikes, movements, and turns was accompanied by a plethora of mathematical formulas being analyzed and computed. Li Xian, with clarity akin to a seer, discerned every action of his opponent, identifying weaknesses with each attack. In this combat state, the captain of the knight's retinue felt an overwhelming discomfort. His adversary seemed to understand him even better than he understood himself. Every move and assault was flawlessly countered. Occasionally, when the captain deliberately exposed a vulnerability to tempt Li Xian into striking, his intentions were effortlessly perceived by Li Xian. At times, Li Xian ignored such bait entirely, while at other moments, he would glide like a nimble fish, seizing the bait and retaliating fiercely. Die. Damn it. I will tear you apart. The knight's retainer roared, his powered sword swinging with increasing velocity. In that instant, he felt as if he could transcend the previously insurmountable threshold at any moment. His current state was at least 1 or 2 levels stronger than his usual combat performance, a significant surge. This was arguably his most perfect and powerful condition. Yet, his opponent was Li Xian. Such strength, while formidable, was still insufficient. Li Xian's power sword struck the enemy with the ferocity of a tempest, rendering the knight's armor inadequate under the onslaught of his disintegration field. With a piercing sound, the power sword sliced through the enemy's outer armor, the disintegration field ruthlessly tearing apart the internal machinery of the mech. The heavy alloy armor proved insufficient against the might of the power sword. Li Xian discerned the enemy's intent once more, executing a horizontal slash with the blade, which, with a graceful arc, deflected the enemy's power sword. In swift succession, he thrust his sword into the enemy's mech, breaching the knight's alloy defenses. Like a seasoned predator, Li Xian was acutely aware that he would never place himself in jeopardy merely to secure a single lethal strike. Come face me head-on, coward. The pilot of the knight's mech bellowed, his voice tinged with a hint of fear as the confrontation escalated. Nevertheless, the damage inflicted upon the knight's mech by Li Xian's relentless assault continued to accumulate, leading to a steady decline in its operational capabilities. This deterioration manifested in every aspect. The knight's speed diminished, and its strength waned. In that pivotal moment, Li Xian recognized his opportunity. Once again, he deftly redirected the power sword to parry the enemy's attack, then maneuvered his mech to collide directly with the adversary's machine. The resounding crash echoed within the confined space as the mechs collided. It was evident that the knight's attributes were no match for the agile short sword attendant. The knight staggered from the impact. A perfect opportunity. A fleeting thought crossed Li Xian's mind. Although the knight's attendant staggered and retreated several steps from the collision, the driver swiftly regained composure and roared once more to launch an assault. He sought to exploit the close combat prowess of the knight's attendant, attempting to engage in a trade of injuries with Li Xian. At this juncture, for the knight's attendant, not only was the death of Li Xian, his short sword attendant, a viable outcome, but he would willingly accept mutual destruction as well. The battle escalated into a fervent climax, with the incessant clamor of clashing weapons and fervent blocks resonating in the air. Amidst a barrage of numerical calculations from the chip, Li Xian seized a fleeting opportunity. He surged forward, launching a surprise attack from the knight's attendant's blind spot, his power sword sweeping through the air like a tempest, violently engulfing the knight's attendant. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the knight's attendant, despite his utmost efforts to resist, found his mechanical attributes deteriorating, and every motion he made was meticulously observed and analyzed by Li Xian. In such a confrontation, the knight's attendant ultimately struggled to withstand. The armor outside the cockpit was repeatedly struck by Li Xian's power sword. The exterior armor of the knight's attendant emitted a grating metallic tearing sound under the assault of the disintegration field of the power sword. Death. Though the knight's attendant showed no signs of relinquishing his resistance, his defiance had become nearly inconsequential to Li Xian. The power sword, glowing with a soft azure luminescence, pierced directly into the cockpit of the Knight's attendant, and under the disintegration field, the enemy's mech pilot was cleaved apart. With the mech pilot's demise, the mech instantaneously lost all capacity for movement, stripped of the pilot's psychic influence, capturing unknown psychic energy signals. The decoding of psychic signals is underway. Lexin has once again eliminated an adversary, yet another formidable pilot. At this juncture, Lexin is perplexed to discover that the psychic signal of the recently vanquished Roy has still not been fully decoded. According to previous patterns, a level D psychic should have completed the decoding process and commenced downloading before Lexin even emerged from his underground passage. Could it be that Roy's psychic level is exceptionally high? Or perhaps the skills embedded within his psychic signal are exceptionally potent? A surge of exhilaration courses through Lexin. Yet he remains composed. The battlefield still demands his attention, with adversaries awaiting their inevitable demise. After dispatching this nightly escort, the dynamics of the small-scale battlefield become increasingly apparent. The two remaining nightly escorts, besieged by a total of 5 new recruits, are unlikely to meet a favorable fate. The situation for the nightly escort engaged by the other 2 groups of recruits is marginally better. However, the mech being battered by Wei Qian, Ling Yangping, and Gan Hongkai is in dire straits. Their melee skills have seen a slight enhancement, and their mech remains in pristine condition, allowing them to dominate the nightly escort. Observing this, Lexin refrains from intervening in their skirmish, and instead directs his assault towards another nightly escort. The towering mech, standing over 7 meters tall, charges forth with vigor, its psychic radiance shimmering upon its exterior. The power sword slices through the air with a swift arc, delivering a powerful blow to the back of the nightly escort. In contrast to engaging in direct combat, Lexin believed he belonged to a category of individuals who would seize any advantage available and resort to ambush tactics whenever possible. While frontal confrontations may appear impressive, they often drain an excessive amount of spiritual energy. Conversely, launching surprise attacks from the side or behind offers a much higher cost-effectiveness. Naturally, this does not solely pertain to ambushes. The spiritual energy and radar of the knight's retinue could also detect Lexin's approach. However, many circumstances are visible yet do not allow for a swift reaction or a timely defense. Upon noticing Lexin's involvement, the pressure of battle suddenly eased for 2 new recruits. One recruit's mind briefly flashed a thought. Why is this guy here again, stealing kills? This is the mentality one would expect from a rational individual, although his actions remained relentless as he continued to besiege the knight's retinue. He could not shake the discomfort within, even though the victory was yet to be claimed. In the next moment, the tide of battle shifted. "Haha. You wish to kill me. If I must perish, I will take someone down with me." The knight's retinue laughed boisterously, roaring as he paid no heed to Lexin and the other recruits' assaults, instead turning to lunge at the new recruit on his left. Despite suffering numerous attacks, the knight's retinue, fortified by his armor and the strength of his frame, could endure a while longer. With a swift pivot, he swung his long-handled power spear towards the left recruit, effortlessly disarming him with a flick of technique. On the energy blade of the power spear, a faint blue glow emanated from the disintegration field, which had already penetrated the chest and abdomen of the mech before the rookie could even react. Fortunately, in a moment of haste, the rookie managed to evade just in time, preventing the assault from breaching his cockpit. Nonetheless, the cockpit was already illuminated by the incessant flashing of red alarm lights. Simultaneously, due to the psychic control over the mech, the rookie mech pilot could distinctly sense the terrifying attack that his machine was enduring. Death was truly but a step away. Gasping for breath, the rookie, confronted with the fear of death, trembled slightly. At that moment, all thoughts of stealing kills or accolades vanished. "Save me. Help me. Please, someone." The rookie pilot cried out, discarding all notions of pride, dignity, and competitiveness. In comparison to these trivialities, survival was paramount. The veteran mech pilot, serving as the knight's retinue, imparted a harsh lesson to the rookies. Indeed, he was under siege, and the situation was dire. Yet if one were to fight for their life with a mindset of inevitable demise, taking out a rookie amidst the chaos was hardly a challenge. In response to the rookie's desperate pleas, the knight's cockpit bore a maniacal grin from the mech pilot. "Save. No one can save you. Ha ha," he roared, his voice mocking the futility of death itself. Another rookie swung his power sword repeatedly, yet failed to inflict any significant damage. The driver of the knight's retinue possessed an exceptionally rich experience, adeptly defending against assaults even while focusing primarily on the newest recruit. However, While he could fend off the rookie, he was utterly unprepared for Li Xian. In this dire moment, rather than shouting in panic, Li Xian remained silent. Wielding his sword with precision, and with a sudden surge, leaped behind the knight's retinue. Under the influence of psychic manipulation, the short sword attendant soared high, gripping the power sword tightly, harnessing the force of impact along with the immense strength of the mech. The power sword pierced directly through the back of the knight's retinue, first shredding its rear armor, followed by the high-density solid energy of its power system, ultimately reaching the cockpit of the knight's retinue. The broad blade of the power sword penetrated deeply into the cockpit, impaling the driver's torso. Under the decomposing force field of the power sword, the driver's body offered no resistance whatsoever. After a brief gasp from the mech pilot, the knight's retinue was rendered lifeless, the colossal machine now devoid of spirit. Coming to an abrupt halt. Unknown psychic signals detected. Psychic signal decoding in progress. Meanwhile, the power spear remained embedded in the chest of the recruit's mech. And Li Xian approached, grasping the spear firmly and extracting it. The short sword attendant of the recruit sustained considerable damage. The power spear had compromised his armor, leaving the mech pilot alive but thoroughly shaken. Within the mecha, a series of electric sparks and billowing black smoke erupted, indicating that the internal apparatus had sustained severe damage. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Captain Li. In that moment, the rookie felt as if he were in a different realm, caught between life and death, engulfed by overwhelming terror. Inside the cockpit, his complexion was ashen, reminiscent of someone who had just been pulled from a morgue. Beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead and face, and he expressed his gratitude to Li Xian with a rapid and sincere tone. Any lingering dissatisfaction or unpleasant thoughts had been immediately cast aside. Had it not been for Captain Li's timely rescue, he would have had no opportunity to utter his thanks. Trembling with fear, he gazed at the scars on one side of the cockpit, where the knight's companion had already begun to wield the power spear in a sweeping motion. The rookie had witnessed the disintegration field tearing through the cockpit's armor. To say more would be futile, had Li Xian arrived even a few seconds later. This rookie would have been utterly dismembered. The gravity of the situation truly frightened him, although he did not soil himself. His trembling legs had yet to cease their quaking while seated in the pilot's seat. We are comrades. There is no need for further words. Your mecha is in no condition to continue. Retreat. Li Xian furrowed his brow as he assessed the rookie's state, regardless of whether the pilot could fight on. The mecha itself was beyond salvage. To re-enter the battlefield now would only serve to deliver a victory to the enemy. Yes, Captain Li. I will retreat at once. No more. Nothing else matters now but preserving my life. Li Xian resecured his power sword on the back of the mecha and instead grasped the enemy's power spear. These weapons are largely similar, upon calculation. The power lance wielded by the knight's retinue is slightly longer than the power lance previously used by Li Xian. The psychic energy swiftly activates this weapon, and a pale blue field of disintegration once again shimmers upon the blade. In this external battlefield, Li Xian finds the long-handled weapon much more intuitive to wield. The power sword was merely a choice made due to the limitations of maneuvering long weapons in underground environments. Now that he is in the open air, he naturally opts for the familiar lance as his weapon of choice. The decoding of the unknown psychic signal is complete. Please select the desired download information from the options below. At last, the psychic signal of the first killed mech pilot has been successfully decoded, and Li Xian rejoices at this announcement. 1. D3 level mech ranged shooting skills 34-2. D5 level mech general driving skills 41-3. D4 Milda general knowledge 12-4. D5 level mech general close combat skills 100 upon seeing the fourth option. Li Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is it. Chapter 102. Retreat. The D5 level skill at 100 stands as the pinnacle among the psychic signals he has downloaded from these nightly retainers. Moreover, it is evident that 100 represents the limit of psychic energy, rather than the limits of this mech pilot's capabilities. From the recent battle, Li Xian could sense the formidable prowess of his adversary. It could be said that his combat skills may have already transcended the D-level threshold, constrained only by the limitations of his psychic energy level, which has prevented him from breaking through. Just moments ago, the feeling that the knight attendant gave Li Xian was reminiscent of the former Jiang Lu. The combat skills were exceptionally high. Even with Li Xian's D4 level melee proficiency in the activation of hyper mode, it took him a while to prevail. Without a hint of hesitation, Li Xian promptly selected the fourth option. In the next instant, a vast array of information along with melee techniques were downloaded into his brain by the chip. In the blink of an eye, numerous images flashed through Li Xian's mind, showcasing various martial arts training sessions as well as scenes of combat. Upon entering hypermode, Li Xian's downloading speed significantly increased, allowing him to complete the entire information download in a remarkably short time. Ultimately, the melee level displayed on the chip for Li Xian fixed itself at a series of numbers, D5 level mech melee skills at 54. Not only did his melee skills improve, but his general mech piloting skills also ascended to D4 at 32. His psychic energy level was elevated to D4 at 76. A bountiful harvest indeed. The corners of Li Xian's mouth curled into an almost uncontrollable smile. Had he not been on the battlefield, he might have laughed heartily. He felt immensely powerful. With a D5 melee level, who among the D-grade mechs could possibly rival him while in hypermode? At this moment, Li Xian piloted the D-grade mech, nearly pushing this short sword attendant to its theoretical limits. Having absorbed this psychic energy signal, he had almost completely replenished the energy he had expended. Li Xian cast his gaze upon the battlefield where Wei Qian and his comrades fought valiantly. The knightly attendant, bereft of any capacity for resistance, was on the verge of being mercilessly beaten to death. Observing that his new recruits no longer required his assistance, a fleeting expression of regret crossed Li Xian's face. Yet he swiftly redirected his focus to the other skirmishes unfolding ahead. Beyond the obstruction line, fierce clashes raged on. Infantry, armored vehicles, and mechs unleashed an intricate tapestry of firepower, with each individual confronting their own adversary. Soldiers engaged in combat against their counterparts, armored vehicles clashed with others of their kind. Mechs battled fiercely amongst themselves. In every fleeting moment, soldiers fell victim to bullets, their anguished cries marking their demise. The autocannons of the infantry fighting vehicles unleashed a torrent of fire, suppressing the infantry's offensive capabilities. Shells obliterated soldiers, their remains scattered chaotically across the terrain. Yet, in the very next instant, an unknown anti-tank rocket found its mark, striking the infantry fighting vehicle. Flames erupted from the rear of the armored vehicle, instantly tearing through its exterior armor and enveloping the entire craft in a shroud of smoke and fire. Blue flames surged heavenward from within the shattered armor, the intense heat rendering the metal a fiery red. A hapless hunter tank inadvertently strayed into the mech's battlefield. The enemy's Class C Knight mech was engaged in a fierce struggle with the captain of the 4th Squadron. To call it a fierce battle would be an understatement. It was more akin to the Knight mercilessly overpowering the vanguard mech of the 4th Squadron. The unfortunate hunter tank found itself caught in this chaotic melee, perhaps a casualty of the mech's relentless charge. Amidst the clash between the Knight and the vanguard, the long-handled power axe descended with ferocity, striking the hunter's turret with devastating force. Under the disintegrating force of the power axe, the hunter's reactive and alloy armors crumbled as though they were mere parchment. Like a searing blade meeting butter, the hunter was instantaneously cleaved in twain. Boom! The cataclysmic explosion of ammunition and energy obliterated the dismembered hunter into fragments. With a swift motion, the Knight reversed the axe's trajectory, parrying the vanguard's assault and sending them reeling once again. Surveying the chaotic battlefield, the Knight noted the increasing number of short sword retainers arriving in support. In the distance, the advance of infantry and armored units faced considerable challenges. Although the bombardment from heavy artillery seemed inconsequential to the mechs, its lethality against the infantry and armored vehicles remained significant. This operation had already devolved into a failure for the Mildanites. The knights and retainers within the besieged behemoth steelworks were effectively encircled by the short sword retainers, leaving them with no opportunity for breakout. The failure of the strategic intent behind this operation had become an undeniable reality. After a silent appraisal of the battlefield, the Knight Commander's hoarse voice resonated in the ears of all supporting units. Operation failed. All units commence withdrawal according to the established plan. Retainers, be vigilant against enemy pursuit. Upon hearing the commander's orders, the units collectively exhaled in relief. The ferocity of this engagement had resulted in significant casualties, not only on the side of Blueprint and Hungen defense. The casualties among the Mildanites in the retinue were substantial. After all, they were the ones on the offensive, while the enemy was well fortified within their stronghold. In military engagements, apart from the unpredictable skirmishes, most battles are governed by multiple strategic plans. Prior to the commencement of hostilities, the staff officers of both sides are often fraught with anxiety, their hair thinning under the strain. Several offensive strategies must be devised. Who will initiate the attack? Who will feign an assault? and who will serve as reserves for support. The direction of the assault, the number of troops deployed, and all such contingencies must be meticulously planned. Equally important is the preparation for retreat. No commander can guarantee victory in every encounter. Thus, retreat strategies are of paramount importance, determining which units will withdraw first, who will cover the rear, the supporting units, the routes to take, and the protocols to follow in the event of enemy pursuit. All these considerations necessitate a comprehensive plan. Relying solely on the ad hoc decisions of a commander is tantamount to negligence. The battlefield is rife with information, and even a commander of exceptional tactical acumen may find their decision-making hampered by the sheer volume of data. Therefore, pre-battle preparations are crucial in enabling troops to maximize their combat effectiveness. Chapter 103 concludes with the commander's orders being issued. The infantry began to turn and flee, while the fortunate ones swiftly boarded the infantry carriers, hastening their escape. Unfortunate circumstances compel a gradual retreat, yet the knightly retainers have yet to commence their withdrawal. Should they choose to flee now, it would be tantamount to exposing the infantry and armored units to the lethal fire of the short-sword attendants. The fierce battle rages on, and the retreating forces of the attendants move with remarkable swiftness, for they have not fully breached the defenses of the Blueprint Expeditionary Corps and hung in defense. As the attendants conclude their withdrawal, the supporting knights also begin to retreat. Left behind is the commander's knight mech, which has inflicted considerable damage upon the opposing vanguard mech. It can be asserted that if the conflict persists, it would not be long before this knight could vanquish the adversary. However, in war, one cannot entertain what-ifs. Should the battle continue, enemy reinforcements would inevitably arrive, and the fate of those who remain could become uncertain. No. How can you withdraw? We have yet to escape. DuPont, still ensnared within the encirclement, witnesses the retreating support forces amidst the tumultuous fighting. This sight incites a furious and despondent roar from him, a knight beset by despair. Not only DuPont, but also the remaining knightly retainers exhibit a spectrum of emotions. Some display hopelessness, while others, with eyes ablaze, bellow fiercely, escalating their assaults. Some cry out in helplessness, encapsulating the myriad of human experiences. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the battle persists. In the context of the Blueprint Legion, there was no intention to pursue the retreating forces. The short-sword attendants, initially designated for ambush, had now rejoined the fray against the knightly retainers. "Surrender. We offer mercy," echoed the loudspeakers of the short-sword attendants' mechs, incessantly attempting to coax the knights and their retainers to capitulate. However, the results were far from fruitful, as the mech pilots of the Milda Knights had fallen prey to severe indoctrination. Even in the face of such a dire battle scenario, none were willing to relinquish their weapons and surrender. Although the new recruits of the short-sword attendants lacked refined skills, their combat experiences had rendered them sufficiently competent. Despite their technical inferiority compared to the knightly retainers, their numerical advantage compensated for this disparity. If one could not prevail, then two would engage. If two faltered, then three would rise to the challenge. Real combat served as the most effective training for soldiers, particularly under such circumstances. Amidst the siege, many seasoned veterans of the short-sword attendants gradually ceded opportunities for combat to the newcomers. They maintained vigilance and defensive postures, capable of withstanding the enemy's frenzied counterattacks while simultaneously honing their skills. Even Li Xian, accustomed to aiding comrades in battle, found it necessary to pause his actions and attend to Wei Qian and his companions, ensuring their safety during the conflict. At this juncture, he had exited the hypermode. Nevertheless, following this battle, even in his standard state, Li Xian remained a formidable expert. The three new recruits relentlessly pummeled a knightly retainer, and the intensity of the battle escalated alarmingly. "You wretched lot! Where's your honor? Face me one-on-one. Cowards!" The knight's retainer roared incessantly, hurling insults with fervor. He had contemplated the notion of a mutually destructive combat strategy, and not merely once. Yet each time, his mech bore a new scar. Each of his maneuvers was preemptively thwarted by Li Xian, who would subsequently disrupt his counterattacks with a power spear. The battle unfolded as the knight's retainer felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Wei Qian, Ling Yamping, and Gan Hongkai were likewise engaged in relentless close-quarters combat with the enemy in this irreplicable scene. At that moment, had they possessed the inclination to glance at the notifications on their chips, they would have observed a continuous increase in their melee skill levels. However, delightful moments tend to pass swiftly, And even though the enemy was a knight's retainer with commendable combat skills, he could not withstand the assault from 3 sword-wielding attendants. When the attributes of the combatants were relatively comparable, a quantitative change would inevitably lead to a qualitative transformation. Ultimately, the knight's retainers succumbed to the encirclement, meeting his end beneath Ling Yamping's power sword. With the demise of this mech, it signified the gradual conclusion of the battle. Why? In the midst of the battlefield, the enemy's C-class knight mech, the ebony-skinned Commander DuPont, too, let out a pained roar before being utterly vanquished by the onslaught of 2 vanguard mechs. On the battlefield, Li Xian's sword attendants stood with their power-long spears, surveying the entirety of the scene. The battlefield is suffused with the vivid hues of blue, red, and yellow flames. Billowing black smoke blankets the sky, rendering it a somber gray. The terrain is pockmarked with craters, some remnants of the heavy artillery bombardments from Hungan defense and the blueprint expeditionary forces during their earlier conquest of this outer stronghold, while others are the scars left by fierce encounters involving mechs and tanks. The battle at the Beishimo Steelworks has been fierce, by any account. It marks the 6th large-scale clash to unfold here. Throughout the Beishimo Steelworks and its periphery, one can observe the remnants of bullets and shell fragments scattered about. This represents merely one facet of the offensive tactics employed. Countless energy weapon assaults leave no trace in their wake. The ground is strewn with the lifeless bodies of soldiers, some utterly shattered, a sight that would haunt anyone unaccustomed to the horrors of war, leaving them restless for nights on end. Not only infantry casualties lie here. The remains of various tanks and infantry fighting vehicles are also prevalent across the battlefield. The combustion of ammunition and high-energy resources produces blue flames, elevating the surrounding temperature to an unbearable degree. Even in the lull of battle, the flames persist, with unignited munitions occasionally detonating in tragic bursts. Even the warlord mechs are not immune to the toll of conflict, their ranks adorned with numerous fallen, predominantly their knightly retainers, alongside the blueprint side's short sword attendants. In this initial phase of combat, 2 squadrons, comprising 80 short sword attendants, were stationed at the ambush position. After the outbreak of hostilities, an additional squadron was urgently reinforced. During the peak of the fiercest combat, Li Xian and his 2nd Squadron also arrived to provide support, followed later by a contingent from the 5th Squadron. In total, 180 short sword attendants joined the fray.